Shrouding the Heavens chapter 497 to chapter 538. The two star charts were very big. They were not carved on the stone tablet, but on the stone ground. This was a meticulous deduction. They were carved only a few hundred years apart, but they were definitely not from the same era. It could be distinguished, but they were probably formed more than 2,000 years ago. Compared to hundreds of thousands of years, 2,000 years was not so terrifying, but it was also the early Qin period, which could be considered a very ancient period. The divine lords of the Eastern Barren Territory could probably only live to this age. Any longer and they would return to the earth. Since ancient times, no one could escape death. What is this old cowherd developing? Why can't I see through it? The large black dog stared at one of the charts and pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't understand it. Only the crazy old's eyes were deep, and he was fascinated. One could clearly see that the two charts were evolving in the depths of his eyes and imprinted into his mind. Yi Fan had an idea. He also imprinted the two star charts in his mind. This might be his way home. Two little dragons are swimming. Little Nan Nan pointed at the two thin lines in the star chart. Her vision was very special, and she could see the two thin lines evolving, meandering, and stretching. Even though Yi Fan had the divine eyes, it still took him a long time to see it clearly, and then he imprinted it in his mind without any mistake. In the future, if he couldn't return to the other side of the galaxy from the five-colored altar in the forbidden ancient land, he planned to let the Black Emperor carve the most complicated Tao patterns and cross back bit by bit. Ignore the old cowherd and the bald guy with big bumps all over his head. Let's think of a way to get the Xing formula, the large black dog muttered. He really didn't like these two. I really hope that one day when you meet them, you can also call them like this, Yi Fan said with a smile. He had mixed feelings. These were two great sages of the ancient earth who should have disappeared in time, but they were actually related to cultivation. The crazy old walked around the ancient coffin with a deep frown. Even someone as powerful as him didn't open the coffin, as if he was afraid. The green hair was very long, growing through the cracks of the stone coffin and densely covering the entire coffin. It was oily green, and if one didn't look closely, they would really look like moss. As soon as they got close, they would feel a bone-piercing chill. The sarcophagus was like an ice house that could almost freeze people. Is it really the corpse of a great perfection Saint Physique? Who carved the sarcophagus for him? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Whoosh! Crazy old carved in the void, displaying the Merak step technique. There was no specific method, just a profound Tao diagram that encompassed everything. He was trying to activate it with the Xing formula. Seeing this, Yi Fan also began to activate the Bodhi seed in his hand. His movements were slow but serious. Bang! A light sound suddenly rang out from the ancient coffin, startling everyone. It was because an exceptionally dense killing intent overflowed, as if some ancient creature was awakening. The green hair on the stone coffin began to tremble violently, and a bone-chilling coldness emanated from it. It was as if thousands of ghostly claws were struggling. Little by little, it extended towards them. This place is too strange. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They had a feeling that all of this was created by the ancient coffin, and the fog seemed to be rushing out from the cracks of the coffin. Chi! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin shook, emitting a beam of light that shot into the heavens. It dispersed the fog, and a Tao diagram emerged. The 9 secrets. The Xing formula has come out from the coffin. They were both surprised and overjoyed. After so many dangers, they had come here for the 9 secrets Xing formula, and now they finally saw it. At first glance, Yi Fan was sure that this was definitely the Xing formula, and it had many similarities with the movement technique he cultivated. The highest legendary technique. Once mastered, the world will be mine, and there will be no path that cannot be taken. Great, we must comprehend it. No one was not excited. They all used their powerful spiritual senses to capture the Tao diagram, afraid of missing something. No, it's too blurry. It has rushed out from the coffin, and the true 9 secrets is in the coffin. After careful observation, they discovered this helpless truth. Their hearts sank. There was definitely something ominous in the coffin, and it was not good for them to open it. What should we do? We've already come this far. Do we still have to retreat? Little darling, can you see it clearly? Yifan squatted down and asked the little girl. The little girl wrinkled her delicate nose and blinked her big eyes. After staring for a while, she said in a crisp voice, "Some places are clear, but others are blocked by something." "It's not clear." Crazy Ol was motionless as if he had been petrified. His empty eyes shot out strands of silver light that connected with the Tao diagram. However, it was obvious that the Tao diagram was incomplete, and it was blocked by something inside the coffin. The silver light from his eyes could not connect completely. The summit was very flat, and the ancient great emperors had not laid down any array patterns around the coffin. The group walked back and forth, feeling very helpless. Bang! The ancient coffin shook again, and a peerless murderous intent overflowed. It was as if winter had arrived, and it was as if 100,000 miles were frozen and millions of miles were covered in snow. The Bodhi seed in Yifan's hand was boiling hot. He was earnestly studying the Tao diagram, throwing away all distracting thoughts. In any case, with Crazy Ol here, he did not care about anything else. Even if it was incomplete, he had to completely understand it. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After an unknown amount of time, Yifan stopped and woke up from the emptiness. At this moment, Crazy Ol was walking around the ancient coffin, preparing to open it. The big black dog and Li Heishui were at the side. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They hid very far away for fear of releasing the Demon King. Crazy Ol walked around the coffin 9 times, as if he was calculating something. Then, his eyes shot out strands of silver light. He stopped in the field, waved his sleeves, and with a boom, all the green hairs were destroyed. He finally made his move. He was going to officially open the ancient coffin and see the legendary 9 esoteric Tao diagram. The moment the green hairs outside the coffin turned into ashes, the ancient coffin shook violently, as if a giant monster was about to come out. The terrifying aura it emitted made the whole mountain shake. In this area, there were more than 50 mountains standing side by side. At this moment, all of them were shaking as if there was a great earthquake. Huge rocks kept rolling down. Especially this mountain. If it wasn't for the formation pattern of the Great Emperor, it might have already collapsed. There was an indescribable aura surging. At this moment, the formation runes carved by martial monarch Wuxia displayed a mystical ability. Thin threads extended from all directions and intertwined with one another. Although there were no patterns carved on this mountain peak, it was a place of guidance. All the threads were guided to the ancient coffin, binding it. The agitation finally quieted down. The stone coffin no longer shook, and everything gradually calmed down. "All of you, step back!" Crazy Ol shouted. At this point, he had to open the coffin and obtain the 9 esoteric Tao diagram. They kept retreating. Crazy Ol roared like a dragon and a tiger, his voice echoing for hundreds of miles. He waved his sleeves, and with a boom, the coffin lid was sent flying, falling on the mountain peak. Boom, an extremely gloomy murderous aura rushed out. Black fog billowed up and completely submerged this place. Sure enough, all the fog came from the ancient coffin. Li Heishui and the Black Emperor were motionless. Under this kind of murderous aura, they couldn't even speak. They were completely bound, and their bodies were about to break. Chi. Tens of thousands of threads interweaved. The formation pattern carved by Great Emperor Wuxia worked. A blazing light screen appeared, covering the ancient coffin. At the same time, the list of deification at the mountainside rushed out a golden glow, descending and stabilizing the agitated ancient coffin. Only then did the murderous aura recede like a tide. Otherwise, Yifan and the others wouldn't have been able to endure it. The murderous aura alone is enough to destroy one's body and soul. In such a short time, it has already taken half my life. Li Heishui was weak, and his body was cracking. He took the divine spring from Yifan and drank it. The black hair on the big black dog's body was about to fall off. Just now, he was cursing people for being bald, and now he was almost bald. He cursed again and again, saying, "Even this is retribution. Damn it." Yifan was fine, mainly because of his unparalleled physical strength. Little Nan Nan, who was protected by them in the middle, was also fine. The little girl looked left and right like a curious baby. Not far away, the great Tao suppressed the sky, a Tao diagram lay in the void. It was very clear, as if the 9 heavens had descended. It made people feel sincere reverence and want to kneel on the ground. 9 secrets. The opportunity is right in front of us. Whether we can comprehend it or not will depend on our own luck. They quickly rushed forward and sat cross-legged on the ground. They observed the Tao diagram in the sky and began to comprehend it seriously. As for what was in the opened ancient coffin, they didn't care at all. There was nothing more important than comprehending the 9 secrets. Everything was taken care of by the old madman. I can't comprehend it. After Li Heishui used up an enlightenment tea leaf, he opened his eyes and flew away. He was very dispirited. The big black dog was even more anxious. He cursed and said, "Damn it, this is a supreme secret technique created for 2-legged creatures. This emperor can't comprehend it unless I transform into a human. Damn it, this emperor will defy the heavens. I must cultivate it." The big black dog was indeed heaven-defying. He stood on the ground like a human and shouted, "There is no saint technique that this emperor can't learn. I don't believe it. Damn it, even this can be done." Li Heishui was dumbfounded. Then, his confidence doubled. Even a dog could cross the boundaries of its species to cultivate this technique. What did he have to be afraid of? He grabbed a few enlightenment tea leaves and immediately began to comprehend it. The old madman didn't move as if he was petrified. He looked up at the 9 secret Tao diagram. His body was about to turn into an ancient diagram. It was very mysterious. Yi Fan was shocked. The 9 secret Xing character technique was unfathomable. The Merak step technique was only a corner of it, a small part. No wonder I can step into the domain of time after comprehending it. It is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. I might need to cultivate it for the rest of my life. He silently comprehended, grasping the Bodhi seed in his hand. Time passed bit by bit. They didn't move at all. They silently comprehended and devoted themselves to it. Without a doubt, the old madman's harvest was the greatest. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. He no longer looked at the Tao diagram and began to evolve it in his mind. The big black dog was the most restless. He stood up and shouted that he wanted to defy the heavens. As he comprehended the 9 secrets, he ran around like a human. However, his comprehension was really high. He became faster and faster. In the end, he almost turned into a black shadow. He was very arrogant. All the black fur on his body fell off. As he ran around naked, he shouted, "Damn it, in order to learn the Xing character technique, I will run on 2 legs in the future. I will defy the heavens." Li Heishui was stimulated. He concentrated and comprehended it. Even a dog could cultivate it. How could he, a man with 2 legs, endure it? It wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension. It was just that this technique wasn't suitable for him to cultivate. However, he was greatly stimulated and gained a lot. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Little Nan Nan was also observing curiously. In the end, she couldn't help but gesticulate. She took a step forward and disappeared from where she was. This woke everyone up. "Nan Nan!" Yi Fan called. Little Nan Nan appeared on the wall of the coffin. She was so scared that she was crying. She looked down helplessly. The little guy didn't do anything wrong. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I was just trying." This made Li Heishui completely speechless. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "I can't say that my comprehension is the best among my peers, but it's also the best. I can't even compare to a dog. How can I even surpass a 2-year-old little Nan Nan? Could it be that the 9 secrets are really not suitable for me to cultivate?" Yi Fan and the others hurriedly came to the coffin. They picked up little Nan Nan and prepared to send her down. In the end, they accidentally saw the scene inside the coffin. They felt their scalps go numb. In the stone coffin, there was half a pool of blood at the bottom. It was bright and dazzling. It was as if it had just flowed out from a human body. There was an old man's corpse inside, floating above the blood. His body was immortal. He held a golden scepter in his hand. There was a peerless killing intent overflowing from it. It was practically able to penetrate one's soul. Heavens, is this a saint physique? It has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, but it still hasn't decayed. It's vivid and lifelike. Li Heishui was shocked. Why is this person's killing intent so strong? It's as if he has slaughtered millions of lives before. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. This should be the master of the celestial court. He's an ancient sage. The large black dog was so shocked that he almost fell down. Weren't the two old sages of the celestial court killed? Why is there only one here? Yi Fan was puzzled. He had heard the large black dog talk about this in detail before. It was rumored that his lifespan had come to an end, and he had been killed in the final battle. Who would have thought that he had personally escaped into the holy cliff with the 9 secrets Xing character mantra, and died here? The large black dog was shocked. Wisps of killing intent seeped out from the golden ancient scepter, and the entire holy cliff was almost frozen. It was as if the entire holy cliff had turned into hell. Without a doubt, this was the supreme scepter of the celestial court. In the past, the celestial court wielded the supreme scepter, and could almost command the entire world, the large black dog said with a sigh. It's time for it to see the light of day again. Let it shine again. Yi Fan said loudly. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, but his body hasn't rotted. As expected of an ancient sage. But why did he die in the ancient coffin? Li Heishui was shocked and uncertain. His neck was twisted and broken. The large black dog said in shock. He had been plotting something bad just now. The corpse of a sage was a treasure all over, and he wanted to pull it out and refine it. However, now he felt a chill all over his body. This ancient sage's neck was twisted and broken. There were clear fingerprints, and there were some green hairs on it. Little Nan Nan is scared. Little Nan Nan buried her head in Yi Fan's arms, not daring to look down. She said in a small voice, there's a man lying in the blood pool, and his body is covered with green hairs, a saint physique of the advanced level. They were all stunned. A saint physique of the advanced level had died countless years ago, but it had twisted the neck of an old sage. This made their hearts tremble. Silently, the crazy owl also stood on the stone coffin. His eyes could see through everything, and he stared at the blurry figure in the blood pool. Splash! Below the ancient sage, the master of the celestial court, the blood pool rippled violently. Splash! A large green claw, covered with corpse hair, stretched out. Hua! A terrifying claw the size of a dustpan reached out. It was covered in corpse hair and dripping with blood. It was a daunting sight, sending chills down everyone's spine. The old crazy owl's pupils shone with silver light. Strands of silver light shot out like silver dragons towards the green hand. Zheng. This was the technique of a saint. The endless mountain range would be turned to ashes, but the silver light couldn't destroy the claw. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. It was as if the claw had struck divine iron. The claw slowly reached up like an unstoppable ghost. Claw. Isn't he dead? Did he become a corpse saint? Li Heishui and the others quickly retreated behind the old crazy owl. In the 1,000-foot-long black coffin, there was half a pool of blood. It was bright red and bewitching. The green corpse hair claw suddenly reached out, appearing strange and frightening. The ancient saint's body didn't decay and floated in the air. However, his head had been twisted off. At this time, it was even more horrifying when compared to the giant claw. Even the invincible master of the celestial court had been strangled to death. How could people not be terrified? Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse and their breathing stopped. The aura emitted by the ancient coffin was extremely oppressive. Not only was there a monstrous killing intent, there was also an endless pressure that could break one's mind. It was as heavy as a mountain. Duo! The old crazy owl shouted. His hands moved. This was the first time he was so serious. He displayed the supreme technique of a saint. Numerous foot-long little dragons swam between his palms and fingers. Those were streaks of innate patterns. He was deriving the supreme great Tao. The chaotic mist flowed and the Tao diagram was mysterious and unfathomable. His hands moved, creating the sound of thunder. Then, earth, fire, wind, and water surged as if the world was being created. Bang! A Tao diagram appeared. It was filled with the aura of the absolute beginning. It was as if the great Tao of the world had just been formed and was imprisoned by him. A boundless pressure spread out. At this moment, the entire sacred cliff and the 50 black mountains all trembled. It was a terrifying scene. The old crazy owl shouted. He raised his hand and pressed down. The giant Tao diagram was pinched between his fingers and shot into the ancient coffin. Pooh! Half the pool of blood splashed out. The large hand that was covered in corpse hair was covered in innate patterns. Tens of thousands of little dragons swam about and the Tao diagram continued to evolve, circulating with the aura of the supreme great Tao. Boom! A supreme immortal might gushed forth, gushing to every corner of the St. Cliff. The ancient runes left behind by the ancient emperors didn't obstruct it at all. Instead, they shot out beams of resplendent light, helping to seal the coffin. Rumble, more than 50 black mountains were cut off from the undying mountain. At this moment, they were all shaking and on the verge of collapse. Plop, finally, that hairy hand was suppressed by the Tao diagram. It fell into the pool of blood, splashing up a great deal of blood and causing the void to be annihilated. Everyone's expressions changed. If it landed on a person's body, they would undoubtedly die. More than 100,000 years had passed, yet the blood in the coffin was still so terrifying. A single drop of blood is enough to kill an expert. The patterns formed by the Khanate runes covered the entire area, sealing the blood pool. Even the Lord of the Celestial Court was suppressed beneath it. It's a pity that the Supreme Assassin's scepter is also sealed in the blood pool. Li Heishui felt regretful. The current saint's methods are heaven-defying. The large black dog exclaimed. He had already prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect the old madman to seal that ghostly claw. They distanced themselves from the ancient coffin and began to analyze the 9 secret Tao diagram in the air again, studying it carefully. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and studied it carefully. He discovered that the Tao diagram had a total of 9 layers. He was shocked. No wonder there was an ancient saint who consumed the immortal godly medicine and lived 2 lives before he cultivated the dimension of time to the extreme level. It had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth, and it required several lives to fully understand it. It wasn't as simple as grasping it once, however, if it was just a matter of speed, it wouldn't take so long. The cultivation of those ancient saints had already risen to the dimension of God. Yi Fan's mind was empty. He knew that he definitely couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time, so he used the Bodhi seed to comprehend the Tao and engraved the 9 layers of the dimension in his heart. Apart from him, the large black dog and Li Heishui couldn't do it. The Tao diagram was hazy, and it was difficult to fully grasp it. Of course, the old madman could imprint it and had already seen through everything. There was no need for him to look at it, and he had already begun to deduce it in his mind. The large black dog shouted, "I am a genius. I can imprint 4 diagrams in such a short period of time. I want to defy the natural order." He stood up and shouted that he was going to defy the natural order. He ran on his 2 legs, sprinting on the St. Cliff. Yi Fan was quite speechless. This damn dog is 2F** king weird. Li Heishui was furious. He tried his best, but he could only imprint 2 diagrams. Whether he could comprehend them or not was another matter. In the end, he saw a big dog running around on 2 legs, imitating him. This really made him feel indignant. The dark clouds were heavy and were about to fall. There was a mysterious aura spreading, making the whole black mountain a bit strange. The old madman raised his head and looked at the sky. With a flick of his sleeve, the 300-meter-long stone coffin lid flew up, pressed down on the ancient coffin, and closed again. Then, they sat cross-legged on the St. Cliff, all closed their eyes and did not speak. They were all comprehending their own Tao. Even the most restless large black dog also calmed down. Crack! After an unknown period of time, the ancient coffin suddenly made a loud sound. The coffin lid shifted from its position, and a large dark green paw reached out. They all opened their eyes, and they were all frightened. It was as if they were being stared at by a supreme demon god. Every inch of their flesh and blood was convulsing, not listening to their own orders. "It's coming out." Little Nan Nan was almost scared to tears. She hid behind Yi Fan. Bang! The coffin lid fell heavily on the ground, and a majestic and tall figure stepped out of the ancient coffin. His eyes were as sharp as knives. What? They were all dumbfounded. They did not expect things to happen so suddenly. The corpse of the second-rate Saint Physique climbed out. He stood tall and straight, 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was like an immortal demon god, looking down on the common people, ruling over the ups and downs of the earth. Time could not erase him, and he would live forever. The pair of eyes were especially frightening, and one could not look directly at them. His thick bloody hair was stuck together, and there was immortal power flowing through it. His body was covered with dense corpse hair, and his aura was so oppressive that it could break people's minds. This is the second-rate Saint Physique. Dead but not dead. Did an evil spirit take over his body? Xianxia and the others could not move, and they could not even run away. The majestic pressure and the terrifying aura almost made them faint. The old madman stood up. He was also tall and majestic. His eyes were like silver dragons, staring at the terrifying demon body in front of him, confronting it. Bang, bang, the tall ancient corpse walked forward step by step. His eyes were frightening, like 2 divine lamps, shooting out a peerless light. The old madman's black hair danced wildly, and his aura rose abruptly. He also strode forward, not showing any fear at all. He was going to fight this ancient saint corpse. This is bad. He has been taken over by an ancient creature. His body is unparalleled, and he can King sweep the world. The large black dog had a bad thought. Suddenly, the majestic demon body stopped, and did not continue to press forward. He stared at Yi Fan, his eyes unblinking, and 2 beams of divine light almost connected with Yi Fan's body. Boom! The golden blood qi all over Yi Fan's body suddenly boiled. He found that he could move, and suddenly stood up, his whole body surging with energy. His body was like a 7-colored glaze, clear and flawless. The golden blood qi rushed out, dazzling, and the saint blood surged like a great river, flowing quickly. His body rumbled like thunder. There was a reaction between the saint bodies. The green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation shone with a brilliant green light, surrounded by chaotic mist, and suddenly rushed out, flying toward the second-rate saint body. Swoosh! The green light flashed, and the 3-leaf green lotus disappeared in the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation, vanishing without a trace. Little Nan Nan cried out in surprise, tugging at the corner of his clothes nervously. Xianxia was also dumbfounded, and could not speak. Yi Fan had experienced this once, so he was not afraid. He calmed his mind and focused, sensing carefully. Perhaps this was a great opportunity. His divine sense seemed to be divided into 2, one part in his body, and the other entered the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation. At this moment, Yi Fan was deeply shocked. His mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he entered the second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation. He saw what a sea was. Even though it was about to dry up, the golden sea of bitterness was still vast and endless. There was a monstrous divine power surging, and the golden divine light almost shattered the heaven and earth. In comparison, his golden sea of bitterness was only a small lake, or even a small puddle. It was far from the second-rate saint body. Is this the embodiment of the second-rate saint body's invincibility? Yi Fan was truly stunned. How long did one have to cultivate to accumulate such a vast divine power? Even though it was about to dry up, it was still unparalleled in the world. No wonder it could compete with the great ancient emperors. Last time, Yi Fan obtained the secret method from the second-rate saint body. Now, he had more expectations, so he earnestly deduced and searched for it. Boom! The second-rate saint body's sea of reincarnation finally recovered. The endless golden sea was about to shatter the heaven and earth. It rose to the sky, and the green lotus bobbed up and down inside. In the outside world, Xianxia and the others were shocked. The second-rate saint body exploded with golden light, and the endless mountains cracked. Any area without the protection of the great ancient emperor's formation patterns turned into powder without a sound. The Saint Cliff was protected by the investiture of the gods, and it was preserved unharmed. Crazy Ol revealed an incomparably serious expression. He emitted a divine light to protect little Nan Nan and the others, and an impenetrable light screen was propped up. The second-rate saint body is too terrifying. It has been dead for so many years, but it can still emit such terrible fluctuations. They knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg. It was impossible to truly display the supreme saintly power of the second-rate saint body. In the vast golden sea of bitterness, Yi Fan found the trajectory of the divine power. He saw a similar secret method, that was an unmatched Tao diagram. It turned into a boundless ancient scroll that flowed with mysterious energy. Endless primal chaos surged within it. He was immediately attracted. This was a saint method to cultivate a single secret realm. It was very similar to the method he had obtained before. There are many more changes, and it is even more profound. Yi Fan was shocked. This was simply a secret method made for the saint body. If combined with an ancient scripture, one could continuously deduce and cultivate a single secret realm to the extreme. This is a perfect ancient method. The one I obtained last time wasn't a perfect single secret method. Yi Fan suddenly understood. At the same time, he was incomparably excited and happy. This wasn't an orthodox heart method, but a supplementary secret technique that could help him cultivate a single secret realm to the highest level and evolve the extreme Tao realm of the Sea of Reincarnation. Yi Fan completely immersed himself in it. He gradually explored and carved the perfect Tao diagram. In the end, he entered the Tao Palace and continued to explore. The same, he was amazed. This kind of secret technique was suitable for every secret realm and could be used as a supplementary method. The second-rate saint body's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, and others were all developed with this secret technique. This is great. Yi Fan knew that this was a priceless treasure. It was an unparalleled secret method that would allow him to advance into the unparalleled domain in the future. He felt that this should be a supplementary secret technique unique to the saint body. It was of great significance to him and its value was immeasurable. The more Yi Fan explored, the more shocked he became. The second-rate saint body actually cultivated every secret realm to the extreme. It was shocking. The ancient people specialized in a single secret realm and reached the extreme realm. This was already a world-shocking achievement and was invincible. The second-rate saint body actually specialized in every secret realm. No wonder his combat strength is unparalleled and can compete with ancient emperors. After reaching the peak, he needs to specialize in every secret realm. The great completion saint body shone with boundless radiance. Strands of light filled the space between heaven and earth. Many mountains were collapsing. Apart from the areas protected by the ancient emperor's formation patterns, the other areas had almost become barren deserts. Some of the black mountains had even turned into powder. This was an incomparably terrifying saint power. Almost no one in the world could contend against it. It was not a deliberate attack, but just a part of the divine power that surged out naturally. Yi Fan was shocked. If he could enter this body, who would he be afraid of in this world? He wouldn't even need to be afraid of the peerless experts who walked out of the ancient palace of the ancient killer dynasty. He was deeply shocked. This was only the remnant divine power of the great completion saint body. If it was at its peak, how terrifying would its combat power be? Perhaps, it could really destroy this world with its bare hands. Yi Fan carefully explored and completely imprinted the flawless secret technique. His heart surged. This would be a powerful support for him to enter the supreme domain in the future. Clang, he waved his hand and the golden ancient staff in the stone coffin was drawn out. Divine power surged. He felt that he could pick the stars and the moon. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this time, he entered the great completion saint body and almost thought that it was his own body. He could move it as he pleased without any feeling of awkwardness. If I can take it away, I will directly flatten the world and hell. Yi Fan was very excited. Even though the great completion saint body couldn't be compared to when it was at its peak, it still had enough combat power and was immeasurable. At this time, he held the golden scepter in his hand and had the combat power to look down on the world. His murderous aura reached the clouds. He felt that he could completely flatten the saint cliff. The supreme scepter of the celestial court was cold and oppressive. It had been stained with the blood of millions of creatures. At this time, strands of brilliance flowed out as if hell had opened. Whoosh, suddenly, Yi Fan was squeezed out of the corpse by a strange force. The supreme killer scepter fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The green lotus wrapped his divine consciousness and returned to his body in an instant. It was protected by the crazy owl in a light screen as it confronted the great completion saint body. The corpse of a large success divine physique is too terrifying. We have to bring it away. Its fighting strength is enough to intimidate the world, comparable to a supreme holy weapon. Li Heishui shouted. Although it's covered in corpse hair, that doesn't matter. This is an invincible humanoid weapon. The large black dog couldn't sit still any longer. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was forced out in the end and was unable to control himself. Crazy Owl frowned and said, "Don't touch him. There's something ominous in his body." At this moment, the divine power of the first-rate holy physique retracted. His eyes turned green, and the corpse hair on his body grew crazily. He looked even more frightening. "My descendants." He suddenly opened his mouth, releasing this type of voice, resounding and forceful, as if metal and stone were grinding against each other. His eyes burned with divine light as he stared at Yi Fan without blinking. He said, "Take me away from here." "You." Yi Fan was shocked. Little Nan Nan was extremely nervous. She pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "There's a ghost in his body. You are my descendant. Help me revive and take me away from here." The voice was distant as if it came from the ancient times. It had an irresistible demonic quality. Yi Fan humped coldly. He came from the other side of the galaxy and had no blood relationship with the ancient saint body of this world. His eyes immediately turned cold. The crazy owl let out a heavenly voice that shook the whole St. Cliff. He said, "If you want to attack, come at me." He took a few big steps forward. Humph. The large success saint body humped coldly. The corpse hair on his body became even thicker, almost covering him. That strange power became stronger and stronger. His killing intent was revealed as he walked forward step by step. Then, he suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed at the crazy owl, wanting to beat him into minced meat. This was a peerless large success saint body. Whether he was alive or dead, no one could damage his body. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The crazy owl shouted and raised his hand to produce a flawless Tao diagram. He pressed it forward, wanting to seal the corpse of the large success saint body. Boom. At the same time, the St. Cliff trembled. The investiture of the gods halfway up the mountain shone with golden light. A world-destroying aura rushed out and covered the sky. Bang! A big golden hand came down, pressing down on the large success saint body with all its strength. The investiture of the gods is not only suppressing the existence in the belly of the mountain, but also this corpse. Li Heishui was shocked. No, it must be the existence in the belly of the mountain. It must have entered the saint body and triggered the investiture of the gods. Yi Fan speculated. Boom! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The big golden hand pushed back the corpse of the large success saint body, and then pressed down again. The large black dog was extremely excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Do you see? The investiture of the gods is here, and it is equivalent to Emperor Wu Shi's hand pressing down on this place." The first-rate holy physique, whose body was covered in corpse hair, let out a loud roar. Many mountain ranges in the distance crumbled, and even the black mountains cracked. He raised his hand and struck toward the sky, shaking heaven and earth. However, the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods was equally terrifying. It slammed down with an unstoppable force, covering the whole St. Cliff. Bang! The large success saint body was pushed back. The big golden hand pressed down, destroying everything. Even the body of the large success saint body could only retreat to avoid its sharpness. How can this be? Yes, the body of the large success saint body must be dried up, and there is not much divine power left. Yi Fan comforted himself. After all, that was his ultimate goal. Brat, don't be depressed. The body of the large success saint body is unparalleled, but the investiture of the gods is refined by Emperor Wu Shi. The Black Emperor said. Boom! The big golden hand shook the corpse of the large success saint body, and it fell into the ancient coffin. Then, with a rumble, the coffin lid was sealed. This? Li Heishui was shocked, and he said, "Is it really equivalent to Emperor Wu Shi's hand pressing down?" Emperor Wusher's hand is pressing down on the middle of the mountain. This is only a part of it, the large black dog said. Emperor Wusher's body is even stronger than the large success saint body? Yi Fan frowned. Emperor Wusher's body has all the advantages of a saint body. This is equivalent to the collision of two saint bodies, but one has already become a great emperor. The large black dog revealed an astonishing piece of information. Then, he added, every ancient great emperor is incredibly powerful, and they rule over the world. They are all invincible and lonely people. Putting aside their previous physiques, just their emperor bodies alone can crush everything. The St. Cliff returned to peace, and the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The 9 secrets character and the divine leader of the celestial court are also sealed in the ancient coffin. The large black dog mumbled. He had only remembered 4 Tao diagrams, and he was slightly unwilling to give up. Leave it for the next fated person, the old crazy dog said. Yi Fan walked over, and forcefully endured the terrifying torture of his mind about to collapse. He sealed the golden staff. This was the symbol of the ancient killer god dynasty, the celestial court. Apart from that, it was also a weapon, an extremely terrifying secret treasure. It could unleash a certain level of power. This is a weapon forged by an ancient saint to strengthen the inheritance of the celestial court. It has a self-sealing effect, and without reaching the saint level, it can never unleash its full power. The large black dog drooled, and several times he wanted to jump up and rob Yi Fan. F***ck, this damn dog, it even wants to rob an acquaintance's belongings. Li Haishui and Yi Fan both wanted to give it a good beating. Little Nan Nan patted it lightly, and said, "Be good, dog." When the large black dog heard this, he almost fell to the ground. If it was someone else, he would have already rushed up and bitten them. However, facing little Nan Nan, he could only restrain himself and bare his teeth. He was too embarrassed to have any other ideas. They didn't stay for long, and walked down the mountain along the path they had come from, preparing to leave the St. Cliff. This cliff was not a good place, and if they stayed for too long, a disaster might happen. Suddenly, when they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a person in the distance, blocking their way. The Taoist robe he wore was quite ancient, and it was very different from the ones in the world. It was impossible to tell which era it was from, and it was full of traces of time. The remaining fur on the large black dog's head stood up immediately. He gritted his teeth, and said, F***ck, I met a super big guy. This is clothing from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Is it another ancient corpse? Li Haishui said in a low voice. He's not a corpse. The crazy old walked at the front, and his expression was very serious as he stared at the old Taoist. The old Taoist was like a living fossil, slowly walking up the mountain along the mountain path. Every part of him was ancient, and he himself was also very old. The purple gold crown on his head was dim and almost rotten. The Taoist robe on his body was also going to turn into ashes at any time. He chanted a Taoist name, and looked very benevolent. Benefactors, can you lend me a hand? I am willing to give you 2 unparalleled saint techniques from the 9 secrets. The old Taoist opened his mouth as soon as he came up, and the few of them were stunned. He took out 2 of the 9 secrets at once. What was his background? Who are you? Little Nan Nan's voice was very soft, and she asked like a curious baby. On the other side, the crazy old became more and more serious. His aura was like a mountain, and his whole body actually turned into an ancient diagram, no longer a human body. One could imagine how much importance he attached to this, as if he was facing a great enemy. For a saint to act like this, it was enough to show how terrifying the old Taoist was. I have forgotten the past, because the real me has already died. No one can resist the passage of time. The old Taoist's voice was very calm, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. He must be the supreme existence in the belly of the mountain, the one suppressed by the list of deification. The large black dog shivered all over, and revealed an extremely terrified expression. If this was really the case, there would be a great disaster. In the past, the person that great Emperor Wusher personally dealt with was finally suppressed by the list of deification. If he was still alive, just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb. My body has already returned to the earth. I only remember people calling me the Undying Taoist, the old Taoist continued. The Undying Taoist. I'm afraid he is a supreme existence from the Undying Mountain, right? Yi Fan's heart sank. The St. Cliff was cut off from the Undying Mountain, the old Taoist turned into a flawless ancient diagram, drawing upon the great Tao of the heavens and evolving the supreme Tao. An eternal aura pervaded the air, as if it had been like this since ancient times. I only left behind a wisp of my primordial spirit and buried it in the celestial origin. I want to go out and fulfill a wish. I have no ill intentions. The old Taoist's expression was calm. How many years had passed? Even though his body had already turned into ashes, he still left behind a primordial spirit. Just thinking about it was terrifying. A supreme existence from the primordial era, Great Emperor Wuxia had personally suppressed him. After more than 100,000 years, a strand of his primordial spirit was buried in the immortal origin and survived. This was an inconceivable existence that could fight against an ancient Great Emperor. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the Black Emperor were all alarmed and filled with fear. The old Taoist was very calm. His robe was almost tattered, as if he had just crawled out from a pile of yellow earth. He walked over from the primordial earth step by step, emitting an ancient aura. The appearance of any one of the 9 secrets would make the world go crazy for it. It contains supreme truths, and the 2 I have can be passed on to you without reservation. The old Taoist's words moved everyone. These were secret techniques passed down from ancient times. Not to mention learning all of them, just grasping 1 or 2 of them would allow one to look down on the world. The 9 secrets represented the peak of the 9 domains and could not be surpassed. It was originally a book, but unfortunately, it was split up. From then on, it was scattered all over the world and could no longer be combined. As time passed, some of them had already completely disappeared from the world. This was a great regret for all the supreme experts of the past. Even if they could rule over the world, they would not be able to see the complete 9 secrets. At this moment, 2 of the 9 secrets were about to appear. No one could remain calm, but Yi Fan and the others did not believe this old Taoist. A supreme expert personally suppressed by Great Emperor Wuxia was definitely not a good person. How could he pass on such a supreme secret technique to them? The name Undying Taoist explained everything. It was very likely that he was a supreme existence from the Undying Mountain, and he was most likely not human. Before the primordial era, the Undying Mountain's darkness was in chaos, and countless heroes died. Blood flowed like rivers on the great earth. The ancient inheritances of the human race would never forget that period of time. You guys don't believe me? The Undying Taoist saw that they did not speak and continued to walk forward along the mountain path. The old madman's body had already disappeared. In his place was an ancient diagram covered in innate patterns. A voice transmitted from it, "If you want to fight, then fight." This poor Taoist never had any intention of taking action. I sincerely wish to pass down the human race's supreme immortal technique so that the 9 secrets won't be lost. The old Taoist shook his head. This is a person who can compete with the ancient emperors. His physical body has most likely been destroyed by the apotheosis board, but a sliver of his primordial spirit managed to survive with the help of the celestial source. That's extremely terrifying. Wuxia. Undying Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange light. The large black dog pondered for a long time, and as if he had thought of something, he transmitted his voice to the others, saying, "Be careful, perhaps he really does have the 9 secrets." Clang! Crazy Old's ancient diagram suddenly shook and let out a clanging sound, like the roar of a dragon. It obliterated an invisible ray of light. "You finally couldn't hold back," said Crazy Old in a low voice. "That's not my killing intent. It's a strand of killing intent that seeped out from my body that was obliterated in the belly of the mountain," Undying Taoist calmly said. Then, he walked up step by step. The mountain path blurred under his feet as he climbed up. "Cutting the free world, do you want to turn us all into nothingness?" Crazy Old was as calm as an ancient well. The fruit he had transformed into slowly rotated, sweeping out a chaotic light. He was like the extreme point of splitting heaven and earth, melting away an indescribable power, causing Undying Taoist's expression to stiffen. Perhaps he really is a supreme being who has grasped the 9 secrets. The large black dog bared his teeth and retreated. He had a bad feeling. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you after the world has changed. Undying Taoist finally stopped pretending, and his expression became cold. When he said this, the others were instantly terrified. Taking off his mask meant that this mysterious old Taoist was going to make a move, no longer hiding his strength. He shouldn't be able to use his full strength. After so many years of struggle, perhaps only a sliver of his primordial spirit has seeped out, the large black dog shouted. Humph. Undying Taoist was no longer calm. He let out a cold humph, and countless divine weapons slashed down. Thousands of killing intent severed this world. Clang, Crazy Ol turned into an ancient diagram and spun, sealing off the entire world. All the murderous sounds were blocked outside and could not rush in. As expected, Great Emperor Wuxia is about to kill him. The power of his primordial spirit can't be compared to that of a great emperor. The large black dog looked excited. Brat Wuxia, you've gone too far. Undying Taoist seemed to have a deep hatred for Great Emperor Wuxia. He clenched his teeth, and a light shot out from his eyes. He actually transformed a world out of nothingness and pressed forward. Boom, the ancient diagram that Crazy Ol had transformed into released thousands of silk ribbons. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the chaotic aura, and it crushed the world created by Undying Taoist. Creating a free world is indeed the technique of an unparalleled elite. Unfortunately, he can't recreate his former glory. He's about to be destroyed by the investiture list, the large black dog said. Is that what you said? Undying Taoist snorted coldly. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered. He was like a bottomless ancient abyss, swallowing all power. At this moment, he was extremely terrifying. He released a world-destroying aura. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward, trying to turn Crazy Ol into meat paste. Even with the protection of Crazy Ol, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others couldn't bear it anymore. Their bodies began to crack, and they fell to the ground. Their minds were about to collapse. A wisp of Emperor's might. The Black Emperor was shocked, and couldn't speak anymore. Just this kind of aura was about to destroy their bodies and souls. Boom, suddenly, the investiture list at the waist of the mountain shone brightly. A golden light rushed out and hit Undying Taoist, causing him to tumble on the spot. Little Brat Wuxia. Undying Taoist stood up and looked at the golden light in the void. His expression was ferocious, and there was no longer a trace of peace. Bang, the golden light in the sky turned into a large golden hand, pressing down. With a bang, Undying Taoist was slapped to the ground again. I hate. Undying Taoist roared. He formed seals with both hands and struck towards the sky. Dong, the large hand didn't change at all. It pressed down and slapped him away again. Then, it slapped him into the mountain, causing his body to crack. As long as he reveals a wisp of supreme aura, the investiture list will be activated. He won't be able to do anything. The Black Emperor laughed. At this moment, they were free from that pressure. The supreme existence in Undying Mountain can't be a holy spirit, right? Yi Fan was astonished. Suppress him, and we can obtain the other two secrets. Li Heishui also became bold and shouted. The ancient diagram formed by Crazy Ol slashed forward. Tens of thousands of chaotic strands fell down, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Even though Undying Taoist was only a wisp of his primordial spirit, he was still an incomparably terrifying existence. However, he was helpless at this moment. The investiture list was firmly suppressing him. The 9 secrets can never be combined. These two will accompany me in death. Swoosh, his body disappeared in a flash, and time seemed to freeze. He disappeared from where he was and entered the belly of the mountain. The line technique has touched upon the time celestial domain. Their bodies felt cold. He really had grasped the 9 secrets, and it wasn't a lie. He should be like us, obtaining the line technique on the holy cliff. If he really has grasped the other secret, it is very likely that it has been lost. They couldn't do anything. Even someone as powerful as Crazy Ol couldn't enter the belly of the mountain to search for the other secret. No one knew what was inside the holy cliff. The investiture list is here. Even if his primordial spirit is buried in the celestial source, it will most likely be destroyed one day. They all frowned. Unless the great ancient emperor was reborn, who would dare open the investiture list and enter the belly of the mountain to obtain the 9 secrets? It should be known that Crazy Ol was most likely an existence that caused the great Saint Physique in his later years to suffer a grievance. 9 secrets. I know the whereabouts of another secret, but unfortunately, I can't obtain it. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Be content. Do you really want to combine the 9 secrets? This kind of nature-defying thing is almost impossible, because a few of the secrets have already disappeared. The large black dog sighed. They continued down the mountain, and didn't meet any more obstacles. Everything went smoothly, and they left the holy cliff after 4 hours. More than 50 mountains stood side by side, forming this black mountain range. It wasn't very deep, but every step they took was frightening. They needed a saint to lead the way. Finally, before the sun set, they walked out safely. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Woo, woo, at the edge of the black mountain, on a withered ancient tree, the strange bird with a human face and a crow's body appeared again. Its cry was like a loud wail, causing people to shiver. Its nest was constructed from human bones. It was frighteningly white and filled with a sinister aura. The color was completely different from its pitch-black body. Chi. Crazy Ol pointed a finger, and the strange bird instantly turned into ashes. A wisp of black aura seeped out, turning into the undying Taoist's appearance. He let out a shrill cry and completely disappeared. It's actually formed from a wisp of his aura, and it can be used so far. No wonder once you enter this area, you won't even know how you died. Crazy Ol didn't say anything. He looked at Yi Fan and the others, then nodded and left without looking back. This was his farewell. Uncle. Little Nan Nan was reluctant to leave. She waved her little hand and called out softly. Shwa. Crazy Ol used the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets. With one step, he reached the end of the horizon, and with the second step, he completely disappeared into the void. Let's go, we should leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Yi Fan and the others also left the holy cliff before the sun set. They didn't return to the human world, but lived in seclusion in a primitive mountain range millions of miles away. This time, they had gained a lot. Yi Fan wanted to go into seclusion to avoid the sharp edge of the human world and the hell. 2 months later, in the sky above the primitive mountain range, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was a terrifying sea of lightning. Originally, the blue sky was clear and there wasn't even a cloud. But suddenly, lightning struck down. The purple sea drowned the whole mountain range, and several mountains were smashed to pieces on the spot. Damn it, this brat was struck by lightning himself, but he also made us unlucky. Damn it, he almost killed me. A large black dog, as sturdy as a bull, wearing a pair of flowery underpants, stood on its hind legs, and ran away on its 2 legs. Swish, 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 it disappeared without a trace. Doggy, go faster, the lightning is about to catch up. Little Nan Nan sat on the dog's shoulder, very nervous. Don't worry, I'm using the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets, it can't catch up. The big black dog ran as fast as he could. The fur all over his body was a bit charred. Just now, he was obviously struck by lightning, and now he finally escaped from the sea of lightning. Behind him, Li Heishui was indignant. Damn it, this damn dog is really nature-defying, running faster with 2 legs than with 4. His whole body was emitting black smoke, and he grimaced in pain. Obviously, he was struck by lightning, but he didn't run as fast as the big black dog. More seriously, some parts of his body were charred. The big black dog cursed as he ran on his 2 legs, the 2 big paws on his upper body swinging back and forth like he was paddling. Doggy, stop cursing. Will Big Brother be in danger? Little Nan Nan was very worried. Don't worry, he definitely won't die. People like him have to be struck by lightning often, and he won't feel comfortable without being struck, the big black dog said angrily. Doggy, you're too bad. Little Nan Nan pulled the big black dog's ear. It's not that I'm bad, but he's too bad. Otherwise, why would he be struck by lightning as soon as he broke through? Damn dog, aren't you nature-defying? Carry me on your back too. Li Heishui shouted. The lightning behind them actually approached again, chasing after them and striking down. Oh no, don't tell me we've really been implicated and have to cross the tribulation together with him? The big black dog's face instantly turned green. He raised his head, took a step forward on his two hind legs, and started running again. Just run slowly behind us, someone has to be a scapegoat, the big black dog howled very unhappily. Gotcha! The crimson lightning spread down like a bloody light, splitting Xianxia's skin and flesh. His long hair stood up in the sky. Boom! The green lightning was like a dragon flying through the sky. Then, it suddenly struck down, sending the black dog flying hundreds of meters away. His body was scorched. Damn it, little black brat, don't follow me. You're drawing the lightning towards me, the large black dog shouted angrily. Stupid dog, didn't you say you wanted me to be your scapegoat? If I don't follow you, where should I go? Into the sea of lightning? Xianxia was angry. The endless sea of lightning chased after them. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation Yifan had triggered was. This mountain range was submerged. At first, there was only purple lightning. Now, crimson blood lightning and green divine lightning all descended. All kinds of colors flashed. Besides the 5 elements lightning, there's also the rainbow divine lightning. Will this brat be blasted into pieces? The large black dog muttered as he ran. I don't know if little Yi will be blasted into pieces or not. I only know that I'm going to be turned into ashes, Xianxia shouted as he ran. Little black brat, don't follow me. Let's split up, the large black dog glared. Damn it. Apart from the front, there's lightning everywhere. How can we split up? Why don't you run backward and I run forward? How about that? Xianxia said angrily. Doggy, run. The lightning is coming again. Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the large black dog's shoulder. Rainbow light flowed between her eyebrows. The lightning just now didn't hurt her. It's coming again. Xianxia shouted, rushing forward with all his might. Just behind them, endless blood-colored lightning overflowed into the heavens like a flood, filling the skies, surging forward, crushing mountains, rivers, ancient trees, and everything else. This was a sea of lightning not only in name but also in reality. Awoo! The large black dog screamed. He was struck again. The glossy black fur that had just grown in these 2 months was charred again. Behind them, Xianxia screamed again. Every inch of his flesh was black. He was charred. Only his teeth were white. F***ck, why am I so unlucky? I've been struck by a total of 17 bolts of lightning. It hurts so much. The large black dog wailed in agony as he strode forward with his long legs. Xianxia shouted from behind, damn dog, I took 14 more lightning strikes than you, why are you complaining? Awoo. Another wave of lightning descended, and the large black dog howled as it was struck by lightning. Its entire body was covered in sparks of electricity. I'm going to die. If I didn't have the secret treasure my grandfather gave me, I would have turned into ashes. Little Ye's tribulation is really going to kill me. Xianxia screamed. Woof, little black brat, you're not allowed to run with me. You go left, and I'll go right. F***ck, this lightning is all because of you, the large black dog shouted. Damn dog, what does it have to do with me? You're such a bad dog. This lightning was all attracted by you. Xianxia was furious. No matter how they ran, they were chased and struck by lightning. It was as if they were also undergoing a tribulation. It was a tragic sight. F***ck, I know what's going on. We must have come into contact with some unclean things after entering the St. Cliff. The heavens are purifying us. The large black dog seemed to have thought of something. If we continue to purify ourselves, we'll all be dead first. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Then, he shouted, damn dog, you're so heaven-defying. You're running so fast. Carry me on your back, and I'll give you a 10,000-year-old spirit herb later. If it weren't for the sea of lightning, the large black dog would have long since left Xianxia in the dust. His 2 long legs had indeed displayed the full potential of the first Dao diagram of the dimensional secret art. Unless you take out an immortal divine herb, you want me to turn around and carry you on my back? No way, the large black dog bared his teeth. Damn dog, you really have no conscience. You've eaten so much of my barbecued meat for free. The flowery underpants you're wearing were even given to you by me. Li Heishui shouted. F*CK, isn't it just a flowery underpants? I'll return you a stack later. The large black dog sped away. The flowery underpants were especially bright. Doggy, say Big Brother Li. Little Nan Nan patted the large black dog's ear and said softly. It's fine. That black brat's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. If he gets struck by lightning a few more times, it'll be good for his future cultivation. The large black dog had 10,000 reasons not to turn around. Damn dog, you're really worthless. Then don't blame me. Li Heishui was furious. Then, with a flick of his hand, an iron sword shot out. It turned into a streak of green light that shot forward. Boom, tens of thousands of meters of crimson lightning were instantly detonated, chasing after the iron sword and striking down. Woof. The large black dog scurried and jumped, all the fur on his body standing on end. Lightning danced around him. He was flustered and exasperated. He shouted, Black brat, you're too King wicked. Damn dog, you were the one who was disloyal first. Li Heishui was also struck by lightning. He covered his head and fled. Woof. The large black dog screamed. F*CK, it's burnt, cooked. Little Nan Nan was a bit speechless. Seeing the two of them fighting as they fled, she didn't know how to mediate. The little guy was no longer afraid now. The seven-colored spot of light between his brows blocked the lightning, so he wasn't injured. The large black dog and Li Heishui were struck by lightning, and they were in such a miserable state. One could imagine how Yi Fan, who was in the center of the sea of lightning, had suffered who knew how many heavenly tribulations. The surrounding mountains were all turned into flying ash. Not a single one could be preserved. Everything was gone, and a deep abyss appeared on the ground. 5 elemental lightning, rainbow divine lightning, one after another, completely destroyed this place. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's flesh was lacerated. This is even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation I experienced in the northern region Divine City. Yi Fan was shocked. This was not breaking a curse, but merely breaking through a cultivation level, yet he had suffered such a lightning tribulation. Could it be related to the holy cliff? Could it be that my body has been contaminated with some kind of aura? Fine, I'll use this lightning to baptize myself. He vaguely thought of this possibility. Boom, the 9-5 heavenly tribulation struck again and again. Yi Fan's body felt like it was being forged in a furnace. Golden blood splattered everywhere, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had gained a lot. He had cultivated the Xing mantra to a very high level. He could appear and disappear like a ghost, coming and going without a trace, and walking through dangerous caves was like walking on flat ground. Most importantly, he had broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 Extremes secret realm, and would enter the last level of this secret realm at any time. His battle prowess had increased greatly. After a whole 2 hours, Yi Fan finally survived the heavenly tribulation. The primitive mountain range was full of holes, and there were ashes everywhere. Many mountains in the distance were broken. Woof. In the distance, the barking of dogs could be heard, as well as Li Heishui's cursing. Little Yi, you finally survived the tribulation. We were all unlucky. I suffered a total of 57 lightning strikes. Li Heishui opened his mouth, and sparks shot out from his throat. It's cooked, completely cooked. Brat, you have to compensate me with a stock of godly medicine. The smell of meat wafted from the large black dog's body, and there was a broken sword hanging from his bald tail. His eyes were spitting fire, and sparks of electricity crackled. He had been at odds with Li Heishui for a very long time. Look at you two. Yi Fan scolded. They did not leave. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion, wanting to improve further. Yi Fan, in particular, felt a sense of urgency. The ancient god dynasty of killers made it hard for him to feel at ease. In the next few months, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from time to time in this mountain range. Occasionally, the barking of dogs could also be heard. They cultivated in seclusion here, and only little Nan Nan was carefree. She chased after colorful butterflies and picked wild flowers in the mountains. In a whole half a year, Yi Fan had almost mastered the various secret techniques passed down by the celestial court. Though he could not reach the pinnacle level, he had already reached the limit that a cultivator of the four extremes could use. I need to comprehend the four extremes. As expected, battles of life and death are the most rewarding. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. He had broken through to the next tier after cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, but in the next 4 months, he was still unable to step into the final tier of the four extremes. The reason why he could successfully break through in those 2 months was greatly related to the few times he had comprehended Dao in the past, in the battle against Hua Yunfei in the southern region, when he was resisting the flower blooms with a single thought, sovereign descent, he had comprehended the great Dao and gained great benefits. In the central region, he had battled against the Little Rock King. For the first 4 styles of the heaven-sundering demon-slaughtering Saint Art, he had comprehended Dao on the verge of death, and only then had he been able to resolve the desperate situation. Breaking through in 2 months could be said to be the accumulation of his previous cultivation. His accumulated strength had exploded, and he had succeeded in a flash. There was no stagnation. I need to comprehend Dao continuously. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was already very fast, and even the large black dog and Li Heishui felt that he was very freakish. However, he was not satisfied at all. Half a month later, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt an unusual aura. It left behind an afterimage in the ancient cave, and appeared in the mountains filled with flowers. Pooh! He stretched a hand into the void, and grabbed out a black figure. This was a young man with a dark and cold expression. However, at this moment, he wore a shocked expression. The assassins of the human world have found their way here. Li Heishui was shocked. Woof, this is bad. They must have used Heavenly Secret's divine divination to deduce our location. The large black dog ran out, a serious expression on his face. Yi Fan did not say anything. He placed his hand on the top of his head, and was about to extract the memories of his divine sense. Pooh! However, just as his hand neared the young man's head, this young man's head was shattered. A terrifying energy wrapped around his flesh and blood, and it charged toward Yi Fan. Even the void was struck by this flesh and blood, and one could imagine what kind of power it contained. It was definitely capable of destroying both the body and the soul of the enemy. Pung! However, Yi Fan's large golden hand shook, and all the flesh and energy were turned into dust. They were all destroyed. The peak stage of the 3rd tier of the 4 extremes of the divine physique is indeed terrifying. Li Heishui was shocked. Not good. Yi Fan was shocked, and he keenly sensed something. He used the line's secret art and turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Almost in an instant, he arrived at the valley at the back of the mountain. He just happened to see a woman walking toward little Nan Nan, an ice-cold smile on her face. Big sister, who are you? Don't come over, I'm scared. Little Nan Nan spoke timidly, and continuously retreated. Big sister will send you to the ancient palace in hell. The black-clothed woman's entire body was ice-cold and dead, carrying with it an aura of death. Boom! Yi Fan flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. When the black-clothed woman discovered him, her eyes were ice-cold. A divine sword dripping with blood appeared in her hand, and she slashed toward little Nan Nan's head. Clang! However, what she did not expect was that Yi Fan's speed surpassed her imagination. He moved later, but arrived first. He blocked in front of little Nan Nan, and his large golden hand slashed onto the blade of the sword. Pooh! Yi Fan's hand was unharmed, but that divine sword dripping with blood instantly turned into dust, falling to the ground. Essence gold had been tempered thousands of times, and was imprinted with the power of regulations, but it still could not block a strike from Yi Fan's physical body, and was instantly turned into dust. The expression of the black-clothed woman changed, and she turned to leave, wanting to flee. However, Yi Fan's strength had improved greatly now. A large hand pressed down, fixing her in midair, and grabbed her back. Freak, he can even suppress an assassin of the consummate level 4 of the divine dynasty with a raise of his hand. Even the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Yi Fan wanted to try to extract the memories in her divine sense, but the woman he found also collapsed. She could not control herself at all. There was a forbidden power set down by a supreme elite deep between her brows. How did the people of the human world and hell find this place? Li Heishui was shocked. They are proficient in divination, and if they ask some old geezers to perform divination, they can find the location of the enemy. We have been in seclusion for more than half a year, and have not appeared for a long time. They must have asked a supreme elite to perform divination, and these two people are here to verify it. The large black dog revealed this very bad news. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan asked the large black dog to inscribe Tao patterns, and then they quickly traversed through the void. Then, they continuously opened region gates, changed their direction a few times, and appeared millions of kilometers away. This is not a solution. If there is no other way, little Yi, you can leave the Eastern Barren Territory. Will they chase you to the Middle State or the Western Desert? Li Heishui said. It is impossible to force me to leave like this. Yi Fan had some confidence now. After grasping the Xing mantra, he could protect himself. Now, he could go anywhere, so he was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he wanted to find trouble with the ancient assassin dynasty. If you don't leave, you might really be killed. Li Heishui reminded, and said, 2 ancient assassin dynasties issued a must-kill order for you at the same time, and now they have asked a supreme elite to perform divination on your location. This is a great disaster, and it is very difficult to avoid. It is indeed very bad. It must be the living fossils in the ancient palace that are performing divination on your location. If you don't leave, their seeds will all come out, and they will treat you as prey to train themselves, the Black Emperor also warned. Li Heishui said, to have the 2 great dynasties issue a must-kill order, it is obvious that many people have found them, and at the same time, they are asking to kill you. To be able to find the ancient god dynasty, it must be the most ancient inheritance. A must-kill order requires the entrustment of more than 10 people. Yi Fan smiled when he said this, and said, how many ancient inheritances can there be in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is good that you know. There must be people from the Holy Lands involved, and then there are some supreme sections. Li Heishui nodded. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Fan's smile became even more brilliant, and he said, Black Emperor, you should know how to contact the ancient assassin dynasty, right? Brat, what do you want to do? Do you want to die? That can't be right. Look at how wicked your smile is, you must be up to no good. Don't drag me into this. The large black dog bared his teeth. It has nothing to do with you. I plan to give the 2 great dynasties a source. Yi Fan said with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? The large black dog and Li Heishui were both suspicious. Now, I will give you a chance to harm people. Which holy son do you find displeasing to the eye? Tell me, and I will ask the 2 great dynasties to kill them. Yi Fan said with a cold smile. Are you crazy? Li Heishui and the large black dog were both shocked. To be able to ask the ancient assassin dynasty to come out, it must be those ancient inheritances. I will drag them into this as well. You want the ancient assassin dynasty to start a war with the Holy Lands? You want to cause chaos in the world? The large black dog's eyelids twitched. Li Heishui also sucked in a breath of cold air, and said, this is a ruthless move. If the ancient assassin dynasty dared to accept the commission, those holy sons would undoubtedly be in great trouble, and it would cause endless chaos. If they didn't accept the commission, Yi Fan would find a way to announce it to the world, and destroy the undefeatable legend of the 2 great ancient assassin dynasties. How about this? At the beginning, let them each kill a holy son. I think they will definitely accept the commission, and then we can take it slowly. If that doesn't work, I will use the supreme scepter of the celestial court to help them. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. That is too vicious. Little Yi, you will cause great chaos in the eastern wilderness. Li Heishui said, but then he laughed loudly. This is really an immoral idea. The large black dog also began to chuckle. Yi Fan decided to make a ruthless move. No matter if it was those ancient inheritances or the 2 ancient killer god dynasties, he was prepared to drag them all down with him. Brat, you're really unkind. How could you think of such an immoral idea? It will cause great chaos. The large black dog chuckled. What immoral? This is a scheme, okay? I'm just trying to protect myself, Yifan corrected him. Isn't it the same thing? Scamming people is scamming people. Don't make it sound so righteous. The large black dog's large eyes twinkled. This damn dog is definitely up to no good. Li Heishui saw his expression and knew that he was up to no good. F*ck, am I that unkind? I'm just wondering if I can get an ancient scripture. The large black dog bared his teeth. Big brother, what are you guys doing? Little Nan Nan raised her head and lightly tugged on the corner of Yifan's clothes. Her small face was filled with confusion, but her large eyes were very innocent and pure. Ahem. The large black dog coughed and said, Don't teach children bad things. They almost forgot about little Nan Nan. They felt that they couldn't be too direct. It was better for the innocent little girl to have less contact with some things. We're thinking about how to get rid of the bad guys. Yifan smiled and patted her head. Oh. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and nodded seriously. The St. Cliff was located in the northernmost part of the central region, and it was already connected to the northern region. Although they had already traveled millions of miles, they were still in this region because the eastern barren region was really too big. There were endless mountain ranges here. Yifan walked around carefully, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The northernmost mountain ranges of the central region also produced source mountains. Those are definitely source mountains. Although they are not as abundant as the northern region, I can still find some. Yifan and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges while cultivating. If they could find a divine source mine, it would be worth it. Now, Yifan's level of source techniques was very high. Very few people could compare to him. After half a month, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges, and indeed found a small dragon vein. It's the source. We've dug to the core of the dragon vein. It's actually the source of God. Several pieces of origin energy floated in the void, divine radiance rushing into the heavens, never sinking. They were dazzling and dazzling, brightly illuminating the entire underground ancient mine. Although they were not large pieces of divine treasures and were only the size of a fist, when added together, they were worth 300,000 kilograms of pure origin energy. This was already very shocking. Any other cultivator would have gone wild with joy. Such a large amount of essence could be considered a treasure. However, Yifan had seen more than 5 million kilograms of essence before. Naturally, he would not get excited over it. Do you think the ancient killer divine dynasty will accept using these sources to buy the life of a saint? Yifan asked. F*ck, this is a rare divine source that is worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source power. Why don't you just give it all to me? I'll help you kill a holy son. The large black dog was drooling. He was tempted by the sight of such a treasure. This greedy dog. Li Heishui murmured. How about 600,000 kilograms of origin energy? Yifan asked again. If the ancient killer divine dynasty really wants to make a comeback, they will definitely accept this deal and kill holy sons to establish their might. Moreover, with so many origin energy, who wouldn't be tempted, the large black dog said. Yifan did not want to kill all the holy sons at once. This would be too obvious, and the ancient killer divine dynasty might not accept it. Yaoguang Saint. He spat out these 4 words. He was the representative of all the holy sons, and he was almost invincible in the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. If he was killed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Yaoguang Saint, once he is killed by the ancient killer divine dynasty, there will be endless chaos. This person is extremely powerful. Even if he is not the strongest among his peers, he is close to it. It will probably be very difficult to kill him, but he can also be a headache for the seed assassins of the ancient killer divine dynasty. Li Heishui and the large black dog were both very shocked, but they also agreed deeply. This was definitely the best candidate. The Yaoguang Saint was unfathomable. He had never fought to the death with anyone before, so no one knew his trump cards. However, Yifan always felt that he was extremely dangerous. 2 days later, Yi Fan set out alone to search for the ancient killer divine dynasty. He crossed into the central region. He visited a few ancient lands, but discovered that they had long been abandoned and overgrown with weeds. He could not contact anyone at all. Even if there were ancient sites, they were about to be completely destroyed. Half a month later, he neared Qingming ancient city. According to the Black Emperor, there was a very ancient village nearby that was an important contact point. Qingming ancient city had a long history, and it was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central region. Naturally, there were many legends about it. According to the legends, in ancient times, it was very close to the sky, and it could breathe in the essence of the sun and moon. There were many stars circling around it, and it was full of mythical colors. Now, it naturally did not have these strange phenomena anymore, but it was extremely prosperous. It was a bright pearl in the central region, and it was one of the most important ancient cities. Yi Fan used the heaven and earth changing technique to hide his true appearance and turned into a scholar. He looked very weak as he aimlessly wandered around the city. In the end, he found an ancient map in the city lord's mansion. He carefully observed all the surrounding towns and confirmed a few locations. The Black Emperor only told him that the infernal realm had an important contact point near Qingming ancient city, but it did not know which village it was in. Yi Fan went out of the city to search, and after eliminating 9 of the villages, he could not help but frown. He could not find the so-called contact point at all. In the end, he could only search around Qingming ancient city. He did not let go of any traces of human activity. There will most likely be an ancient Yin tree. This was the only clue he could rely on. According to the Black Emperor, the people of the infernal realm walked in the darkness like a group of evil gods. Every contact point would have an ancient Yin tree planted. Yi Fan carefully searched for a full 3 days. At dusk, he finally saw a few ancient Yin trees, and his spirit was immediately shaken. This was a dilapidated ruin. There was no so-called ancient village at all. It was extremely desolate, and the weeds had completely submerged the place. Half of the broken stone tablet was lying on the ground, and a few ancient Yin trees had towering branches and leaves. They were shrouded in a thick Yin fog, and this place was somewhat frightening. That's right, this should be that ancient village. It's about the same as what the Black Emperor said. However, it has been abandoned for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan cut open the earth, rocks, and wormwood and discovered some ancient foundations underground. They were similar to the scale described by the Black Emperor. Can we still contact someone? He frowned. However, after he walked around, his brows relaxed. There were a few ancient Yin trees in the depths of the ruins, and there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The style of the infernal realm. Yi Fan walked over with large strides. According to the Black Emperor's instructions, he carved 4 words on the stone table: wavering light, holy sun. Then, he turned around and left, not staying any longer. 3 days later, Yi Fan returned to this place. In the end, the 4 words were still there, and there was no result. He left again and waited patiently. The Black Emperor had said that the fastest would be 3 days, and the slowest would be 9 days. Only then would the ancient killer god dynasty give a final answer. 6 days later, he came again, and the result was still the same. He muttered to himself, the infernal realm is very cautious. On the 9th day, Yi Fan returned to this place. There was finally a change on the table, and a divine sword dripping with blood was placed horizontally on top of the 4 words. At the same time, there were 2 numbers written on it. They were 270. The infernal realm had accepted this mission. This caused Yi Fan's heart to skip a beat. The ancient god dynasty really dared to kill the holy son of wavering light and was not afraid of the Holy Land. It seemed that the infernal realm had recovered its ancient strength. However, the price was too high. Killing the holy son of wavering light actually required 1 million kilograms of pure origin, and he had to pay 700,000 kilograms in advance. So expensive. Yi Fan was somewhat dazed. This was an outrageous price. He had thought that 1 million kilograms of origin would be enough. However, after thinking about it, Yi Fan felt relieved. The implications of killing the holy son of wavering light were too great, because he was the future master of wavering light. Apart from the ancient killer god dynasty, no other forces dared to provoke this kind of immortal inheritance. Yifan left behind a few fist-sized divine source blocks on the stone table. The divine light was dazzling, causing the ancient village ruins to be sparkling and translucent. They were worth 700,000 kilograms of origin. The ancient killer god dynasty really knows how to earn origin. He sighed inwardly. This group of cold-blooded killers might be even richer than the Yuan Taoist master. Yifan did not tarry. He turned around and left, disappearing into the wilderness. Not long after, the divine source blocks on the stone table disappeared without a sound. Half a month later, shocking news arrived. The holy son of wavering light, who was training outside, went on a killing spree under the moonlight and killed 13 mysterious figures in succession. On that night, everyone in that region heard a tsunami-like roar. The mountain range was completely destroyed and razed to the ground. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a commotion. The holy son of wavering light actually went crazy. He killed so many powerful enemies in one night. What exactly happened? After that, someone went to investigate in detail and discovered that the 13 figures had been completely annihilated. Not even a piece of bone was left. That mountain range was forcibly destroyed by someone. Only a few dozen broken mountains remained. The scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if a great calamity had befallen them. Everyone who saw this scene was overwhelmed with shock. They did not even need to think to know what kind of powerful enemies the holy son of wavering light had encountered. Even the mountain range had been reduced to such a state. The strength of those mysterious figures made people tremble. Without a doubt, those people had set up a killing trap. That kind of powerful battle prowess was enough to kill several top-grade holy sons. However, they had still underestimated the holy son of wavering light. He had killed everyone by himself. Not a single one was spared. No one saw that battle, but they understood a very terrifying truth through the clues. The holy son of wavering light was even more terrifying than they had imagined. When Yifan received this news, he rubbed his chin and remained silent for a long time. This holy son of wavering light was indeed unfathomable. This was the first time he had displayed his battle prowess. He laughed. The people of the infernal realm had made their move, but they had lost 13 experts. It was impossible for them to stop here. What followed was going to be a great show. Yifan was considering that if the human world was also involved, he might be able to drag another suspicious holy son into the water and make the eastern wasteland a bit more chaotic. However, on this day, a shocking news came from the northern region. It was related to the unparalleled divine king. The northern region that had been silent for a long time was shaken up on this day. The little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang had returned to the clan. One had to know that she had been taken away by the unparalleled divine king in the past. No one knew where they had gone. They could not find any information at all. After Yifan had plucked the divine fruit of immortality, he had always been searching for it, but there was no news at all. The people of the Jiang family did not know at all. And now, little Tingting, who had disappeared for a long time, had actually appeared. This affected everyone's nerves. Perhaps the unparalleled divine king's life or death would be revealed. Countless people rushed to the northern region to find out the truth. Yifan was also excited. He felt that it was time to repay the debt of gratitude. The little princess of the Jiang clan returned to the clan, and the mystery of the supreme divine king's life and death became the focus of discussion. Everyone was guessing, and every major force was paying attention. Everything was so sudden. After Yifan received the news, he quickly traveled through the void, and soon met up with the Black Emperor and the others in the barren mountains in the north. I should also return to the north region. I have to tell old Master Two-Phase whereabouts so that he won't worry. Hearing that Yifan was going to the north region, Li Heishui immediately agreed. You can say that, but you can't create rumors. It has nothing to do with me. He ran off on his own, the large black dog said, going against his conscience. Damn dog, you really have the nerve to say that? Li Heishui was extremely angry, and said, don't go to the north region in this life. Otherwise, you'll be skinned alive. Do you think I'm scared? When I was dominating the world, who knows where the ancestors of those old things were drinking milk, the large black dog said stubbornly. Big brother, is the North region far? Little Nan Nan asked. Yes, it's thousands of mountains and rivers. Mortals can't reach it even if they walk for 100 lifetimes. However, if we travel through the void, it'll only take a short moment, Yifan answered. The large black dog began to carve formation patterns. His target was the North region. It could be said that this was another ultra-long-distance teleportation, and there could be no mistakes. When Yifan saw that he was going to carve the formation patterns on the chessboard, he was instantly speechless. The first time, he had lost Pang Bo, and the second time, he had sent Tu Fei to the North Plains. He had never been accurate once. I'd rather walk back on my 2 legs than use your formation patterns. Li Heishui was terrified, afraid that he would be accidentally sent to the Western Desert. You're really ignorant. This is a corner of the ancient Great Emperor's formation pattern. Ordinary people don't have the luck to enjoy it. The large black dog was very dissatisfied. You should enjoy it yourself. We'll think of a way to travel by ourselves. Yifan also refused sternly. This kind of formation pattern definitely couldn't be touched. Even little Nan Nan retreated in fear, as if she was avoiding a demon or a ghost. She distanced herself from the large black dog, leaned close to Yifan, and grabbed a corner of his shirt. The behavior of the 3 of them caused the large black dog to feel very hurt, and he said, "You will never understand the hearts of elites. Such a mighty formation pattern is actually not appreciated by anyone." In the end, the large black dog obediently inscribed another formation pattern that he was familiar with. The scale of this formation pattern was vast, and it took him several days to complete. The instant the runes were completed, Yifan reminded, "This time, we must not deviate by another few million miles. If we accidentally fall into the Origin Ancient Mine, we'll be finished. Don't worry, there's no way that we'll land near the Forbidden Land of Absolute Beginning. Our destination is somewhere near the Purple Mountain of the Northern region," the large black dog said with absolute certainty. Whoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were and entered eternal darkness. In this void, they could not feel the flow of time. Everything was so quiet. It felt like a brief moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. Light reappeared, and they walked out of the void. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate expanse. There was crimson land everywhere, and there was no end in sight. In this region, the ground was full of ancient mines, one after another, and they were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. They were like numerous abysses. Where are we? Why do I feel like something is off? Li Heishui was suspicious. Why did it deviate again? The large black dog mumbled in a low voice. When Yifan heard this, he wanted to punch him. He had not been accurate even once. At his best, he had deviated by 1.5 million miles. This can't be the Forbidden Absolute Beginning domain, right? Why do I sense a unique aura that makes one's heart palpitate? Li Heishui was scared. It really is the aura of Absolute Beginning domain. Yifan's expression changed. As a Genesis Technique Grandmaster, he naturally quickly sensed that kind of demonic power. This damn dog has screwed us over again. Li Heishui was about to go crazy. An accident, just a small accident. The large black dog coughed dryly, and refused to admit it no matter what. It is not within the Forbidden Absolute Beginning domain. Yifan made this judgment because he saw people flying over. They were all wearing purple clothes, and they were definitely not ancient creatures. Who are you people? Why have you intruded into my purple mansion mine? What do you want? The group of people quickly surrounded them. It's Yifan and that evil dog. One of the people's expression changed as he recognized them on the spot. Yifan had been silent for more than half a year, but the outside world had not forgotten him. Everyone was guessing where he had gone. Many people had once thought that he had been killed by the human world and hell. They never thought that they would see him here again. You want to take our origin mine? One of them said with a cold expression. Invite the Grand Elder here. Another person gave a look and ordered a disciple to send a message. Yifan's expression changed. This place was incomparably desolate, and it was definitely the ancient mine of the Holy Land outside of Absolute Beginning. If he was intercepted by the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, it was really a good place to kill him. Bang! Yi Fan acted first, and his speed reached the limit. He flew over like a beam of light, and then grabbed the disciple who had just flown away. You! What do you mean? The others instantly panicked. The large black dog was very tacit, and threw out all the tools used to set up formation patterns, sealing off this area. Not a single person could escape. Kill them all? Li Heishui made a throat-slitting gesture, revealing killing intent. Forget it. Erase their memories, and let's hurry up and leave. Yi Fan did not want to kill innocent people, so he searched their divine sense, obtained some useful information, and then erased the relevant memories. You want to invite their Grand Elder to deal with us? You really should all be killed. The large black dog bared his teeth. Losing a few people for no reason will cause big trouble. After all, this is their ancient mine. Yi Fan shook his head, then he smiled, and said, they have a batch of precious origin stones that are going to be transported away. This is really good news. Inviting the ancient killer god dynasty to deal with the Holy Sun required a huge amount of origin stones as a reward. Yi Fan was just about to gather origin stones when his eyes suddenly lit up. It had to be said that this ancient mine was very well guarded. Even though this was a remote area, and not the most central divine mine, there were still many complicated formation patterns carved on it. However, with the large black dog's help, they walked as if they were walking on flat ground. In reality, Yi Fan himself could also pass through more than half of this area because he had cultivated the movement secret art to a certain level. Those origin stones are like a mountain. They snuck into the restricted area, and observed silently in the darkness. The endless origin stones in front of them formed a small mountain. It's not these origin stones, it's another batch of rare treasures. There aren't many of them. Yi Fan stared at the nearby origin treasury. He could feel a powerful absolute beginning aura. The large black dog took out the profound jade platform. They could not stay here for long. They had to leave after looting, or they would definitely be killed. They had been able to sneak in this time because they had accidentally entered through the void, and because the large black dog's attainments in Dao patterns were rare. He had resolved all the dangers along the way and successfully entered. This origin treasury is not easy to open. I think we should just take it and bring it with us through the void, the large black dog suggested excitedly. Dong, there was a loud sound, and a bright light shone. They were about to bring the origin treasury through the void. The disciples of the Purple Palace sect were completely stunned. They had never seen such arrogant bandits. They had even taken the origin treasury, even the 13 great bandits had not been so thorough. Not good, there are bandits coming to loot. Activate all the formation patterns and stop them from traveling through the void. The Purple Palace sect was in chaos. However, this ancient mine was very remote, and it was very far from the residence of the Grand Elder. The elites could not arrive immediately. F*CK, which evil bandit is this? He even took the origin treasury. I've never seen such a person. The Purple Palace sect cultivators cursed. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan and the others were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, far away from the ancient mine of the Holy Lands. Boom, bang, boom, Yi Fan and the others spent a long time to open this origin treasury. This was an important treasure of the sect, but now it had been smashed into smithereens. In the origin treasury, there were more than 10 origin stones, all of which had the strong aura of absolute beginning. It was obvious that they were extremely valuable origin stones. Yi Fan did not show any mercy. He immediately smashed the origin stones. After the dozen or so origin stones were smashed, 7 or 8 of them shone brightly. Divine source. They dug up a divine mine and might have already guessed it, so they sealed it up. They never thought that it would benefit us. Li Heishui was very excited. After clearing it out, the value of these divine source stones added together was equivalent to 2,300,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It could be considered a large divine treasury. We can kill another saint. Yi Fan laughed. I'm sure that the Purple Mansion saint has already done this to you, the large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. They had analyzed before. Among all the saints, the Purple Mansion saint was the most likely to ask the world of mortals to attack. Using the origin stones of the Holy Lands to hire the ancient killer god dynasty to kill them is not a bad idea. Li Heishui laughed loudly. The world of mortals and hell have endured for so many years. Their strength must be extremely terrifying. They even dared to provoke the saints. This means that they have unimaginably terrifying backing, the large black dog reminded. On that day, Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and entered the God City. They did not want to enter the Jiang family rashly, so they prepared to ask Li Heishui to contact the 13th bandit, Jiang Yi, and find little Tingting through him. Okay, I'll go find Bad Jiang and ask his grandfather to come out. Li Heishui left. He stepped into the God City again. Everything felt strange yet familiar. Too many things had happened here. The stone gambling war, breaking the curse, resisting the heavenly tribulation. Before he knew it, more than a year had passed. When he appeared with a large black dog and a little girl, it instantly caused a commotion. The Saint Physique did not die. He has returned. It's a pity that the future character who could compete with the ancient great emperors had a tragic fate. He severed his own cultivation level. What a pity. His cultivation level might not have been crippled. It's very possible that he is releasing smoke. There are many rumors in the outside world now. Didn't the world of mortals and hell issue a kill order? It has already been more than half a year, but he is still alive and well. This is really shocking. There were many people in the God City who knew him. Yi Fan had been too famous here in the past, and it was impossible for him not to attract attention. This was also the first time he had appeared in front of the world after being silent for more than half a year. This indicated that the Saint Physique had returned. Many people were discussing this. A large group of people surrounded him. They were very enthusiastic, and their eyes were extremely fiery. Little brother Yi, are you here to gamble on stones? Why is brother Yi gambling on stones now? Who dares to compete with him? He is definitely here to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. It will begin soon. Brother Gufeng, I heard that you killed the holy son and holy daughter of a supreme sect in the Middle State. Is this true? There were still people who could not change the way they addressed him, and called him by his alias. You even defeated Hua Yunfei, the inheritor of Ruthless. This is really shocking. Are you going to sever your own cultivation level now? It goes without saying that little brother Yi is here to visit the Supreme Divine King. The enthusiasm of these people made Yi Fan feel a little overwhelmed, but he obtained a lot of useful information from them. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was actually about to begin. He had not expected it to be delayed until now. He indeed wanted to go and take a look. Night fell. Yi Fan patted little Nan Nan's head, and handed her over to the large black dog to take care of. Then, he disappeared into the night. He used the Xing mantra, and like a wisp of smoke, he streaked across the watery night sky and arrived at Miaoyu Nunnery. The lake on the ground was clear, and it emitted a gentle light in the dark night. There were millions of stars in the sky, and they shone brilliantly, making the jade palaces that were suspended in the air seem even more otherworldly. The music was melodious, and the sound of a zither was pleasing to the ear. This place was peaceful, and the sound of laughter could be heard from time to time. Miaoyu Nunnery was very popular, and it was one of the 3 great romantic places in God City. Any cultivator who could enter and lead this place had a certain level of fame, and ordinary people could not enter. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, his mood was not very calm. He had come to see in Miaoyu not only because he was supposed to meet her, but also because he wanted to verify some things. Was the inheritor of Ruthless related to this woman? In the past, and Miaoyu had once warned him not to go to Ruthless Dojo to fight for the holy treasure. It was very obvious that she knew what was going to happen. After that, Yi Fan left for the southern region. Not long after, news spread that almost all the members of the younger generation had died, and almost all of them had almost died in Ruthless Dojo. Was she related to Hua Yunfei in some way? Yi Fan did not know. He strode into Miaoyu Nunnery, and asked someone to report to him that he wanted to see the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. Yi Fan arrived outside in Miaoyu's palace, but did not enter. The maids all knew him, and knew that he had a close relationship with the future nunnery master. Outside the palace, Yifan heard a very cold man's voice, saying, "So it's that divine physique who has come. Who does he think he is? Let him go back. I am here, and there is no place for him to sit." Not long after, a maid came out and invited Yifan in. He smiled and walked in with large strides, wanting to see just what kind of person had arrived. The palace was still shrouded in hazy moonlight, and the inside was faintly discernible like a celestial palace. Yifan strode into this familiar palace and saw in Miaoi at a glance. She was as peerless as before, like a moon fairy descending to the mortal world. And Miaoi stood up, slender and elegant, and walked over gracefully. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and her beauty was beyond compare. Her skin was sparkling and white like ivory. An enchanting smile hung on her face, and her pearly white teeth flickered with luster. Her red lips were bright, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her perfect appearance was flawless. "Greetings, Fairy," and Yifan smiled. And Miaoi invited him to take a seat. Yifan glanced at the other two, and he knew one of them. It was the young king of the Central Plains, Wang Chongxiao, who was currently studying him. The other person was very young, and he had a heroic appearance, but he was rather arrogant. He glanced at Yifan and said, "We have an agreement with Farian. What are you doing here? There is no place for you to sit." And Miaoi shook her head with a gentle smile and poured tea for Yifan. Afterwards, she tried to smooth things over, as if she did not want the atmosphere to be too tense. "He is?" Yifan asked. Wang Chongxiao was very cold, but he introduced him at this moment. This person had a great background. He was the younger brother of the Central Plains Gemini Kings, and his name was Gao Linfeng. The Gemini Kings of the Central Plains? The two old kings who were killed by the Supreme God King? Yifan was confused. Wang Chongxiao seemed to be very fearful when he heard that. He said, "Another Gemini King has appeared among their descendants." Gao Linfeng said coldly, "I heard that you've become crippled again, yet you still dare to walk around. You sure are bold. Aren't you afraid of being killed?" His ancestor had been killed by the Supreme God King, and he heard that the God King had done Yifan a great favor, so he was very hostile towards him. "You worry too much." Yifan smiled faintly. Gao Linfeng's face immediately darkened. He said, "Elder Wang, please invite him out. I don't want to see a cripple here." "You sure talk big. Are you sure you want to invite me out?" Yifan stared at him. "Tonight, I've invited some friends. A half-cripple like you has no right to sit here," Gao Linfeng said coldly. "Is it up to you to judge whether I have the right to enter or not?" Yifan glanced at him and said, "Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want to stand up for your two ancestors? Don't make me kill you." Gao Linfeng's expression was dark. Wang Chongxiao wanted to say something, but he didn't in the end. "If your two brothers were here, they might be able to talk to me like that, but you..." Yifan sneered. Slap, he suddenly used the Xing method. He was as fast as a ghost, and it was impossible to defend against. Yifan sent Gao Linfeng flying with a slap, heavily crashing into the walls of the palace and collapsing them. "Are your two brothers here? If they are, why don't you invite them to have tea with me? As for you, stay as far away as you can." Gao Linfeng was slapped in the face by Yifan and was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the walls of the Miaoyu nunnery. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He trembled with anger and almost fainted on the spot. As a descendant of an immortal ancient family, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? Swoosh, he rushed up all of a sudden, his whole body shining with azure light, shooting toward Yifan like lightning. His whole body was surrounded by azure light, like a flood dragon coming out of the water. A beam of azure light shot out from his mouth and slashed forward. Bam! Yifan sneered and stood motionless in the field. When the azure light came close, he smashed it with his golden hand. Then, he turned his hand over and pressed down. His right hand pressed down like a golden heavenly monument, crushing Gao Linfeng's bones. Bam! Gao Linfeng's knees buckled and he almost knelt on the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward, smashing a human-shaped hole in the wall of the palace. Puff, his lungs were about to explode. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had just said that Yi Fan was a half-cripple and was not qualified to sit here, but in the end, he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. You, Dao Lingfeng's eyebrows furrowed and his eyes glinted fiercely. He wanted to yell, but after spitting out the word you, he swallowed the rest of his words. Bam! Yi Fan's large golden hand was like a millstone, crushing down. It could be said to be covering his face, forcefully smashing his words back into his mouth. You, how dare you? Dao Linfeng was sent flying. He spat out these 3 words while coughing up blood. He was burning with anger and gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Bam! Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He caught up with him, his whole body burning with golden flames. In an instant, he was in front of Gao Linfeng and gave him another golden slap. Bam! It could be said that he was like a bolt of golden lightning, catching up to Gao Linfeng who had been sent flying. He slapped Gao Linfeng down in midair and slapped him to the ground. It was not that Gao Linfeng was not strong enough, but that Yi Fan was too strong. He could easily suppress a cultivator at the 4 extremes level with a raise of his hand. Dao Linfeng was called a genius and had grown up surrounded by people's praises. But facing Yi Fan with surging golden blood energy, he felt powerless. Beside him, Wang Chongxiao's expression changed greatly. He had fought fiercely with Yi Fan before and knew how terrifying his cultivation was in the past, but just now, he was even more fearful. That kind of speed was so fast that it gave him goosebumps. Had he not been prepared, even he might not have been able to dodge it. Yi Fan's figure flashed, leaving behind a streak of golden light as he returned to the palace. He sat on the sandalwood chair as if he had never moved at all. However, this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this, he even had the heart to die. But this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this, he even had the heart to die. Now do I have the right to sit here? Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Pfft! Dao Linfeng was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He let out a roar and shouted loudly, Elder Wang. This old servant is here. In the distance, a voice like an owl responded and quickly approached. Swoosh, with a flash of light, this person had already appeared in the palace before he had finished speaking. Seeing Gao Linfeng bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his clothes dyed red, his expression immediately changed. Young master, what's wrong? This old man was very fat, but his movements were like lightning as he quickly helped him up. Elder Wang, go kill him for me. Dao Lingfeng's expression was cold and emotionless. After standing up, he immediately wanted to kill Yi Fan. And Miaoyi walked gracefully like a fairy in the wind, her fragrance wafting through the air. She was fairy-like and jade-like, her skin sparkling and translucent, her beautiful hair glossy, and her features flawless. She gracefully stepped forward to mediate. Fairy-in, step back. None of this has anything to do with you. Dao Lingfeng's expression was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared fixedly at Yi Fan. Miaoyi nunnery has never allowed people to fight in the palace, and Miaoyi said lightly. There are exceptions to everything. Today, I have invited some friends here. He doesn't have the right, and I don't want him to sit here. Dao Lingfeng's expression was cold. Swoosh, that grey-robed old servant moved. He looked very fat, but was very agile. He moved like lightning, and coldly said, You are that Saint Physique? Since you are already at the half-severance level, why don't you be a bit more thorough? I will help you. He spread the 5 fingers on his right hand, and shot out 5 divine rainbows that pierced through the void. His Dao power surged like a tsunami, and was about to suppress Yi Fan. Dong, Yi Fan stood up. His golden fist was like a blazing sun, and ferociously smashed over. A single punch to break through an army of 10,000. How strong was his physical body? It could be said to be shockingly powerful. A single punch was enough to seal the endless Dao power, and the old man couldn't get close to him. This very fat old servant was an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. His Dao power was like the sea, growing and multiplying endlessly. His left hand pressed down in the void. Boom, he imprinted an ancient scroll that lay horizontally in the void. Misty wisps of mist flowed out, and rapidly enveloped downwards, wanting to seal Yi Fan underneath. Swoosh, Yi Fan flew out like a flash of light. He didn't use his own Dao power, and was completely fighting with speed and his physical body. Wang Chongxiao had been observing carefully all along, wanting to ascertain whether he had severed his own cultivation level. When he saw this scene, he was stunned, and couldn't make a judgment. This old man will help you become immortal. The elite at the fifth transformation of the dragon transformation had absolute confidence. He was indeed very frightening. He could produce an ancient scroll in the void, and it could seal the heavens and intimidate the earth. However, the current Yi Fan had long broken through to the peak of the third level of the four extremities, and surpassed the common understanding of the world. His battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and it was enough for him to resist. Swoosh, Yi Fan returned like a faint shadow. He didn't use any Dao power. He raised his hand and attacked, using the line formula's extreme speed and unparalleled physical strength to attack. Voila, this very fat old servant struck out with the ancient scroll. He also knew how frightening the divine physique's physical body was, and he didn't dare to fight in close combat. He used his Dao power to suppress it. However, Yi Fan's speed was faster than he had imagined. In a flash, he dodged the ancient scroll, circled around him, and quickly attacked. Bang, dong, chong, the golden blood energy around Yi Fan's body was oppressive. He threw out punch after punch in an extremely rhythmic manner. Each punch contained the power of a barbaric dragon, and it caused the void to collapse continuously. This was a wave of astonishing might. He didn't use his own Dao power, and he only used his physical body to collapse space. The golden blood energy around his body was flourishing, and he was like a divine furnace. This little bastard is quite difficult to deal with. The grey-clothed old servant was astonished. Yi Fan was like the son of light and darkness. He flickered indeterminately, but his speed was so fast that it was horrifying. He circled around the grey-clothed elder and attacked unceasingly, getting closer and closer. Pop! That ancient scroll was almost unable to stop him. He had already used his pure physical body to break through the overflowing Dao power. He continuously closed in, and like a barbaric dragon, he attacked. The old servant beside him was greatly alarmed. He was an expert at the fifth transformation of the dragon transformation, yet it was so strenuous. The other party was able to threaten him with just his physical body and speed. You want to cut off my cultivation and make me immortal? Can you really do that? Yi Fan's speed became faster and faster, and he quickly closed in on the distance. His fists and palms flickered with golden radiance. There was nothing he couldn't break. He continuously smashed down on the side of the fat elder, and the rhythm became more and more terrifying. Hong, finally, Yi Fan forcefully pressed down, and the void that was struck by him collapsed in all directions. He rushed over, and his palm was pure golden color as it smashed down like a sky-overturning seal. Dang, the grey-clothed old servant activated the ancient scroll and blocked in front of him by a hair's breadth. However, it was smashed into pieces by the large golden seal, and the scroll disappeared in an instant. Pung! Yi Fan's palm struck out, but it merely brushed past his shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The grey-clothed old servant spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew out horizontally. Yi Fan moved later, but arrived first, and blocked the grey-clothed old servant's path. His golden finger forcefully shook, and with a pung sound, he smashed the old servant onto the ground. You! The grey-clothed old man's expression changed greatly. He said that he wanted to help Yi Fan completely sever his cultivation and become immortal, but he never thought that the other party would cripple him instead. Dao Lingfeng's face was snow-white, and he continuously retreated. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "You didn't sever your own." Yi Fan disappeared with a step, and like a ghost, he was inconceivably fast. In that instant, the golden finger pressed down on his forehead. All the hair on Dao Lingfeng's body stood up, and cold sweat drenched his clothes. The flesh of a divine physique surpassed divine weapons, and anything could be broken. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but rather, he simply couldn't. At this moment, both of his legs were weak, and he almost couldn't stand because he felt the threat of death. Yi Fan exerted a bit of force, and golden radiance flickered out from his finger. Dao Linfeng immediately went limp on the ground, and with a trembling voice, he said, "Don't kill me. Brother Yi, just let him go," Wang Chongxiao spoke. In the past, he was incomparably domineering and arrogant, but today, he was somewhat low-key. Where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. A clear voice came from outside the palace. A man dressed in white, without a speck of dust on him, stepped on the moon as he walked in. Yi Fan lightly pushed with his finger, and Gao Linfeng was so shocked that he almost screamed out loud. He fell headfirst onto the ground, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was incomparably embarrassed. The other party didn't take his life, but a casual action caused him to lose his composure. This was a type of humiliation, and he wanted to roar out loud, but he could only forcefully endure it. You are Suzy Xuan. Wang Chongxia's expression froze, as if he didn't expect this person to come here. Central Continent Suzy Xuan. The person who came was delicate and handsome, and his expression was peaceful. He stepped into the palace, and nodded to everyone with a smile. Central Continent's Yuhua King Suzy Xuan? And Miaoi's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light, and she revealed an expression of surprise. Greetings, Fairy, and Suzy Xuan smiled and nodded. From the expressions of Wang Chongxiao and Miaoi, Yi Fan could naturally deduce that this person had an impressive background. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have such expressions. Ascending to the heavens, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones. This was a rare physique in the world, and it might not even appear once in tens of thousands of years. It was said to be unparalleled, and was known as the Yuhua King. This kind of physique was extremely terrifying, and had an advantage that other kings couldn't compare to. In the process of cultivation, it was like a divine chrysalis transforming, breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Every time one broke through to a great mystery realm, they would be able to open up a divine treasure within their body. Their potential was boundless, and they could transform into immortals. In the Central Continent, they were known as the unparalleled kings. The starlight was like water. Yi Fan strolled in the God City. He didn't stay long in Miaoyu Nunnery, because many eyes were watching him. Now, his every move could affect the nerves of certain people. He returned to his residence without saying anything. Why didn't anyone come to kill me? The large black dog wore flowery underpants and carried a pair of large paws on his back. He paced back and forth in boredom. Are you hoping that someone will come to kill you? Yi Fan rolled his eyes at him. I even set up a corner of the ancient emperor's formation. If no one comes to kill me, I'm sorry, the large black dog said unkindly. On the other side, little Nan Nan was sleeping soundly. The seven-colored light on her forehead rippled and covered the small bed. Awoo. Early in the morning, the sun rose in the east. After waking up, the large black dog let out a long howl, causing many people on the ancient street to curse. Dog, why do you wake me up like this every day? Little Nan Nan rubbed her big eyes and sat up in a daze. Then, she washed herself obediently. On this day, Yi Fan and the others wandered aimlessly in the God City, waiting for Li Heishui to return so they could go to the Jiang family. Their group attracted attention no matter where they went, not only because Yi Fan was famous in the God City, but also because the large black dog was too hated. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back. She had a stick of candied haws in her left hand and a mountain delicacy roll in her right. She was very satisfied with the snacks. Big brother, is it fun in the stone square? The little girl asked innocently. Yi Fan took little Nan Nan to broaden her horizons. They strolled around the food street, entered the treasure house, and then walked around the large stone squares. In the end, it caused a commotion. Everyone thought he wanted to gamble on stones, but Yi Fan waved his hand calmly, indicating that he had no intention of doing so. Many stone squares sighed in relief. Is it this dog? In the evening, an old man's dignified voice traveled over. His expression was very unfriendly as he stared at the large black dog fiercely, almost murderously. Grandpa, don't be angry. Tufei will be all right, Li Heishui advised him. The seventh great bandit of the North region, Tu Tian, arrived to denounce them. As soon as he appeared, everyone on the streets immediately ran away. The name of the 13 great bandits shook the North region. There was no one who didn't know of them. This was especially so because they possessed the heaven-devouring demon jar. If they were pushed too far, they would even dare to capture a holy lord. Who are you, old man? You're even fiercer than a tiger on the quiet street, scaring everyone away. The large black dog bared his teeth and rolled his eyes. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and said, "Could it be that old bastard who snatched the heaven-devouring demonic jar before me? Where did you send my grandson?" Tu Tian asked with a black face. "Li Heishui, you dare to sell me out?" The large black dog was furious. "You did it yourself. How can I hide it from you?" Li Heishui asked. Beside him, there were 3 youngsters. Yi Fan was very familiar with them. They were Jiang Huairan, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtian. They were the close friends of Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian, and they were the descendants of the great bandits. "It has nothing to do with me. Tu Fei wants to go to the North Plains himself. I remember where his coordinates are. Do you want me to send you there?" The large black dog said seriously. "Grandpa too, don't listen to him. He said he would send you to the North Plains. Maybe the news will spread to the southern mountains," Li Heishui reminded him hurriedly. "Tell me where the coordinates are." Tu Tian didn't have a good expression. His grandson was lost by a dog, and he almost lost his temper. The large black dog was very obedient. He didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. He set a coordinates that were so far away that it made people dizzy. Even Tu Tian was speechless for a long time. It's impossible to count on him to come back by himself without 20 years. He's almost at the divine North Pole Sea. Tu Tian swung his sleeves and turned to leave. "I heard that this dog is very immoral." Jiang Huairan, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtian surrounded the large black dog with evil intentions. They wanted to teach the large black dog a lesson. "You guys are not allowed to bully the dog." Little Nan Nan was very protective of the Black Emperor. Woof. The large black dog attacked first and bit dozens of times. It was as tough as steel. The 3 of them cried out miserably. They couldn't do anything to it unless they wanted to kill it. After a long time, the street regained its peace. The 3 of them had bite marks all over their bodies. They finally understood how evil the dog that Li Heishui talked about was. In the end, they found a restaurant and drank to their heart's content. They didn't return to Yi Fan's residence until late at night. These people wanted to travel with them. The 13th bandit, Jiang Yi, had already gone to the Jiang family. This time, they needed Jiang Huairan to lead the way to the Jiang family of the Desolate Era. The next day, the group crossed the void and went to the most ancient land of inheritance in the North region. Emperor Hengyu had left a deep mark in the history of the human race. He was one of the most powerful people in history. The area where the Jiang family was located was like a sacred and pure land. The outside world was scarlet land for hundreds of thousands of miles, but here, it was lush and green. Clouds rose, and colorful mist flowed. Many great mountains hung in the sky, not sinking at all. Every mountain had an intimidating aura, as if they had existed since the world was created. They emitted an ancient aura. Some great mountains had silver waterfalls falling for 3,000 zhang, like the 9 heavens hanging upside down. Some great mountains were shrouded in demonic clouds, majestic and heavy, giving off an intimidating aura. These were just the tip of the iceberg. The deepest part of the mountains couldn't be seen at all. It was said that there were countless ancient buildings and ruins from the Desolate Era. "Who's there?" Many experts rushed out from a distance and shouted loudly. Jiang Huairan didn't say anything. He took out a divine wood token and waved it around. The expressions of those people instantly eased. Not long after, an elder flew out. "So it's nephew Huairan. Since you've come, don't leave again. Acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. Don't wander outside anymore. The ancestors and the family are also trying to persuade your grandfather." This elder was very friendly. Jiang Huairan replied with a smile, but he did not deny it. They flew in together with the elder. "Today, we're basking in Bad Zhang's glory. It's our first time entering the Desolate Era," Lu Kou mumbled. When their group flew in, they naturally attracted the attention of many people, especially the younger generation. When they looked at Yi Fan, their gazes were strange. The Jiang clan's territory was very vast. There were endless mountains and floating divine islands. Yi Fan's group advanced several dozen kilometers and arrived before a floating island. This island was an important place. Normal people were not allowed to approach it, because an ancestor-level figure of the Jiang clan was in seclusion there. Recently, Xianxia had been staying here as well, accepting advice. "Where's little Tingting? I want to see her," Yi Fan said. The elder's expression immediately changed. He had guessed Yi Fan's identity long ago, but he did not point it out. He was troubled. "What, I can't see her?" Everyone knew about the relationship between Yi Fan and the Supreme Divine King, so the Jiang clan had no reason to stop him. "The little princess has just returned. This matter concerns the Divine King's life and death, so she can't see outsiders. Please wait a few days patiently," the elder said. Yi Fan and the others settled down on a quiet island. They waited for 7 whole days, but they still did not see little Tingting. However, they finally saw Uncle Jiang. Although the elder was not used to living here, he looked much better. With a powerful uncle like Xianxia, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Normally, he would add spiritual medicines to his food. Even though he was a mortal, he had become younger over the past year. His white hair was showing signs of turning black. "Tingting's back. I only saw her twice before she was taken away for seclusion." The elder was extremely happy to see Yi Fan, as if he had seen the person closest to him. "Uncle, you've returned to your youth," Yi Fan teased. "I'm already a bag of old bones." "What youth?" Yi Fan stayed with the elder for a few days, but he still could not see little Tingting. Even Jiang Huairan and the others grew impatient, so they went to find Xianxia in the end. "You won't let me see her? Why? I'll take you there." Xianxia was furious when he heard this. Uncle Jiang was his nephew, and little Tingting was especially valued by him. He had returned to the Jiang clan for these two. The Jiang clan no longer dared to stop the great bandit who shook the entire northern region from seeing little Tingting. This was because she was the little princess relative. There was no reason not to let her see her. Tingting's place of cultivation was very beautiful and quiet. There were flowers and trees everywhere, and streams gurgled. Water flowed down from the edge of the divine island, creating a dense, colorful mist. "Grandpa." Tingting's feet did not touch the ground as she ran over nimbly. She wore a snow-white dress, and her hair fluttered in the wind like a little fairy. She was already over 9 years old. She was like a large porcelain doll, carved from jade. Her eyes were like water, and her bearing was ethereal. "Brother." When she saw Yi Fan, Tingting was overjoyed and ran over quickly. "Are you kidding me? This little girl is already a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. She has only cultivated for a few years." Li Heishui was completely speechless. "She's on par with Xia Jiuyo." Lu Ko also gasped. "She's my niece," Jiang Huairan said proudly. "Little uncle," Tingting called out to him sweetly. Jiang Huairan enjoyed it very much. "You guys chat, I'll be leaving first." Xianxia patted Tingting's head dotingly and disappeared in an instant. "Brother, you've finally come to see me." Tingting was very happy. Yi Fan recalled the past. He first met the grandmother and granddaughter in a small restaurant in the southern region. Little Tingting was wearing patched old clothes, but she looked very calm. "Tingting has grown up." He smiled and patted her head. Tingting was very sweet. She greeted Wu Zhongtian and the others one by one, calling them big brother. "This is my niece," Jiang Huairan said. "F***ck, I was wondering why you kept saying this. You're taking advantage of us. Beat him up." Li Heishui and the others realized what was going on and attacked Jiang Huairan together. Uncle Jiang chuckled at the side. He seemed to like this atmosphere very much. Old people liked to be with their juniors in their later years, and he undoubtedly had this kind of mentality. "Big sister, hug, hug." Little Nan Nan stretched out her little arms towards Tingting. She was only a little over 2 years old. She was pink and cute, and her hair only reached Tingting's waist. "What a cute little thing." Tingting picked her up, and the little girl immediately giggled, a strange light flowing between her brows. Extreme physique. The large black dog circled around Tingting, his large eyes looking around. It was unknown what he was thinking. After chatting for a long time, Yi Fan and Tingting walked to the side and sat in a pavilion. He asked her about the Divine King's recent situation. Tingting immediately looked worried. She had followed the Supreme Divine King for more than half a year and learned countless divine techniques. She cultivated almost every day. Your body. Yi Fan was surprised. Tingting's physical condition was clearly much better than before. This made him feel even more uneasy. It must be the Divine King's doing. The Divine King uses the Divine King regeneration technique to baptize me every day. Tingting's eyes were filled with tears as she said, I can't stop it even if I want to. This? Yi Fan was stunned. The Divine King was already at the end of his rope, but he still used the Divine King's source to baptize him. How bad was his own condition? Where is the Divine King? I have immortal divine medicine that can save him. Yi Fan's voice was urgent. After the ancestor sent me back, he went on a long journey. All the elites of the clan went out, but they couldn't catch up to him. I don't know where he went. Tingting shook her head, and tears rolled down her eyes. She blamed herself very much. Don't cry. This has nothing to do with Tingting. Yi Fan hurriedly comforted her. Tingting is very sad. In the past half a year, the peerless Divine King had brought Tingting all over the Great Desolate Plateau, and they had appeared in many ancient lands. He seemed to be reminiscing about something. Looks like the Divine King is very sad. Yi Fan sighed. The peerless Divine King couldn't forget the death of Fairy Rosy Cloud. They said that the ancestor might have even destroyed the Divine King's source, little Nan Nan said softly. She began to cry again. Don't cry, big sister, don't cry. Little Nan Nan climbed onto the stone bench and wiped away Tingting's tears. The large black dog's ears were very sharp, and he heard everything from the side. His expression changed, and he said, he destroyed the Divine King's source. How bold. Damn dog, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Fan rebuked. I'm saying that this person is very impressive, and he actually has such courage. Right now, there are only two outcomes for him. The first is that his body and soul will be destroyed within 3 years, and the second is that he will be reborn into the world within 3 years. He will live 2 lives, and his cultivation will skyrocket. Is what you say true? Yi Fan was shocked. Of course it's true. Now, even the immortal godly medicine is useless. He can only rely on himself now. This is true self-destruction. Perhaps he can sever his second life. The peerless Divine King had shed all of his godly spirit blood to help Yi Fan sever the fruit of Tao. He had used up all of his divine power, and he was at the end of his rope. Then, he had selflessly helped Tingting, baptized her with divine light every day, and severed his Divine King's source. When Yi Fan thought of this, a wave of sorrow welled up in his heart. He truly hoped that the Divine King could be saved, and he prayed that he could live 2 lives and survive this life and death trial. Is there really hope? Tingting's face was filled with tears. That will depend on himself. He has actually reached this step. If he can let go of his past, he will definitely be able to live a second life, the large black dog said. Yi Fan was slightly worried. The Divine King had reached this step precisely because he could not let go of Fairy Rosy Cloud. Could he let go of his past? Big sister, don't cry. Be good. Little Nan Nan stood on the stone bench and carefully wiped away Tingting's tears. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Tingting seemed to recall something, and said, Big brother, your all-chi cauldron, what is it? Yi Fan asked. I returned not long ago, and big brother Jiang Yichen borrowed it. He has never returned it. Tingting felt slightly aggrieved. Yi Fan humped coldly. Did the Jiang family want to keep his all-chi cauldron? Jiang Huiran was instantly indignant, and he shouted, F***ck, he even dares to take my niece's treasure. That Jiang Yichen is used to being arrogant and domineering, but this time, he is tired of living. Brother Yi is truly awe-inspiring. Without using Tao power, you suppressed an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation with just your body and speed. You're almost invincible among the younger generation, Su Zixuan said with a smile. I've already severed my own cultivation, and I really can't use Tao power. I had no choice. Yi Fan shook his head, seeming to be very regretful. Beside him, Wang Chongxiao was filled with endless doubts. He witnessed the battle just now, but he really didn't see Yi Fan use divine power. Su Zixuan reached out and shot out a few divine feathers, healing Gao Lingfeng's injuries on the spot. He said, "Brother Yi, how about letting him go? He's impatient and impetuous, so his words are inevitably too harsh." "No problem, I won't argue with him." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "I didn't think that the famous Yuhua king would come to the divine city of the North region." A loud laugh traveled over, and the Xia prince, Xia Yiming, strode in. "I came to the Jade Pool meeting in the North region, and passed by the divine city. It's really an honor to be able to meet all of you," Su Zixuan said. Obviously, the honored guests that Gao Linfeng wanted to invite were Wang Chongxiao, Xia Yiming, and Su Zixuan. At this time, they had all arrived. "Brother Yi, it's great that you returned safely." Xia Yiming walked up with a big smile. "I was too lucky. Though my life was spared, I had to sever my cultivation. There's nothing I can do in life." Yi Fan sighed. They were a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. Everyone knew that he severed his own cultivation half a year ago, but in the end, he killed the Yin-Yang Saint Sun. At this time, Gao Lingfeng's face alternated between green and white. He was extremely resentful. Today was really too embarrassing, but there was nothing he could do. Especially now that he heard such words. The others said that he was still not a match for him even after he severed his own cultivation. It made him want to find a hole to hide in. Even the king of the Middle State knows about the Jade Pool meeting. The impact is great. And Miaoi said with a light smile. Like a fairy, she gracefully poured tea for them, and a beautiful maid served it to them. "We went out to train and naturally didn't want to miss such a gathering," Su Zixuan answered. He was handsome and peaceful, giving others a very special feeling. Yi Fan knew that this person had to be extremely powerful. He thought of some rumors. He had a secret realm and a divine treasure. He was most likely an almost invincible figure in the young generation of the Middle State. He felt a formless pressure. Suddenly, rays of light surged out like a tide, and a person silently appeared in the palace. The golden light was blazing, as if there was a burning sun. "Big brother, you're here?" Gao Lingfeng's expression was one of excitement as he rushed forward. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Fan with boundless killing intent. This was a tall and big man. He was like a golden wall, giving off a terrifying pressure. He didn't move at all, but his eyes were like blades as they swept over. On his body, resplendent golden light surged like ocean waves. Ordinary people couldn't look directly at him. He was dazzling like a deity, making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. His thick black hair was dyed golden by the divine light. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes shot out lightning in all directions, making him look extremely powerful. "Brother Gao, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Su Zixuan smiled. The Sun Sovereign of the young generation of the Middle State had personally arrived. His expression was cold, like a son of God in the blazing light. He nodded. His tall body was like a mountain as he walked forward step by step. His blade-like eyes stared at Yi Fan the entire time. Formless killing intent seeped out from his body. The names of the Central State's Gemini kings shook the world. They had the most terrifying physiques, and after 4,000 years, they had appeared again. It was rumored that when the Gemini kings combined, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. They were the most terrifying combination and could sweep through the same generation. There was simply no one who could match them. That was because every single one of them was comparable to the Eastern Wasteland Divine King. They had the most terrifying bloodline in the world, and the most important thing was that they complemented each other. Once they worked together, they were unstoppable. Since ancient times, perhaps only the Divine King had killed the Gemini kings alone. There had never been anyone who could kill them before. However, the Divine King didn't fight alone. The two of them worked together and killed them 4,000 years apart. Otherwise, if the Gemini kings combined, no one in the same generation could match them. "Are you the Sun Sovereign? If you want to fight, then come." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Fan said calmly. He didn't fear the other party at all. The Sun Sovereign bathed in golden divine light like an immortal war god reborn from the flames. He was tall and majestic with an oppressive aura. He didn't say anything and continued to stare at him. Big brother, kill him. Gao Linfeng gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with resentment. He wanted to take revenge immediately. Naturally, Yi Fan knew where their killing intent came from. The Supreme God King had slain 2 of their ancestors, so they had placed all their hatred on him. That was because everyone knew that the Divine King had almost given up his own life to help him break the curse. In many people's eyes, he had been raised by the Divine King with his life. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to make a big fuss and harm the harmony. The great Xia prince went up to mediate. When the saint physique matures, it can compete with the great emperor. The Gemini kings are invincible in the world when they combine. They are both future peerless geniuses. There's no need to fight over such a small matter. The Yuhua king also advised. And Miaoi also went up to mediate. Her eyes were intoxicating and her words were like the spring breeze. It calmed people's hearts and eased the tense atmosphere. The Sun Sovereign was in the northern region and had many taboos. He also didn't want to fight with Yi Fan at this time. He snorted coldly and glanced at Yi Fan. He didn't say anything else. I'll let you live for a few more days. Gao Lingfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. The people present frowned. Even the Sun Sovereign couldn't help but glance at him. He felt that this younger brother of his was used to being arrogant and wouldn't amount to anything. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. Even if your elder brother is the Gemini King, it's still not enough. I still have to discipline you. Yi Fan attacked. Bang, the Sun Sovereign's entire body burned with divine flames. He reacted quickly to stop Yi Fan, but he had underestimated his opponent's speed. Yi Fan's right hand transformed into a golden sky-turning imprint. It slapped Gao Linfeng away on the spot. His bones were broken and his tendons were snapped. He was almost turned into meat paste. Next time, watch your mouth. Ah. Gao Linfeng's bones were broken. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. You. A huge sun appeared behind the Sun Sovereign. 9 golden crows flew out and circled above his head. A terrifying aura erupted like a torrential flood, causing the entire celestial palace to tremble. Many people were alarmed, and many cultivators looked over in this direction. The Sun Sovereign's aura pierced through the rainbow like a resplendent river of stars surging. He raised his hand and struck towards Yi Fan. Teaching his younger brother a lesson in front of him was the same as hitting him. Bang, Yi Fan seemed to be walking among the sun and moon, as if he was passing through time. He dodged with extreme speed and waved his golden fist. It shattered the vacuum and smashed forward, using his unparalleled physical body to fight. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Yuhua King and the great Xia Prince both attacked. Countless divine feathers filled the sky and 9 streaks of draconic energy cut through the sky, separating the two. This time, it is indeed Lin Feng's fault. Don't fight to the death because of this. The Yuhua King Su Zishuan spoke. Yuhua King, don't stop me. I've already tolerated enough, but he still dared to attack. He deserves death. The Sun Sovereign's killing intent surged and his expression was ice cold. I still have 9 chances to return to the 4 Extremes secret realm to fight against the saint. If you force me to kill you, then come at me. Yi Fan confronted him. Ding dong, and Miaoi played a celestial song. The sound of the zither was calm, like a clear spring flowing among the pine trees under the night moon, making people feel at peace. Everyone, please stop. No one has ever dared to treat my Miaoi nunnery as a battlefield. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but it also carried a hint of majesty. The Sun Sovereign was very domineering, but after coming to the eastern wilderness, he didn't dare to be too agitated. He restrained his killing intent and sat to the side. Yi Fan had an indifferent expression. Now that he had obtained the Xing formula, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if the world knew that he had recovered from his injuries, it didn't matter. After this confrontation, although they were drinking tea and chatting, the atmosphere couldn't be relaxed. The Sun Sovereign's face was gloomy, without the slightest smile. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very relaxed. He drank tea while chatting with the Yuhua King and the great Xia Prince, asking Wang Chongshou a few questions in passing. And Miaoi played a celestial song, making the whole palace peaceful. The tense atmosphere was somewhat relieved. The only thing that was not harmonious was Gao Linfeng, who was covered in blood. "Where did the Saint of Merak go?" the Yuhua king asked. Yi Fan smiled. The saint of the present age was indeed a deterrent, making even the young cultivators of the Central Plains wary and cautious. "He is in seclusion in a secret place. With such a cultivation level, he still needs to go into seclusion. Is there any hope of a breakthrough?" The hearts of Wang Chongxiao and the others were beating wildly. The Sun Sovereign was also quite uneasy. Although he knew that Yi Fan's words couldn't be trusted, he couldn't help but pay attention. After all, that was an existence comparable to the ancient saint. Finally, in the middle of the night, they got up and bid farewell. Yi Fan returned and met with Miaoi in another palace. "Are your injuries healed?" And Miaoi asked softly. Yi Fan handed her a jade bottle filled with divine spring water. After opening it, the fragrance assailed their nostrils. Any cultivator could tell that this was the spring of life that could revive the dead. "You really surprised me." And Miaoi's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She said, "You entered the desolate forbidden grounds and came back alive." Yi Fan didn't hide anything. He looked at her calmly and said, "I want to ask you some things." "I know what you want to say. If it's about ruthless inheritance, then don't ask too much. Just know that I won't harm you." At this point, Miaoi chuckled lightly. She walked to his side and massaged his acupuncture points. "Why? Don't ask so much." And Miaoi shook her head and didn't want to say more. "Has Hua Yunfei come to the northern region?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't know. This person is very dangerous. You have to be careful," and Miaoi reminded. Everyone had their own reasons, and they couldn't reveal all their secrets to others. Just like how Yi Fan came from the other side of the universe, he had never told Miaoi anything. "You are in danger now. Recently, a saint-killing alliance appeared in the Eastern Baron. I'm afraid there are Saint Children-level characters operating it." A saint-killing alliance. Are two ancient killer dynasties not enough? Now there's another saint-killing alliance. And Miaoi solemnly reminded, the members don't know each other's identities, but they have a tacit understanding. They all have one goal, and that is to kill you. Yi Fan smiled. He felt that the supreme scepter of the Celestial Court was finally going to be useful. It was time for the Celestial Court to reappear in the world. What is Jiang Yichen thinking? He even dares to take the all-creation cauldron by force? Li Heishui's eyes also widened. This cauldron was priceless. Because of it, endless waves were stirred up. In a sense, the enmity between Yi Fan and all the Holy Lands was caused by it. It was the exclusive holy item of an ancient emperor. Even ancient scriptures could not be exchanged for it. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yi Fan almost died many times because of it. He had no choice but to temporarily give this cauldron to little Tingting and use the power of a supreme divine king to preserve it. Otherwise, he would not have survived at all. They never thought that Jiang Yichen would be so bold. He dared to use this opportunity to take it for himself. This was really wishful thinking. In the past, all the Holy Lands were extremely jealous. Yi Fan risked his life to protect the holy item, but he wanted to take it by force. This made them angry. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but be angry at this moment. This cauldron was exchanged with his life. How could he tolerate someone trying to take it away like this? This brat is too ambitious. He really dared to make a move. He even dared to take something like this. Wu Zhongtian sneered. F***ck, I haven't even touched it. How can he touch it? Let's go kill him. The large black dog bared his teeth. With his personality, everything in the world should belong to him. At this moment, he was even more angry. Yi Fan's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Don't act rashly. Maybe it's more complicated than we think. If the elders of the Jiang family want to take it, it'll be big trouble." Brother. Tingting felt very guilty and lowered her head. If such an important holy item was lost, she would feel very uneasy. It's okay. Tingting, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. Big sister, be happy. Smile. Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and stood on the stone bench like a little adult. Let's go find Xianxia now. He even dared to take my niece's thing. I'll skin him later. Jiang Huiran was usually called bad guy Jiang, so he was naturally not easy to deal with. Let's go and settle the score with that brat first. If the Jiang clan protects him, we'll leave immediately and wait for him outside, unless he never shows his face in the northern region for the rest of his life. Lu Ko said. In reality, as the descendants of the 13 great bandits, these people were arrogant and difficult to tame. In the past, they even dared to surround and kill the Alcade Saint Sun and Saintess in the northern region. They were dangerous like a pack of wolves. They first sent Uncle Jiang back, and then asked Tingting to lead the way. However, there were many divine islands and mountains, so they couldn't wander around and couldn't find Xianxia at all. Don't worry, big sister. Big brother and the others are very powerful. Even the old tree spirit was so scared that it ran away. Little Nan Nan was obviously talking about the path understanding ancient tea tree. This made these individuals lose all face, because they were too greedy. Not even the ancient tree could tolerate them. Little guy, what's your name? Tingting really liked little Nan Nan. Seeing that she was cute and obedient, she pulled her little hand and walked forward. Call me Nan Nan. The little girl naively took this pampering title as her own name. In reality, she only remembered these 2 words about her past. Yi Fan once seriously analyzed that the little girl must have had a deep past, so she didn't forget the 2 words Nan Nan. No one knew what kind of background she had. She could retain her youth, but she would always look like she was 2 years old. Her memory would become blank at any time. In front of them, there was a very large ancient island. Ancient trees towered into the sky, silver waterfalls flowed like a chain, and there were many mountains standing side by side. It was a very beautiful place. It could be seen that Xianxia's status in the younger generation of the Jiang family was very different. To be able to obtain such a residence to cultivate, not many young disciples had such treatment. His great-grandfather is an extremely powerful person, and he is very close to the family head. He can get whatever he wants, and he himself is also a ruthless person. Ordinary people really don't dare to provoke him. Lu Ko and the others were very familiar with the younger generation of the northern region. They even knew about Xianxia's background. Who are you people, and why are you forcing your way into Meteor Island? A few people flew out and blocked their way. Meteor Island? I think it's Comet Island. The large black dog bared his teeth. The expressions of these people instantly changed, and they guessed the identity of these people, especially the large black dog and Yi Fan. In their eyes, they were definitely notorious. This place is an important place of the Jiang family. You are not allowed to trespass. The few people lined up and blocked the way, not letting them enter the island. Jiang Huiran's face instantly darkened. He sensed Tingting's situation. Now, she was nominally the little princess of the Jiang family, but these people did not come up to greet her immediately. He thought of Tingting's situation in the past. Some people in the Jiang family were very unfair to her, and even Uncle Jiang was forced to open a small bar outside to pass his days. At that time, he was furious. All of you, get out of my way. Tell Xianxia to get out here. When Xianxia's temper flared up, he was also a person who did not recognize his own family. Although he was actually also a disciple of the Jiang family, he did not care at all. Yi Fan also thought of many past events. In that snowy winter, he came to the Jiang family, and in the cold wind, he saw Uncle Jiang being made trouble by the disciples of the Jiang family, and Xianxia was the main culprit. At that time, he was furious, so he attacked Xianxia in the territory of the clan of the ancients. He killed Xianxia, killed many cultivators, and suppressed him. It was only when the Supreme Divine King asked him to pardon the disciples of the Holy Land that he released. How dare you? Do you know what place this is? Even if you are guests of the Jiang family, you still need to understand etiquette, one of them shouted, wanting to use this to pressure them. Are your dog eyes blind? You can't even see the little princess of the Jiang family here? Do you not recognize her, or are you purposely ignoring her? Jiang Huiran shouted. Greetings, little princess. When those people heard this, they hurried forward to greet her. In the past, they could indeed ignore Tingting. As someone with the grating body, she could not live for more than a few years. Moreover, she had been picked up from outside, so she could not be regarded as orthodox. But it was different now. She was the only person taken away by the Supreme Divine King, and she had cultivated with him for over half a year. It was very likely that the supreme fighting formula of the 9 secrets had ended up in the hands of the little girl. Moreover, with the support of Deku's great-uncle, Tingting's status was extremely great. No one dared to bully her like before. However, due to their past attitudes, they were still rather unable to change. Please wait a moment. We'll go report this. A person quickly flew into the island and reported to Xianxia. He dared not waste any more time. Only after a very long time did the person fly out. His face was filled with apology, and he said extremely politely, "I'm really sorry. The young master is in seclusion, so we are unable to rouse him. It's best if you come back in a few days." Wu Zhongtian immediately sneered and said, "Of all times, why does he have to go into seclusion at this time? It's obvious. He doesn't want to see us. He can hide now, but can he hide forever?" Lu Ko sneered. "Since he's so arrogant and doesn't want to come out to greet us, we'll go see him ourselves." Jiang Huiran was furious. "You can't enter." The few people stopped them. "Step back. I want to see my cousin." "Can you still stop me?" Tingting stepped forward. Although she was only a 9-year-old child, she had a kind of authority when she was serious. The few people looked at each other. This little girl was fine in the past, but now, it was really not good to provoke her. This is the territory of the Jiang family. Do you want to stop us? Will you not let us in even if the Divine King Grand Elder returns one day? Tingting's voice was clear as she shouted. Get out of the way. Tingting flew forward first. Yi Fan and the others nodded and flew into the island. Those people didn't dare to stop them. Along the way, they didn't stop and went straight to the center of the ancient island. There were a few mountains standing side by side. Ancient vines grew on the mountain peaks, spiritual springs gurgled, clouds curled up, and colorful clouds rose. It was a magnificent and beautiful sight. "Jiang Yichen, come out!" Jiang Huiran shouted. The divine island was empty. No one responded. Only a flock of spiritual birds flew into the sky. "If you don't come out, I'll suppress these mountains and take you with me." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion. 6 elders flew out and one of them shouted, "Who is making a ruckus here? Disregarding the family rules, do you want to be punished?" These elders were all experts of the dragon transformation secret realm. They weren't the direct descendants of the Jiang family. They were in charge of protecting Jiang Yichen. Tingting stepped forward and said, "Uncles, please invite my cousin out. I have something to discuss with him." Although these people were of high status, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed when they saw Tingting. They didn't dare to stop the little princess. Things were different now. The young master is in isolation. "It's not convenient for him to come out," one of them said. "He's so arrogant. If he doesn't come out, we'll go see him ourselves," Lu Ko said. "Stop talking nonsense. Seal the mountain and refine him alive," Li Heishui shouted. This was, of course, a threat to force Jiang Yichen to come out. After all, these people were the descendants of notorious bandits. Most people would believe that they would do such a thing. Humph. From afar, a cold snort was heard. A young man walked out of a magnificent ancient building. He looked at them coldly and said, "How dare you come to the Jiang family and behave atrociously? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone, ring the heavenly sound bell and gather the experts. Take them down and kill them." Jiang Yichen, dressed in black, stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He was quite arrogant. He glanced at everyone indifferently and revealed a cold smile. "This kid is really ruthless. He wants to use this to make a reason to kill all of us. He's worse than we thought." Lu Ko gritted his teeth. They were not afraid. As the descendants of the 13 bandits, even if they really caused a great disaster, They would have to consider the bandits if they wanted to kill them, not to mention that they didn't commit any serious crimes. The elders next to them were really going to ring the heavenly sound bell and gather the experts of the Jiang family to kill them. Jiang Huairan stood up and shouted, "Do you want to rebel? Can't you see the little princess is here? She brought us here. Who do you want to kill? Are you tired of living?" Although the elders were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. "You threatened the little princess of the Jiang family. You should be killed. Ring the heavenly sound bell and save Tingting. Kill all of them." Jiang Yichen sneered and then said in a low voice, "Making trouble in the territory of the Jiang family, you are courting death." As he spoke, he glanced at everyone with a cruel sneer. Finally, he stared at Yi Fan with a look of extreme hatred. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. Of course, he would not forget the past when he was suppressed. Damn, this kid is too cunning. We are in his territory, but he doesn't even explain himself. He really wants to kill us. Lu Ko felt that things were not going well and wanted to take the initiative to attack first. Yi Fan suddenly laughed and patted Jiang Huairan's shoulder. He said, "Let him ring the heavenly sound bell. Don't forget who you are. You are also a disciple of the Jiang family and the descendant of the divine king. You are his uncle. It's not a problem for you to go up and slap him. Even if someone comes, they can only watch." Damn, I almost forgot. Now that the ancestor of the Jiang family is accompanied by my grandfather every day, trying to win him back to the family, he even gave me a divine wood token. Jiang Huairan suddenly realized and took out the divine wood token. At that time, he entered the Jiang family with this token and no one dared to stop him. Go and ring the heavenly sound bell and call many masters here. Watch me slap him. Jiang Huairan said. After seeing the divine wood token, the elders all changed their expressions. Even Jiang Yichen's expression changed abruptly and became very ugly. Kid, return the myriad chi cauldron. Wu Zhongtian sneered. Humph, you are really brave. The myriad chi cauldron is Tingting's item. As a member of the Jiang family, it is naturally the sacred object of the Jiang family. How dare you come here to ask for it? Jiang Yichen sneered. How can you say such words? Jiang Huairan immediately turned hostile. Yi Fan's eyes also became cold. In the past, when he gave the cauldron to little Tingting, he had said in front of everyone that it was temporarily borrowed and he would come back to get it in the future. Now that Jiang Yichen said such words, it was clear that he wanted to take it for himself and did not want to return it. Moreover, he spoke righteously and said that it was the sacred object of the Jiang family. I have never seen such a shameless person. The big black dog bared his teeth. He almost stood on his hind legs and slapped with his big paw. Brother Yichen, you have borrowed the myriad chi cauldron for a long time. It is time to return it to me. Tingting stepped forward and asked for it in a clear voice. Jiang Yichen's expression became cold and he said, Tingting, you have to know that people are sinister. That is the sacred object of the Jiang family. If I return it to you now, it will definitely be taken away by some dirty people. Kid, you are tired of living. How can you say such shameless words? You should know how the myriad chi cauldron entered the Jiang family. You are not qualified to forcibly take this sacred object. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, it seems useless to say this to him now. He insists that it is the sacred object of the Jiang family and will not take it out. It is up to you to be the bad guy. Hearing this, Jiang Huairan immediately knew what he meant. He laughed and said, well, Jiang Yichen, although I am ashamed to have a nephew like you, I have to admit it today. Then, he turned around and said, come and help me. Hold him down for me. As his uncle, I will execute the family law and teach him a lesson. In terms of seniority, he was Tingting's little uncle, so he could indeed be Jiang Yichen's uncle, although they were about the same age. Swish. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian and the others surrounded the four sides and all sneered. What do you want to do? Jiang Yichen's expression changed. I am your uncle. I will execute the family law and slap your mouth hard. Jiang Huairan sneered maliciously. How dare you? Jiang Yichen was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Today, they are all outsiders and can't use force in the Jiang family, but I am qualified. Jiang Huairan sneered and said, "Call me uncle, and then I will teach you a good lesson. You are courting death." Jiang Yichen's face was gloomy. Swish. The void was frozen by the joint efforts of Yi Fan and the others. Slap. Jiang Huairan held the divine wood order and rushed over like a ghost. He slapped Jiang Yichen's face. "Quick, ring the heavenly bell." Jiang Yichen found that his body was bound in the void and hurriedly shouted. "I am your brother. How dare you be so rebellious and want to kill me? Today, I will beat all your teeth out." Jiang Huairan added a crime to his name and then slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. "Quickly take out the myriad chi cauldron, or I will smash your mouth today. How dare you come to my Jiang clan to commit murder?" Jiang Yichen shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. Slap. Jiang Huairan was definitely not a kind person. He swung his palm and gave him a 5-clawed mountain, covering his handsome and fair face. "How dare you talk to me like this? Since you saw me, you haven't called me a nice name. Do you really want to kill me?" Jiang Yichen slapped Jiang Yichen again and said, "Am I bold? How can I be compared to you? You even dare to seize the exclusive sacred object of the great emperor. Don't you know what your surname is? That thing is not something you can touch. You bastard, you have been kicked out of my Jiang clan, and now you still dare to attack me. Just you wait, someone will pull out your tendons in a while." Jiang Yichen was furious and his face was livid. This was an important place of the Jiang clan, on his island. When had such a thing happened? Who dared to do this to him? Slap. Jiang Huairan responded to him with a big round slap. He said, "Don't call me uncle. You are so rebellious. I can kill you without a problem." Dang. Not far away, the elders finally rang the heavenly tone bell. All the masters in this area must rush over when they heard the news. This was the alarm bell that would only be rung when there was an accident. "You really dare to ring the heavenly tone bell?" Jiang Huairan suddenly laughed. He held the divine wood token in his hand and used it to slap Jiang Yichen. Slap, slap, Jiang Huairan was quite ruthless. With just a few blows, Jiang Yichen's mouth was almost smashed. His lower jaw was fractured and drooped. "You reckless thing, take out the myriad chi cauldron." "You." "Fine, you wait." Jiang Yichen was still stubborn. His mouth was unclear as he spat out such words. Not far away, the elders looked embarrassed. They wanted to go forward to stop him, but they could not do anything when they saw the divine wood token. They had naturally heard about the return of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was a ruthless man. He was on the same side as the other 12 bandits. If one was provoked, 13 would jump out. He also had the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar and the terrifying existence of the old bastard. He dared to challenge the Holy Land. "Do you want to die? If you don't hand over the myriad chi cauldron, I will kill you today." Jiang Huairan's eyes turned sharp and fierce. "Pa. Hey, baddie, seeing that you're having so much fun, why don't you let me have a go too?" Lu Ko, who was beside him, said. The large black dog also stood up, showing off his brand new tiger skin pants. He rubbed his 2 large paws that were as thick as the rim of a bull, and said, "Why don't you let me slap you a few times as well? I'm willing to beat up those lowly bastards who dare to snatch a holy treasure from me." It accidentally said what was in its heart. This was its nature and bad habit of snatching treasures whenever it saw one. It had always been thinking about the source root of myriad chi and always wanted to get it. Don't count on it. This is the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Give up completely. Jiang Yichen was very stubborn. Even though his mouth and nose were bleeding, he still gritted his teeth. He believed that Jiang Huairan wouldn't dare to kill him. Not to mention some superficial wounds, even if he broke an arm or lost a leg, the Jiang clan had elixirs that could reattach it. He only had to endure, and when the elites of the Jiang clan arrived, they could kill these people in front of him. Thus, he was determined to not hand over the myriad chi cauldron no matter what. "You're still so stubborn, and you still want to gnash your teeth? I've already sent you flying. Let's see how you can gnash your teeth." Jiang Huairan slapped down. "Pooh. Jiang Yichen spat out a mouthful of teeth, and his face was deformed. He couldn't help but groan in pain, but he still refused to beg for mercy. "How dare you?" A furious roar came from the sky. "You've really eaten the gall of a celestial being. You dare to behave atrociously in our Jiang clan. Even if you're the god of heaven, you'll be turned into ashes today." A middle-aged man descended. His black hair was thick and very long, almost reaching his knees. His gaze was like a white blade, as if it could slash one's soul. It was extremely sharp and frightening. "Eighth uncle, quickly help me kill them," Jiang Yichen shouted, and spat out a few more teeth at the same time. After the Tianyin bell rang, 70 or 80 people came in an instant. The leader was the middle-aged man with long hair reaching his knees, and his expression was exceptionally cold. After all, it was not an important bell of the Jiang clan, so it was impossible to alarm everyone. It only alarmed the neighboring islands, and these people rushed over. The people who lived next to Jiang Yichen were naturally his direct blood relatives, and they had a close relationship with him. "Eighth uncle." Tingting also called out crisply. "What's going on?" The long-haired man stared intently and asked Tingting. "Brother Yichen borrowed my chi of all creatures cauldron and didn't return it. We came to ask for it, but he also wanted to kill us," Tingting said. The long-haired man's eyes suddenly became cold. He saw the divine wood token in Jiang Huiran's hand and felt that it was very troublesome. "You stop," he shouted sternly, and stretched out his big hand to grab forward. Jiang Huiran was indeed very temperamental. When he saw 70 or 80 people surrounding him, he held the divine wood token and slapped it more vigorously, and he kept nagging. "You have no respect for your elders. If you want to kill me, I'll punish you according to the family rules. An uncle is like a father. I'll discipline you. Pa, boy, you." The long-haired middle-aged man's face was as gloomy as water. When he stretched out his big hand, he found that Jiang Huiran had blocked the divine wood token in front of him and was shaking it at him. "Eighth uncle, you kill them. I'll take all the consequences," Jiang Yichen clamored. "Who do you think you are? You want to take the responsibility? Do you want to rebel against the Jiang clan? You even dare to disrespect the divine wood token of the old ancestor?" Jiang Huiran was ruthless again. "Enough, you're too arrogant." Another cold snort sounded, and a gray-haired middle-aged man landed. He was tall and incomparably majestic. "First uncle, kill them quickly. This bastard and this group of bandits dare to behave atrociously in our Jiang clan. They want to take the sacred relic of our Jiang clan. We can't let them leave alive," Jiang Yichen shouted. "Humph." The gray-haired middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and he stared at Yi Fan and the others. Even Jiang Huiran was shrouded in it and felt a kind of coldness. "Chi." He pointed with his hand, and a beam of light rolled out, pulling Jiang Yichen to his side in an instant. Then, a murderous aura filled the air and locked onto Yi Fan and the others. "First uncle, attack quickly. Don't let a single one of them escape." Jiang Yichen was completely furious after being rescued, and he stared fiercely at everyone. "You're so young, and yet you're so domineering. Even if you have a great background, you shouldn't make a move in our Jiang clan," the gray-haired man said coldly. He ignored Jiang Huiran, who was holding the divine wood token. Instead, he stared at Yi Fan and the others. Formless murderous intent seeped out of his body and slashed forward. Clang! The small golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows transformed into a figure that sat cross-legged in the void. It looked solemn and dignified, like a celestial spirit, and it slammed forward. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. Yi Fan's divine sense surpassed his own realm. After colliding with the gray-haired man's murderous intent, there was a loud rumble, and he was actually not at a disadvantage. "First uncle, do you want to kill us?" Tingting stepped forward, and her white clothes fluttered. Like a flawless little fairy, she stood in front of the gray-haired man. "Tingting, move aside. This matter concerns the dignity of our clan. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to wash away this humiliation," the gray-haired man said in a deep voice. "Damn, I knew it. Jiang Yichen doesn't have such guts. He can't keep the great emperor's holy artifact." It seems like there are indeed people supporting him from behind. You must be one of them. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan looked at him calmly, and said, "You didn't ask for the reason, and you attacked immediately. Do you think you can take the all-chi cauldron for yourself like this? Young man, don't put such a big label on me. You guys acted atrociously first, and I only attacked because of that." The gray-haired man snorted coldly. "I can tell you that the ultimate divine king won't die. He will return sooner or later. You'd better not take things too far." Yi Fan felt the bone-piercing killing intent of the other party, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The formation pattern on the chessboard appeared, and the large black dog hooted. "Damn, you still want to kill me? Dream on. If you have the guts, stay in the Jiang clan forever. Otherwise, once you leave, I will annihilate all of you." This was a corner of the formation pattern of the great emperor of ancient times, and it was not afraid of being forcibly interrupted. It had enough confidence, and said, "Today, your decision concerns the future of the Jiang clan." The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. They were not the highest-ranking members of the Jiang clan, but they knew many things about the outside world. A saint of the present age was very close to these people, and many people knew that they really did not dare to kill them. Otherwise, it might lead to a great disaster. The formation pattern on the chessboard flickered. The lives of Yi Fan and the others were not in danger, and they could cross over at any time. They looked coldly at the gray-haired man and the others. "It doesn't matter. Kill them." Jiang Yichen was fearless, and he said through gritted teeth. He wanted to eliminate Yi Fan and the others in one fell swoop. The gray-haired man also had killing intent, but he was a knowledgeable person, and he naturally knew how terrifying the formation pattern on the chessboard was. If the other party wanted to leave, he definitely could not stop them. "Humph." A heavy and cold snort sounded, and an old voice said, "What's going on?" Ting immediately revealed a joyful expression, and said, "Ninth grandfather, Brother Yichen borrowed the myriad chi cauldron, and not only did he not return it to me, but he also asked people to kill us." "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Yichen's expression was cold. "How dare you?" An old man in green descended. He had white hair and a white beard, and he was very powerful like an old lion. He was the descendant of the ultimate divine king, and it was he who had taken care of Ting in the past. "Ninth grandfather." Jiang Yichen seemed to be a little afraid, and the gray-haired, middle-aged man beside him was also a little uneasy. "You are really promising. Only the old ancestor of the ultimate divine king dares to disappear, and you dare to do this." The old man shouted. "Ninth grandfather, the myriad chi cauldron has already become the sacred object of our Jiang clan. I am afraid that Ting will not keep it well, and it will be taken away by these people, so I took care of it for her first." Jiang Yichen argued. "That was lent to Ting by Brother Yi Fan, and not given to our Jiang clan. We have long agreed to take it back one day." Ting said seriously. "You can't say that. How can you take back what you have given away? This is already the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Ting, you are still young, and this has nothing to do with you. Don't say more." Jiang Yichen glanced at little Ting. "Yes, the ownership of this sacred object indeed needs to be discussed. We can't make a hasty decision, in case it is taken away by others." The gray-haired man nodded. Yi Fan was resentful. As expected, there was a branch of the Jiang clan that wanted to take the myriad chi cauldron, and it was not as simple as Jiang Yichen. He knew that he was in big trouble. It was clearly his thing, and they had made it very clear in the past. But now, they said such words in front of him, and kept saying take away. He had become a thief with evil intentions. "You are really becoming more and more promising." The old man, who was as fierce as an old lion, suddenly shouted and said, "Hurry up and bring me the myriad chi cauldron. If you dare to make a fool of yourself again, I will kill you immediately. This is already the sacred object of our Jiang clan." Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man were unwilling to give up. They wanted to say more, but when they saw the old man's sharp eyes, they immediately stopped talking. "Ninth grandfather, the myriad chi cauldron is not here. It is with the 13th grandfather. He has been playing with it recently," Jiang Yichen suddenly said. 13th, come over here and bring me the myriad chi cauldron. The old man shouted, and his voice traveled hundreds of miles. Although the Jiang clan was boundless, it affected more than half of the territory. Many people heard it. Soon, many old people appeared and landed on this divine island. They were all alarmed. The 13th grandfather did not come, but there was a peerless mighty figure. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather came in person. Great-grandfather. Jiang Yichen immediately went to greet him. What's wrong with your face? This was a skinny old man. His hair was yellow, but his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely frightening. They turned into substantial light that penetrated through his body. They are presumptuous in our Jiang clan's important place and treat our clan as nothing. Great-grandfather, you have to kill them. Jiang Yichen looked coldly at Yi Fan and Jiang Huiran. The old man looked over coldly. His eyes were frightening as he glanced at Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others. However, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were not afraid. At worst, they could just leave. Having a corner of the formation pattern of the great ancient emperor became their greatest reliance. Sixth brother, are you really going to protect them? The ninth grandfather opened his mouth. His expression was solemn, and his hair and beard were all unfurled like an angry lion. He said, do you know what they are doing? Or do you already know and want to indulge them? Oh, what did they do? Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather asked. Suddenly, a long roar sounded. A figure flew over like lightning. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them and landed on the divine island. Grandfather. Jiang Huiran was overjoyed. The famous bandit of the northern region had come. He was definitely a ruthless fellow. He had run wild for many years and had 12 even more ruthless people supporting him. Now, even the Jiang clan's ancestor-level characters were persuading him to come back. Jiang Yi strode forward and shouted, useless thing, you only know how to cause trouble. At first, people thought he was scolding Jiang Huiran. Who would have thought that he would directly come in front of Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man and swing his big palm down? Pa, 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 he came up without saying a word and slapped them in the face. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the ninth grandfather and Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather. They had never thought he would do this. Damn, he was too protective. He came up and hit others. They thought he was going to hit his own grandson. Many people rolled their eyes. They had seen people who were protective, but they had never seen someone who was so protective. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man were completely stunned. They suffered a series of slaps in the face. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Blood sprayed out of their mouths and noses. Little bastard, I have already warned you not to bully Tingting. Last time in the Divine City, you didn't learn your lesson. This time, I will beat you to death. Jiang Yi was very domineering. He slapped Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather like this. And you're already over 100 years old. Did you live your life like a dog? Jiang Yi also slapped the gray-haired middle-aged man and said. Everyone was dumbfounded. This great bandit grandpa was too awesome. He slapped his descendant in front of the supreme expert. He really didn't show any mercy. I'm going to faint. Jiang Huiran, your grandfather is really fierce. He is really a role model for our generation. Lu Kou, Li Heishui, and the others were a little dizzy. Even Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were dumbfounded. This great bandit grandpa was too domineering. He actually dared to do this. Everyone was tongue-tied and speechless. The legendary bandit was so awesome. He was so direct and straightforward. Little bastard, you don't learn from your mistakes. Slap, slap, the slap was loud and clear. Jiang Yi slapped Jiang Yichen's face heavily and mercilessly. Everyone looked at each other and no one stepped forward. This man was too fierce. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather was here, but he slapped him in front of him. They had never seen such a strong man. Moreover, he slapped Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather while scolding him. This was really shocking. How could Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather endure this? And you? Jiang Yi grabbed the gray-haired middle-aged man's collar and pulled him in front of him like a chick. Without saying anything, he slapped him 36 times and said, "You're already 80 years old, but you still don't learn good things. I'll slap you to death." Everyone was dumbfounded. You also know that he's a 100-year-old man? How could he keep his foothold and face after being slapped like this? Enough! Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather shouted. He strode forward and said, "Are you done?" "Not yet." Jiang Yi replied simply. Slap, slap. As he spoke, he continued to slap Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man 18 times in a daze. They were almost paralyzed on the ground. At the side, everyone didn't know what to say. Jiang Rui, a powerful figure, had spoken like this, but Jiang Yi replied with such actions. He was too domineering. You. Jiang Rui's face turned cold. What? Do you want to hit me? Jiang Yi glanced at him and then continued to slap him. Little bastard, I told you not to learn good things. Little bastard, I told you to do bad things. Jiang Yi kept calling him little bastard, which made Jiang Rui's face turn green. Jiang Yi beat his descendant and scolded him like this. The veins on his forehead bulged. Around them, many of the older and younger generations of the Jiang family had come. They were all stunned. This bandit was really fearless. He dared to do and dared to say. However, when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. This ancestor of his had dared to rebel against the clan in the past. Compared to him, this was nothing. Brat, if you dare bully Tingting and commit any more crimes, I'll take your sea reclamation eye. Jiang Yi finally stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to spare the two of them, but he was tired of beating them up. He said to Jiang Huairan and little Tingting, "What did he do to you too? Come and take it back yourselves." Damn it, are there people who are so protective of their children? You can actually do that. Everyone stared at him dumbfoundedly. Your grandpa is too awesome. Li Heishui and the others mumbled. They were all stunned. Jiang Huairan was eager to give it a try. He really wanted to go over and give it a few slaps. Tingting was very embarrassed. Her granduncle was so domineering that even she felt embarrassed. She pulled the corner of Jiang Huairan's clothes and said, "Little uncle, don't hit me anymore. To deal with such an evil person, you should chop him into 10 pieces." Jiang Huairan rubbed her head. Everyone looked at him in disdain. Was this how he taught his child? What a horrible thing. Are you guys injured? Jiang Yi asked. No. Little Tingting hurriedly shook her head. Those who were close to Jiang Yichen all had the urge to vomit blood. It was you guys who had been slashing people, okay? How dare you ask if they were injured? Unless they were slapped and their fingers were hurt. Jiang Yi left Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Hand over the myriad chi cauldron." Many people found it hard to stay calm. They all revealed strange expressions. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a sacred object, not to mention that it was now in the hands of the Jiang family? Even when it was owned in the past, all the Holy Lands would put down their pride and fight for it. It was almost impossible to give it away now. The birth of an ownerless ancient scripture would cause chaos in the world. Everyone would fight for it crazily. The birth of an ownerless divine weapon would be even worse. Because only the great ancient emperors could refine it, it was even rarer than the ancient scriptures. The Holy Land that possessed it would have a part of the battle power of the great emperors. Furthermore, if there was an ancient sage, with a divine weapon, they could unleash the power of the great emperors. In the past, an invincible divine king of the Jiang family used the eternal universe sacred furnace to wipe out a holy land on the icy plains. The root of the myriad chi had already formed into a cauldron. It was simply the embryo of the extreme path. It was a treasure that the great ancient emperors dreamed of. Who could face it calmly? The myriad chi cauldron is with the 13th brother, the almighty Jiang Rui said. Jiang Yi's expression darkened. He said, "Then, please call the 13th brother over." He left the family the day before yesterday to travel, Jiang Rui answered. What a coincidence. Jiang Yi's expression was very ugly. Not far away, Yi Fan's heart sank. It was not as simple as Jiang Yichen. It was already very obvious now. He had someone supporting him and wanted to keep the sacred object. It was no wonder. After such a shocking treasure entered the Holy Lands, it would be difficult to spit it out again. Because its value was too great, it was enough to make the Holy Lands fall out. No matter if you were a deity or a sage, only the extreme weapon was real. If they could get it, the Jiang clan would definitely prosper in the future. No Holy Land could compare to it, because the Yaoguang Holy Land's dragon pattern cauldron was the result of the efforts of the sages of the past generations. It was not forged by the great emperors. The Jiang clan had the Eternal Universe Great Emperor and had the sacred weapon refinement technique of the great ancient emperors. In the future, they might really be able to evolve a second great emperor's sacred weapon. If a Holy Land had two sacred weapons of the extreme path, it would really be called the first Holy Land in the world. No one could compete with it. In front of such great benefits, many people of the Jiang clan who were indifferent to worldly affairs were tempted, not to mention those who were unscrupulous. At this moment, Yi Fan thought of many things. The ancient killer Celestial Court wanted to assassinate him. They were hired by the ancient inheritance, and the Jiang clan was probably also involved. If he died, the myriad Qi cauldron would definitely belong to them. I want to know when the 13th brother will appear. When he returns, will he return the myriad Qi cauldron? Jiang Yi asked in a low voice. It's really hard to say when he will return. As for the myriad Qi cauldron, I think he will take care of it properly, Jiang Rui answered. What do you mean? Jiang Yi stared at him. F***ck, you're obviously trying to keep it and don't want to return it. Behind them, the large black dog ground his teeth and stared fiercely at some people of the Jiang clan. Yi Fan was also very angry. The peerless divine king had done him a great favor, and he was very grateful to the Jiang clan. However, the actions of some people were very difficult for him to accept. Were they holding Enswoguo hostage? This time, he had come to deliver the immortal divine medicine, but now he could not stay calm. If he could not see the divine king, he definitely would not leave behind a single divine fruit. It hurts so much. Jiang Yichen, who had been beaten senseless, woke up and groaned in pain. Yi Fan calmed himself down and sat cross-legged in the void. He used the Tao scripture and sensed carefully. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands and carved 9 ancient characters in the void. These 9 ancient characters were the innate divine characters of the great ancient emperor, and they were also recorded in the Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture. They could suppress one's body and achieve instant eternity. At this moment, his mind moved, and he sensed a wisp of qi from the myriad qi cauldron. It was on an island not far away from the Jiang clan. This cauldron was forged by him according to the records of the Tao scripture. It followed the supreme ancient path of a tool that could destroy all techniques. It had a mysterious connection with him that could not be severed. Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and told Jiang Huairan, the Black Emperor, and the others everything he had sensed. Immediately, bad person Jiang approached his grandfather, and transmitted his voice to him. Jiang Yi stared at an island in the distance. He strode forward, and said, "Whose island is that?" His status in the Jiang clan was very special. The ancestor-level figures of the clan favored him, and he also had the support of 12 even more ruthless people. No one was willing to fall out with him. "That's the place where the 13th brother cultivates," Grandpa Jiao answered beside him. "I miss the 13th brother very much. Since he is not here, I'll go to his island and take a look. It reminds me of him," Jiang Yi said with a smile. Swoosh! He rushed into the island in an instant. Yi Fan and the others stood on the chessboard, moving horizontally, and followed him in. Jiang Rui's expression darkened, and he followed. The others also followed, and there were hundreds of them. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man stared at Yi Fan and Jiang Huairan with hatred in their eyes. They gritted their teeth so hard that they were about to break, but they did not dare to act rashly. They were afraid that they would be beaten to death by the great bandit. Yi Fan stood in the void, and further sensed the qi movement of the myriad qi cauldron. He had almost confirmed its location. Right in front of him, on the cliff, there was a huge waterfall, and his weapon was hidden there. Is the 13th brother really not on the island? If I find out that he is avoiding me, don't blame me for falling out with him. Jiang Yi transmitted his voice coldly, and it shook the entire island. Everyone was stunned. As a notorious bandit, the great bandit always did what he said, and he was swift and decisive. He was definitely not making empty promises. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to inform Xianxia of his discovery, and he followed Xianxia to the cliff. The silver waterfall was a vast expanse of whiteness, and the sound was deafening. It was thousands of feet long, and it was very magnificent. "This is the 13th grandpa's favorite place to meditate," someone said. The 13th grandpa's ancestor, Jiang Chuan, listened to the waterfall every day, watched the stars move, the sunrise and sunset, and experienced the evolution of all things. Sometimes, he would sit there for months without moving. The 13th brother's cultivation has reached this level. No wonder he is so ambitious that he even wants to take the myriad chi cauldron for himself. Xianxia sneered. Boom! He smashed the cliff with one punch, and the huge waterfall was cut in half. White waves swept up to the sky, and it was as terrifying as a tsunami. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Jiang Rui shouted, and he took a few big steps forward, and said, "Why did you destroy the 13th brother's cultivation place?" "I am teaching him the principle of breaking and building." Xianxia responded indifferently. He punched again, and half of the cliff was smashed into powder, and he said, "There is no building without destruction. Only transcendence can transcend." Boom! At this moment, an ancient pagoda soared into the sky, and it floated in midair, emitting an aura that could suppress the heaven and earth. It was obvious that this was a great weapon of a sect, a rare treasure. This is the 13th grandpa's weapon. No wonder he sits here all year round. So it turns out that he is refining his Tao weapon. Someone exclaimed. Others couldn't sense it, but Yi Fan could clearly sense the vitality of the myriad chi. That was a divine object born in his sea of reincarnation, and its connection with him couldn't be severed. Boom! Jiang Yi stretched out a large hand, and Jiang Rui's expression changed. He blocked and shouted, "Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to snatch the 13th brother's divine object?" "I'm just curious, and I want to take a look." Clang! Under the powerful pressure from the two, the ancient pagoda shot out tens of thousands of rays of divine light, and it shook the sky like a surging ocean. Yi Fan carved characters in the air, and his appearance was dignified. The 9 mysterious characters of the ancient emperors appeared, and they immediately formed an even closer connection with his cauldron. The small golden lake between his brows transformed into a divine spirit, and it flew out. It seemed to be cast from gold, and it was dazzling. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly the same as him. Yi Fan did everything he could, and he secretly activated the All character. In an instant, this golden figure became 10 times more powerful. The golden divine spirit was dazzling. That was him, and it continuously transformed. It sat in front of his brows, and it drew out the great Tao to connect with his cauldron. Boom! Suddenly, the myriad chi surged, and it descended from the ancient pagoda. An ancient cauldron flew out unstoppably. Myriad chi cauldron. Many people cried out, and at the same time, they reached out to grab it. The golden divine spirit between Yi Fan's brows roared towards the sky, and a powerful spiritual pressure engulfed all directions. The ancient cauldron seemed to have been summoned, and in an instant, it flew back and floated above his head. Just now, the myriad chi cauldron descended, and it was as heavy as a mountain, and it protected him within. "Don't let him take this cauldron away," Jiang Yichen shouted from the distance. Now, without needing him to say anything, many people had sealed off all directions, and were prepared to seize it. "Sixth brother, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Yi asked coldly, confronting Jiang Rui. Grandpa Jiu also walked up, and said, "Sixth brother, are you really going to let them do as they please? This isn't your style." Jiang Rui's expression was cold. He swept his eyes over the two, and then he stared at the nearby Yi Fan, and the little cauldron above his head. The myriad chi cauldron descended, and every strand could collapse a mountain ridge. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it was the world's rarest immortal item. No one could face it calmly. Yi Fan regained his cauldron, and he was extremely excited. This was the item he would use to prove his Tao in the future. If he lost it, it would hinder his progress. "Brother Jiang Yi, why do you have to do this?" Right at this moment, a clear voice traveled over. On a nearby mountain peak, a purple-robed male walked over step by step. He looked to be only about 30 years old, and his black hair fell like a waterfall. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and he had an innate majesty of an emperor. It was as if his every movement was one with heaven and earth. 13th brother. Xianxia stared at him. Brother Xianxia, looks like if you want to stop me today, can it be that a battle is unavoidable? The purple-robed male's eyes were like lightning. Do you really think this cauldron is yours? Could it be that you want to keep us here? The large black dog shouted. If you have the ability, try cutting off the formation patterns of this horned great emperor. The formation patterns on the chessboard flickered, flickering. It could be crossed at any time. This cauldron is fated with our Jiang clan, and it will be the second saint tool of our clan. It should be left here. The purple-robed male, Jiang Chuan, looked at Yi Fan, his tone dignified and unquestionable. In the distance, mysterious formation patterns appeared, cutting the sky apart. They were majestic and intimidating. The Black Emperor's expression changed, and he said, a corner formation pattern of the Eternal Universe Emperor. Not bad. Can you still cross it? Jiang Chuan glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart sank. This was the will of a portion of the Jiang clan, and Jiang Rue and Jiang Chuan were the representatives. They wanted to keep this cauldron, and didn't want to return it. A corner of Hengyu Heavenly Monarch's formation patterns densely covered the void, cutting off the path ahead. The chessboard's patterns were disrupted, making it hard to cross in a short period of time. This is bad. The large black dog humped coldly for the first time. He hadn't expected that the other party would act so quickly. He hadn't revealed himself before this, so it was clear that he had been making preparations in secret. Leave the myriad chi cauldron behind and I won't make things difficult for you. After all, you were saved by the old ancestor Divine King. Jiang Chuan was very calm, but he had an irresistible aura. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air, looking down on Yi Fan. He didn't say another word. He was like a dragon in the abyss, ready to attack at any moment. Jiang Chuan, you've really grown up. Now, you're acting like you're the only one in the world. You don't care about anything anymore. Xianxia stepped forward, his every step tearing through the air as if he was ascending to the heavens. What belongs to my Jiang clan will naturally be fought for. It will be the second saint weapon of my Jiang clan. We will not allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Everyone could feel his power. He looked very young, but his seniority was extremely high. He stood against Xianxia, not giving way at all. Is it really yours? Yi Fan stood in the void, facing it coldly. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and was held in his palm. Tens of thousands of strands hung down, innately compatible with the Tao, natural and imposing. If I say he's from the Jiang clan, then he is, Jiang Chuan replied and looked down. You think so? If worst comes to worst, I will shatter this cauldron and let the source chi of all creation scatter in the world. You can go and rob the whole world. Yi Fan's fingers flickered. This cauldron was forged in the sea of reincarnation. Before truly interweaving great Tao patterns, there was naturally a secret method that could disintegrate it. He was prepared to scatter it between heaven and earth. How dare you? In the distance, Jiang Yichen and some people shouted, but they were really worried. If you break this cauldron, I will destroy your soul. Jiang Chuan's expression turned cold as he stared down at Yi Fan. A formless murderous intent surged. Then let us all perish together. Yi Fan sneered. In reality, he was looking for a way out. With the traveling formula, he could naturally avoid the danger at hand. The only thing he was afraid of was that this was the Jiang clan's territory. It would be very troublesome to break out. You dare! Jiang Chuan shouted loudly. He really feared that Yi Fan would shatter the cauldron and scatter all of the source energy. He reached out a large hand and hacked over. 13th bro, you're really becoming more and more capable. What's the point of trying to act mighty in front of a junior? Let me measure your worth, said Xianxia loudly. Bang, his right forearm shone, green energy pervading the air. His palm and fingers shook simultaneously, imprinting towards the air, colliding with Jiang Chuan's large hand, producing a muffled sound. Let's retreat first and go around a corner of Emperor Hengyu's formation pattern. We'll go to another place to cross the void, Li Heishui said. Since he had already obtained the myriad chi cauldron, there was no need to stay any longer. Otherwise, it would become more and more dangerous. He had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Tingting, come with us, Yi Fan said, not wanting her to stay any longer. Grandpa is still here. Tingting was worried. Little sister, come with us. Little Nan Nan raised her head and shook Tingting's arm. They don't dare to do anything to Uncle Jiang. Actually, it's fine for Tingting to stay. No one dares to bully her anymore, Jiang Huiran said. Yi Fan wanted to take her away, not because he was worried about her situation, but because he wanted to use the immortal divine medicine to completely cure her dying body. However, an extremely powerful figure had already locked onto them. Jiang Yichen's grandfather, Jiang Rui, shot out 2 golden rays from his eyes, watching their every move. Sixth brother, do you really want to do this? The 9th grandmaster of the Jiang family stepped forward and blocked his gaze. 9th brother, what you're doing is useless. The ancestors' emperor pattern has already been laid down, they can't leave. Anyone else can also seal this place. Jiang Rui shook his head. None of you can leave. Jiang Yichen shouted. Damn it, I didn't slap your mouth just now. You still don't remember, do you? Jiang Huiran said. You. Jiang Yichen's expression changed again and again, but he didn't dare to say anything unpleasant. He was really frightened by that great bandit. He was slapped so hard that his grandfather didn't even stop him. Although the 13th grandmaster of the Jiang clan was also very powerful, even if he could really capture this great bandit ancestor, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him, and would still have to let him go. You what you? Call me uncle, don't be so impolite to me, Jiang Huiran scolded. Jiang Yichen had never felt so aggrieved before. He was slapped by his grandfather and grandson, and he couldn't even retaliate. He was so angry that he wanted to smash his head into the ground. Jiang Yichen's uncle, the gray-haired middle-aged man, invited a few elders to continue to maintain the Eternal Space Emperor's formation, preventing Yi Fan and the others from leaving. The large black dog was furious, and said, damn it, when I was invincible in the past, who dared to stop me? Today, I'll let you all see what I'm capable of. The Black Emperor stood up, and his large claws were even more agile than a human's hand. He carved randomly in the air, and sweat poured out of his forehead like a spring. He seemed to be very strenuous. His attainments in Tao patterns were extremely profound, and very few people could rival him. However, he still seemed to be strenuous, and it could be imagined how terrifying the divine patterns he was carving were. Boom, in just a short moment, a murderous aura soared into the sky like giant serpents, shattering the sky. The murderous aura pierced into everyone's soul, and the murderous aura pervaded the heaven and earth. Everyone was alarmed. This was a killing formation. Although it was only a corner, it seemed as if it could destroy the world. The murderous aura penetrated into the bones, and the souls of people were shaken. This is a corner of the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation. In the distance, the 2 golden lines shot out from Jiang Rui's eyes became even more dazzling, and the essence of his body shot out from the surface of his body like threads. His essence, qi, and spirit were all solidified. Many people cried out in surprise. What was the origin of this large dog? He actually mastered 2 different Great Emperor formation patterns. This was very frightening. Wusher's killing formation. In his haste, the large black dog could only carve out a small corner, and he completely copied it, arranging a small portion of the map fragments that he treasured and treasured. Even so, lightning still surged, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. It was as if an unparalleled killer had descended into the world. The large black dog was about to collapse. He weakly crawled on the chessboard formation patterns, and shouted, F*CK, if you have the ability, then try and stop me again. Elders, you have to think of a way. You can't let them leave. The gray-haired middle-aged man frowned. You want to play with formation patterns with me? You're still too young. If you have the ability, then think of a way to dispel this world's #1 killing formation. The large black dog drank a large mouthful of divine spring, and finally recovered. Can you really travel through the void? Li Heishui asked. Anytime. With the formation patterns of two great emperors appearing at the same time, who can stop us? The large black dog was quite proud. Damn it, you can't leave. Ask the ancestors killing formation to suppress them, Xianxia suggested, but he received a fierce glare from an elder. The divine king has done me a great favor, and I will not forget it. I will definitely repay it in the future. Yi Fan transmitted his voice, and then swept his gaze over some of them. He said, however, if they want to harm me, they can't not retaliate. Don't be so smug, you may not be able to leave. Xianxia glared at him fiercely. Xianxia, you better obediently stay in the Jiang tribe. Otherwise, if you leave and are caught by me, I will definitely find a latrine pit to suppress you for 1,000 years. Yi Fan shouted. F*CK, I like this idea, the large black dog shouted loudly. Li Heishui and the others also laughed loudly, all mocking him. They said that if Xianxia appeared, they would definitely capture him. Just you wait. Xianxia said fiercely, staring fixedly at them. Yi Fan was very serious, and said, what I said is not false. You're on your own. You. Good. Xianxia and the gray-haired middle-aged man all looked gloomy. At this time, the battle between Jiang Yi and Jiang Chuan had reached a climax, and the winner was about to be decided. In the distant sky, an aged voice said, we are originally from the same root, why do you have to do this? Many people's expressions changed. The ancestor of the Jiang family had come, a living fossil that was about to pass away in meditation. His seniority was frighteningly high. You still haven't stopped? The aged voice shouted again. Jiang Yi and Jiang Chuan both stopped. They seemed to be very respectful to this old man, not wanting to anger him. Return the all-chi cauldron to them and send them away. My good daughter Tingting, follow me from now on, the living fossil of the Jiang family issued such an order. In a sense, his words were even more powerful than the divine leaders, and no one dared to disobey. Ancestor, I will take Tingting away for a few days, and then send her to your side. Jiang Yi suddenly spoke because he had heard his grandson's transmitted voice, leaving this place to treat the extreme body with godly medicine. All right. That living fossil did not appear, and only his voice sounded. Go. The large black dog was frightened, and did not want to stay here for long. The Jiang family had a great emperor, so they definitely had other extraordinary formation patterns, and he was afraid that this living fossil would come out. Shwa. The damaged formation patterns of the great emperor were obliterated, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from where they had been. Before they left, a tender voice rang out, filled with worry. Doggy, you won't lose us, will you? Don't worry. When the large black dog's words traveled out, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles away they were. With a flash of light, they appeared on a boundless grassland. The setting sun was dyed red with blood, and wild wolves howled. It was a desolate and lonely place. Could it be that we have arrived at the North Plains? The hearts of the few of them were beating like drums. They had already experienced this unreliable dog before. The large black dog had a guilty conscience, and said, it can't be that coincidental, right? Finally, they confirmed their location, and arrived at the border of the North region. They had almost entered the North Plains. Damn dog, you are not allowed to play with the formation patterns on the chessboard anymore. Inscribe another formation pattern and go back. Otherwise, I will not go with you even if you beat me to death. When they returned to an oasis in the North region, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan took out a few saint fruits and handed them to Tingting. He also gave her a bottle of divine spring water. Finally, he even placed the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in her hands as a gift. Big brother, go. The extreme physique will be the source power for your rapid advancement in the future, and it will no longer be a shackle. Yi Fan smiled. In the end, Jiang Yi took Tingting away. The little girl looked back every 3 steps, and she was reluctant to leave. Tears streamed down her face as she left. Big sister, take care. Little Nan Nan stood on a large green rock, and waved her little hand. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was about to begin, and the North region was in turmoil again. Who knew how many people had come? Several great origin technique ancient clans, including the lineage of King Yuan, who had been in seclusion for many years, had all been invited. They were welcomed into the Pure Land by the people of the Jade Pool. It was obvious that these ancient stone kings were of great importance. Yi Fan was found by the people of the Jade Pool even though he was millions of miles away. They invited him to make a trip and enter the Jade Pool. Several days later, another piece of news spread. The myriad Qi cauldron had returned to Yi Fan's hands. This caused a commotion, and many people's eyes turned red. "Brat, your chance has come," the large black dog said with a chuckle. "What chance?" Yi Fan asked. "Naturally, it's to become the enemy of the entire world, and kill all kings. It must have been Jiang Yichen and the others who spread this news. Let's go and capture him, and we'll seal him in the latrine for 1,000 years. Li Heishui said. "We have to capture him." Lu Ko nodded. At the same time, the saint-killing alliance surfaced, and the holy sons could be vaguely seen among them. A massive storm was approaching. Is the era of becoming the enemy of the entire world really coming? Yi Fan felt a powerful pressure. However, his eyes quickly calmed down, and his fighting spirit soared. The All-Chi cauldron had appeared and returned to the divine physique. Could he keep it? There would most likely be a great storm. Everyone in the North region was discussing this topic. Who knew how many people were tempted? In the past, Yi Fan had been hunted because of this cauldron. Now that the rumor was that he had killed himself, it was even easier for people to have strange thoughts. Those from the various holy lands who were training outside could not remain calm. They were all paying close attention. Even the protection of a supreme divine king was not enough. Now, everyone could guess that Jiang Taishu would most likely not appear in the world. Even the Jiang clan themselves had made such a judgment. Yes, Jiang Taishu had passed away. This was the result that everyone had guessed. From the moment he sent little Tingting back to the Jiang clan, this conclusion was equivalent to being confirmed. The only thing that could make Yi Fan rejoice was that there was still an existence comparable to an ancient saint, the old madman. Otherwise, all the divine lords might personally come out to kill him. However, they could intimidate him for a while, but they could not stop him forever. Now, many people were eager to try. They could not resist the temptation of the All-Chi cauldron. The rough embryo of an extreme saint weapon was a priceless divine item. Even tens of millions or hundreds of millions of kilograms of source force could not buy it. Even the great emperors of ancient times might not have encountered such a divine item. There was no one who could not be tempted. Otherwise, how could the most ruthless person of the ancient times refine his own body and forge a heaven-devouring demon jar, leaving behind a terrifying record? Damn, some more people followed. It has only been a few days, and you have almost become an immortal divine medicine. Everyone wants to take a few bites of you. The large black dog was speechless. They entered a remote ancient city. Many people followed behind them unhurriedly. Without even thinking, they knew they were coveting the divine item. There's nothing we can do. The All-Chi cauldron is too rare, and it is so heavy that it can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. We don't have to worry about not having enough celestial materials, Jiang Huiran sighed. This source chi was not as pure as the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, which was only the size of a fingernail. It was a flawless ancestral root that grew endlessly. It was enough to move all elites. Chi. In the void, a sword ray shot over like a meteor smashing into the ground. Its brilliance flashed, representing destruction and slaughter, enveloping them. Bang, Yi Fan stretched out a hand. His golden palm and fingers shone brilliantly, flowing along the trajectory of the Tao. He destroyed the sword gleam into nothingness. Someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. Let's kill them all. Lu Ko said. This is just a test. Don't act rashly. Yi Fan shook his head. The number of sacred objects of the ancient great emperors can be counted on one's fingers, and every one of them is a peerless immortal treasure. Dragon-patterned black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, it's hard to find even half of them in this world, so it's understandable that people of the world are fighting for them. Li Heishui said. All life source energy origin root was precisely this type of rare immortal object. Obtaining it was equivalent to severing the root of this type of holy object. It would be difficult to encounter it again in the future, its value difficult to estimate. The eyes of all the holy lands and supreme sects turned red. Who cared if it was a deity or a saint? In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed, and they were all going to return to dust. Only this kind of divine object was real. Wu Zhongtian had round eyes and a leopard's head. He was very majestic, and he was a typical burly man of the north region. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Oh no, even a half-step Almighty has followed us. I know that person. He's a very powerful wandering cultivator of the north region. I also saw a few people. Some of them are great elders of the great sects of the north region, and some are powerful wandering cultivators. They're all at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation." Lu Ko said. Some people could not hold back anymore. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and take a gamble. Big brother, Nan Nan saw a few people. They appeared beside us from time to time, and they were different every time. Little Nan Nan took advantage of the few people's disappearance to tug at the lapel of Yi Fan and whispered to him. The human world. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. He had experienced it last time. The killers of the ancient divine dynasty hid in the vast sea of people, and it was very difficult to distinguish them. He remained calm and opened his divine eyes, quietly waiting for those people to appear again. 1, 2. His heart beat violently. There were a total of 8 killers, and they were like mortals. He could not see the depth of their cultivation, and he could not feel any strange fluctuation from them. If it was not for the fact that his divine eyes could see through their other faces, it would be difficult to imagine that these seemingly ordinary people were all powerful killers, holding sharp swords dripping with blood as they walked in the darkness. The ancient divine dynasty of killers has finally appeared again. This is not good, the large black dog mumbled. Xianxia, that bastard, is indeed vicious. He released the news of the All-Chi cauldron and wants to use others to eliminate us, Li Heishui said. The human world and hell have both come. Yi Fan felt the pressure. In the end, he confirmed that there were 13 killers. They were only here to watch, and there were still a few people in the dark who did not know. A storm is brewing. The ancient divine dynasty of killers really knows how to pick the right time. This time, they are most likely preparing to kill us in one strike and seize the cauldron. Jiang Huiran said. Others were afraid of the saints of the present age, but these 2 divine dynasties were not afraid, and had even provoked them before. Every time he thought of this, the large black dog could not help but shiver, thinking that they were most likely as powerful as they were in ancient times. Little Yi, are you sure you want to continue like this? Li Heishui was a little hesitant. More and more powerful enemies were gathering, and this was a very dangerous sign. Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and the others all suggested that they lay low for a while. They could not show themselves like this, or they would definitely be in big trouble. It's fine. Just walk a little more, and I have already prepared the next killing formation for them. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Brat, do you want to tire me to death? The ultimate killing formation consumes too much essence, qi, and spirit. The large black dog bared his teeth, feeling indignant. Don't tell me you want to kill them all at once, and kill all the people following behind? Lu Ko was given a big fright. This is just a preliminary idea. I don't know how powerful the killing formation set up by the Black Emperor is. Yi Fan smiled. Isn't this a little too ruthless? If you walk around like this, how many people will you attract? Do you want to kill them all at once? Wu Zhongtian's heart was beating rapidly. Jiang Huiran, however, smiled, and said, that's how it should be. Those who have no killing intent will naturally not have to worry about their lives. Why should those who want to kill little Yi be polite? That's right, that's how it should be. If they want to kill us, then we'll use the ultimate killing formation to kill them all. Li Heishui nodded, expressing his deep agreement. I want to see exactly who is the most eager to kill me. And seize the cauldron. Yi Fan smiled. I wonder how many heads will roll, but, if they want to kill us and seize the cauldron, then they can only blame themselves. Lu Ko laughed. In comparison, Wu Zhongtian was very forthright and straightforward. He sighed, and said, "Your smiles are already stained with blood, and many people are destined to die. Big brother, why are you so soft-hearted?" "This is not your nature," Jiang Huairan said. "I'm just feeling sentimental for a moment." "Then let's kill to our heart's content." Wu Zhongtian's heroic spirit soared. F***ck, brat, do you know how much effort I have to expend just to have a thought? The large black dog looked at Yi Fan from the corner of his eyes, and grumbled. He was very unhappy. However, when he saw Yi Fan take out a divine fruit and shake it, he immediately became spirited. His saliva flowed, and he almost pounced over. Now, the Supreme Divine King had severed his life force, and even the immortal godly medicine was powerless to reverse the situation. Whether he could survive or not depended on himself. Thus, the remaining divine fruits could be used by Yi Fan as he pleased. In the end, Dahe patted its chest with its big claws, ensuring that the peerless killing formation of the great emperor of no beginning would be flawless. Of course, this was only a small part of it. He had only grasped this much. It was impossible for the ancient great emperor's formation veins to exist in this world. However, if he could set up this part in his hands, it would be enough. "Big brother, that gray-haired man is here," little Nan Nan reminded softly, wrinkling her delicate little nose. Yi Fan looked closely and discovered that Jiang Yichen's uncle had come. He wore a mask on his face, and even divine eyes could not see through it. He had to concentrate to see through it. "Great, he's here. This time I'll torture him." Lu Ko shouted excitedly after hearing this. In the past few days, they had been thinking of ways to capture Jiang Yichen, but he did not leave the Jiang clan, so they could not do anything. They never thought that another detestable person would appear. If they did not suppress him, they would be letting themselves down. "This guy is actually an elite at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and he was preparing to kill us. Fortunately, he saw through us. Otherwise, we would really be in big trouble." Li Heishui gritted his teeth. "Don't act rashly. We can't let the entire ultimate killing formation fail just because of him," Yi Fan said. Smoke Cloud City was ancient and old-fashioned. Just like its name, everything had become smoke of the past. It also had a glorious past, and there were even footprints of great ancient emperors. Unfortunately, everything had become the past, and it was no longer grand. What was left was only desolation. There were not many people in the city, less than 40,000. This was an ancient city without vitality. Yi Fan and the others walked all the way into this dilapidated ancient city. They decided to set up Great Emperor Wusher's ancient killing formation here. According to the ancient records, after the two great killer dynasties secretly observed their targets, they would usually make their move within 5 days. It is very likely that they will do it tonight. With these ancient secrets provided by the large black dog, they were much more relaxed when making arrangements, because this time, they had to kill all the people who came from the two great killer dynasties. The night was like water, and the sky was dotted with stars. This night in Smoke Cloud City was very quiet, even a little lethargic. This ancient city had no vitality at all when it was late at night. Yi Fan stood on an ancient platform, looking up at the starry sky. Little Nan Nan rested her chin on one side, yawning, looking listless. The two of them were not really looking at the stars and the moon. Instead, they were using their divine eyes to survey the surroundings, observing the people in the dark. In these few days, there were even more powerful cultivators following them. Half-step great elites had already appeared, and there were traces of holy suns. "I really did not expect that the holy sun of all beginnings would come," Yi Fan said to himself. His eyesight was extremely powerful. Even if it was a figure in the horizon, he could see the true appearance of it. Tonight, there would definitely be a massacre. Many people seemed to have a tacit understanding, appearing at the same time and pressing forward. However, those people were very hidden, far away in the horizon, waiting for a chance. They would not make the first move. "Yaoshi is also here." Yi Fan was startled. The Yaoguang holy daughter was hidden in a cloud in the void. Apart from a divine eye like his, no one else could possibly discover her. "Holy son of Dayan, Xiang Yifei." His eyes flashed, and he discovered another holy sun in the dark. In the past, he had interacted with this person in the Divine City, but he did not expect him to also arrive. Big brother, the people from the ancient celestial dynasty are here. Little Nan Nan yawned and discovered the situation. Yifan nodded and stood on the ancient platform to continue observing, wanting to see all the people in the dark. The descendant of the Gold family, Jin Qishao, is also here. Yifan's heart trembled. This person was very powerful. It was said that the blood of the ancient king flowed in this family, and they were not human. The Purple Mansion Saint is indeed here. He saw the traces of another holy sun. He had already guessed that this person would definitely come. Yifan carried little Nan Nan and flew deep into the courtyard. He met up with the Black Emperor and told them the location of those people. There are too many people, and many cultivators from large sections. Jiang Yichen's uncle brought over a dozen people, and they are the closest to this place. The ancient celestial dynasty of killers is hiding in the void, and they are about to attack. They exchanged information, and in a while, they would be able to effectively activate the Wuxia killing formation. There are half-step almighty cultivators, and there are even saints and saintesses. What a powerful lineup. Wu Zhongtian sighed. Yifan pondered for a while and said, Black Emperor, try to wait for everyone to come in, then activate the Wuxia killing formation. No matter who they are, as long as they come in, kill them all. The ancient city was completely silent. Not even the cries of insects could be heard. This was especially true in the latter half of the night. There wasn't even a trace of wind. It was like a sealed stone room. Without any sound, large black clouds appeared. They were as black as ink and covered the sky. The stars and moon disappeared, and the earth sank into darkness. It was even more deathly silent. Late at night, the black clouds pressed down like a black walk. The oppressive atmosphere was oppressive, and it seemed like a great storm would descend at any moment. The black mist surged and spread in all directions. A few ghost-like figures stepped into the dark courtyard with mysterious footwork without making a sound. Finally, someone couldn't help but want to take action. Yifan and the others stared at the ghost-like figures, but they didn't pay attention to them. Instead, they stared at the void. The experts of the ancient assassin dynasty had merged with the void and were already closing in. Yifan saw through them with his divine eyes and told them. There was no killing intent, no anger, only the oppressive atmosphere of the dark clouds. Kacha! A bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire ancient city and breaking the silence. The sound of swords shook the heavens. Killing intent suddenly gushed out. The ice-cold sword energy and bone-piercing killing intent immediately engulfed the entire ancient courtyard. Boom! At this moment, the killing intent was like the sea, sweeping out in all directions. Large numbers of buildings collapsed and turned into powder. Under the terrifying and formless killing intent, nothing could be preserved. Everything ceased to exist. Sword energy rushed into the heavens, and the sword radiance split the sky. The blazing radiance connected with the dark clouds in the sky. The ancient palace no longer existed, it had been crushed. Pfft! Bloody light burst forth. Yifan brandished the sacred yin-yang sword and cut a ghost-like figure into two. Blood gushed out, and a large sanguineous flower blossomed. Bang! He swung his sword in the air, and with a bang, an assassin from the ancient divine dynasty who had merged with the void was smashed into meat paste. The heavy sword was like a hammer. He possessed extraordinary strength and killed this powerful assassin who thought that he had concealed himself well. On the other side, Wu Zhongtian and the others also took action. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, and bloody light flickered. Resplendent sword energy crisscrossed and surged, producing the sound of wind and thunder. In this place, killing intent overflowed into the heavens, as if tens of thousands of active volcanoes were erupting at the same time. There were terrifying fluctuations everywhere, and even more people slaughtered their way over from the darkness. However, when Yifan and the others were fighting against the ghost-like powerhouses, they were all on guard against the void space killer. That was the real fatal blow. Pooh! Yifan went on a killing spree, killing several powerful enemies in succession. Then, the tip of his sword flicked once again, chopping off a bloody head in the air. The other party died with his eyes wide open. Pu, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran and the others attacked one after another. They pierced through the void almost at the same time, their long swords nailing a figure to the ground. Kill. The people of the ancient killer god dynasty knew about this. They used unmatched secret methods to conceal themselves, but they still couldn't hide from the other party. They had long been exposed. Moreover, the other side took advantage of their concealment, not daring to make too many movements to deal a killing blow. Almost every one of them killed an expert. Their deaths were too unjust. Since you're pretending to be cowards, I'll beat you until you're cowards, the large black dog yelled. Its large paw had also smashed apart a human elite. Boom! A terrifying killing intent surged wildly. The people of the ancient killer god dynasty all attacked, working together with the ghosts on the surface to kill Yi Fan and the others. This was a wild wave that was unstoppable. The formless killing intent cut the ground several meters deep, destroying everything. There was nothing that could stop it. The great battle of life and death began. The people of the ancient killer god dynasty used their killing techniques. Lu Ko and the others almost suffered a great loss. If it weren't for the large black dog's warning, they would have been in danger. These people had endless killing techniques. They cultivated the great Tao of slaughter, and they used killing to prove their Tao. They were far more suitable for battle than ordinary cultivators. Dong! Wu Zhongtian went berserk, shattering an assassin with his bare hands. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and blood splattered. In the past, he had been invited by Tu Fei and the others to fight against the saint son of Yao Guang. It could be imagined how powerful he was. On the other side, Jiang Huiran, Li Heishui, and the others were all ruthless, fighting fiercely against the people of the killer god dynasty. Flowers of blood bloomed continuously. Everyone felt danger. The ancient killer god dynasty had powerful seed assassins hiding in the dark, and they had not truly made a move yet. Boom! A terrifying danger descended. More than a dozen cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm appeared, and their divine might was awe-inspiring. They attacked at the same time, slapping at Yi Fan. They wanted to beat him into minced meat. Shua! Yi Fan was like a spirit ape as he flew through the void. He used the Xing character, leaving behind a few after-images. Then, like an eagle soaring through the sky, he suddenly shot into the sky. Pooh! The sacred yin-yang sword in his hand slashed diagonally, and an ancient killer god dynasty elite was cleaved in half. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body, dyeing the sky red as he fell. Kill! More than a dozen cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm locked onto him, and they chased after Gao Tian. Their goal was very clear: kill him and take the cauldron. This was a team formed by a group of elites. Dong! How powerful were they when they teamed up? They shattered the night sky, turning an area of the void into a black hole. All of them were incredibly powerful, and Yi Fan could only evade their attacks. Kill! The people in the dark saw that Yi Fan was being chased, and they couldn't hold back anymore. Even more people rushed out, and they killed their way into this area. In the middle of the night, the sounds of battle shook the heavens, causing the gloomy ancient city to be filled with terror. There were many figures, and many experts were attacking. They almost trapped Yi Fan. If not for the Xing character, it would have been impossible for him to escape. Little Yi, it's time to activate the Wuxia killing formation. Li Heishui transmitted his voice. Wait, we still have to wait. You guys retreat first. Yi Fan replied while clenching his teeth. The people he wanted to kill had not arrived yet, and he was still observing. If this goes on, you'll be in danger. Wu Zhongtian also transmitted his voice. They had already fallen into a bitter battle, and they were almost surrounded. In the middle of the night, it was unknown how many cultivators had arrived. This place was in a state of chaos. Blade lights were everywhere, and magic treasures were dancing in the air. Sword rays slashed through the sky, and the cold light was dazzling. This area was almost flattened, and it was practically boiling. Boom! Jiang Yichen's uncle, Jiang Huiyan, appeared. He approached silently with a dozen people. Suddenly, they attacked Yi Fan, and the dark clouds in the sky were almost scattered. Yi Fan leaped, and his body curved like a dragon. He rushed past at extreme speed and dodged the attack. Swish! Yi Fan was almost surrounded by many cultivators. Suddenly, a sword ray rushed up and almost cut Yi Fan in half, leaving a bloody mark on his body. Clang! At the same time, Yi Fan swung the Yin-Yang holy sword to block a blood sword. A series of dazzling sparks burst out, and the killing intent penetrated into his bones. The real powerful killers of the human world and hell had appeared. At this moment, the most terrifying ones were not others, but the seeds of the ancient killer dynasty. They had become the kings in the dark and had the absolute initiative in this chaotic battle. Don't worry about me. Retreat! Yi Fan shouted, telling Jiang Huairan and the others to leave first. Boom! The gate of hell seemed to be opened, and endless killing intent surged like a raging tide. Several powerful elders arrived and slashed at Yi Fan at the same time. He leaped up with the Xing formula as if he was walking in the void. His body flickered, and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Clang! The divine sword dripping with blood streaked across the sky, drawing out a streak of light like a comet, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. A powerful seated player from hell had chopped down on Yi Fan's head. Clang! The light in Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and his body was as faint as smoke. He used the killing art of the celestial court. His body twisted, almost illusory, and then the Yin-Yang holy sword was swung at an incredible angle. Puff! While being chased by several elders, he swung the holy sword and chopped the head of a seed of hell in half. Blood gushed out, and white brain juice flowed. The body fell to the ground. Qi! Jiang Huaiyan, Jiang Yichen's uncle, held a green pagoda in his hand and pressed down. It was so powerful that it could collapse mountains. The people around him kept retreating. At the same time, more than a dozen people who came with him also sent out their divine weapons. Like rays of divine light, they slashed at Yi Fan. Swish! He used the Xing formula and disappeared. He reappeared thousands of feet away, and a red blood-killing sword appeared in the void, stabbing at his temple. It was swift and fierce. Clang, 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 Yi Fan and the seed of the human world encountered each other. They fought fast against fast, and in an instant, he slashed thousands of times. Then his body suddenly disappeared. Puff! The Yin-Yang holy sword in his hand pierced through the top of his opponent's head, killing this incomparably terrifying seated player. This result made many people's hearts sink. They didn't see him use his terrifying power, but this killing method was so terrifying. Boom! The 9 elders of the Dragon Realm 8th Heaven came down from the sky, each striking a palm and shattering the void. Yi Fan escaped quickly, but the storm at the edge almost drowned him. Clang! An ancient cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head, and tens of thousands of streams of source qi fell down like small dragons. Each stream could crush a mountain, and it protected him tightly. The void was shattered. Even with the protection of the all-creation source qi, he was sent flying 7 or 800 meters away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The all-creation source qi cauldron. Everyone went crazy. Why did they come? It was because of this cauldron, many masters and countless cultivators rushed forward together. They all wanted to kill Yi Fan and take the cauldron. Yi Fan flew back, but there were people everywhere. He was surrounded and had no way to escape. Puff! Without a sound, an azure divine sword stabbed forward. It was ruthless, accurate, and precise. It stabbed into the path that Yi Fan would definitely take, almost cutting his waist open. Fortunately, he used the Rho formula to the extreme and narrowly avoided it. Even so, a wound appeared, and a lot of golden blood flowed out. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He swung the Yin-Yang holy sword forward. He didn't expect the person who attacked to be the saint of all beginnings. He was already in front of him, almost ambushing him. At this time, the saint of all beginnings was covered in azure light. The azure divine robe covered his body, covering his original appearance. If not for Yi Fan's divine eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see through him. Buzz! The saint of all beginnings was like an azure god of war. His light was blazing, and a bloody light suddenly shot out from his hand. A great devouring power appeared, melting everything. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He used the Rho formula to the extreme and rushed out. A bloody hole appeared where he was. Many people fell in and turned into blood. Heavenly demon blood box. Many people exclaimed. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was a divine item that a peerless heavenly demon had used his own blood to offer to his descendants. Its power was unparalleled. Any expert that was sucked in would be destroyed in body and soul. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have almost been killed. The saint of all beginnings was usually harmless, but now he had taken out such a vicious divine item that could turn into any material form. It was extremely terrifying. No one would have thought that the person who held the heavenly demon blood box was a saint with a great future. Boom, suddenly, a chaotic light appeared beside Yi Fan. It could be said to be extremely sharp. It almost hit him and destroyed the void. Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged. He turned around and looked back. Not far away, a strange person with disheveled hair, wearing a straw cape and a bamboo hat. He held a rotten wooden hammer and shot out such a beam of light. Purple Mansion Saint. This person was actually the Purple Mansion Saint. Apart from Yi Fan, no one knew it was him. They couldn't help but attack. Swoosh, the Purple Mansion Saint was also carrying a pitch-black gourd on his back. It suddenly spewed out a monstrous black water that corroded everything. Many people were destroyed on the spot, and Yi Fan was almost drowned in it. This kind of black water exuded a kind of deathly aura. It could simply contaminate everything. All kinds of divine weapons would turn into black mist and disappear once they came into contact with it. Boom, evil waters overflowed into the heavens, black waves surging, smashing towards Yi Fan, about to flip him over. These saints were indeed extraordinary. They all had miraculous encounters. Apart from their own inheritances, they also had other terrifying methods. Boom, the Purple Mansion Saint's black gourd was very frightening, but even more frightening was the rotten wooden hammer in his hand. It shot out another chaotic light that collided with the myriad chi cauldron. He wanted to use this divine item to shake the ancient cauldron off Yi Fan's head and snatch it. At the same time, he also wanted to break through the defense and send the black water in to destroy Yi Fan's sage body. That's the heavenly extreme water. Anyone who gets hit will definitely die. A knowledgeable senior finally recognized the origin of the black water. However, no one knew the origin of the rotten wooden hammer that could emit chaotic light. They didn't know what exactly this divine item was. The Purple Mansion Saint had obtained this hammer and the black gourd, while the All-Beginning Saint had the Sky Demon treasure box. They must have learned other inheritances. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura covered the sky, causing the void to collapse. It kept spreading, and large cracks densely covered the sky. A half-step mighty figure had made a move. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head was impenetrable and compatible with the great Tao. Everyone was envious, and the powerful figures finally couldn't bear it anymore. With such a terrifying figure appearing, Yi Fan had no chance at all. He couldn't resist at all. If he didn't leave, it was only a matter of time before someone took the cauldron. At this moment, the Ro mantra made his body as fast as lightning. Now, a total of 5 half-step mighty figures had appeared. They weren't on the same side, but they all attacked Yi Fan. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity and take the cauldron for themselves. At the same time, Yi Fan also felt a kind of murderous intent. Having grasped the inheritance of the celestial court, he naturally understood that there was a very terrifying killer spying on him. The ancient killer dynasty's threat was too great. From the beginning until now, they had been everywhere. If you don't leave the cauldron behind, then leave your life behind. The sage physique has become a thing of the past, turned to dust. The few half-step mighty figures all attacked, wanting to kill Yi Fan. He quickly rushed out, using the Ro mantra to escape. At this moment, the others also attacked. The world was boiling, especially the Purple Mansion Saint and the All-Beginning Saint. They hid in the dark and used terrifying killing weapons to ambush him. They were a great threat. Black Emperor, suppress them all. Yi Fan shouted. He couldn't escape, not even with the Ro mantra. The sky was sealed, and all directions were locked. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely die. He had no hope of survival, and his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom, the world lost color, and the wind and clouds changed. Endless patterns appeared in the void, enveloping everyone below. The invisible murderous intent caused the sky to shake. A corner of the ancient Thearcha's killing array appeared. The peerless murderous aura triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was as if it could kill all living things in the world. Yi Fan didn't know if all the saints and saintesses were sealed, but he knew that this time, blood would definitely flow like a river, and it would cause a huge earthquake. You want to kill me and take the myriad Qi cauldron. Yi Fan scanned the crowd and said, sorry, I'll send all of you on your way. The night was like an abyss, and the ancient city was shrouded in darkness. Once great Emperor Wusher's formation pattern appeared, it swallowed the essence of heaven and earth, turning this place into an ancient killing field. At this moment, a formless killing intent surged, as if a large world was collapsing and collapsing. Killing intent filled the air, as if it was going to kill all living beings in this world. What happened? Everyone was terrified, as if they had fallen into the depths of hell. Every inch of their flesh was convulsing, blood seeping out, and every bone was trembling, making cracking sounds. Regardless of whether they were powerful cultivators or weak cultivators, everyone was completely disheartened, as if doomsday had arrived. Their hearts were filled with despair. Once Wusher's great emperor killing formation appeared, everyone was trapped inside, and no one could escape. Yi Fan, little brat, do you think you can trap us with a formation pattern? A cultivator of the Four Extremes mystery realm transmitted his voice, trying to break out of the encirclement. Crack! A green light descended from the sky, and a burnt smell assailed everyone's nostrils. This person's body was emitting white smoke, his flesh and internal organs were all trembling, and his face was twisted. Bang! He collapsed stiffly, his flesh completely charred. He was killed by a green bolt of lightning, and his divine sense also turned into nothingness. This is... Many people gasped, and even the expressions of many elders of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm changed. Just now, that person was sent out by them to test the waters, but he was turned into a corpse in a single strike. Yi Fan stood under the night sky, a cold smile on his face. He did not say anything, and calmly swept his gaze over everyone. Almost none of them had their true appearances. Those who came to fight for the cauldrons had all used various methods to conceal their true appearances. There were figures everywhere, including those of the Four Extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Half-Step Almighty Cultivators. Ayo! The large black dog howled, appearing not far away. His body was covered in blood, and he had suffered serious injuries in the chaotic battle. Behind him, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others were also covered in blood. Although they had retreated at the first moment, they were also injured, because there were too many powerful cultivators. If you continue to be arrogant, come and kill me again. F*CK, don't look at others, I'm talking about you. The large black dog roared, staring at an elder of the sixth transformation of the Dragon Transformation. Just a hairless and inferior dog demon. That elder sneered, not realizing the danger at all. He didn't know that these were the ancient Great Emperor's formation patterns. Die, old thing, the large black dog shouted, and activated the killing formation. Chi! An expanse of scarlet multicolored light blossomed, dazzling like fireworks. However, the killing intent seemed to freeze everything within 30,000 li, bone-chilling as it covered that elder. Ah, the old man at the sixth transformation of the dragon realm let out a blood-curdling screech. He was instantly turned into a pool of blood by the scarlet light. His body and soul were destroyed, and he died a violent death. Even the expressions of many older generation figures changed. Everyone in the darkness felt a chill in their hearts. This kind of profound formation pattern, once activated, would be a great disaster. Little Yi, I'll spare your life for now. A few experts who had high attainments in Tao patterns opened the realm gate together, trying to escape. Whoosh! The patterns they had carved burst like bubbles. At the same time, dozens of blood-colored bolts of lightning appeared and struck down. Boom! The scarlet lightning struck, and these people were all struck. Smoke rose from their bodies, their clothes turned to ash, and their bodies were charred black. The lightning had pierced through their bodies, and their heads were even cracked. All 7 of them died. They were all proficient in Tao patterns, but none of them survived, becoming the second batch of victims. What kind of formation pattern is this? Why is it so terrifying? No one could remain calm, and fear appeared in their hearts. So many people had come to hunt for the cauldron, but they were all trapped here. If they all died, it would be a great massacre. Just thinking about it made people shiver. Chi. A streak of purple light suddenly appeared, and a sharp sword ray descended from the sky, piercing toward the top of Yi Fan's head. It wanted to pierce through and kill him with a single strike. The experts of the ancient killer god dynasty were hidden in the void above Yi Fan's head, and they launched a lightning-fast attack at the crucial moment. However, when the sword ray was still several meters away, his body spasmed, and he was swept by a green light. He immediately turned into a pool of blood, which flowed down. Dang! The divine sword fell to the ground, producing a string of sparks. A powerful assassin was obliterated by the formation patterns, no longer existing. Black Emperor, activate the killing formation and obliterate them all. Yi Fan spoke. He didn't want to drag things out, and so he prepared to kill everyone. What arrogant words. Just an ant, do you really think you are an ancient saint? You are still far from it. Finally, a half-step great expert stepped out. He had his hands behind his back, and he stared at Yi Fan with a cold and emotionless expression. Hong. He suddenly took action. Lightning flickered between his palms and fingers, and an expanse of electricity interweaved to form a sea of lightning. It formed a Tao diagram and it spun over like light. Yi Fan's mind jumped. He followed the Black Emperor's instructions and quickly retreated from the killing formation. His figure flickered, and he left his previous position. Dong. A muffled sound rang out. That lightning sea diagram instantly collapsed, and at the same time, it triggered the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation to operate. An aura that could obliterate the world was released. Weng, the void trembled, and the great earth was about to cave in. An expanse of immortal light surged, and auspicious colors appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. It was as if giant immortal flowers were blossoming, and exceptional killing intent shot out. The half-step great expert shouted. He attacked with all of his strength to resist this endless killing light, but everything was futile. The divine halberd in his hands that was forged from meteoric iron was like rotten wood. It turned into powder and fell down. Ah! He released a loud cry. His arm began to melt, and his bones and flesh all turned into a bloody paste. Irresistible killing intent spread, and it advanced like raging waves. Each layer was stronger than the last, and it crushed over. Even a half-step great expert couldn't stop it. Ah! He no longer had the calmness from before. His face was full of fear. He screamed towards the sky, but he couldn't change anything. Pung, his body was cracking apart, as if he had been crushed by a heavenly deity's roller. Inch by inch, he turned into a bloody paste, starting from his limbs. In the end, with a pu sound, his head also shattered. Break out, we have to charge out. Everyone was shouting loudly. After seeing this scene, there was no one who wasn't terrified. Even a half-step great expert had been obliterated, so who could remain calm? Perhaps only by working together could they open up a path of survival. Otherwise, they would all die here. You're so ruthless, setting up such a deadly formation and waiting for us to enter. Many people looked towards Yi Fan, shock and anger mixed together. At the same time, there was also a slight fear. You came to kill me and seize the cauldron, so you should be prepared to be killed, Yi Fan said with a smile. What else is there to say? Black Emperor, activate the killing formation and kill everyone. Li Heishui said. Alright, activate the formation immediately. Today, blood is destined to flow like a river, the large black dog shouted. Weng, suddenly, the void was pierced through, and an arrow of blood shot out, aiming straight for the Black Emperor's throat. He screamed loudly, and retreated in fear. Black Emperor, what's wrong? Yi Fan was shocked, deeply afraid that something unexpected would happen. This thing? Why is it still here? The large black dog said with a trembling voice, slightly terrified. Chi. The arrow of blood was like a rainbow, passing through the formation patterns of the Great Emperor and chasing down, wanting to pierce through the Black Emperor. An aura of death pervaded the air. Clang, Yi Fan rushed over, and with the all-life source cauldron protecting his body, he took this attack head-on. The arrow of blood was like a rainbow, but it did not shatter, continuing to chase after the Black Emperor. The aura of death became even stronger, and it would not stop until it was killed. Swoosh, Yi Fan used the cauldron, and the all-life source qi circulated, sucking the Black Emperor in. He asked, "What is this?" "This is a secret arrow specially used by the ancient Great Emperor to kill his enemies in the formation patterns. It will not stop until he is dead, and even the formation patterns cannot be destroyed." The large black dog was really frightened. Clang, the arrow of blood was like a ray, and still did not stop, piercing towards the all-life source cauldron. If it was not for the fact that it was sturdy enough, it would have already been pierced through. Clang, clang, the force of the arrow of blood was extremely great, and every time, it almost knocked the cauldron flying. Yi Fan felt as if he was being struck by a huge hammer, his body trembling slightly. "If I could set up 1/3 of the formation patterns, even the secret arrow of the ancient Great Emperor would be destroyed," the large black dog said hatefully. No, this is a forbidden tool, not the real secret arrow of the ancient Great Emperor." There was a look of surprise on his face. This was because at this moment, the blood arrow had dimmed. After colliding 7 or 8 times, it turned into ashes with a pu sound, and was destroyed by the formation patterns. The so-called forbidden tool referred to a weapon that could only be used a few times. Although it was very powerful, it could not be used for a long time. It is just a crude imitation of a forbidden tool. "You scared me to death. I was wondering how the secret arrow of the ancient Great Emperor could be passed down." The large black dog was completely energized, and he leaped out of the all-life source cauldron. Chi! Another ray of blood shot over, and it was accompanied by gusts of wind and thunder, its killing intent shocking the clouds. It shot towards Yi Fan's throat, wanting to kill him with a single strike. "It's someone from the Jiang clan," Lu Ko said in a low voice. The archer was precisely Jiang Yichen's uncle, Jiang Huayan. His eyes were cold, and he continuously drew his bow. In the blink of an eye, several blood-red arrows shot over, all aimed at Yi Fan. "It is just a crude imitation of a forbidden tool, and it is completely ineffective," the large black dog shouted, and activated the formation patterns. Boom, numerous large dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. These were condensed from killing intent, and the formation patterns of Great Emperor Wuxia revealed a terrifying side. Agonizing cries sounded out, and in the blink of an eye, several dozen cultivators were killed in both body and soul. They were crushed by the killing intent, and nothing was left behind. The sound of shattering traveled over, and the arrows that Jiang Huayan shot over were all turned into dust, dissipating in midair. "Lock him in place." Yi Fan pointed at Jiang Huayan. "Woof, that is exactly what I was thinking. Directly killing him would be letting him off too easily," the Black Emperor shouted. The night sky shook, and countless patterns appeared. Jiang Huayan and the others were all restricted, unable to move in the slightest within the killing formation. Meanwhile, the others were desperately charging forward. Thunder rumbled, and killing intent shot out. Many people were turned into bloody paste, dying on the spot. Swoosh, Yi Fan rushed over, and collected the purple bow and several blood-red arrows from Jiang Huayan's hands. Chi! Beside him, several half-step almighties suddenly appeared, and attacked, wanting to use this opportunity to kill him. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords rang out, and the killing formation of Wuxia was ever-changing. Tens of thousands of sword chi shot out, attacking the 4 half-step almighties. One of them became a sieve on the spot, and even his head was penetrated by hundreds of swords. His body and soul were both destroyed. Another person cried out loudly, and was slashed into mush by hundreds of sword chi. He died a violent death, and no longer existed. Swoosh, Yi Fan retreated, and according to the Black Emperor's instructions, it was as if there was no one there. Then, he knocked an arrow, and with a flash of blood-red light, shot out. Pfft, the 3rd half-step almighty was already about to be obliterated by the killing formation, and then he was shot in the forehead by Yi Fan. He screamed loudly on the spot, and turned into a bloody mist. "And you?" Yi Fan drew his bow again, and just as the last dying half-step almighty rushed into the sky, a blood-red light descended and pierced through his head. His head shattered, and this expert's body turned into mush. He died instantly, and he didn't even have the chance to scream. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. A total of 5 half-step almighties had been killed, so how could they not be afraid? They all cried out loudly. "Charge out, we must charge out." Everyone swarmed, wanting to use the corpses to create a path of survival. Damn it, he actually schemed against us. As long as I can survive, I will definitely kill him 100 times. Someone swore in his heart. Rumble. It was as if there was a giant millstone spinning in the world, mercilessly crushing all life. Bloody light surged continuously, and people were continuously turned into mush. It was just a corner of the formation patterns left behind by an ancient great emperor, yet it possessed the power to kill all creatures in this world. Once one was trapped within, it was simply too difficult to escape. In this void, there were tens of thousands of great dragons soaring about. That was the most terrifying killing intent, and there were all types of lightning radiance flickering about as well. As long as one was struck, they would definitely turn into ashes. Ah, miserable cries rang out incessantly. This was a terrifying scene like that of an azurous field. Killing light spun about, crushing bodies one after another, and blood flowed like rivers. That night, there were just too many people who took action against Yifan. Not a single one of them escaped, and they were all slaughtered. This was like an ancient battlefield. Corpses piled up, blood flowed, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. Bloody mist curled about, dyeing Yifan and the others' hair red. These are all experts. We killed too many people this time. Wu Zhongtian said with a sigh. Since we've already started a massacre, it is impossible for us to stop. There is no need to be lenient. It's fine if they don't take action, but once they do, we will kill them all. Yifan said. Qi. Yifan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at Jiang Huayan. The bloody arrow pierced through the sky like a rainbow. He couldn't evade, and this arrow hit his abdomen. With a ping sound, his sea of reincarnation shattered, and all of his divine power disappeared. Yifan's arrow crippled him. Ah, Jiang Huayan screamed miserably, his eyes revealing despair. His sea of reincarnation was crippled, and his divine power dried up. In the future, he would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. You. He was incomparably resentful. He roared mournfully and stared at Yifan and the others. Who are you? Yifan asked with a cold smile. Then, he reached out a large hand and grabbed him, sealing him on the spot, not giving him a chance to speak. I don't know who you are, but since you came to kill me, I definitely can't let you go. Go back to the latrine, and it will take at least 1,000 years. Yifan threw him to Li Heishui. That's right, this person really should be suppressed. Lu Ko shouted. The killing formation activated and mercilessly reaped lives. Yifan was carefully searching for the whereabouts of the saints. Jin Qishao from the Gold family of Northern Plains? Yifan stared at a tall and sturdy figure covered in scales. He was like a vicious spirit as he stepped on everyone's corpses and charged outwards. Damn, the Gold family is indeed the descendants of archaic creatures. Jiang Huiran exclaimed. Kill him. Yifan spoke. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the killing formation, they were destined to die. Boom. The Black Emperor activated the killing formation. Endless bloody light swept over, and the tall figure immediately collapsed. Scales fell off, and his body was torn into pieces. However, there were only fluctuations of divine power, and no blood splattered everywhere. This is a god from his Dao palace, not his main body. Yet, it's so powerful, almost comparable to a saint. Lu Ko's heart jumped. Jin Qishao was very cautious and didn't show himself. He only formed a god and came here to observe. If he was killed here, his vitality would definitely be greatly injured. In this place, bloody light shot into the sky. Endless murderous intent surged like a vast ocean. From afar, one could clearly see that the Wuxi array had turned into a huge millstone, crushing one body after another and reaping lives continuously. The scene was extremely terrifying. Blood flowed on the ground, forming a thick layer of bloody mud. It was a bloody scene as if it was purgatory on earth. Purple Mansion Saint. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He saw this saint again. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He carried a pitch-black gourd on his back and held a rotten wooden hammer as he advanced, stepping on the corpses of others. Clang, Yi Fan pulled out the Yin-Yang sacred sword and strode forward, passing through the array patterns. Buzz. It was as if he was swinging a mountain. The Yin-Yang sacred sword smashed through the sky, slashing through the heavens with great force. Clang, Yi Fan swung his sword and slashed down heavily. The Purple Mansion Saint met the attack with the rotten wooden hammer in his hand. Chaotic light flashed, and the two clashed, creating a deafening sound. Bam! The Purple Mansion Saint flew backward, vomiting blood. He had almost been obliterated by the array patterns just now. His vitality was already greatly injured, but he was holding on. However, the rotten wooden hammer in his hand was really terrifying. It had even cracked the Yin-Yang sacred sword. This was unbelievable. Swoosh, Yi Fan swung down again. The sword aura almost connected with the dark clouds in the sky. It was as thick as a mountain and terrifying. You can't kill me. Do you know? The Purple Mansion Saint knew his condition. This was definitely not the best time to fight. I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill me and steal my tripod, you should be prepared to die. Yi Fan shouted, not giving him a chance to speak. Otherwise, if he revealed his identity and attacked again, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Clang, clang. The Yin-Yang sacred sword was heavier than a mountain. Every time it landed, the Purple Mansion Saint vomited blood. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but there was no chance at all. If not for the fact that the rotten wooden hammer in his hand and the black gourd on his back were too terrifying and always saved his life at the crucial moment, he would have already been killed. These saints all have great fortuitous opportunities. If not for the fact that they were seriously injured by the killing array, it would really take a lot of effort to kill him. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't know how the other party had obtained the rotten wooden hammer and the other weapons. They had the corresponding techniques, and when used together, their power was unparalleled. It's time to end this. I'll send you on your way. Finally, Yi Fan swung his sword horizontally. The strength of his arm was shocking. He swung the Yin-Yang sacred sword so hard that the body of the sword bent as if it was about to break. Pfft! Yi Fan's sword cut off the Purple Mansion Saint's head. Blood sprayed more than 3 meters high, and the headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. He swung his sword again and cut the head that was trying to escape in half. Ah! The Purple Mansion Saint let out an indignant roar. Yi Fan, you won't live long either. A purple light rushed out. Pfft! Yi Fan's sword slashed down, and the purple light shattered. The saint's body and soul were destroyed. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to shout out his identity. Killing you is useless. You are just a passerby now. He held the sacred sword dripping blood and stood upright. Yi Fan swung the Yin-Yang holy sword and killed the Purple Mansion Saint. His head and consciousness turned into ashes, leaving behind a headless corpse that was spewing blood. The life of a saint had come to an end. He was very likely to become a supreme saint, but today, he had reached the end of his life and become the dust of history. It could be predicted that there would be chaos soon. This was the first saint to die in the Eastern Barren territory in recent years. It would definitely cause a great commotion. There was nothing special about the broken wooden hammer. There were bite marks on it, and it was almost rotten. It didn't look like a weapon at all. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up. But it was this unremarkable broken wooden hammer that could release chaotic light and crack the Yin-Yang holy sword. It was very powerful and had saved the Purple Mansion Saint many times. Yi Fan held it in his hand. It felt very light, as if he was holding a piece of firewood. It didn't have much weight, and it seemed like it would break if he used a little force. Dong, he shook his finger, and the broken wooden hammer made a hollow sound. It was like rotten wood, but no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break it. It was very hard. Bang, he brandished the broken wooden hammer in his hand. With a wing sound, a large black hole appeared in the void, and a streak of chaotic light shot into it. What treasure is this? It's much more powerful than the Yin-Yang holy sword. Yi Fan was shocked. This must be a divine treasure. The large black dog came over. His eyes were very round, and he quickly reached out with his claws. His greed was acting up again. Yifan knew his habits, so he was always on guard. He raised a hand and stopped him. Don't snatch it. Quick, control the killing formation. Don't let a single person escape. At this moment, this area was covered in blood, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Who knew how many people had died? The scene was frightening. It was as if they had come to a slaughterhouse. Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and the others also walked over. They looked at the broken wooden hammer in amazement. It could actually release chaotic light and was indestructible. It could be called a divine treasure. The Purple Mansion Saint is dead. Lu Ko and the others felt that things had gotten out of hand. This was the future master of a holy land, and he had been killed by Yifan. If this news spread, the entire northern region would be shaken. Ah, miserable cries continued to sound. The ancient great emperors. Killing formation was unparalleled. It turned into a great grinding stone that crushed heaven and earth, continuously turning life after life into meat paste. Ah, no one was able to escape. The ancient slaughtering formation was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Every time, a large group of people would be killed. This was truly a meat grinder. Many experts, even if they were at the 8th transformation of the Dragon Realm or even at the pinnacle, could not escape the annihilation of the primeval emperor's formation runes. Amidst the bright redness on the ground were pieces of ghastly white shattered bones, causing one's scalp to go numb. It was too horrible to look at, and none of them dared to look at it. In the cruel world of Xianxia, once war started, there was no mercy to speak of. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. There was no right or wrong. There was only life and death and the law of the jungle. In the cruel world of cultivators, once a battle started, there was no mercy. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. There was only the law of life and death. Huh? This broken wooden hammer looks like the stopper of the Purple Mansion Saint. Jiang Huiran's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality. Huh? This broken wooden hammer looks like the stopper of the big gourd. Jiang Huiran's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality. Yifan stuffed the handle of the broken wooden hammer into the stopper. It fit perfectly, blocking the mouth of the gourd. The head of the hammer and the mouth of the gourd became one. This is definitely a divine treasure. Even the stopper can release chaotic light. It's so powerful. The large black dog stood up, his eyes glinting fiercely. He was about to snatch the gourd again. Stupid dog, can't you be a little more obedient? Yifan glanced at him. They were all shocked. This black gourd definitely had a great background. Even the stopper was so terrifying, so the real body of the gourd could be imagined. Purple Mansion brat, perhaps he just got this gourd not long ago. It's such a waste, using the stopper to fight enemies. He doesn't understand its true value at all, the large black dog said. They fiddled with it for a while, but they didn't find any use for the black gourd. It was even harder than godly metal. Even Yifan's golden fingers couldn't penetrate it. Although the heavenly death water is priceless, compared to the black gourd, it's not even worth a strand of hair. It's really a waste to store it. Ah, screams rose and fell. By now, only a few people were still alive. They had all been chopped into meat paste, and the ground was scarlet and bloody. Only a dozen or so people were left. Yifan was very calm, and there was no emotion in his eyes. He watched everything quietly. He didn't act, but once he made a decision, he was resolute. Unfortunately, only 2 holy sons entered. He was searching for the whereabouts of the saint son of all beginnings. Those who survived weren't necessarily the most powerful people. The Wuxia killing formation was damaged, and only a corner was left. There were some places with terrifying destructive power, while some areas were relatively weaker. There. Yifan's eyes flashed, and he quickly rushed over, appearing in front of a pile of corpses. There was a bloody person there, his entire body submerged in blood. He was unmoving, incredibly cold, without the slightest bit of vitality. He was mixed with the bloody mud, buried underneath. If others couldn't sense him at all, they would definitely think that was a person who had long died. However, Yi Fan cultivated the divine eye, and saw with a glance that he was still alive. His life source was very vigorous, releasing blazing light, and hadn't been extinguished. The Saint Son of all beginnings was actually faking his death, wanting to escape this disaster. He had no choice, and was forced into this situation. Yi Fan rushed over like a ghost, silently brandishing the Yin Yang holy sword. It turned into a barbaric dragon, and slashed down. The thick sword ray connected with the dark clouds in the sky. Swoosh, the Saint Son of all beginnings turned into a streak of green radiance, rushing out like light, evading. The great earth was hacked apart, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless hole. "Brother Yi, we've misunderstood a bit." The Saint Son of all beginnings opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but Yi Fan activated the all-character secret, brandishing the holy sword and hacking forward, not giving him the chance at all. Clang, this sword even cut open the skies. The dark clouds scattered, and endless stellar radiance gathered like a waterfall. Tens of thousands of streaks descended, forming a vast expanse of whiteness. The Saint Son of all beginnings' expression changed. He felt the world-shocking sharpness of a sharp blade approaching his neck, the aura of death pervading the air. He couldn't face it head-on, however, in the Wuxia killing formation, he had no way of escaping. A single wrong step would result in his body and soul being destroyed. He could only face the sword radiance that was as thick as a mountain. Once the all-character secret was activated, one's strength would increase tenfold. This was a type of destructive aura that could tear through everything. The Yin Yang holy sword was as resplendent as a sun. Pop! The Saint Son of all beginnings' palm was sparkling and bloody radiance shot out. He opened a cold blood box, and fresh blood dyed the night sky red. It was as if an ancient evil spirit had awakened and wanted to destroy all things. Heavenly Fiend Blood Box. In the past, a heavenly fiend used his own fiend god blood to refine a weapon for his descendants. Its destructive power was incomparable, and the heavenly fiend blood could destroy all opponents. Bang, the power of Yi Fan's sword was extremely great. When it collided with the bloody light, the Saint Son of all beginnings was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With tenfold battle prowess, who in the same realm could contend against him? This was equivalent to 10 Saint Son level characters attacking together to kill the Saint Son of all beginnings. In the Wuxia killing formation, he had no way of dodging. Even if his methods were heaven-defying, he couldn't withstand it and was immediately heavily injured. However, Yi Fan was also shaken. He retreated with large steps. The Yin Yang holy sword in his hand was stained with demonic blood, and the cracks on its surface quickly expanded. Gotcha, the Yin Yang holy sword broke, completely destroyed by the heavenly fiend blood box. Yi Fan's entire body released blazing golden light, blocking the fiend god's blood from staining his body. He took out the rotten wooden hammer, and smashed it down fiercely, scattering the boundless bloody light. The legendary treasure box refined by a peerless heavenly fiend. "We must seize it," the large black dog shouted loudly from behind. Yi Fan brandished the rotten wooden hammer, and a terrifying streak of chaotic light shot out, striking towards the Saint Son of all beginnings. It chiseled out a black hole in the void. Boom, the heavenly fiend blood box was less than 3 inches long, but it contained a boundless sea of blood. At this moment, boundless waves surged out, almost drowning this part of heaven and earth. Chi! Yi Fan used the rotten wooden hammer to cleave out a black hole, guiding the boundless sea of blood into it. He shot out a streak of chaotic divine light, slashing towards the Saint Son of all beginnings. The two of them quickly engaged in a great battle. The Wuxia killing formation was activated, and the Saint Son of all beginnings was startled with every step he took, unable to concentrate. Boom, Yi Fan once again successfully activated the all-secret. The rotten wooden hammer in his hand shone brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own, shooting out a large expanse of chaotic light. This was a terrifying scene. The black night sky continuously collapsed, and a black hole appeared. The Saint Son of all beginnings cried out loudly, using the heavenly fiend blood box to block it. However, when his battle prowess was increased tenfold, it was too terrifying. It destroyed everything, and the entire sea of blood was evaporated. Everything was destroyed. The Saint Son of all beginnings couldn't dodge at all in the Wuxia killing formation, and could only take it head-on. With a ping sound, he was sent flying by the chaotic light, his body cracking apart. Wang Yifan used the row technique, rushing over like a streak of light. In a short period of time when his battle prowess was increased tenfold, he continuously attacked, incomparably fierce. Pooh! The saint son of all beginnings spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was swept by the chaotic light again, and most of the bones in his body were broken. He shouted loudly, "You can't!" Boom! Yifan didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. His tenfold battle prowess rose crazily, and the rotten wooden hammer shattered the void, sending him flying, almost turning him into a bloody paste. You! The saint son of all beginnings coughed out blood. Dong! Yifan used the rotten wooden hammer to block the heavenly fiend blood box. The chaotic light imprisoned the endless sea of blood, and the two weapons stuck together. At this time, the battle prowess triggered by the all-secret art disappeared, but the saint son of all beginnings was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He did his best to resist. Peng! Yifan reached out a large golden hand and struck forward. A destructive aura shook. Kacha, the saint son of all beginnings' arm broke, and then his chest caved in. His body was struck by a large golden hand. Pooh! The flesh shell of the saint body was extremely powerful. The palm that was like a large golden millstone firmly slammed into the saint son of all beginnings' body, splitting him into pieces on the spot. The saint son of all beginnings' primordial spirit rushed out, wanting to escape. The small golden lake between Yifan's brows transformed into a small golden cauldron, rushing over and shattering it. Another saint son of all beginnings had fallen. The future master of all beginnings had been erased just like that. From then on, he would become a part of history, no longer existing. Yifan had killed 2 saints in succession in one day. This was enough to shake the world. At the same time, he had eliminated so many experts, killing them all and leaving the ground covered in minced meat. This would definitely cause great waves. Where is Xiaoxi? Where is the saint son of Great Yin, Xianxia? They have also come. He frowned slightly. In the latter half of the night, the thick black clouds dispersed and starlight sprinkled down like water. The ancient city was quiet. However, the city was not peaceful. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils and a strong aura of death filled the air. It was as if an Azura had descended into the world. The huge millstone formed by the Wuxia killing formation had disappeared. Under the cold moonlight, there was a thick layer of bloody mud on the ground, as well as some snow-white bone dregs. This was a scene that made one's hair stand on end. White bones and flesh mixed together. Anyone who saw it with their own eyes would feel their hair stand on end. This was a living purgatory on earth. Apart from Jiang Huaiyan, everyone else was dead. No one could escape. This was the power of the ancient emperor's formation. Just a broken corner was enough to kill everyone. Yifan stood in the ancient killing formation. He did not see Yaoxi or Xianxia. They had definitely come for him, but they did not enter the formation. He gazed at the night sky and could not sense any aura. Those who had not entered the formation had all left in fright. No one dared to stay in fear of the power of the Wuxia killing formation. After a long time, people appeared at the end of the horizon. Looking at this place from afar, they all felt a chill from head to toe. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, but the entire ancient city was incomparably stifling. There was no sound at all, and no one was here. Yifan set a big fire. The broken bones and bloody mud on the ground burned, crackling in the flames. In the end, they turned into ashes and burned away completely. Suddenly, he raised his head. He felt a sense of danger, but he did not discover anything. Could it be that a Saint Lord level character has arrived? Or is a terrifying character from the ancient god dynasty spying on us? Yifan was startled. Let's leave this place. Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, and the others did not want to stay for long. This place would become the center of the storm, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. The Black Emperor carved the formation and then erased the Wuxia killing formation. With a flash of light, they crossed the distance and disappeared from their original spot. On the second day, when the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. This time, in the misty cloud ancient city, there were countless casualties among the invaders. It was unknown how many people had lost their lives. Corpses fell one after another. There were 5 half-step experts among them, and all of them were overlords of their own regions. If they could take a step further and develop their own Tao, they would be comparable to the Holy Lords. Unfortunately, they had lost their lives here. What? Even a half-step mighty figure has fallen? What realm are Yifan's group at? How could they have such a technique? Is this true? The experts of the dragon transformation secret realm were cut down like weeds. The number of casualties is uncountable. Everything is true. Last night, I saw it with my own eyes. That was truly purgatory in the human world. Human lives are worth less than grass. No matter how strong you are, you can't block a single attack from the killing array. The people of the dragon transformation secret realm are dying one after another. Although they have concealed their true identities, it is obvious that they are from the various great sections. What a terrifying technique. He killed everyone in one battle. This brat is truly terrifying. The Battle of the Bloody Night caused a huge commotion. No one had thought that Yifan would have such a technique. He dared to kill all the experts. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The sky was bright, and Yifan released little Nan Nan from the pristine jade bottle. The battle last night was too bloody, so he did not let the little girl watch. At this moment, they were in an oasis, temporarily hiding from the storm. Needless to say, the outside world was in chaos. Lu Ko picked up a person and threw him on the ground, saying, "How should we deal with him?" This was the only captive who had survived the killing array. Jiang Huayan was terrified. As an expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, his sea of reincarnation had been crippled by an arrow. His divine power had dried up, and all his hopes had turned to dust. What do you want?" His voice was trembling. He did not want to die. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Yifan glanced at him. When passing by a small village, Yifan stopped. He walked around a fish pond and said, "This place is very suitable for you to retire." Jiang Huayan's face immediately turned green. He found a latrine pit in front of the fish pond and thought of what Yifan had said before. He even felt like dying. Yifan threw him out like a javelin. With a plop, a large splash was made, and a foul stench filled the air. Blarg! Jiang Huayan almost vomited his bile. He was so disgusted that he almost fainted. He shouted, You can't do this." Yifan thought about it and said, "Your sea of reincarnation has been crippled, but your holy Ji palace still exists. You can live for at least 100 or 200 years. How about this? I don't want you to die, so we'll just suppress you for 100 years. No, save me!" Jiang Huayan shouted. He wanted to slap himself to death. Why did he provoke these people? How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Yifan ignored him. Beams of light shot out from his 10 fingers and sealed Jiang Huayan at the bottom of the latrine pit. Then, he cut a stone tablet and pressed it in. Finally, I vented my anger. Those bastards in the Jiang clan were too despicable. They should be suppressed like this. Li Heishui laughed loudly. We should capture Jiang Yichen. That brat is the most hateful. If we don't suppress him, we'll be letting ourselves down. Lu Ko's anger could not be appeased. After a few days, the storm did not subside. Instead, it became more and more intense. So many people had died. There were powerful itinerant cultivators and masters from sacred grounds. They became the focus of everyone's discussion. Did you know that the Purple Mansion Saint is already dead? He was killed by Yifan's sword. What? That's impossible. That's too shocking. It's true, but no one will point it out. That night, this saint was among those who tried to kill Yifan. Unfortunately, he was killed as a passerby. Oh my God, this is shocking news. Will the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground let this go? Their future master was killed just like that. The Purple Mansion Saint changed his appearance to kill the divine physique. In the end, he lost his life. Who can he blame? Even a powerful holy land would not be able to take revenge on such a large scale. In recent years, this was the first time a saint had been killed in the eastern wilderness. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone knew that a great era had come. There would definitely be a huge battle. The death of a saint was inevitable. However, they did not know who would be the strongest. The divine physique is so powerful. He killed the saint of middle ground and the saint of eastern wilderness. He is invincible. He used a shocking killing array to kill so many cultivators. Then, he killed a saint as a passerby. He must have done it on purpose. People were talking about it. Everyone was trying to find out what was going on. Sure enough, not long after, another shocking piece of news spread. The saint son of all beginnings had also died. 2 sons of the great sage died in one night? People were dumbfounded. The Purple Mansion saint was not everything. There was still the saint of all beginnings. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. This is really shocking. 2 sons of the great sage are dead. The era of a huge battle is here. The eastern wilderness was shocked. The Battle of the Bloody Night was even more shocking than people had imagined. No one had expected Yi Fan to kill 2 sons of the great sage. He is the enemy of all the saints, the divine physique caught up. It doesn't look like he killed himself. Is Miracle Dr. Wang lying? Many people were discussing it. Half a month later, Lu Ko flew back excitedly. He laughed heartily and said, I used some of my connections, and it really worked. Lu Ko brought news that Jiang Yichen was about to come out and participate in the Jade Lake meeting. It was a good opportunity to catch him. Are you sure? Wu Zhongtian asked. The news sent by Sun Quan shouldn't be wrong. Sun Quan was the grandson of the 10th Great Bandit, Sun Tianyun. He was also a descendant of the Great Bandit, so he had a good relationship with them. Without saying anything, they crossed the void and went to the Jade Lake Sacred Land. Of course, they did not really enter. They just waited outside. The Jade Lake Sacred Land was picturesque. Looking from afar, it was as if they had arrived at a land of immortals. That brat is here. After waiting for a few days, Yi Fan and the others saw Jiang Yichen. He walked over with a middle-aged man in purple. The middle-aged man in purple had a dignified appearance. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, as if a celestial emperor had descended. He was very extraordinary. He was the extremely powerful 13th grandfather of the Jiang clan. We can't afford to offend this legendary 13th. The large black dog mumbled. This person not only had powerful magic power, but he also had a corner of the formation pattern of the Hengyu Emperor. If he really targeted them, they would definitely be in danger. Are you sure the spatial trap is effective? We are pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Li Heishui said. This is a secret technique from the primordial age. I don't believe that he is so careful. He is protecting Jiang Yichen at every step, the large black dog said. This 13th grandfather was extremely powerful and conceited. He definitely would not think that someone would dare to snatch someone from under his nose. This was the conclusion that they came to based on his personality. They had done some research. Alright, we have entered that area. He and Huang, do it. Yi Fan urged. The large black dog activated the formation pattern. The space in the distance became blurry, and Jiang Yichen was instantly sucked into it. He shouted in shock. Humph. 13th grandfather humped coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. However, the blurry space flashed, and a black hole appeared. Jiang Yichen's figure continued to pass through it. Serial spatial trap. 13th grandfather was shocked. He quickly carved formation patterns in the void, wanting to use the most profound innate patterns to stabilize the space. It's too late. Apart from being afraid of your cultivation level, my attainments in Tao patterns are far superior to yours. The large black dog bared his teeth in secret. Boom, all the black holes disappeared, and the void became calm again. It was as if nothing had happened. Let's go too. Yi Fan and the others quickly passed through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 13th grandfather reacted quickly. The moment Jiang Yichen disappeared, he immediately locked onto the location where Yi Fan and the others were. With a long howl, he arrived in the blink of an eye. However, when he arrived, everything became calm again. He did not even see who the enemy was. Good, good, good. You dare to snatch someone from my hands? You must have eaten a god's guts. He stood in the same place for a long time, silently deducing something. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the large black dog appeared in a desert with a long howl. He said, "If you want to deduce my methods, go ahead and try." Jiang Yichen's figure appeared on an altar in front of him. He had been dragged here by the spatial trap and was trapped on the blood-colored altar. "Nephew eldest, we meet again." Jiang Huairan walked over with evil intentions. "Brat, we really missed you." Li Heishui kept moving his muscles and bones, chuckling. Jiang Yichen's intestines were green with regret. Why did he have to go to the Jade Lake? Now, he was blocked by a few people. There was nothing worse than this. He really wanted to kill himself. "Nephew eldest, why don't you speak when you see your uncle?" Jiang Huairan asked with a smile. "Didn't you want to kill us? When you were in the Jiang tribe, you could summon the wind and summon the rain. How awe-inspiring. Now, continue." Li Heishui laughed loudly. "This brat is nothing. He doesn't even want to be my human pet. I want to choose a peerless saintess in the Jade Lake Grand Meeting." The Black Emperor criticized from the side. "Last time, I suppressed you once and let you go in the end. You really don't have a good memory. Do you think that just because you have a supreme grandpa and a powerful family, you have nothing to fear?" Yi Fan had a smile on his face. On the blood-red sacrificial altar, Jiang Yichen's face was pale. This time, he was really scared. Falling into the hands of these demons, he was considering whether to kill himself first. "What do you want?" His voice was trembling. He once thought that these people wanted to sacrifice him alive. Otherwise, why would he be bound to such a sacrificial altar? "Nephew Gu, look at you. You can't even speak properly." "It's okay. I'm here. No one will kill you." Jiang Huairan smiled brightly. "Uncle Gu, I was wrong. Please let me go." Jiang Yichen was afraid. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head. "What? I didn't hear you clearly." Jiang Huairan picked his ears and asked loudly. "Uncle Gu, please let me go." Jiang Yichen raised his voice. His face was a little red. They were about the same age. He was so tired of being called like this. "Nephew Gu, you're so obedient. You don't want to kill me this time and you don't call me a bastard?" Jiang Huairan asked with a smile. "We're all Jiang Huairan's brothers. Nephew Gu, do you want to call us nice too?" Lu Ko asked. Jiang Yichen's eyes flashed fiercely, but he quickly concealed it. He said, "Guys, what do you want? Just say it. Nephew Gu, don't think too much. We just want to catch up with you," Li Heishui said with a smile. Jiang Yichen was annoyed. He said, "As long as you let me go, my grandfather will give you enough energy. You can even have a divine lord level weapon. Your Jiang clan had some saints in ancient times. It's such a waste to bury them in your cemetery," the Black Emperor said. "I don't want the corpse of the Hengyu Emperor, but it should be fine to give you the corpse of a saint, right?" Jiang Yichen's expression stiffened. A dog had such a request. Wouldn't the conditions of those demons be even harsher? Of course, he didn't understand. This dog was the greediest. Jiang Huairan glanced at the large black dog. The ancient saint of the Jiang tribe was definitely his ancestor, so he naturally wouldn't allow him to do as he pleased. Yi Fan thought for a moment before he stepped forward and asked, "Who is the divine body of your Jiang clan?" 2 divine king bodies have appeared in the Eastern Barren territory at the same time. This has not happened in many years. Who is the divine king body of the Jiang clan? Is it a man or a woman? Wu Zhongtian also wanted to know the answer. Could it be that Jiang Yifei? I always felt that his strength was unfathomable, Lu Ko said. I don't know who he is, Jiang Yichen replied. He's still so stubborn even now. Slap him until he's obedient. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility as his uncle, Jiang Huairan said. You don't. Jiang Yichen cried. Pa, Li Heishui and Lu Ko were not soft-hearted people. They would not show any mercy to this descendant of the Jiang clan who had once tried to kill them. They slapped him hard. Jiang Yichen's eyes were sinister, and his heart was filled with endless murderous intent. However, he could only endure it at the moment and did not dare to challenge them. He said, "He's very mysterious. I only know that he's from the bloodline of the clan leader." "Nonsense." Jiang Huiran gave him a big slap and said, "The divine king's blood is passed down in our bloodline. Why did it go to the bloodline of the clan leader? You want to bully me even with this?" "I'm not lying. It's true. There's a rumor in the clan that the divine body was adopted by the clan leader from outside." "He's not from the Jiang clan," Jiang Yichen shouted. He did not want to be slapped again. "What? He actually adopted a divine body?" The few of them were shocked and pondered for a long time. In the end, no matter how Jiang Yichen begged or cursed, it was useless. The few of them decided to suppress him. "If we suppress him for 1,000 years, there won't be any bones left. Let's suppress him for 500 years, the Black Emperor said. His pair of big claws scratched randomly and swept away all kinds of treasures. "You can't do this to me." Jiang Yichen even had the mood to die. He never thought that they would really suppress him into the latrine pit. "Fuck, what are you screaming for? Your uncle has already retired a step ahead of you. Now it's your turn." Li Heishui kicked him. Plop. Jiang Yichen fell into the latrine pit. His entire body was covered in dirt and he immediately screamed miserably. He did not suffer any injuries, but his heart was torn and his lungs were torn. The veins on his forehead were jumping. "You really are a flower in a greenhouse. Back then, your ancestor, Hengyu Great Emperor, dared to go to the absolute beginning forbidden land to forge the sacred furnace and eliminate a supreme existence comparable to the Great Emperor. You just fell into a latrine pit, so what? If you really fell into the absolute beginning ancient mine, wouldn't you be scared to death?" The Black Emperor stood up and scolded. It was obvious that he was standing up and talking. "Come in and try." Jiang Yichen was about to go crazy. He almost vomited his stomach as he cursed loudly. "Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and suppress him," Lu Ko said. Yi Fan cut a stone tablet and threw it into the latrine pit. He said, "Cultivate well here. If you can come out alive after 500 years, you will achieve enlightenment. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Jiang Yichen shouted. However, he was smashed down by the stone tablet and sealed at the bottom of the latrine pit. "This brat won't die from anger, right? Can he survive 500 years? There is no spirit energy here. Why think so far ahead? This birdman should be suppressed in the latrine pit. Why don't we make a treasure map, divide it into several halves, and throw it out? Maybe someone will find this place after 80 to 100 years. Too evil," the few of them discussed as they left. It was a pity that Jiang Yichen began a long period of cultivation. No one knew when he would see the light of day again. Along the way, Yi Fan wanted to muddy the waters. In a dilapidated ancient town, he found an ancient imprint of the human world. He left behind a divine source and asked them to kill him. Half a month later, a piece of news spread. The #1 heir of the gold family of the North Plains, Jin Qishao, had been assassinated and was severely wounded. This brat's cultivation level is frightening. Even the king's seed of the human world failed? Li Heishui and the others were shocked. The golden blood of an ancient king flows in his body. How can he be ordinary? His strength is definitely terrifying, the large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. In that bloody battle that night, Jin Qishao had transformed into an immortal in the Dao Palace. He was definitely not weaker than the Holy Sons. It could be imagined how powerful his original body was. At this moment, they were in an oasis with a circumference of 8,000 miles. It was full of vitality. There were primitive mountain ranges everywhere, like dragons and snakes, standing side by side. It was very peaceful. It is said that the old bastard lives in this oasis. No one would dare to come here and make trouble, Wu Zhongtian said. The old bastard was a legend. He was the greatest bandit of the North region. No one knew his true appearance, and no one knew how old he had lived. All the Holy Lands were afraid of him. Big brother, what is a hermit? Little Nan Nan asked. We are going to be hermits. Yi Fan smiled and patted his head. He had set up an ultimate killing formation. Blood flowed like a river in one night, and so many elites had been killed. It was impossible for him to move around again. How many years do we have to live in seclusion? Li Heishui asked him. Probably Divine Lord tier. Yi Fan smiled. Divine Lord tier. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, all the Divine Lords would not dare to make a move against him. Even if they knew that he had the myriad chi cauldron, they would definitely keep their distance. A Divine Lord tier Divine Lord would definitely be able to defeat all the Divine Lords. No one would dare to touch him. At that cultivation level, there would probably not be many who would dare to come out and suppress him. Little Nan is a hermit. Dog, you have to be a hermit too. Don't bite people anymore. Little Nan was slightly afraid of the large black dog. At this moment, they had come to a beautiful mountain range. The peaks were green and the valleys were green. Spirit springs gurgled, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was very suitable for living in seclusion. Aren't you going to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting? The people who should go are almost all here. It is about to start. That's right. It would really be a pity if I don't go. Lu Ko and the others said. If I go, there will most likely be Divine Lords who will secretly make a move against me. I have killed so many people, and they were all elites from the Supreme sections. There were 5 half-step grade elites, and 2 holy sons. Yi Fan said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The others all laughed. If Yi Fan was going to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting, it would definitely cause a great battle. He might even kill 1 or 2 holy sons. It is a pity that I won't be able to eat the Queen Mother's heavenly peaches. The large black dog said regretfully. Yi Fan was going to live in seclusion here. Li Heishui and the others prepared to leave. They would follow their seniors to the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. All the elites of the world would be there, and they wanted to go and broaden their horizons. That day, a graceful and beautiful figure came to visit. She appeared in this mountain range. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and she was untainted by a speck of dust. She was like a celestial maiden of the moon that had flown over, and she was otherworldly. They had never thought that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden would actually come to this place and personally invite Yi Fan to come out of seclusion. Don't worry. After entering the Jade Pool, no one will dare to harm you. The Jade Pool will definitely protect you. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. Apart from Yi Fan, no one could see her true appearance. She was enshrouded by a hazy mist, and she appeared otherworldly and graceful like a celestial maiden. Can I eat the heavenly peaches? The large black dog asked as he stuck out his large tongue. The fruits in the heavenly peach garden have all ripened. Those who participate in the grand meeting will all be able to enjoy them. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden smiled. I'm not talking about those spirit peaches. I'm talking about the real ancient heavenly peach tree. It's about time for it to bear fruits. The large black dog's eyes were burning with desire. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was astonished, but she didn't reveal it. She looked at Yi Fan, and said, Brother Yi, no matter what, you have to make a trip to the Jade Pool. She had invited him sincerely. The Origin Technique ancient clans and the descendants of the reclusive King of Source had all been invited to the Jade Pool. The Stone King left behind by the Queen Mother of the West and the strange stone left behind by the Yuan Taoist Master could no longer be sealed. They needed top-notch origin techniques to seal them. How did you find this place? Please forgive me, Brother Yi. I was afraid that you wouldn't come, so I left a mark in the invitation so that I could find you, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said apologetically. Little Yi, let's go. There are no more problems this time. Let's go to the Jade Pool Grand Meeting together, Li Heishui said. In the end, Yi Fan stepped onto the path to the Jade Pool. He traveled with them, and the Jade Lake Holy Maiden personally accompanied him. The Jade Pool Pure Land was enshrouded in mist, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a celestial land. Experts from all over the world had arrived long ago. It was a grand meeting worthy of its name. Not to mention the peerless figures who had been famous for a long time, the younger generation was also extremely strong. The Alcade Saint, the divine king physique of the G family, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Almost all the saints and saintesses of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory had arrived. In addition, there were also young talents like Wang Chongxiao, Yi Huiling, the Gemini King, and the Yuhua King. It was a gathering of heroes. The saint is here. Yi Fan's appearance caused a commotion. He killed so many experts and 2 sons of the great sage in one night. I can't believe he still dares to attend the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. Many people were astonished. Recently, Yi Fan had stirred up a lot of trouble. He was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. His appearance naturally caused a storm. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden went to welcome him in person to invite him here. He's really arrogant, a young man from an Origin Technique ancient clan said. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting won't be peaceful this time. Little Yi, you have to be careful, Li Heishui reminded him. On the day they arrived, there was a roar of wind and thunder in the Jade Pool deity land. Some peerless cultivators were chasing a beam of golden light. A sacred battle ape. Yi Fan was dazed. That monkey went to the peach garden to steal peaches. Someone shouted. It's really not peaceful this time. Is there something special in the King of Stones? Even a sacred battle ape is here, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was really grand. It hadn't started yet, but many strange people had already come to this pure land. Experts from all over the world had gathered. The Alcade Saint, the Divine King Physique, Jin Qishao, the Gemini King, the Yuhua King, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, and Yi Fan had become the focus of people's discussion. Without a doubt, these people were the most powerful young cultivators. When they gathered together, there would most likely be some dazzling sparks. In addition, the competition of origin techniques would definitely be a highlight. The most ancient origin technique ancient clans were all here. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Jade Lake was extremely beautiful and majestic. The sacred mountains were majestic, and the peaks were ethereal. It was as if one had walked into a celestial realm, making one feel lost and intoxicated. Spirit herbs grew along the cliffs, and auspicious beasts lurked in the mountains. There was both celestial chi and wondrous scenery. It was magnificent. This was the famous divine land of the Eastern Barren Territory, so there was naturally a lot of dragon chi lingering around. The purple chi was luxurious, and there were no less than 10,000 strands. Celestial mist hung in the air, forming a huge dragon. Yi Fan's residence was very elegant and quiet. It was located in a purple bamboo forest, and there was a clear lake outside the house. It was peaceful and quiet. The purple bamboo was like jade, and there were spirit herbs growing in the forest. They were not very dense, and a few could be seen occasionally. Upon closer inspection, they were several hundred years old, and there were even ancient herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. The large black dog started to wander around as soon as he arrived. He looked around, saying that he was taking little Nan Nan to enjoy the scenery, but only heaven knew what he wanted to do. This damn dog is obviously up to no good. It's most likely going for the peach garden, Li Heishui said. After the large black dog entered the Jade Lake, he didn't stop talking. He kept beating around the bush, asking where the peach garden was. When there was no one around, he almost started to drool. The peach garden of the Jade Lake was famous throughout the world. It was a famous spirit root in the Eastern Barren Territory. A bite of a peach could prolong a mortal's life, and it was also very beneficial to cultivators. It's not an immortal godly medicine, so why is it so attractive? Jiang Huiran was doubtful. Didn't you hear that damn dog's mumbling? It wants to find the most ancient peach tree, not the spirit peaches in the celestial garden. I feel like it's at least comparable to a peerless spirit herb that's more than 10,000 years old. I remember now. My grandfather said that there is an ancient tree in the Jade Lake, and it's the most precious thing after the immortal godly medicine, Wu Zhongtian said. What? Close to the immortal godly medicine? What kind of spirit root is that? Lu Ko was shocked. It said that it was brought out from the ruins of God. The ruins of God was one of the 7 great forbidden areas of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was on the same level as the Immortal Mountain and the Origin Ancient Mine. It was located in the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory, and it was mysterious. It was rumored that this was a place left behind by deities. There were even records that stated that this place had an indestructible southern heavenly gate and a majestic heavenly imperial tower. It was vast and boundless, without end. That was a forbidden zone for life. It had always been a place where one could only enter but not leave. No one could explore all of its secrets. After hundreds of thousands of years, the world had changed, but the divine ruins hadn't changed at all. Between heaven and earth, there were only a few stalks of undying divine medicines, all of them able to choose their own places of residence. They could fly through the sky and escape through the earth. Right now, they all entered life-restricted areas. It was rumored that the undying peach tree was rooted in the ruins of God. It was only a meter tall and could only bear 2 or 3 peaches of immortality in 10,000 years. More than 100,000 years ago, a sage of the Jade Pool entered the ruins of God. He narrowly escaped death and eventually came out. He didn't bring back the immortal peach tree, but he brought back a divine peach of immortality. How did the Jade Lake get its name? Everyone in the world knew that they had a spring that was famous throughout the world. All of the Holy Lands would come here to ask for water when refining medicine. It could be considered a divine spring. Especially during the primordial age, this spring was the most miraculous. The water that flowed out was comparable to the heavenly spring of life, and it had the effect of reviving the dead. After that sage returned, he buried the seed of the divine peach of immortality and watered it with the spring of the Jade Lake every day. In the end, it really sprouted. There had never been an undying divine medicine that could give birth to a second one. They were all unique. The Jade Lake created a miracle by using the spring of the Jade Lake. However, it was difficult to coexist with immortal treasures. Other than the first fruit that it bore, which was comparable to half a divine peach of immortality, all the fruits it bore in the future could not be compared. It could be called the number one spiritual medicine in the world, but it couldn't be called an undying divine medicine. This was because the peach of immortality could only prolong the life of a powerful cultivator for more than 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years, it can be considered a divine medicine. Jiang Huiran exclaimed. Wu Zhongtian shook his head and continued, that was before the primordial age. It definitely can't be done now. Why? Lu Ko asked. Before the primordial age, the water in the Jade Lake was close to the divine spring of life. It was watered every day, so the peach tree naturally grew vigorously. The fruits it bore also had the characteristics of a divine medicine. However, the spirituality of the spring decreased 80 to 90,000 years ago. It was no longer as effective as before. Watering it no longer had the same effect. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Jade Lake abandoned its old land for some unknown reason and moved to this place. Even though they moved the root of the celestial lake over with a heaven-defying method, it was still greatly damaged. Wu Zhongtian's grandfather, Wu Dao, was knowledgeable and knew many secrets. He speculated that the divine spring was not as good as before. The fruits of the ancient peach tree planted beside it could only prolong one's life by 500 years at most. Yi Fan thought of the old land of the Jade Lake. In order to obtain the Western Emperor scripture, he once went there with the Black Emperor and saw the abandoned celestial lake. There were corpses everywhere at the bottom of the lake. He still couldn't figure out what had happened. How does this damned dog know everything? There's no need to say anything else. It's definitely after the number one spirit medicine in the world. The others were all speechless. They prayed silently that it wouldn't cause trouble. Otherwise, it would most likely be in serious trouble. An hour later, the large black dog returned with little Nan Nan on its back. It was listless and listless. Seeing it like this, the others all sighed in relief. Where did you go? Yi Fan asked. I went sightseeing and watched beauties coming out of their baths, the large black dog replied in annoyance. Damned dog, you didn't really go to peep on the celestial maidens coming out of their baths, did you? Let's go together. Lu Ko's eyes lit up. F***ck, do you think I'm as perverted as you? The large black dog became even more depressed. My dog went to steal peaches, but it was caught and chased out, little Nan Nan said in a crisp voice. I knew you were up to no good. Don't go and cause trouble. The others all scolded it. F***ck, that damned monkey. If it hadn't acted first and alerted us, the people of the Jade Lake definitely wouldn't have been able to stop me. The large black dog was infuriated. What kind of bandit logic is that? Stealing a heavenly peach is reasonable, but why is the battling Saint Apes involved? The immortal peach tree was in the hands of the primordial king battling Saint Apes in the primordial age. That damned monkey still hasn't changed, and now he's thinking about it again, the large black dog cursed. Damned monkey doesn't dare to go to the ruins of God to find the real immortal peach tree, so he came here to join in the fun and steal business from me. Yi Fan and the others had arrived at the Jade Lake for a few days, but the event had yet to begin. It seemed like there were still some important figures who hadn't arrived yet. Apart from some special places, they were very free, and their movements were not restricted. They could look around this ancient land. Big brother, there's a monkey over there. Little Nan Nan tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's shirt. Where is there a monkey? I hate monkeys the most. I did in the past, and I still do now, the large black dog yelled. Yi Fan's eyes flashed, and he saw a golden-skinned young man standing nearby. He was very sturdy, and he seemed to be filled with strength. His eyes were bright and full of expression. Battling Saint Ape. Yi Fan's heart jolted. He used his divine eyes to see its true form. Its body was covered densely with golden fur, and it had the eyes of fire and gold. It had actually changed its appearance and snuck in. This was a ruthless fellow. As a member of the Primordial King clan, although it hadn't matured yet, it was already faintly powerful enough to suppress the great elites. What was it doing here? Yi Fan was surprised to discover that a Grand Elder of the Jade Lake had courteously sent the monkey out. It was obvious that he had also sensed something, but he didn't surround and kill it. You recognize me? The monkey asked. At this moment, he had taken on a human form, and his voice was very young. He didn't speak the ancient language, but he could already speak the human language. Yi Fan nodded, and looked at him silently. The battling Saint Ape was something that he had cut out from a rare stone, and there was a huge karma between the two of them. Aren't you afraid that the human race will surround and kill you? The world has changed, and the primordial races are about to revive. If they surround and kill me, there will definitely be primordial kings who will destroy the holy lands in the future. They know this. The monkey was very calm. What are you doing here? At this moment, Jiang Huiran and the others also knew that this was the battling Saint Ape that had previously wreaked havoc in the Divine City. They were all indescribably astonished. I want to use the immortal peach tree of the Jade Lake to save someone. The monkey was very direct. Its eyes shone brightly as it said, I know you have a Qilin seed on you. If you give it to me, I'll return a great favor in the future. Yi Fan was moved. This monkey was not ordinary at all. His physique was special, and once he circulated a heavenly art, his sacred blood would boil. He didn't know what kind of karma this was, but he didn't want to become enemies. He hoped to make friends. Soon, they began to converse, and the atmosphere could be considered harmonious. Yi Fan tactfully expressed that he didn't have the Qilin seed, but there were other divine objects that could replace it. I've talked with the people of the Jade Lake. If I can nourish a stone king with the blood of the primordial king for a month, they promised to give me a peaches of immortality, the monkey said. Lu Ko and the others were speechless. The fairies of the Jade Lake were really good negotiators. Nourishing the stone king with the blood of the primordial king for a month was really a shocking price. In the present age, where else could one find such a pure primordial king? Their entire body was full of treasures, and their blood was the most expensive. I need your help to nourish the blood into the Stone King, the monkey said. No problem, it's not that difficult. Yi Fan nodded. The Jade Lake really knows how to do business. I thought they were a group of fairies in white, but they're all people with blood, Jiang Huiran mumbled. Don't talk nonsense. Relatively speaking, they stand aloof from worldly affairs and surpass all the other sections. Wu Zhongtian reprimanded him, not letting him talk nonsense. All right, let's go and see the people of the Jade Lake now. The monkey nodded. The inheritor of the Yuan Taoist master and the battling sacred ape came together, and the Jade Lake was very courteous to them. Several grand elders came out to welcome them, and the Jade Lake Holy Maiden also accompanied them. This stone is very special, and it's very different from the other stone kings. We don't want to seal it, but we want it to give birth to life, a grand elder said. In the past, an ancient saint of the Jade Lake had left this stone behind, and it had been passed down to this day. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was graceful and elegant, and she led the way in front. She was as ethereal as a fairy, and she exuded a boundless charm. This kind of beauty could make one's heart calm and peaceful. Several grand elders of the Jade Lake accompanied them, and they brought them to an important place of the Jade Lake, the Celestial Lake. This was where their name came from. In front of them, there was a misty mist, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds could be seen all around. It was like a mythical world, and rare birds and beasts that looked like three-legged golden crows, fire phoenixes, and kirans could be seen roaming around. As expected, that ancient heavenly peach tree has borne fruit again, the large black dog muttered excitedly. There was an ancient tree beside the Celestial Lake. It was as strong as a horned dragon, and it was dozens of meters tall. Its roots stretched into the sky, and it was rooted beside the Celestial Lake. There were a few fruits on its branches, and their fragrance could make one's pores relax. It was obvious that this was a peerless precious medicine. The undying heavenly peach tree in the ruins of God was only 1 meter tall. Even though this tree was so tall and had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it still couldn't compare to the undying heavenly peach tree. There was a sparkling and translucent stone beneath the ancient heavenly peach tree. There were 9 holes on the stone, and it absorbed and emitted the essence of the sun and moon. It looked extremely mystical. F***ck, there's actually such a stone, the large black dog couldn't help but exclaim in shock. There were also a few people observing the stone beneath the ancient heavenly peach tree beside the Celestial Lake. Yifan recognized one of them. It was Ouyang, who was infinitely close to becoming an Earth Source Master. It was this old bastard who had recognized him in the Divine City, and that was why he had been killed. Ouyang also looked over, and there was a flicker in her eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking about, but a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Yifan hated people from ancient origin technique clans, so he didn't pay them any heed. Humph! The battle Saint Ape humphed coldly, and he immediately lashed out with a large golden hand. You actually harbor killing intent toward my friend? Are you seeking death? After the sacred battle ape turned into a human, its skin was a faint golden color. Its body was very sturdy and powerful, and its veins protruded like dragon tendons. It gave off a powerful feeling. Although it hadn't grown up yet, its strength was shocking, and its techniques were superb. Even if all the Saint Lords were here, they might not be able to stop it. Buzz! The monkey's golden fingers were like a huge dustpan, covering a radius of 1 zhang. Golden light flowed, and it could cover the sky with one hand. Ouyang Ye's expression changed immediately. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could naturally see the monkey's true form. After knowing that it was from the primordial royalty, his heart pounded violently. Primordial creatures had always been associated with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They used to be the absolute rulers of this land, and it was only because of their retreat that the human race could prosper. This was especially so for a creature like the sacred battle ape. As the royalty at the top of the pyramid, no one could say for sure how terrifying its combat strength was. However, Ouyang couldn't just sit and wait for death. He quickly circulated the origin divine art to resist. There were many strange stones in the Jade Lake, as well as countless earth veins and dragon energy, which he could use. Rumble! The dragon energy under the ground soared into the sky and turned into dozens of huge dragons. They connected from the depths of the earth veins to the sky, sealing the sacred battle ape together. Ouyang was infinitely close to being an origin master, and in terms of strength, he was comparable to a half-step almighty. Pop! The monkey's hand didn't change and continued pressing forward. The faint golden fingers collapsed the void and broke the dragon energy, descending like a demonic mountain. Boom! Ouyang Ye's body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, he was grabbed by the monkey's hand, and the bones in his body creaked as if they were about to break. He almost fainted. Ah, what are you doing? He screamed in fear, but he couldn't struggle at all. No one knew how strong the monkey was. He was a battle saint among the primordial creatures, and his physical body was so terrifying that it made people tremble. If he cultivated to the end, he would look down on the world and be invincible. At the side, everyone was shocked by the monkey's strength. It almost squeezed a half-step almighty to death. What kind of concept was that? Saint, please have mercy. The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake hurriedly persuaded the monkey to let go. They were the ones who invited the Origin Masters here, so they couldn't let him be killed. Gotcha! Monkey exerted a little strength and many of Xianxia's ribs were broken. His body was almost deformed. Then, he threw him onto the ground like a dead dog and ignored him. Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly? The people from the ancient Genesis Technique clan could not accept this. Jade pulls fairies, if you all don't suppress him, we will ask King Yuan to take action. A few of them shouted, their expressions grave and stern. No. Xianxia stood up. Among them, he was the only one who had cultivated the Heaven's Eye and knew of the monkey's identity. He didn't want to stir up trouble. Please calm down. The people of the Jade Lake tried to mediate. As the masters, they naturally wouldn't allow the monkey to attack them. He has a strong desire to kill my friend. I'm already being merciful by not killing him, Monkey mumbled, then ignored him. What he said was the truth. According to his temperament, he would have slapped them to death already. However, he was not ignorant of the ways of the world. He didn't want to embarrass the Jade Lake too much. Let's go. Xianxia was filled with anger. He turned around and left the celestial pool. He didn't want to stand with the monkey anymore. You still have the desire to kill? The sacred battle ape's fiery golden eyes shot out two beams of divine light and stared at Xianxia's back. Little saint, don't be impatient. Don't attack anymore. The supreme elders of the Jade Lake stepped forward. They were really afraid that the monkey would start a massacre. Brother ape, don't bother with them. Yifan also stepped forward. The monkey had attacked for him, so he naturally had to express his sincere gratitude. The ancient peach tree of immortality was 49 meters tall. A dozen people couldn't even wrap their arms around it. The old bark on the tree was like a huge dragon's scale. It was very vigorous. It had been growing for more than 100,000 years. Although the tree was very thick, it was nothing compared to its age. The ancient tree was like a horned dragon. The leaves on the tree were like jade, translucent and dazzling. There were only 3 peaches of immortality on the branches. They were hidden among the green jade leaves, and their fragrance was very fragrant. The peaches of immortality weren't very big. They looked as if they had been carved out of red agate. They were bright red and sparkling, and their fragrance was refreshing and comfortable. The large black dog was the most unbearable. He swallowed hard. If it weren't for the fact that the supreme elders were here, he would most likely have uprooted the entire ancient tree. The monkey was next in line. Although he wasn't scratching his head, he couldn't sit still anymore. It seemed like he wanted to climb up the tree. Even in the ancient era, there were only 2 or 3 sacred battle apes. The undying peach tree was in the hands of their tribe. In the past, he had eaten real peaches of immortality. The northern region that was full of vitality has actually become a barren land. Everything no longer exists. The monkey only calmed down after a long time. He sighed with emotion, and said, the undying peach tree has already flown into the ruins of God. Mist swirled around the celestial pool. Spiritual essence flowed out continuously, nourishing the entire pure land of the Jade Lake. Beneath the ancient tree, the strange stone was sparkling and translucent. It glowed with vibrant colors and swallowed the essence of the sun and moon as if it had a life of its own. Does the Jade Lake want to nurture a holy spirit? The large black dog's eyes were deep. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression. Near the strange stone, there were orchids, dragon grass, and spirit ginseng. All of them were tens of thousands of years old. They glowed with brilliance, and their medicinal fragrance was alluring. Such a stone definitely had a shocking origin. Spiritual essence gushed out continuously from its 9 orifices as if it was breathing. This stone had been nourished by the essence of the sun and moon for countless years. It had indeed contained a holy embryo. The Jade Lake was aware of this, and so they did their best to nurture it so that it could come into the world as soon as possible. Fairies of the Jade Lake, I think you are playing with fire. If a holy spirit is born, the Jade Lake will be in great trouble unless the Western Empress revives, the large black dog said solemnly. This is a holy spirit. A supreme elder of the Jade Lake said. They were naturally aware of this, but there were some secrets that they couldn't reveal. What holy spirit? The large black dog sneered, and said, in the past, a holy land did something like this, and in the end, it was annihilated. If it wasn't for Emperor Wushi, who killed the holy spirit, who knows what kind of calamity would have befallen them. Yi Fan's heart jolted. No wonder the large black dog looked shocked when he saw the stone. Such a major event had happened in the distant past. This stone was purified by an ancient saint long ago. In his later years, he gave a sermon to it. The supreme elder of the Jade Lake said, but she didn't continue. That's even more mysterious. It knows the ancient scriptures of the human race. The large black dog pondered. It was even more difficult for him to understand, but he couldn't say anything else. I don't care what kind of holy spirit it is. If it dares to provoke me in the future, I'll smash it to pieces with my staff. The monkey was unruly, and his words were very direct. The supreme elders of the Jade Lake were speechless, but they couldn't refute him. After all, they needed the blood essence of this monkey to nourish this stone king. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say anything. The ancient Jade Lake had produced a great emperor before, so it was very knowledgeable. It definitely had its own considerations, so there was no reason for him to stop it. The monkey slit its wrist, and bright red blood flowed out. The blood exuded an astonishing divine light, and its life force was extremely rich. Every drop of blood was like a divine furnace, and blazing divine flames soared into the sky. Yi Fan made his move, circulating the heavenly origin divine technique, continuously drawing on the wondrous stone, engraving profound and unfathomable patterns, interweaving into a complicated diagram. Rip. After the monkey's blood dripped onto the stone, it quickly seeped into it, and was absorbed by the Stone King. It trembled slightly, and the speed at which it breathed in and out the spiritual essence of heaven and earth became even faster. The saint fetus is really going to be born soon. The large black dog's eyelids twitched, and he stumbled back a few steps. What's wrong with a dog? Don't be afraid, little Nan Nan comforted in a soft voice. When will it be born? Yi Fan asked. If there are no accidents, it will be born in 5,000 years, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden replied softly from the side. 5,000 years. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others exchanged a glance. This news was really shocking. A saint spirit was about to be born, and that was a supreme being. Would the Holy Lands allow it to come into the world? Obviously, the other Holy Lands already knew of this news. Otherwise, the Jade Lake wouldn't have sent them here to leak the secret 5,000 years. We won't be able to live for that long, and we'll already be buried in the earth. However, little Yi is at his peak, and there will most likely be a battle of life and death. It's better to kill it now. Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and the others discussed with Yi Fan through their divine sense. This was too sensitive a time, and they really didn't know what would happen in the future. The large black dog sighed, and said, I believe it. A great era comparable to Wushi's era is about to arrive. Aside from the rise of various kings, even a saint spirit that can be compared to a great emperor will be born. Moreover, the ancient royal tribe will return. If we want to walk proudly in the world in the future, it's impossible without heaven-defying battle prowess. The monkey wasn't stingy, and a considerable amount of blood flowed from his wrist. Divine light shone brilliantly, and spiritual essence flowed everywhere. Only when the people of the Jade Lake shouted for him to stop did he stop the bleeding. Brother Monkey, you're really straightforward, Jiang Huiran mumbled. I want to undergo a complete transformation, and now is the perfect time to try it. This waste blood doesn't matter. The monkey was very direct, and the people of the Jade Lake didn't know what to say. The strange stone shone brilliantly, and its 9 orifices opened up, swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun. It absorbed all the blood that had dripped down, and its life force became much more vigorous, and it trembled continuously. Can I touch it? Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes, and her voice was soft and hopeful. The little guy saw that the strange stone was sparkling and extremely beautiful, and she really wanted to get closer to take a look. It's fine, just touch it. A thought flashed through the large black dog's mind, and he agreed first. She stretched out her small hand, and lightly touched the strange stone with its 9 orifices and 8 orifices. The entire strange stone suddenly trembled, and it became motionless as if it had been given a fright. Yifan was astonished. The little girl was a divine infant, so could it be that the strange stone could sense something? A peculiar expression appeared on the large black dog's face. He was very excited, and he said, "Touch it again." The celestial maidens of the Jade Lake were speechless. This dog was too outrageous, wasn't he? Why did he think of himself as his master? Actually, we're a family. You guys don't know, but the Jade Lake is the most impressive. It's equivalent to having 2 emperors. The large black dog dawdled, and he seemed to have accidentally said something that he shouldn't have, so he hurriedly stopped speaking. Right at this moment, divine light shone brilliantly. After little Nan Nan's small hand pressed onto the stone, brilliant light suddenly flowed, and a boundless divine splendor surged forth. Quick, make her stop. The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake was astonished, and wanted to stop her, yet he was pushed away by the divine light. At this moment, the strange stone with its 9 orifices and 8 orifices was gushing out spiritual essence, which flowed into little Nan Nan's arm. The celestial pond was overflowing with spiritual chi. Nearby, there was the fragrance of orchid ganoderma, dragon grass, shellfish and ginseng. 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were everywhere. 3-legged golden ravens, divine phoenixes, and cheilants roamed about. It was like a mythical world. The 9-orifice strange stone trembled slightly and shone brightly. Like strands of silk, it connected to little Nan Nan's delicate arm. Spiritual essence flowed and seeped into her arm. The Grand Elders of the Jade Lake were anxious. They wanted to stop her, but they were all pushed out by a colorful light. They couldn't get close at all. Everyone was anxious. Stop her. Don't let anything happen to the Stone King. They shouted and moved together. Colorful lights flew out from their palms and fingers. They wanted to pull little Nan Nan away and save the Stone King from danger. Nan Nan, are you okay? Yifan was very worried. He hurried forward and touched the colorful light, but he was also pushed out and couldn't get close. It bit me. Little Nan Nan pouted. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her eyelashes were trembling. Does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Li Heishui also asked with concern. The 9-orifice Stone King shone brightly and trembled continuously. Its spiritual essence gushed into the little girl's arm and covered her with a layer of brilliant light. She looked like a porcelain doll that could glow. My palm hurts a little. It bit me and didn't let go. Little Nan Nan was very innocent. She wrinkled her delicate nose. As long as you're not hurt. Nothing can happen to you, Wu Zhongtian said. The people of the Jade Lake were speechless. They were a bit angry. The Stone King was releasing its spiritual essence, but these guys were still worried about this little girl. Do you have a way to make her let go? A Grand Elder asked. Little girl, can you stay away from the strange stone? Come back quickly, or you'll be in danger. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden squatted down and talked to little Nan Nan patiently. It'll be a disaster sooner or later. I might as well suck it dry. The big black dog bared his teeth excitedly. He wanted nothing more than for little Nan Nan to suck the Stone King's spiritual essence dry. Stupid dog, don't talk nonsense. Yifan glared at him and then told little Nan Nan to step back. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to leave the Jade Lake. Nan Nan also wanted to retreat, but it bit my palm. Little Nan Nan pouted and used all her strength to retreat. However, her little hand was stuck to it. What should we do now? Jade Pool's people were anxious. There were people who wanted to invite Western Queen Mother, to the extent where they even had to bring over a strand of Extreme Tao Holy Might. Upon hearing that they were going to use their Extreme Tao Saint tool, the large black dog shuddered involuntarily. He jumped up and said that he had a way, and he stepped forward to give little Nan some pointers. Close your eyes and imagine yourself as a god, omnipotent, floating in the air. Are you stalling for time? The Jade Lake Holy Daughter was very intelligent, and she looked at the large black dog with displeasure. Wisps of divine light shot out of her eyes. No, I'm using a spiritual guidance technique to make her relax. Otherwise, even if the Queen Mother of the West comes, she won't be able to separate them, the large black dog said confidently. You are a divinity, gazing down at the ancient earth. The mountains and rivers are majestic, all living things were born, everything was under your feet. You flew towards the immortal realms, the large black dog continued to ramble on and on like an old sorcerer. There was no end to his rambling. Although the women of the Jade Lake were all good-tempered, their foreheads were filled with black lines, and they wanted to stomp on his large black face a few times. What are you talking about? One of the Grand Elders couldn't stand it anymore, and he prepared to draw out the great Tao contained within the Jade Lake to draw over a strand of extreme Tao holy might. Swoosh, however, right at this moment, little Nan's hand loosened, and she floated up into the air, slowly distancing herself from the 9 orifices strange stone, no longer absorbing its essence. The little girl was very serious and meticulous, and she did everything according to the Black Emperor's instructions. She closed her eyes, and slowly imagined those scenes. Colorful light flowed all over her body, and she looked just like a little fairy. Every inch of her skin was glowing, and it was as translucent as 7-colored glass. It was flawless, and there was actually a holy aura permeating the air, purifying one's soul. Is it really possible? The large black dog mumbled. Hearing this, everyone wanted to stomp on him, especially the beautiful fairies of the Jade Lake, and they all glared at him angrily. What I mean is, I've never tried this kind of ancient guidance technique before, and I never thought that it would actually work, the large black dog hurriedly explained, afraid that he would anger these fairies. Swoosh, the 9 orifices stone king broke free, and like a frightened old rabbit, it turned into a streak of divine light with a whoosh, and disappeared into the celestial pond, unwilling to come out again. It's really become a spirit, and it can even run away by itself. Luko exclaimed. All stone kings could fly in the sky and tunnel underground, and they already had their own spiritual sense, which was even more terrifying than many powerful cultivators, let alone this 9 orifices strange stone that was about to give birth to a holy spirit. Swoosh, little Nan was meticulous, and she was still earnestly comprehending those scenes. Unexpectedly, she suddenly soared into the sky, releasing a boundless multicolored light. She's ascending, the large black dog exclaimed. Everyone was astonished, especially Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others. Normally, the little girl couldn't fly at all, but now, not only was she floating in the air, but she was also soaring into the sky. This was truly astonishing. She really is like a celestial. The people of the Jade Pool were all in a daze. At this moment, little Nan was enveloped by celestial light, and it was as if she was ascending into the sky. She actually opened up a passageway, and it was as if she was going to enter a mysterious world. Boom, suddenly, a wisp of supreme celestial might descended, and it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down. Everyone was unable to move, and their minds were filled with shock. Aya, little Nan cried out in alarm, and fell down. She could no longer fly, and facing the high altitude, her large eyes were filled with fear. Golden blood chi surged all over Yi Fan's body, and he barely managed to summon the all-life source cauldron. Wisps after wisps of source chi descended, protecting him. Swoosh, it was as if he was carrying millions of mountains on his back, and he flew into the sky with great difficulty. He caught the falling little Nan, and then retreated. It was just a short distance, but he felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was powerful, and the source chi descended, it was almost impossible for him to fly. West Emperor Pagoda. Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, Lu Ko, and the others were all shocked. This must be an extreme sacred weapon forged from Immortal Tears green gold. West Emperor Pagoda, also known as Immortal Tears Pagoda, this was a wisp of supreme celestial might, and it could suppress everything. No one could contend against it, not even Saint Lords. There were only a few ancient great emperors, and naturally, there were only a few extreme sacred weapons. The Jade Pool had one, and it was forged from Immortal Tears green gold by the West Emperor, and it was famous throughout the ages. A sacred ground that had produced a supreme great emperor, and from a certain perspective, it was indeed more powerful than the other ancient inheritances. The sacred weapon left behind was enough to suppress everything, anyone who entered this sacred ground would be enveloped by the extreme sacred weapon. Even peerless experts wouldn't dare to be presumptuous, and there was no way to break through. Normally, there was no need to activate it. The Immortal Tears Pagoda had been here for a long time, and it naturally formed a supreme great Tao that suppressed the entire heaven and earth, making it impregnable. Little Nan was blocked by the pressure of the extreme sacred weapon, and she couldn't break through the void, and she couldn't force her way through. This child, while Yi Fan and the others were shocked by the terror of the West Emperor Pagoda, the Grand Elders of the Jade Pool were all staring at Little Nan, and they couldn't stop scrutinizing her. Little Nan didn't do it on purpose, it was that stone that bit me. Little Nan was slightly uneasy, and she spoke in a low voice, thinking that she had made a grave mistake. The Nine-Hold Stone King's foundation wasn't injured, and this made the people of the Jade Pool heave a sigh of relief. They were shocked by Little Nan's identity and background, and it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary child. The monkey's eyes were fiery, and he stared at Little Nan for a long time, but he still couldn't see through her. He muttered, "Strange, is she an immortal?" Yi Fan and the others walked out of the celestial pond, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the people of the Jade Pool were calm, and they didn't make a fuss about it. The Jade Pool will face a great calamity sooner or later, and that Stone King will most likely cause rivers of blood to flow. Once it comes to this world, it will be an existence comparable to an ancient great emperor. Who can resist it? The large black dog's expression was grave. In any case, we have nothing to do with it. 5,000 years later, all our bones will have rotted away. Jiang Huiran didn't seem to care. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a special sense of loss for the first time. 5,000 years later, he would be at the peak of his power, but if nothing unexpected happened, all of his friends would have died long ago. Even divine lords could only live for 2,000 years, but if he could achieve great success, he could live for 10,000 years. At that time, he would have to watch Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the others die. The Jade Pool was very big, and it occupied a very large area. There were all kinds of terrains, and after passing through a spirit mountain, there was a swamp in front of them. There were a few golden lights leaping in the swamp, and there were several elders watching them. Dragon Chimera. The large black dog was surprised, and he ran over excitedly, saying, "This is a treasure for refining medicine, and it's many times more precious than spirit medicines that are tens of thousands of years old. It's a priceless treasure, and there are actually 3 of them in the Jade Pool." The dragon chimera was only 30 centimeters long, and it looked like a dragon, but it was actually a kind of loach. Its whole body was golden, and when it leaped in the swamp, its spirit chi soared into the sky. Every drop of its blood essence was priceless. Beside the swamp, the few elders all had extraordinary appearances. When the monkey saw them, he was slightly nervous. Obviously, he saw them as an opponent that could fight to the death. One of them seems to be the Queen Mother of the West. Wu Zhongtian said softly, looking surprised. One of them was a woman who looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. She was beautiful and dignified, and her expression was peaceful. Her black hair danced in the wind, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows. Her eyes were like water, and she made people feel close to her. Indeed, she had the charm of the Queen Mother of the West. Beside her, there were 3 other elders, and each of them was extraordinary. One was wearing a golden feather robe, as if he was about to ascend to heaven and ascend to heaven. The other was wearing a purple robe, and purple aura swirled around him, making him indescribably noble. The last person was illusory, like a wisp of fog, and was imprinted in the great path of heaven and earth. Another saint physique has appeared, and it's rare. The elder wearing the golden feather robe nodded. "You are?" Yi Fan asked hesitantly. "This is an extraordinary senior from the Middle State," the Queen Mother of the West said. She was dignified and holy, and her eyes were ethereal. He was definitely an important figure, Yi Fan and the others guessed. Otherwise, the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't have reminded and introduced him like this. "Are you willing to go to the Middle State to cultivate?" the elder wearing the golden feather robe asked calmly. Yi Fan was stunned, not knowing why he said this. The Outstanding Scholar Academy is about to reopen, and this is a rare opportunity. The Queen Mother of the West smiled at the side. Outstanding Scholar Academy. Yi Fan was confused. He really hadn't heard of it before. After all, he wasn't a person of this world. On the side, Li Heishui and the others were shocked, and even stuttered. Once every 10,000 years. Is the Outstanding Scholar Academy going to reopen again? It's been so many years, and it's still continuing. The large black dog mumbled in shock. Only people at the level of Saint Sun can enter, and it's the divine land where king tears grow up. It reopens once every 10,000 years, and I didn't think it would come again. Wu Zhongtian's eyes shone with divine light. I heard that every time, the most powerful young elites are chosen from the Middle State, the North Plains, the West Desert, the South Mountains, and the East Wastelands. Is that true? Jiang Huairan asked. The elder wearing the golden feather robe nodded, and said, every holy land can only send 2 people at most, and the Middle State, the East Wastelands, and the South Mountains are all the same. Only the most powerful young elites are chosen. Kid, accept them, the Black Emperor said secretly. Why? Yi Fan asked. The Outstanding Scholar Academy reopens once every 10,000 years, and it might be related to the Outer Realm. Great Emperor Wuxia once mentioned the 2 words purple micro. Moreover, all the saint sons and saint daughters, as well as all kinds of king physiques, will enter. Those ancient inheritances will be chosen, and there will definitely be great benefits. You must go. The eccentric academy reopens once every 10,000 years. I yearn for it. Yi Fan's face was full of hope. Then, he suddenly changed the topic, saying, sigh, unfortunately, I've already severed my own life, so I can't cultivate anymore. F***ck, brat, you really don't want to go? The large black dog was the first to become anxious. He transmitted his voice secretly, looking disappointed. Yi Fan wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion until he reached the Divine Lord tier. Now, he had ancient scriptures and Emperor Saint artifacts, so there was no need for him to go there. That place is related to the Outer Realm, and it has karma with the Ziwei ancient star. Don't you want to go and have a look? The large black dog was anxious. Has Emperor Wuxia gone in before? Yi Fan asked secretly. Since ancient times, how many people like Wuxia were there? Although he didn't cultivate, it was said that he fought his way in and obtained everything he wanted, the large black dog murmured. Yi Fan ignored him. He felt a sense of danger, and he wanted to disappear from the eyes of the world for a period of time. Only when he reached the Divine Lord tier could he run amok in the world. You don't want to go to the Middle State? The old man in golden feathered clothes was surprised. The eccentric academy reopened once every 10,000 years, and it had great significance. No one was willing to refuse. The Middle State, the North Plains, the West Desert, the South Mountains, and the East Wasteland. It's a pity that you don't go. The eccentric academy can't just look at the surface. The matriarch of the West reminded. Each holy land could only send 2 people. Even the everlasting empires were like this, so it could be imagined what kind of strength the candidates had to have. The weakest were the holy sons and holy daughters. The eccentric academy reopened once every 10,000 years. It could definitely be called a divine land with far-reaching influence. All kinds of ancient inheritances were willing to send their disciples there, so there must be some unknown benefits. I really want to go, but the miracle doctor of the East Wasteland said that I can only use my full strength 10 times at most, and I've already wasted 3 times, Yi Fan said. Everyone present was speechless. Li Heishui and the others didn't need to say anything. They knew his background. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West and the 3 elders. He had attacked 3 times. First, he had killed the Yin Yang Saint, then the Purple Mansion Saint, and finally the 10,000 Beginning Saint. This made many people seriously doubt what the Divine Doctor had said. What ancient scripture is passed down in eccentric scholar college? Jiang Huairan could not help but ask. They were all incomparably tempted. That indescribably noble elder in purple clothes was like a monarch that ruled over the world as he said, we don't have ancient scriptures, nor do we impart profound techniques. We only impart our predecessors. Comprehension. Yi Fan firmly believed that his own Tao needed to be comprehended by himself. In the end, he needed to transcend the ancient scriptures that he had learned. This was because every great sovereign had created their own Tao to become a supreme existence. One day, you might feel that the vast eastern wasteland and the boundless central prefecture aren't that big, and the extraordinary scholar academy might be able to open a new window for you, the illusory and misty old man said. It might be related to the outer realm. This is a rare opportunity, the large black dog transmitted his voice secretly. Yi Fan was tempted. Perhaps he could start from here on his way home, but he did not want to become the target of public criticism. Once he entered the Extraordinary Scholar Academy, it would be equivalent to proving to the world that he was unharmed. At that time, there might be a supreme emperor who would jump out and kill him in secret. It was too far away, and even the old madman's deterrence would be useless. I heard that the 3 strongest people in the history of Extraordinary Scholar Academy all disappeared in the end. I wonder where they went. Li Heishui mumbled. This was no longer a secret, but the ancient inheritance did not pursue the matter, so the others were not clear about the situation and did not know what was going on. That is a kind of opportunity. Otherwise, why would all the Holy Lands send their disciples to Extraordinary Scholar Academy when they have ancient scriptures and supreme experts? The elder in golden feathered clothes smiled. Seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness, but my body is unwell, so I cannot go and listen to your teachings, Yi Fan declined tactfully. Everyone has their own aspirations. One of the elders nodded and did not say anything more. Senior, we will definitely go when the time comes, but I am afraid that we cannot enter, Lu Ko said excitedly. You only need to defeat a holy sun. The elder in purple looked dignified but revealed a smile. Little Yezi, you have 7 chances to attack. Help each of us kill a holy sun, Jiang Huairan said with a smile. The elder in purple was speechless, glanced at them indifferently, and then no longer paid attention to them. When they left this swamp, the large black dog quickly forgot about Extraordinary Scholar Academy. He looked back 3 times with every step, staring at the 3 dragon chimera. There, golden light shot into the sky, and spiritual chi overflowed. Dog, don't drool. Little Nan Nan patted him lightly. If you dare to disturb the dragon chimera, I will suppress you in the North Pole Sea for 2,000 years. The voice of the Queen Mother of the West of the Jade Pool came. It was very peaceful, but it made the large black dog tremble. I miss it. When I came before, I even ate one, he murmured in an inaudible voice. They passed through a hill, far away from the swamp, and Li Heishui said, Little Yezi, are you really not going? There are definitely great benefits there. Otherwise, all the holy sons and holy daughters, as well as the various king physiques, will definitely not go there. The strongest of the young generation of the 5 big regions will gather. This will be a grand event, and it will be a pity to miss it. It only happens once in 10,000 years, Wu Zhongtian also said. Jiang Huairan said, I still want to see you show off your power there. Defeat all the sons of the great sage, suppress all the kings, and be invincible in the 5 regions. How glorious will that be? We will also be proud. That's right. At that time, I can also tease the holy daughter of the eastern wilderness, the beautiful princess of the central prefecture, and the female bodhisattva of the western desert. How happy and carefree life will that be? Lu Ko laughed strangely. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. If he was too idealistic, it would only lead to tragedy. If he went, there would definitely be danger at every step, and even his smile would be stained with blood. Who knew how many people would die in battle? I dare say that brat Pang Bo will definitely go to the eccentric academy. Maybe he will be waiting for you there, Li Heishui said. He should thank me for giving him such a great opportunity. I will directly send him to his destination. The large black dog's skin was so thick that it could block knives and swords. But as soon as he said this, Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and Lu Ko punched him together, extremely angry. Tu Fei was their best friend, and he was lost by this damned dog. The northern plains is so big. I really don't know how he will come back. Grandpa Tu Tian said that if he relied on himself, it would take him at least 20 years to fly back. The large black dog felt guilty and didn't dare to mention this again. Dog, when will you find brother Tu Fei? Didn't you say that you can consider crossing the void to pick him up? Little Nan Nan said softly. The time is not ripe yet. The chessboard formation left by the Void Emperor is strange, and it is very difficult to deduce the coordinates. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will make a mistake and fall on Mount Meru. Brother Monkey, when the time comes, come with us to the eccentric academy. If little Yi doesn't go, it will be really boring for us to travel alone. Jiang Huairan wanted to rope in this big helper. I don't have time. I want to go to the ruins of God to find the immortal peach tree of my race. The monkey had been thinking about this matter. The few of them sucked in a cold breath. The ruins of God was too strange. Even the ancient saints couldn't come out after entering. This monkey was too bold. Brother Monkey, this is too dangerous. Yi Fan advised. If you want to save him, I can give you a holy fruit. When they came to a place where there was no one, Yi Fan took out a fruit shaped like a small cauldron and handed it to the monkey. The immortal divine medicine of the divine silkworm race. The monkey was shocked, and a sharp light shot out of his golden eyes. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm race could transform into a supreme king of the immemorial era, invincible in this world. It was said by the Yuan Taoist master, and now everyone knew about it. You know it? Of course. The monkey's eyes shone with golden light. The immortal divine medicine of the divine silkworm race was known as the immortal medicine of 9 wonders. It would only mature once every thousands or even tens of thousands of years. There were many transformations, and every time it matured, it would be different. There was a total of 9 different kinds of fruits that grew in cycles. After listening to the monkey's explanation, Yi Fan finally understood why the immortal divine medicine of the ancient desolate forbidden grounds would produce 9 different kinds of holy fruits. It turned out that it was known as the immortal medicine of 9 wonders, and it had 9 different forms to begin with. Could it be that each of the few great races of the immemorial era has a type of immortal divine medicine? Yi Fan asked. The monkey nodded and said, that's almost the case. Before the immemorial era, those few kinds of immortal divine medicine all had owners. Later on, they should have fallen into the hands of the great human emperor, and later on, they flew into the 7 great forbidden zones. What's the immortal divine medicine of great Emperor Wuxi? It seems like it's still in the Purple Mountain and hasn't flown away, right? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor. Immortal divine phoenix medicine. The Black Emperor unconsciously spat out these words, and then immediately shut his mouth. This damn dog really knows a lot. Li Heishui mumbled. It seems like there's nothing it doesn't know, Jiang Huairan also said. It's actually this kind of divine medicine. It's one of the best. Even the monkey was shocked, and his eyes were extremely fervent. F***ck, I knew monkeys weren't good people. The large black dog muttered in an almost inaudible voice. Is the immortal divine phoenix medicine very special? Yi Fan asked. Of course. It can allow one to be reborn, and its medicinal effects are one of the best among the few immortal divine medicines. It's not as simple as extending one's lifespan. The monkey ignored the large black dog's disrespect. Do you have a brother who also survived? The large black dog gnashed his teeth. No. When the great calamity descended, it seemed like only one uncle was far away in the western desert. I don't know if he's alive or dead. The monkey sighed. In the ancient era, there had always been only 2 or 3 battle-sacred apes. However, their bloodline was extremely powerful, and they could intermarry with other races to continue the sacred ape bloodline. The ancient king is about to revive. I must find the immortality peach tree. Otherwise, it might fall into the hands of other races, the monkey murmured to himself. After they revive, will they try to snatch the immortal divine medicine? Yi Fan and the others were all shocked. That's most likely the case. After all, it belonged to them in the past. Now, they naturally want to regain control of it. The monkey nodded. However, he also explained that the ancient era races weren't all vicious and evil. Killing innocents was something that only a few races did, and they weren't at odds with the human race. In the ancient era, there were humans as well, but they were few in number. They looked weak, but there were also invincible beings among them. The monkey revealed this piece of information. What? There were humans even in the ancient era. They were all stunned. Brother Monkey, what exactly happened in the ancient era? Why does it seem like the vitality of the earth was extinguished once? Also, what's going on with the ancient origin mine, ruins of God, undying mountain, and immortal mausoleum? The monkey was undoubtedly a living fossil. When they thought of these questions, they were extremely anxious. They couldn't wait to find out the truth. The humans of the archaic era were very mysterious. Their numbers were few and they rarely interacted with other races. However, there were indeed invincible existences among them. The monkey seemed to have sunk into an ancient memory. He slowly spoke about the past events of the archaic era, attracting everyone's attention. Among the creatures of the archaic era, only those who had reached the extreme realm could take on a human form. This form represented invincibility and was the typical characteristic of kings. All kinds of creatures would bow down and worship them whenever they encountered them. However, the inexplicable appearance of the human race broke this norm. They were born like this, and this shocked all the races. At first, the other races were all terrified after seeing so many humanoid creatures. Later on, they found out that this race was incomparably weak and gradually felt relieved. Some of the ancient races were furious, thinking that this was a humiliation to the archaic kings. They almost wiped out the entire human race. However, not all the creatures of the archaic era were vicious and evil. They could distinguish right from wrong. Some powerful races appeared to protect the human race, and only then did they continue to exist. During the long years, the Great Earth naturally couldn't avoid countless battles. All kinds of creatures could be drawn into it, and the human race was no exception. They were extremely rare and weak, but they had the space to grow. A supreme existence that could contend against the 9 transformations divine silkworm had appeared, shocking all the races of the archaic era. Only then did the human race have a place in the world. They were no longer the prey of other races. Can you be more specific? For example, what techniques do they have? How do they cultivate them? How did they appear? Wu Zhongtian asked. Before the Great Calamity, I was too young and my knowledge was limited. I only knew some simple things. The monkey sighed. He was from the archaic royal race, but because he was too young, his understanding of that era was extremely limited. When the Great Calamity arrived, he was mysteriously sealed and slept for millions of years. The origins of the human race are mysterious. They should have come from the outer realms. The monkey spoke of some past events he knew. Their techniques are very primitive, but their power is extraordinary. The true sun's secret art could imitate the extreme yang of heaven and earth and create the innate world. It was extremely powerful and could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was an ancient holy art of the human race. As expected. Li Heishui sighed. He had obtained a black beast bone from the mountain range where the holy cliff was located. On it was recorded an incomplete technique of the true sun's secret art. At that time, they had even discussed it. The true sun chant was one of the most ancient saint arts of the human race. Even the ancient emperors had studied it before and received inspiration from it. When they created the ancient scriptures, they needed to derive all kinds of arts and techniques. The true crescent-yin incantation imitated the extreme yin of heaven and earth. It was the opposite of the true sun incantation and could be said to be the most powerful of the extreme yin. It was also a holy art of the primordial humans, and even now, it was considered an ancient scripture. The human race is extremely mysterious, their numbers extremely few. Who would have thought that after endless years, they would become so prosperous, suppressing all other races? The monkey sighed. He really didn't know much about the primeval age. He didn't even know much about the bloodline of the sacred battle apes. He only remembered that his father had died and his uncle had gone to the western desert. Yi Fan and the others speculated that the great calamity of the primordial era was probably because the world had changed and was no longer suitable for living beings to live in. The path of cultivation had been severed, which was why there was a great extinction. However, after hearing that, the monkey shook its head and said, the ancient prophecy came true. Only then did the ancient races retreat. At that time, the monkey was still a child. It was impossible for him to come into contact with the highest secrets. He only knew bits and pieces. The reason why he could grow to where he was now was because he had awakened long ago in the strange stone of the immortal tomb. He had cultivated for many years and only had such achievements now. Then, he was cut out by Yi Fan. When the primordial royalty cultivated to the extreme realm and took human form, they would be honored as emperors. This was the first time Yi Fan and the others had heard of it. In the past, they had always been referred to as the primordial kings. Before the ancient emperors died, they were like gods. They could see through the past and the future and left behind some prophecies. Later on, all of them were confirmed to be true. The monkey didn't say much about these. He didn't understand them and couldn't explain the truth of the great calamity of the primordial era. Yi Fan and the others felt regretful. This was an ancient mystery. Even this living fossil couldn't understand it, so who else could know? Some of the primordial races were sealed, and some should have gone to the outer realm. The monkey shook its head and didn't want to say anything more. Are there immortals or not? Li Heishui suddenly asked. The few of them quieted down. They all wanted to know the answer. There should be. My father was an invincible emperor. It's a pity that when I was born, his lifespan dried up and he died not long after. When the monkey wasn't even 3 years old, his father, the sacred emperor who shook the primordial era, died. Other than the inheritance of his race, he didn't leave anything for him. However, he remembered the words of the ancient emperor. In the most ancient era, there should have been immortals, but they couldn't be seen in the future. The few of them were lost in thought. Even the monkey's father, an invincible emperor of the primordial era, said that it had to be traced back to the most ancient era. What kind of period was that so-called most ancient era? What had happened in the past? What kind of past events were there? Forbidden ancient land, undying mountain, ruins of God, ancient origin mine, immortal mausoleum, these places. Yi Fan and the others mentioned the 7 great forbidden zones. There weren't so many forbidden zones in the primordial era. There should be a few less. The monkey said. Forbidden ancient land and undying mountain had never been heard of in the primordial era. The monkey speculated that those should be terrifying forbidden zones that were formed later on, comparable to the danger zones of the past, or even surpassing them. Ancient origin mine, that was the supreme holy land of the primordial races. In the ancient era that had passed away, only the unparalleled primordial emperors could enter. The emperors of the primordial creatures were very difficult to form. Just like the great human emperors, there weren't many since ancient times. The members of the great primordial royal races, once they succeeded, their strength would indeed be extremely powerful, but they would still be a bit weaker than emperors. It was incredibly difficult to become emperors. You don't know what's in ancient origin mine? Jiang Huairan was shocked. In the ancient era that had passed away, only a few ancient emperors and the masters of a few great royal races had entered. The monkey was regretful. The battling sacred ape race is most likely only left with you. You are the master of the sacred ape race, so won't you be able to enter in the future? Li Heishui asked. So many years have passed. According to what you guys said, it has already evolved into one of the 7 great forbidden zones. If one doesn't become an emperor, he will definitely die if he enters. The monkey shook his head. He still has an uncle in the western desert. The large black dog grinded his teeth, muttering. The immortal tomb is rumored to be the tomb of a few immortals. It is vast and boundless, not a single blade of grass growing, a land of blood stretching for tens of thousands of li. In the archaic era, it was a forbidden zone. The emperors of the archaic era had previously said that this was a land where immortals were buried. They couldn't approach it, or else they would undoubtedly die. It was the most dangerous region under the heavens. Now, after endless years passed, there was finally a bit of life force there. Quite a few exceptional spiritual medicines grew in the land of blood, but unfortunately, no one dared to pluck them. It was because it was difficult for even the ancient sages to come out after entering and devour the lives of others. However, there were also emperors who said that what you hear is false, and what you see is true. If you haven't seen an immortal, then there are no immortals. The monkey added. The emperors of the archaic era were extremely terrifying, unrivaled in the world. There weren't many who could contend against them. There were countless races, billions of creatures, but in the endless years, there were only a few individuals. It was to the extent where there were even fewer than the great emperors of the human race. Their opinions weren't the same either, their understanding of immortals greatly different. The ruins of God are rumored to have fallen from another world. The monkey's words shocked everyone. The history of the ruins of God was extremely ancient, and it was impossible to trace it back. Even the most ancient emperors of the archaic races couldn't deduce its age. The ruins of God are so ancient? Even the large black dog sucked in a breath of cold air. In the ruins of God, there were indeed shocking historical remains like the southern heavenly gate and the heavenly palace. They had stood for millions of years without dying, and were not something that could be preserved by humans. Could there really be a vast and mysterious celestial realm? Yi Fan frowned. In his eyes, the cultivators of this world were comparable to the celestials of legends and myths. If there was another mysterious world, he really didn't know what kind of people there were. However, he had always been suspicious, and didn't believe that celestials really existed. The great emperors of ancient times were already at the limit of cultivation. Although he had seen 9 dragons pulling a coffin, those were most likely fled dragons of the saint level, and not celestial spirits. I've never heard of the celestial realm, but I've heard my old father mention the word celestial realm. The monkey said slowly. The monkey's old father had lived for a frighteningly long time. As an ancient emperor, his achievements were profound, and he could be said to be one of the most powerful beings in all of history. His lifespan was reaching its end, and he had a son in his later years. On his deathbed, he had once talked about the celestial realm, saying that it most likely existed, but that was his regret, as he could not enter it while he was still alive. My little uncle said that my father was born at the wrong time, or else he would have had a sliver of a chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth underwent a great change, and he had no fate with the celestial realm, so he couldn't divine it. The monkey's father could only sigh in the end, feeling incredibly lonely, because even in the end, he couldn't personally verify his own guess. The ancient emperors believed that the ruins of God didn't belong to this world, and that it should have fallen from a mysterious place. The opinions of these people were known by all races. The southern heavenly gate and the heavenly palace have never been destroyed since ancient times. There are tens of thousands of streaks of golden light over there, and thousands of strands of auspicious aura spew out purple mist. The large black dog muttered to himself, his eyes extremely deep. Is there really a celestial realm? That's not very possible. Li Heishui and the others frowned. It fell from another world. Could there really be celestials? Wu Zhongtian muttered to himself. His grandfather was extremely knowledgeable, and had made many deductions in the past. Big brother, what are celestials? Little Nan Nan tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, and asked innocently with an expression of hope. Yi Fan patted her head, and said, they are an illusory and intangible existence. Perhaps they have never appeared before, and even if they did, they wouldn't exist in this world. Oh. Little Nan Nan nodded, not really understanding. Undying Mountain. It sounds a little familiar, but this ancient mountain didn't exist in the ancient era. The monkey frowned, and talked about another forbidden land. Think carefully again. What kind of place was the Undying Mountain in the ancient era? The large black dog asked. Emperor Wu Shi and the merciless emperor had both entered the Undying Mountain, and they had left behind indelible marks under the ancient comprehension tea tree. The large black dog wanted to know more. I really haven't heard of the Undying Mountain, but in the legends of the ancient era, there was an undying heavenly emperor. The monkey pondered for a long time, and finally thought of such an almost illusory figure. However, he couldn't confirm whether he had ever existed or not. The undying heavenly emperor dares to use such a name. Even the large black dog was shocked. The first master of the undying divine phoenix medicine is said to be the undying heavenly emperor. According to the legends, he has almost surpassed the immortals, and many people don't believe that he has ever existed. The monkey shook his head. Undying heavenly emperor, legend has it that he almost surpassed deities. Not even the archaic races were sure if he had ever existed, so one could imagine just how miraculous he was. Was Undying Mountain truly something he evolved? This wasn't too likely. He had already died during the archaic years, so there was no way he could have lived until the future. Immortals were illusory, and even archaic emperors couldn't live forever. There was a time when they passed away. The monkey's old father was like this. After experiencing endless years, his age was terrifyingly ancient, terrifying to the extreme, yet he still couldn't live forever. Undying Taoist. Yifan thought of the undying Taoist on the sacred cliff. That cliff was cut off from Undying Mountain, and the death of the great completion divine physique might very well be related to it. Later on, he was suppressed by Great Emperor Wuxia with the divine seal. From this, it wasn't hard to see how terrifying the undying Taoist was. He was definitely an unmatched existence that could contend against ancient great emperors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such accomplishments. Undying Heavenly Emperor definitely isn't him. If he truly existed, then he would be an expert that almost surpassed deities. The monkey said. After hearing everything about the sacred cliff, he came to this conclusion. His words were full of praise for the undying Heavenly Emperor. He is a deity in the hearts of countless archaic races. No one in the heavens above or earth below could defeat him. The monkey said with a sigh. His old father was an archaic emperor. After experiencing endless years, he intimidated the entire archaic years, yet he still died in front of him, his lifespan drying up. He personally saw the fall of a generation's emperor fighting. Even though he knew that his old father was world-shaking and unmatched, he still believed that the undying Heavenly Emperor was a bit stronger. It was because this was the deity in the archaic race's hearts. It was too illusory, and no one could confirm whether or not he existed. He was completely regarded as a legend by the people, almost needing to be worshipped. It is most likely that there was someone who incomparably revered the undying Heavenly Emperor, and that is why they named Undying Mountain like this. The existence that resided there might have a bit of relationship with him, perhaps obtaining his inheritance. The monkey said. What? A pity, what a pity. Emperor of Fighting, Undying Heavenly Emperor, these types of grand existences couldn't become immortals either, dying in the passage of time. Wasn't it the same for the ancient emperors of the human race? In the end, didn't they all fall one after another? Emperor Vicious was so amazing and terrifying. He looked down on the world and was invincible. In the end, he even gave birth to a divine fetus and lived longer than ordinary great emperors. However, he still disappeared in the river of time. That's right. How many heroes have turned to dust? Great Emperor Wuxia was the greatest throughout the ages. He stood proudly in the universe, but in the end, he was defeated by time and passed away in meditation in the Purple Mountain. No matter how great the ancient emperors and great emperors were, not a single one of them could survive. This in itself was a great sorrow. Immortals were things that people yearned for, but they couldn't touch them. How many races, how many unparalleled figures were born throughout the ages, yet none of them were able to undo the shackles of fate. Little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yifan's clothes, raised her childish little face, and asked tenderly, "Big brother, what is a god?" It's also a kind of illusory existence, just like immortals. Perhaps it's a legend that was derived from the most powerful person in the ancient times after he was deified, Yifan replied. Why can't we be sure if they exist? The little fellow's eyelashes trembled. The black and white in her big eyes were distinct and incomparably pure. That's right. It's precisely because they can't be understood and are shrouded in a mysterious veil that there are all kinds of legends and such titles. Yifan patted her head and said, perhaps, immortals and gods were created like this. The theory of no immortals. The monkey's eyes were a little dim as he thought of his father again. The Emperor of Fighting was one of the most powerful existences throughout the ages. It was said that he contended with the heavens for supremacy, suppressed the sun and moon with his hands, and plucked the stars with a flick of his fingers. However, he also passed away with regret because he was an immortal. Unparalleled experts don't respect immortals, but in the end, having no faith is also a kind of sorrow. These were the monkey's father's last words. In the future, little Nan Nan believes that Big Brother is a god. Does that mean that Big Brother will evolve into a real god? Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said in a whimsical manner. The large black dog mumbled something. No one heard it clearly, but Yifan's heart stirred. Little Nan Nan was a nascent soul. What kind of background did she have? They asked the monkey many questions. Unfortunately, he was too young back then, and his understanding was really limited. He wasn't a pure living fossil, so he couldn't provide more answers. In the past, we always referred to the primordial emperors and the royal clan as the primordial kings. Only now do we know that there's actually a difference. There are only a few primordial emperors. The forbidden ancient realm. The monkey frowned. After hearing the few of them describe the exact location, he seemed to have thought of something. This forbidden area didn't exist in the primordial age. It had evolved later. He pondered for a long time before saying, if I'm not wrong, the mysterious primordial humans appeared there. In the primordial age, the forbidden ancient realm was extremely mysterious. It was rumored to be related to the outer realm. It was very likely that it was connected to the Ziwei ancient imperial star, and there was an ancient path hidden there. Yi Fan's heart stirred. There was indeed a 5-colored altar beneath the ancient abyss. It was definitely an ancient path in the galaxy. Could it be that it had existed for so long? The world is going to be chaotic. Without powerful strength, we won't be able to establish a foothold in the future. The kings of the human race will appear at the same time, and the Extraordinary Scholar Academy will reopen. The primordial races will return, and divine spirits will also appear. This is really a chaotic world, the large black dog mumbled. Hearing him say this, the few of them all felt pressured. In the future, the world would definitely be ruled by the strong. Ordinary cultivators would most likely not be enough. If all those races appeared, heaven knew what kind of flourishing era it would be. At that time, there might even be a shocking battle between the emperors and sovereigns. Since ancient times, there has never been 2 great emperors born in the same era. However, this time is a little mysterious, it's too long ago. In the present day, even a single saint has appeared. The few of them chatted as they walked forward, strolling in the Jade Lake Pure Land. They were not in a hurry to return to the purple bamboo forest where they resided. The Jade Lake was very vast, and there were all kinds of terrains. After passing through the hilly region, they arrived at the shore of a group of lakes with beautiful scenery. There were many lakes here, and they were like mirrors. They sparkled and reflected soft light. Every small lake was clear and translucent, and there were all kinds of strange fish and auspicious beasts in the water. Beside the lakes, the scenery was picturesque. Weeping willows were like smoke, divine trees were sparkling, and fresh flowers were blooming. Petals fell like rain, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. There were many lakes here, and the scenery was picturesque. There were some elites of the younger generation strolling here, making friends and talking about something. Once Yi Fan and the others arrived here, they discovered a few holy maidens. Every single one of them was surrounded by some young men. They were all in the center, and they were surrounded by others. Are these people trying to steal those holy sons' women? Lu Ko asked. His eyes darted around, sweeping his gaze here and there. Don't cause trouble. Wu Zhongtian reminded. They are nothing. How can they be as fierce as little Yi? For the sake of the innate saint physique, he cultivated a second wuxia, and directly killed the purple mansion saint. He's so fierce. They are just playing around. Why does everything have a different meaning when it comes out of your mouths? Yi Fan glared at them a few times. We are speaking the truth. Great Emperor Wuxia is so powerful. Before becoming a god emperor, he caught an extreme saint weapon with his bare hands. Since ancient times, who has been able to do that? Jiang Huiran said. If there is a chance to cultivate such a descendant, we will snatch the child's mother even if we have to. Li Heishui said. Bad guy, names like Heishui. Your grandfather is really farsighted. He has already predicted your temperaments, Yi Fan teased. Little Yi, we are doing this for your own good. The second great emperor Wuxia, this is the first opportunity that can be replicated. Lu Ko called out. F***CK. The large black dog was very unhappy to hear this, but in the end, he nodded, and said, this is a rare opportunity. It is very worth considering. If such a physique appears, I will go all out and send him to the Purple Mountain. In the future, he will be able to defeat all the kings. There was a young man in front of them. His whole body was overflowing with holy light, and every strand of his hair was sparkling. It was the Yaoguang saint. He had awed all his peers in the Eastern Barren Territory, and he was like the sun in the sky. Beside him, there were many female disciples of the great sex, and there were also a few male disciples. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded him. Brother Yi. the Yaoguang saint looked over. Then, he parted the crowd and walked over. Those beautiful women and a few male followers all looked surprised. They were all disciples of famous sects, so they naturally knew everything that Yi Fan had done. Nowadays, he was the only person who had consecutively killed a saint. He had the power to suppress the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. At present, there were no more than 5 people who could compete with him. When these people faced Yi Fan, they were all slightly nervous. This delicate and handsome youth looked harmless, but he was definitely a killing god. This was a kind of might. Now, Yi Fan could faintly intimidate the majority of the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, giving them a strong sense of oppression. I heard that you have also been targeted by the ancient killer god dynasty. We have become brothers in hardship, Yi Fan said with a smile. I really don't know who hired them to kill me. The Yaoguang saint shook his head. The smile on his face did not diminish, and his whole body was exuding a golden light. Didn't they fail? They really want to destroy their own reputation. The ancient killer god dynasty is only SOSO. Yi Fan said. Brother Ye's cultivation level is unfathomable. Perhaps you will really put the ancient killer god dynasty on the spot. The Yaoguang saint smiled, and said, however, don't be careless. In this period of time, they have already consecutively killed 29 seniors. Among them was a sect leader, and they have not failed once. Is that so? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Before, they misjudged Brother Yi and focused on training the younger generation. If they keep failing, they will definitely send out the older generation to kill you mercilessly. The heirs of the large sects were mainly women. They quietly watched the two talk, and no one dared to interrupt them. They all had a trace of respect. If the two of them fought, no one could be sure who would live and who would die. But the winner would definitely be able to fight for the position of number 1 among the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the two of them were both smiling without a trace of hostility. It was difficult to cause sparks to fly and fight. Brother Yi. The Super Yen Saint, Xianxia, walked over with a smile on his face. Beside him were the Daoi Saint and a few heirs of the top sections. Killing intent rose in Yi Fan's heart. That night, Xianxia had definitely appeared and wanted to attack, but in the end, he did not enter Wusher's killing matrix. He hated this kind of person who was a gentleman in public but sinister behind his back. However, a bright smile hung on his face, and his killing intent was not obvious. Xianxia, long time no see, said Wu Zhongtian. Wu Zhongtian said with a cold smile on his face. That night, they all knew that this person had appeared. Xianxia did not mind. The Daoi Saint walked up side by side and greeted them calmly. Yi Fan also smiled insincerely and responded warmly. He also said a few polite words to the disciples of the top sections. What a pity. The Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint will never appear again. Xianxia shook his head. I never thought that they would actually provoke Brother Yi. The Daoi Saint also sighed. Yi Fan and the others were startled. They had not expected them to bring up this matter. They did not know what they meant. On the other side, the Yaoguang Saint smiled and did not say anything. Hearing this, the other disciples all began to discuss and beat around the bush. They asked Yi Fan about it, but no one dared to ask directly because it was too sensitive. Humph. A cold snort was heard. A few elders from the lakeside in the distance looked over coldly and stared at Yi Fan. Damn it. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The Great Yen Saint and the Daoi Saint's reminder caused the others to discuss, but they themselves did not say anything. In the distance, a few grand elders of the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint happened to pass by. It was too much of a coincidence. You are that divine body? A purple-clothed elder's expression was ice-cold as he stared at him. That's right, it's me, Yi Fan replied calmly. Now, everyone knew that Yi Fan had killed the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint. However, no one pointed it out. After all, the two of them had concealed their faces when they went to kill Yi Fan. Heroes come from the young. Another elder's voice was bone-chilling, and there was obvious killing intent. You flatter me. Yi Fan was really calm and acted like he didn't care. At that moment, the elders' expressions darkened. The two saints of the two families had been killed by this person in front of them. This made them infuriated. To the two great sage saints, this was a humiliation. However, they could not kill Yi Fan in front of everyone. They did not dare to do so at all. After all, there was an ancient saint behind him. He couldn't make a big show of himself, but if someone secretly got rid of Yi Fan, then that would be a different matter. It's not a good thing for young people to be so aggressive. Showing off one's abilities easily leads to premature death. The elders' killing intent surged towards Yi Fan. It was very difficult for outsiders to sense it, so they could not attack immediately. However, they had already made a decision in their hearts. Yi Fan did not care. The other party could only show their killing intent. He believed that they would not dare to kill him in public. Since ancient times, many peerless geniuses have fallen in their youth. Many amazing geniuses are too arrogant and do not know their limits. It is very difficult for them to grow. The elders' expressions became colder and colder, revealing their killing intent. Is that so? Yi Fan didn't seem to mind. He gave them a few indifferent looks and said, I heard that 2 holy children have fallen. Sigh, perhaps they were just too stunning. They were all exceptional geniuses, what a pity. As soon as he said this, the elders almost vomited blood from anger. This was simply hurting their lungs and liver. If they were to use their words, they would almost choke to death. A bunch of old things. The monkey suddenly spoke. He was in human form and looked like a young man in his 20s. No one knew where he came from. Hearing him speak like this, they were all shocked. Junior, didn't your elders teach you how to respect your elders? You are so young, but you dare to speak nonsense in front of your elders. You don't know what's good for you. The elders' expressions were cold. They naturally did not know that this was a sacred battle ape. Flaunting your seniority. All of you, scram. The monkey was quite domineering. His eyes straightened as he berated the elders in front of everyone. You. At such a young age, you have no respect for your elders. How dare you speak to us like this? I will discipline you on behalf of your elders. An old man waved his sleeves, aiming straight for the monkey's face. It was as if he wanted to break his teeth and humiliate him. The old man's cultivation level surpassed that of the dragon transformation secret realm. At their level, if they were to land a hit, even godly metal would shatter, let alone flesh and blood. Bang! The monkey was not afraid. He casually waved his hand, and battle saint light gushed out like a rainbow. His entire body was dyed golden. Pop! The old man's sleeves instantly became a tattered fishing net, torn apart by the golden essence chi. His sleeves fluttered like butterflies. Who are you? He rapidly retreated, feeling that something was wrong. A mountain-like pressure rushed towards him. The monkey's speed was too fast. The battle saint light flashed and disappeared. He took a big step forward, and his golden hand came down, sucking away all the essence chi in the air. Bang! The old man's arm immediately bent and was broken by the monkey's slap. He broke out in cold sweat on the spot. You want to slap my face just because you're old? The monkey's temper was very explosive. As a member of the Battle Saint tribe, he feared nothing in the world. Boom! He sent the old man flying with a slap, and then slapped down again, directly smashing the old man into the ground like a stake. You think you can teach me a lesson? Even if an ancient saint comes back to life, he doesn't have the qualifications. The monkey was furious. His background was too shocking, and he indeed had the confidence to say such words. His father was the Battle Saint Emperor of the primordial era, looking down on the world with disdain. In the past, even such a powerful father had never spoken to him like this. He was naturally not happy with the arrogant words of the Z Palace old man. You really think you're the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? You actually want to discipline this old man? You're really tired of living. Li Heishui grumbled. Junior, you. The old man who was smashed into the ground was also furious. He began to struggle violently. Pa. The monkey didn't say anything else and went up to slap him. He coldly laughed and said, You dare to teach me a lesson on behalf of my father? Stop. A few elders at the side stepped forward and attacked the monkey at the same time. Cold electricity shot out from the monkey's golden eyes. He didn't care at all. He swung his hand and slapped the old man over 10 times. The old man, who had fallen to the ground, spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was in a sorry state. Buzz. The void trembled. Several elders were furious, large hands covering the sky, wishing to suppress him, all of them forcing him over. Bang, bang, the monkey was as fast as lightning, clashing a palm strike with each of them. Battle sacred. Light gushed out, illuminating the surrounding lake in a resplendent manner. Thud thud thud, everyone retreated together as their arms went limp. They couldn't stop the monkey even if they joined forces. All of them were injured. Who exactly are you? They knew that this was definitely a terrifying existence, and it was likely that he was even stronger than the Holy Master. After all, they weren't ordinary Supreme Elders. They were already half-step almighties, yet they couldn't fight back at all. If this person wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take much effort. I don't want to kill anyone in the Jade Lake. All of you, scram. The monkey's golden eyes opened, powerful and domineering. In the surroundings, all the saints, saintesses, and the descendants of the supreme sex were all tongue-tied. Who was this master? He even dared to berate a half-step almighty like this. How terrifying, he can even suppress a half-step almighty with a raise of his hand. When did such a god appear? He isn't any weaker than a peak Holy Master, and he doesn't look very old. At this time, not to mention Xianxia, even the Alcade Saint revealed a strange expression. He stared at the battle sacred ape thoughtfully. As for the others, they were all moved. Everyone was uneasy. The monkey looked to be about the same age as them, yet he had such battle prowess. This was somewhat frightening. You. A few elders were so angry that their bodies were trembling. What about me? Hurry up and disappear. If you dare to speak to me like an elder again, I'll smash all of you with a rod. The monkey swept his gaze over them. A young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old was arrogant and disdainful, looking down on the half-step almighty of the older generation. It was unknown how many years it had been since such a scene had happened. Good, good, good. A few elders turned around and left. Before they left, they glared at the monkey a few times. You still dare to have killing intent? The monkey was different from ordinary people. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. Without another word, he slapped over again. Paw, paw, a few elders wanted to resist, but they were all sent flying. Many parts of their bones were broken, and they were sent flying hundreds of feet away like scarecrows. A few of them almost fell into a lake. They landed miserably and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were all pale, and at the same time, they revealed looks of astonishment. Brother Monkey, you're powerful enough. Xianxia grinned, and he almost laughed out loud. In the surroundings, the others were all incomparably respectful. Facing such an expert, no one dared to get close. Battle Sacred Tribe. In the distance, beside a lake, a purple-clothed girl softly said. No one heard her. She was as beautiful as heaven and earth, and purple light surrounded her body. Xiantian Dao embryo. Li Heishui exclaimed in a low voice. Sister-in-law, the second is Wusher's mother. Lu Ko was even more direct. In the surroundings, everyone was speechless. They had all heard rumors about the Xiantian Dao embryo, but they didn't think that these people would really have such thoughts. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was as ethereal as a fairy. She turned and left, as if she didn't want to meet them. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she seemed transcendent. This brother is Saint Son of Grand Yen, Xianxia, spoke. He felt uneasy in his heart. He didn't think that there would be such an expert beside Yi Fan. Saint Sun Daoyi was also paying attention. He was anxious to know who the monkey was. He exchanged a glance with Saint Son of Grand Yen, and then he also went up to ask about the monkey. The monkey didn't like to bother with them, and this made the group of people feel bored. They dispersed unhappily. Yi Fan felt a cold killing intent flash by. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could keenly sense the source. Holy Maiden of all beginnings. In the distance, a woman walked over gracefully. Her back was beautiful and moving. Beside her was Xiaoxi. She was like a fairy from a painting, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her black hair reached her waist, and she was extremely intelligent. I finally know why Great Emperor Wuxi is the enemy of the world. Killing one will implicate many. He can't be defeated, and he will always kill. Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding people were horrified. Now that he was known as the Saint Sun Killer, could it be that he wanted to start a massacre? 5 days later, the Jade Lake meeting began. The Pure Land was bustling with noise and excitement. Lords from all over came to visit, and experts from all over the world gathered. The Jade Lake meeting was also known as the Feast of Peaches. It was held every 500 years, and experts as common as clouds would come to participate. However, this time it was different from the past. Some strange stones were involved, and the heroes were allowed to watch. It really is like a meeting of immortals. Yi Fan exclaimed. This was a jade palace floating in the air. There were lotus ponds and flowers everywhere, and mist curled up beneath their feet. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm. People arrived on clouds one after another, and all of them had great backgrounds. It was as if they were immortals attending a meeting. Central Prefecture's Guhua Emperor has arrived. Arctic Divine Ice Palace Lord has arrived. Western Desert's Dui Divine Monk has arrived. Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King has arrived. Great characters appeared one after another. All kinds of divine carriages flickered with multicolored light as they crushed through the sky like the mounts of gods. At a glance, they were all pulled by flood dragons and flying phoenixes. Every beast was incomparably powerful and extraordinary. Do you see that Baldy's head is covered in layers of divine rings? His cultivation is terrifying. Luko pointed out. Lower your voice, that's a divine monk from the Western Desert. His cultivation is terrifying. I think he's already an Arhat or even a Venerable. Isn't the Arctic Divine Temple an ancient sacred land on the extreme ice field? Even their palace lord has come from so far away. The Jade Lake space is really big. Southern Mountains War God Temple is said to have the secret to becoming a god. Even their war king has come. It wasn't just Li Heishui and the others who were discussing this. Great characters appeared one after another from all over the world, and there were even many eccentric people. Here, celestial music was playing and all kinds of spiritual birds and beasts appeared. On the white clouds, there were many palaces. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. Immortal mist surged, but it was only knee-high. Many celestial cranes and phoenixes danced in the air while longevity apes carried peaches and poured wine. Why does it feel like I've arrived at the heavenly palace of legends? Yi Fan was astonished. Brother Yi. A clear laughter came from not far away. A man in golden battle clothes walked over with large strides. It was the descendant of the Gold Clan, Jin Qishao. Hee, brother Jin. Yi Fan greeted him, but he was sneering inside. This person had once transformed into a god from the Dao Palace and entered Wuxi's killing formation that night, but was killed by him. Behind him, an ancient golden chariot rumbled. There were ancient and mysterious markings engraved on it. 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot and stopped in the distance. The Gold Clan leader of the North Plains had arrived. Jin Qishao came with him. At this moment, he was extremely friendly when he saw Yi Fan. He didn't know that Yi Fan had already cultivated the divine eye and clearly had killing intent in his heart. Let's drink and chat merrily in a while. Jin Qishao laughed loudly and left with the clan leader. If I didn't cultivate the divine eye, it really would be hard to tell the sincerity from the lies. Yi Fan stared at his back and shook his head. The supreme expert of the human race, Nangongxing, has arrived. Someone shouted loudly. When these words were spoken, everyone was greatly shocked. Even a few great figures stood up from the bejeweled buildings and jade palaces, looking outwards. Clouds and mist surged and flower petals danced in the air. Each and every one of them was pure and translucent. A path paved by sparkling and translucent petals rushed over from the horizon in a perfectly straight line. The legendary human expert, Nangongxing, cultivated the art of longevity. He made plants his home and ate exotic plants to allay his hunger. He never lacked spiritual herbs by his side. Nangongxing appeared again. No one wasn't shaken. There had long been rumors that he passed away in meditation 500 years ago. However, no one expected him to appear in this world several years ago. After that, it was rumored that he and a group of living fossils from the eastern wasteland entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and never returned. However, he actually appeared again today. No wonder the elders all call him the Undying Nangongxing. Everyone wanted to know if he really entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. I was lucky enough to escape from the Immortal Palace. Nangongxing let out a long sigh. When he said this, everyone was even more shocked. He actually really entered that terrifying bronze palace. One has to know that that was the tomb of a matchless expert. He actually came out alive. Many great characters came to greet him like stars surrounding the moon. They crowded him into the heavenly palace and wanted to know what happened. He also escaped. I wonder if he went even further than me and Jiziyue. Yifan was astonished. The immortal character's killing intent penetrates through the past and present. There is heaven and earth within the mystery, the blood of an ancient great emperor. Nangongxing's words transmitted over. Yifan's heart trembled. The other party definitely walked into the depths of the Bronze Immortal Palace and saw the immortal character carved by the undying Saint Blood. Could it be that he walked behind the mysterious gate? The Bronze Immortal Palace was the tomb of a peerless monarch. Who knew how many heroes had been buried there? Every time it appeared, it would devour the lives of a group of peerless experts. Since ancient times, it had always been a mysterious place that no one could figure out. Nangongxing's return naturally caused a huge uproar. The older generation paid close attention to him and the various lords also came forward. The celestial palace was in an uproar. Everyone, I'll tell you everything I know. There's no need to be so anxious. Nangongxing smiled and walked into the celestial palace. He sat behind the jade table and drank a cup of wine. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. Since Brother Nangong has returned, do you think he doesn't know what happened? The Queen Mother of the West's cloudy hair was pulled up high with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was dignified, holy, beautiful, and graceful. The clamor disappeared and everyone returned to their seats. Most of the people in this celestial palace were either lords of a region or geniuses with extraordinary statuses. Immortal music rang out as the jade pool's beauties began to dance. Their clothes fluttered in the wind like fairies. White clouds curled under their feet as if they were in the moon palace. Outside the palace, phoenixes soared in the sky, beautiful like rainbows. Spiritual birds held Ganoderma in their mouths as propitious air descended. Longevity apes offered peaches, filling the air with fragrance. In front of the jade hall, Ganoderma and orchids were everywhere. Exotic plants were spewing smoke, fish and dragons were leaping in the lotus pond. The clouds were rosy, and gold overflowed. Yifan was fortunate enough to be at the bottom of the heavenly palace. Only divine lords were allowed to sit in the heavenly palace. He was invited here as an extraordinary person, and the jade pool treated him with great courtesy. In the entire hall, only he and the monkey were so young. The others were all thousands of years old. Most of them had white hair that fell to their shoulders and eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Adding the ages of a few people together, they were close to 10,000 years old. It could be said that everyone here had a terrifying background. Even the weakest among them was the #1 cultivator in the 1,000 countries. Many people revealed strange expressions when they looked at Yifan. He had killed saints in succession, and even the various lords were alarmed and paid close attention to him. People knew that he was qualified to sit here because he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master. The jade pool was going to ask him to seal the king of the stone. Most people didn't know where the monkey came from. He was proficient in the art of transformation and was comparable to Yifan's art of changing heaven and earth. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to tell. King Yuan's lineage and the few living fossils of the ancient Genesis technique families had all cultivated the divine eye or the heavenly eye, which was a divine art that they had to learn. Only they knew the origin of the monkey. Yifan sat down and wanted to listen to Nangongxing talk about the mysteries of the Bronze Immortal Palace, but he never expected that it would be revealed. Soon, they would be drinking and talking about it. He retreated. There was nothing to talk about with these people. It was far better to drink and clink cups with Li Heishui and the others. The monkey also followed them out. He didn't know many people here, so he wasn't willing to drink with those old antiques. There was nothing to talk about. Outside the heavenly palace, there were many jade tables in the jade palaces. The fairies of the jade pool were flying on clouds, delivering all kinds of delicacies and fine wines. Little Yi, why did you come out? There will be Peach King of Immortality in the hall. Its medicinal power is strong and much bigger than the peaches outside, Li Heishui said. Yi Fan sat cross-legged behind a jade table and said with a smile, it's fine. I'll go in later and bring some out for you. Little Nan Nan sat next to Yi Fan and obediently sat cross-legged. In the end, she found that she was almost submerged by the clouds. She was too young and immediately wrinkled her delicate little nose. The few of them laughed and carried the little fellow up, placing her on the jade table. Each person had a jade table, so no one would blame them. Brother Yi, let me toast you. Jin Qishao walked over with a smile on his face. His golden battle robes flowed with brilliance, and he looked quite heroic. Yi Fan clinked cups with him and drank it in one gulp. He said with a smile, I heard that Brother Jin was injured not long ago. Are you all right? I'm fine. I don't know why, but the ancient killer god dynasty also attacked me. Jin Qishao frowned. We are in the same boat. Yao Guang Saint Sun stood up and walked over with a jade cup. They stood together and naturally attracted a lot of attention. The other Eastern Wasteland heroes looked over at the same time, paying close attention. You are the descendant of the Golden King bloodline. The monkey's golden eyes shot out lightning as he stared at Jin Qishao and said, unfortunately, your blood is no longer pure. Your bloodline is no longer as powerful as the immemorial emperors. As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Many people knew that the Golden Clan of Northern Plains was an immemorial race, but few would mention it because this topic was too sensitive. Unexpectedly, the monkey not only pointed it out, but also saw the problem of the bloodline inheritance. Jin Qishao revealed a strange expression, but he didn't say anything. He raised his cup and drank the wine. Caw, the fire crow let out a long cry and drew a black beam of light in the distance. It arrived in the blink of an eye like a black bolt of lightning, and an old Taoist wearing feathered robes appeared. That's the crow Taoist. He's still alive. Many elders were shocked. Yi Fan's heart also jumped. He had seen this peerless old demon in the 8th level of the fire domain. He had destroyed a pile of divine metal and killed a major character of the Ji clan with just a few blows. This is a giant of the demonic race, a character of the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Taoist. He has lived for more than 3,000 years and is half a generation older than all the Saint Masters. Those who recognized him all felt a chill down their spines and quickly got out of the way. This old demon hadn't appeared in the world for more than 1,000 years, but his ferocious name hadn't been forgotten. The Jade Pool's Supreme Elder welcomed him and politely invited him into the Heavenly Palace, not daring to be negligent. Not long after, the Longevity Ape began to offer peaches, and the Feast of Peaches of Immortality began. A few spiritual peaches were placed on every table, and their fragrance permeated the air. Everyone toasted and chatted loudly. The immemorial imperial race was about to come into the world, and the disciples of the Holy Lands had long since heard about it. They were all discussing it. Jiang Huiran and Li Heishui dragged Yi Fan and insisted on toasting. They purposely went to the saint and saintess. Let's see which saint is the weakest first. When the time comes, help us get rid of him and help us enter the eccentric college. Anyway, they all want to kill you, Lu Ko said very unkindly. Fairy is transcendent, with skin of ice and bones of jade. My heart yearns for you, but I feel inferior. Jiang Huiran chased after the saintess of all beginnings, chattering non-stop. Little uncle, what are you doing? Jiang Yifei's sister, Jiang Kaixin, happened to be standing at the side. She stepped forward to stop her bandit-like uncle and rebuked him. I want to find a little ant for you, Jiang Huiran muttered in a low voice. Jiang Kaixin was beautiful and lively. At this moment, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and glare at this little uncle. Damn it. The group of people glared at him, especially the disciples of all beginnings. Their saint was killed by Yi Fan, so they had already been suppressing a belly full of anger. Xianxia Fairy, have you heard of the innate saint physique? On the other side, Lu Ko asked the Purple Mansion saintess seriously and toasted her seriously. Pfft. Many people directly spat out the wine in their mouths after hearing this. This was too direct. The disciples of the Purple Mansion all stood up. Yi Fan walked over. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but there was a formless pressure that made everyone's heart palpitate. They all silently retreated. Now that the saint physique had been formed, he already had the power to intimidate his peers. Except for a few people, the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory couldn't compete with him. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Many people ran toward the gate of the Heavenly Palace. All the saints and saintesses hurried over. They knew that the Heavenly Palace must be discussing something far-reaching. They didn't have the right to enter, but they could listen at the gate. Yi Fan and the monkey could enter, so they flew over. They didn't want to miss it. I saw the remains of many peerless experts in the Bronze Palace. Nangongxing began to narrate his experience. He and many living fossils who didn't have much lifespan left entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. It could be said that it was a narrow escape. Apart from him, everyone else had died inside. What Nangongxing said was almost the same as what Yi Fan had experienced. However, they had relied on absolute strength to fight their way in. They weren't like Yi Fan, who had relied on the power of the green bronze block to survive. Nangongxing's group bled with every step. Chaotic sword rays shot out from inside and killed almost half of them. The gate of Yin Yang had also devoured a large number of old antiques. The immortal character is dripping with blood. It was carved in the primordial era and hasn't dried up even now. It emits an ancient killing intent. Nangongxing's voice was gloomy as he slowly spoke. The group of living fossils joined hands and walked a step further than Yi Fan's group. They actually entered the world inside the mysterious gate. That kind of blood is extremely terrifying. 2 living fossil seniors went up to collect some for research, but as soon as they touched it, they turned to ashes. Nangongxing spoke. The terrifying experience made him frown slightly, as if there was still lingering fear in his heart. Yi Fan was horrified. He inwardly rejoiced that he didn't touch that terrifying immortal blood back then. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Is it really immortal blood? The Arctic Ice Divine Palace's mistress asked. A few seniors speculated that it was the blood of an ancient great emperor that could kill all creatures in this world. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The ancient great emperors were too sensitive. Everything related to them could stir up heaven overflowing waves. An ancient great emperor died inside? No one believed it. Those people's names shook the ages and everyone in the world knew about them. Which one of them would die inside? The people here were all overlords of an area, the masters of this great land. They had seen many things, yet at this moment, they were still overwhelmed with shock. Those living fossil-level figures all came from the lands of the great sage. You all should know that their words should be trustworthy, right? Nangongxing said. The heroes here naturally knew that those people were all people who were about to pass away in meditation in the lands of the great sage. Some of them were their senior brothers whose blood had dried up, and there were even some little martial uncle-level figures. Did the Bronze Immortal Palace exist in the Archaic era? Yi Fan transmitted sound, secretly asking the battle-sacred ape. The monkey frowned and said, I seem to have heard my old father mention it before. Back then, I was too young and my memories were blurry. I don't know the specifics. Yi Fan's heart was shaken. This Bronze Immortal Palace really was ancient enough, actually able to trace back to the Archaic era. Nangongxing and the others heard a few ancient scriptures there and were truly attracted. After walking into the mysterious gate, they were almost completely wiped out. Some kind of aura almost turned them all into powder. Just a type of aura almost tore you all apart. The people here were all stupefied and almost didn't dare to believe it. What kind of figures were those who entered? They all knew that they were all experts who stood at the peak. They wanted to find an opportunity to break through and prolong their lives, to walk a bit further on the path of cultivation. What kind of existence was that exactly? Everyone almost couldn't imagine it. That was the aura of Great Emperor Vicious. When Nan Gongxing said this, everyone stood up in shock. What, this is impossible. Don't tell me he's still alive? He's probably one of the great emperors who has lived for the longest. It's at least 200,000 years since then. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were full of shock. This ancient great emperor was different from others. He was the enemy of the entire world, slaughtering his way through the world. He fought against all the experts under the heavens alone, his growth process was too bumpy, and he narrowly escaped death. However, it was also too terrifying. That was a path stained with blood, and it was practically a world of his own. I didn't say he was still alive. Nan Gongxing shook his head. What exactly did you see? Why do you still have his aura? What did he leave behind? Why did he almost annihilate all of you? Everyone was extremely excited, and they urgently wanted to know the answer. This news was just too astonishing, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. We saw the corpse of Great Emperor Vicious. Nan Gongxing unhurriedly said. After they entered, they saw bright red blood. It was exactly the same as the blood of the immortal character, and there was no difference at all. That was a mysterious heaven and earth. Apart from this, there were some corpse fragments. Of course, there weren't many of them, but it was precisely the aura they emitted that turned some of the older generation experts into fine powder as soon as they approached. Great Emperor Vicious was dismembered? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Who could injure him? Back then, he almost destroyed all the ancient inheritances under the heavens. Who could suppress him? Absolutely impossible. Even if he encountered the great emperors of the later generations, or the ancient emperors, he still wouldn't be defeated. Almost everyone was stupefied. They couldn't believe this news at all. Great Emperor Vicious had looked down on all of history, and there was absolutely no one who could mercilessly dismember him. It was indeed Great Emperor Vicious. When everyone heard this, they all quieted down and looked towards Nan Gongxing. Ruthless, these two words had shaken the ages. This was a title that instilled fear in people. An unrivaled character from past to present was actually dismembered. No one dared to believe this. Just how terrifying of an existence was that? The merciless great emperor represented unparalleled power, and his battle prowess was unparalleled throughout the ages, yet he ended up like this. There are only a few pieces of his corpse, but the killing intent could penetrate through the ages. I believe that apart from Great Emperor Ruthless, who had once bathed the world in blood, no other corpse could have such a powerful aura. Nan Gongxing spoke. They were all shocked at that time. After careful analysis, they concluded that it was the flesh of an ancient great emperor, and it might even be the illusory immortal. At that time, everyone was terrified to the extreme. An immortal or an ancient great emperor had been dismembered. Just who was it? They carefully searched. And finally found the devil face imprint. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, and there was radiance within the sorrow. It was incomparably lifelike, transcending the ancient era and directly entering everyone's hearts. This was the symbol of Great Emperor Ruthless from over 200,000 years ago. It's just an imprint. Perhaps Great Emperor Ruthless took action and killed that existence, leaving behind an imprint there. Someone spoke. Nan Gongxing shook his head and said, after careful investigation, we discovered that there was more than one imprint. It was clear that Great Emperor Ruthless had lived there before. The corpse pieces were scattered all around Great Emperor Ruthless. All signs indicated that his flesh was separated when he was in seclusion. Are you really sure that it was Great Emperor Ruthless? Someone's voice was trembling. Just who was it that did all of this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Great Emperor Ruthless had no enemies? This was impossible. I am sure that it was Great Emperor Ruthless, because we also found traces of him planting divine medicines, Nan Gongxing said. What? Many people cried out in shock. Every great emperor had a stock of immortal medicine planted, and their identities could be determined from the medicine alone. You guys obtained the immortal medicine? Is it the legendary immortal treasure? Everyone's breathing became hurried, almost ignoring Great Emperor Ruthless' life and death as they looked towards Nan Gongxing. The ancient great emperors had already passed away, but the immortal medicine they planted was still alive in this world. This was the most precious divine object, and not a single person did not covet it. This was especially true for the overlords present. Many of them were already close to 2,000 years old. They didn't have much lifespan left and were about to enter a declining period. So many years have passed, and great monarch Ruthless has already passed away. How could his undying medicine still be there? It has already flown away. Nangongxing shook his head and shattered everyone's fantasies. They could only see the hole where the immortal godly herb had taken root, and traces of its aura left behind, but nothing else. Sovereign monarch Vicious has been dismembered, even the immortal herb he planted has been confirmed, so it must be him. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Shock was written all over their faces. This was like a fantasy story that left them in disbelief. A ruthless person whose shocked past and present met his end just like that. No one knew who he died under. It truly was a type of sorrow. Even the primeval emperors ended up like this. How terrifying. Are you sure that it's the aura of the immortal dragon herb? Some people didn't quite believe it and confirmed it again. Yes. Nangongxing nodded. Great monarch Ruthless divine herb was something he had gotten from the 7 great forbidden zones. It was similar to Great Emperor Wusher's immortal divine phoenix herb. They were the most precious ones. Yi Fan was shocked. It was the immortal dragon herb that used to belong to great monarch Vicious. He gawked and dropped his jaw. Because he'd seen that divine medicine in the past, and it was in the northern territory right now, Shiyan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei had gone deep into the ice plain. They had met in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At that time, the immortal dragon herb was sleeping, and Shiyan had almost caught it. I can't believe I had such an encounter with great monarch Vicious. I almost got his immortal herb. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. All of a sudden, he remembered everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Besides the precious divine origin blocks, he had seen an ancient coffin floating. Great Emperor Wusher had been there. There was an ancient 5-colored sacrificial altar there. However, he didn't choose the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, he went to the Purple Mountain and didn't touch anything there. Yi Fan shuddered. He didn't continue to think about it, returning to reality. Guys, perhaps we've made a mistake. The great ancient emperors didn't have a rival, especially the ruthless one. How could he have been cut into pieces? Nangongxing said. What do you mean? Many people didn't understand. Don't forget the experience of the ruthless one. After he had proven his Tao, he created the undying heaven technique in his later years. Nangongxing looked at the Saint Sovereigns and said, actually, to solve this mystery, you guys just need to tell us the truth. Everybody was startled. They followed his line of sight and found that they all had a big background. They were from the strongest holy lands in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Jiang family, the Jade Pool, the Ji family, and the Alcade family, the 4 great sage families, all had holy weapons. Even if the other ancient inheritances were destroyed, they could protect themselves. 3 of their families had warriors who had proven their Tao and become great emperors. They were considered to have the most profound and immeasurable inheritances. People didn't know what the 3 great ancient emperors had left for them. I'm not the only one who came out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive. Someone had done it a long time ago. Nangongxing said slowly. Suddenly, people thought of a legend. Countless years ago, someone had brought out an immortal corpse from the Bronze Immortal Palace. He died after coming out. According to the legend, that immortal corpse was divided equally by the great sage. It could be said that it was an example of the existence of immortals in this world, however, the great sage all denied it. They all said that they had never seen an immortal corpse and that everything was just a rumor. It's been who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Saint Sovereigns, can you tell us now? Nangongxing said. That's right. Your holy lands have obtained enough benefits and have already digested them. It's not a big deal to say it now. It's time to reveal the truth. Everyone spoke up, asking for the truth to be revealed. That was an example of coming into contact with an immortal. Even though the great sage denied it, everyone knew that they had obtained an immortal corpse. That was something from 70,000 years ago. Since fellow Taoists want to know, we might as well say it, Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake said. At first, we really did treat it as an immortal corpse, but later on, we discovered that we might be wrong. G. Clan St. Lord said. Back then, there were 6 great sages who divided the immortal corpse. Other than these 4 clans, there was also the Eastern Wasteland's oldest Wind clan, as well as the Heavenly Jade Holy Land that had been destroyed 6,000 years ago. A peerless expert came out alive, and he brought out a broken and badly mutilated corpse that exuded a peerless killing intent. That cultivator suppressed the Eastern Wasteland 70,000 years ago. Some people said that he had already become an existence comparable to an ancient saint. However, after coming out with the corpse, he turned into a bloody paste. Now that I think about it, that should be the corpse of a great emperor. The Saint Lord sighed softly. One could speculate that their clans had obtained great benefits from it. The corpse of a great emperor could be refined into an extreme holy weapon. They divided the flesh equally, so it must be a priceless treasure. No wonder they denied it at that time. Such a large amount of immortal burial needed time to be digested. Western Queen Mother, Jiang Clan Saint Lord, and the others described the appearance of the immortal corpse recorded in the ancient books and compared it with Nan Gongxing's description. Everyone was shocked to find that the so-called immortal corpse was most likely ruthless. Many crucial parts are missing, so we only divided 1/3 of the corpse. According to the wounds on the corpse, I think ruthless was too terrifying. He most likely wanted to live for a 3rd or even a 4th life. Nan Gongxing's words were earth-shattering. Ruthless first created the heaven-devouring demonic art. He killed all the kings and stepped on the corpses of countless heroes to become a great emperor. However, he shocked both the past and present. In his later years, he created the undying heaven art. He got rid of his demonic body and gave birth to a divine embryo, cutting off all karma. Moreover, he used this to live another life, and it was a frighteningly long time. He was the only person who created 2 ancient scriptures, which made people feel that it was almost illusory and unreal. Everyone says that the Bronze Immortal Palace is terrifying and is the graveyard of peerless experts. However, from what I saw, Ruthless was in seclusion there for a period of time. Nan Gongxing's words shocked everyone. He and those living fossils observed carefully and thought that Ruthless had lived there for a long period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planted the immortal herb in the Bronze Palace. We think that he cultivated the undying heaven art there to get rid of his old body and give birth to a new divine embryo. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with shock. Humans can't go against the heavens. He used the undying heaven art to give birth to a divine embryo and become a great emperor twice. It's already comparable to the secret history of deities. It's impossible for him to live for another life. Living for another life was as difficult as descending to the celestial realm. That belonged to the category of deities. Even if he created the undying heaven art, he could only transform once. It was like having the immortal herb in hand. Every great emperor had one, but it could only extend his life for one life. It wouldn't be as useful for the second life. The heaven-devouring demonic art proves the Tao and is extraordinary for one life. The undying heaven art gives birth to a divine embryo for another life. He used the immortal herb to extend his life for a 3rd life. Heavens! Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It was because according to what Nan Gongxing said, Great Emperor Ruthless was going to give birth to a divine embryo again and might be able to live for a 4th life. Yi Fan's heart jumped. If he calculated it like this, the amount of time Ruthless had lived in this world was terrifyingly long. At the side, the monkey almost jumped up. His old father's power shook the archaic era. The old Battle Saint Emperor only lived for one life because of the immortal peach. Yes, even the old Saint Emperor couldn't live for 2 lives because he encountered a problem while comprehending the Tao and almost died. He only managed to complete that life thanks to the immortal herb. Even if he lived for a long time, his combat prowess might not necessarily be the greatest since ancient times. The monkey consoled himself. His old father hadn't lived for a long time, but he was publicly acknowledged to be unrivaled under the heavens. If Ruthless lived for a 4th life, he would definitely meet the great emperors of the later generations. Someone suddenly cried out. He might even meet more than one great emperor of the later generations. Everyone was stupefied. If they thought about it carefully, this was just too shocking and unimaginable. Two great emperors had never appeared in the same era before. They could only appreciate each other through time and space, evaluating each other through the passage of time. We don't know how many lives Ruthless lived, but there was definitely a problem when he transformed the divine embryo for the last time. Nangongxing spoke his final judgment. He and a few living fossil-level characters carefully observed and believed that Ruthless was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he failed on the verge of success and his unmatched emperor body exploded. It was just that they didn't know if the divine embryo came out or not. Ruthless killed himself for the sake of living for another life. Everyone was horrified. There are still people here who entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. Nangongxing said. What? Who? Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Behind the Bronze Immortal Palace's door of profundity, that world is extremely mysterious. We didn't reach the end, so we don't know if Ruthless stood at the end. Speaking up to here, Nangongxing looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile, "Little friend, you should have entered the Immortal Palace before, right?" What? It's him? Everyone was shocked. The saint children and saintesses couldn't enter. They could only stand at the entrance of the palace, feeling a wave of shock. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, many eccentric people also stared at Yi Fan. Even the various great sage lords revealed strange expressions. Little friend, your origin root of all life energy must have been obtained from the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Nangongxing asked. That's right. Yi Fan calmly nodded. When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect him to actually obtain a sacred object exclusive to a great emperor from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Little friend, do you know that you have formed a great karma with Ruthless? The origin root of all life energy was found by him. Forming karma with Ruthless. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. This great emperor was too frightening and everyone was afraid. Ruthless traversed the primordial era and created the undying heaven art in his later years. He used it to create a divine embryo and turned his old body into a holy weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is extremely powerful. Legend has it that if it is awakened, it will be the same as the heaven-devouring great emperor coming back to life. In Ruthless' life, the most terrifying was naturally his first life. He advanced by stepping on the corpses of many kings and the heaven-devouring evil might was unparalleled. He created the undying heaven art in his later years, but no one knew how powerful it was because he had already ruled the world and no one in the world could stop him. Throughout the ages, the undying heaven art is the most mysterious ancient scripture. No one knows how powerful it is. However, people speculated that it must be the best. After all, it was a technique created by a great emperor in his later years. It must have surpassed the previous ancient scriptures. Using this to live another life and give up the name heaven-devouring great emperor. He wants to use the undying heaven art to create a second weapon. Many people were shocked. He wanted to take out two holy weapons. This was something normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. When he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, he traveled all over the Eastern Barren and Central Plains but couldn't find any immortal materials. In the end, he refined his supreme monarch body. He transformed into a divine fetus and cut off his past. Finally, he found the source root of all beings, a heaven-defying sacred object. Ruthless must be trying to create a supreme holy weapon. Because he didn't make a move yet, he left the source root behind. Everyone in the heavenly palace stared at Yi Fan with murderous looks. The holy weapon found by a great emperor had fallen into his hands. The palace was noisy. Whether it was the younger generation at the door or the rulers inside, all of them were jealous and envious. So it was left behind by an ancient great emperor. Otherwise, how could a little cultivator collect it? It's Ruthless' immortal treasure. No wonder. Otherwise, how could a normal person find a holy weapon exclusive to a great emperor? The source root of all beings was unique in the world. There was no second one. Only Ruthless could go against the heavens and obtain it. Everyone was guessing that he definitely wanted to forge an ultimate saint weapon, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so in the end. This is a huge karma. You've obtained such a great opportunity. Nangongxing shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had never thought that he would be able to snatch away vicious saint artifact. The karma between him and this great monarch was truly deep. Even the undying herb had nearly been captured by him. He's been dead for so many years. He soon felt relieved. Even if Ruthless was invincible throughout the ages and was comparable to a god, so what? In the end, it was annihilated in the dust of history and passed away countless years ago. Even if that's the case, Great Monarch Vicious is too extraordinary. There's most likely karma involved, Nangongjing said. Yifan didn't mind, but many of the older generations were seriously contemplating. Clearly, they were extremely fearful of the ancient emperors even though they had died a long time ago. In order to sever his karma, Emperor Hingyu went to the middle state and didn't return even after he died. In order to sever his karma, the Void Monarch buried himself in the boundless void after his death, never to be seen again. Someone mentioned this, and it immediately gave Yifan a headache. However, he wasn't afraid of this. The only thing he was worried about was that Ruthless hadn't died yet. Don't worry, he must have died a long time ago. If he didn't die, how could there be a great monarch of the later generations of your human race? The monkey transmitted his voice. The invincible emperor fighting in the archaic era had once told him some secrets. Unfortunately, the monkey was too young at that time and didn't pay much attention to it. No one can live for so long. He has indeed died a long time ago, Western Queen Mother said. If a great monarch is still alive in this world, the extreme Tao sacred weapon will sense it. Those supreme great monarchs comparable to deities have all died in the end, Jiang Clan's Saint Lord said. The others nodded. This was a secret that many eccentrics knew. If a great monarch appeared, the sacred weapon would be the first to sense it. I really didn't expect this little friend to be so amazing. He actually walked out of the bronze immortal palace alive and obtained such a peerless sacred item, a lord said, his eyes flickering. Everyone stared at Yifan. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation at the main hall's entrance, their expressions were not very friendly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the Jade Pool and the fact that the present-age saint, the crazy old man, was related to him, it was likely that someone would have been unable to restrain himself and tried to snatch it. Without a doubt, if Yifan walked out of the Jade Pool, the bloody night last time would most likely happen again. There would definitely be people secretly making a move. Brother Yi indeed had a great opportunity to obtain Emperor Ruthless' sacred item and inherit a part of his immortal treasury, Saint Son of Grand Yen Xianxia said. Yifan was shocked. These words didn't sound like much at first, but if he thought about it carefully, he would be put to death. Ruthless' inheritance and successor, these words were too sensitive. They would cause a great upheaval and could easily lead to a fatal disaster. Ruthless was different from other great emperors. At first, he was known as the heaven-devouring great emperor. The entire earth trembled because of him, and no one wanted his technique to appear a second time. Brother Yi, you really make people envious. What other immortal treasury did you obtain? Saint Son of Daoi also asked indifferently. Yifan's heart sank. These two's words didn't sound wrong at first, but they deserved to be killed without spilling blood. I think he must have obtained other divine items? A disciple of a top sect echoed. Yes, Yifan, why hide it? Tell us and let us hear it. We can share the joy together, someone else said. At the entrance of the main hall, many of the younger generation were discussing, guessing what other great opportunities he had. Is that so? There are still great opportunities. An elder's expression flickered. We almost forgot. Ruthless once cultivated in seclusion there. He must have left something behind, a supreme elder of the 10,000 beginnings said in a low voice. At this moment, the main hall was a bit cold. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yifan. Many people had cold, meaningful smiles on their faces. Are you all hinting at something? Yifan sat behind the jade table and calmly said, I only obtained the source root of all life source energy, nothing else. Ruthless Great Emperor used the source root of all life source energy to seal the outside of the Bronze Palace. He clearly treated that place as a place of seclusion. How could there be nothing else in such a secret place? Ruthless Great Emperor's place of seclusion definitely has those two ancient scriptures. Someone secretly transmitted sound, going a step further. Correct, the heaven-swallowing demonic art and imperishable heaven art are definitely in the bronze immortal palace, a part of the immortal treasury. Even Brother Yi obtained the source root of all life source energy, entering the tombs of matchless experts without dying. He definitely obtained the acknowledgement of ruthless great emperor's inheritance. The heaven-swallowing demonic art might appear again. Several voices sounded from the darkness, unknown who it was that released them. They gradually advanced, killing without spilling blood. The meaning couldn't be more clear, pointing at Yi Fan obtaining ruthless great emperor's inheritance. We can confirm that they are all transmitted by the people at the entrance of the main hall. The monkey said. Everyone there was of the younger generation, and nothing could be seen on the surface. Everyone was discussing, and no one spoke directly. Yi Fan glanced over. Saint of Dayan, Xiang Yifei, Yao Shi, Saint Daoyi, Saint of all beginnings, Saint of Yao Guang. Jin Qishao, the inheritor of ruthless great emperor has appeared long ago. Who doesn't know that Hua Yunfei has cultivated the heaven-swallowing demonic art? To harm me like this, isn't your mind a little too vicious? Yi Fan's words were very soft, and he didn't argue loudly. Is that so? Now, no one knows what cultivation method you cultivate. You've improved by leaps and bounds in recent years, and you're so mysterious. Isn't it the heaven-swallowing demonic art? After these words were spoken, the murderous intent in the main hall intensified. Some people had been waiting all this time, and what they lacked was an excuse to attack. If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will Senior Jiang Taishu not be able to tell? Are you questioning the spiritual senses of a supreme divine king? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will old crazy old brother let me live? Will he still travel with me? Are you doubting the judgment of a saint? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will I not devour the invading saints and saintesses after killing them? Will I crush them instead? Will I tolerate some of you living until now? Yi Fan asked in succession, staring at the younger generation. Then he stood up and pressed forward with great force. You want to kill me? If one of you can't do it, you can all come at me together. Why do you have to use such a despicable trick? I still have 7 chances to attack you with all my strength. Looking at everything, I believe that Yi Fan can't have obtained the inheritance of Fierce Man. There's no reason to suspect him, the matriarch of the West said. There's one thing I don't understand. May I ask the sacred lord of the Jiang clan, which immortal divine herb did Yi Fan use to save the supreme divine king? Someone asked secretly. This? The sacred lord of the Jiang clan was in a dilemma. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but it's a dragon fruit born from the immortal true dragon herb, the person in the dark said loudly. What? Everyone was in an uproar. If it was before, it wouldn't have mattered even if they knew it was the immortal true dragon herb. All the great thearchs had died many years ago, and their divine herbs had already returned to the great wilderness. However, Yi Fan had entered the place where Fierce Man cultivated in seclusion and brought out the source root of all life qi. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Did he really obtain the inheritance of Fierce Man? Many lords stood up, all of them revealing their killing intent. Everyone in the great hall locked onto Yi Fan. The sky palace was cold like an ice house. Bone-chilling killing intent filled the air. Someone wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could happen at any moment. You're going too far. The monkey was infuriated. He stood up immediately, and a battle spear that was about to rot appeared in his hand. However, a peerless killing intent rushed out. This was a peerless murderous weapon that had killed an ancient king. It came from the same source as the divine origin, and it was pierced into the body of the young lady. It could be said to be peerlessly ferocious. The monkey took out his murderous weapon. Such a commotion forced those who were about to attack to stop. However, they laughed coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to sweep through the peaches of immortality feast and wreak havoc in the Sky Palace? How dare you? This is a restricted area of the Jade Lake. You dare to commit murder here? A supreme elder from the 10,000 beginnings shouted. They hated the monkey to the core. Previously, they had been suppressed and berated by the monkey in front of everyone by the lake. They had been suppressing their resentment. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to protect the inheritor of Fierce Man? If you attack here, you won't be able to escape. The Supreme Elder from the Purple Mansion Holy Land was also resentful. At this moment, he spoke coldly. The blade is already at our necks, and you still blame me for committing murder? Today, I'll beat all of you to death. The monkey didn't care about the consequences and was about to attack. He definitely wasn't someone who would take things lying down. Take them down. Someone shouted, and a lord stepped forward. The monkey sneered and took large steps forward. The peerless murderous weapon in his hand seemed to be rotting, but the murderous intent it emitted made many lords tremble in fear. Yi Fan used his golden blood energy to protect his body, resisting the might of the murderous weapon. He arrived at the monkey's side and grabbed him, not letting him attack. Everything I said is true. I didn't obtain the heaven-devouring ancient scripture. Then how do you explain the true dragon immortal medicine? Many people shouted and pressed forward. The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region. I plucked a dragon fruit from it. Is there anything suspicious about it? Yi Fan said calmly. What? The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region? You can get close and pluck it? Impossible. Where is it? Everyone couldn't sit still. The true dragon immortal medicine was personally planted by Fierce Man. It was one of the best immortal treasures. Even a cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms could pluck it in the northern region. Who wouldn't be tempted? The true dragon immortal medicine is a supreme divine object of this world, and there are only a few of them. This is equivalent to an immortal treasury, so how could I casually reveal its location? Yi Fan said coldly. If you want to prove your innocence, you can only bring us to see it. Otherwise, this matter concerns Fierce Man's inheritance, and no one can save you, a lord said. We won't seize your true dragon immortal medicine. Only by bringing us to see it can you prove your innocence, another few people said, their voices a bit urgent. Yi Hei is going to be ruthless. Isn't he going to make a big fuss this time? Could it be that he wants to kill a group of grand elders and holy lords? Outside the main hall, Li Heishui mumbled secretly. He shuddered. He really dares to make a move. Is he going to use the nest of 10,000 dragons? The large black dog was bewildered, and a chill ran down his spine. Yi Fan stood in the main hall, extremely calm and composed. He slowly paced around, shook his head, and said, "Who can believe this kind of guarantee? Once the true dragon immortal medicine appears, blood will definitely flow like a river, and countless people will fight over it. Do you have any other chance? If you don't reveal the true dragon immortal medicine to prove yourself, you will immediately be executed in the main hall," someone said coldly, killing intent like a knife cutting through bone. Another person secretly added fuel to the fire, saying, "What a joke." He clearly obtained the true dragon immortal medicine from the Bronze Celestial Palace, yet he actually pushed it to the North region. He is definitely Fierce Man's inheritor, so there is no need to find any more evidence to execute him. Everyone was pressuring him. The true dragon immortal medicine was too important, and many people wanted to see it. They all had their own plans. There were even some people who harbored killing intent. Right now, they only lacked an excuse. For example, Wan Chu and the Grand Elders of the Purple Palace wanted revenge at all times. Everything is actually very simple. You only need to bring us to see the true dragon immortal medicine with our own eyes, and you will naturally be able to prove your innocence, a lord said in a deep voice. The eyes of many extraordinary people flickered. The true dragon immortal medicine was too attractive, and no one could remain calm. At that time, the true dragon immortal medicine will most likely change owners. Yi Fan shook his head. Little Yi has already made up his mind to make a move. Li Heishui was speechless, and his heart was beating rapidly. After being together for so long, he understood the other too well. This brat wants to trap and kill a great elite. He clearly wants to use the exceptional nest of 10,000 dragons. Even the large black dog felt his heart palpitate. Yi Fan refused to say where the immortal godly medicine was. His words were very fierce and resolute, as if he didn't believe some people in the palace at all. Someone in the palace sneered and pressed even harder. Killing intent was like a sharp blade, piercing to the bone. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could be triggered at any moment. At this moment, the monkey had already held the peerless murderous weapon in his hand, and was about to wreak havoc in the palace. The murderous weapon that was about to rot was overflowing with vicious might. Many people locked onto Yi Fan. If a battle broke out, they would definitely pounce over and snatch the chi of all things cauldron. This was an excellent opportunity. Even if he was related to the current saint, if he was judged to be the inheritor of Ruthless, he would not be able to escape death. The Holy Lands would not allow him to live in this world. At this moment, everything was already in place, and they only needed to make their move. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I believe that Yi Fan has nothing to do with Ruthless. He only obtained the black-yellow essence by chance. The Queen Mother of the West spoke up to defend him. Immediately, an overlord retorted, insisting that Yi Fan must have obtained Ruthless inheritance. Otherwise, there could not be such a coincidence. He entered the Copper Palace safely, obtained the chi of all things and the immortal true dragon medicine. All signs indicate that he obtained the heaven-devouring demon scripture. The words Ruthless shook the world, and the ancient scripture he left behind was very important. Many people sneered and kept pressuring Yi Fan to give a clear explanation. Yi Fan refused to reveal the whereabouts of the true dragon medicine no matter what. His tight-lipped words made many people's eyes flash with cold light, and the atmosphere became even more tense. If you want to snatch the immortal godly medicine, you have to get through me first. The monkey raised the murderous weapon, golden light bursting from his eyes. Looks like everything he said was just an excuse. The heaven-devouring great emperor's godly medicine can't be in the north region. Killing him, the inheritor, is definitely not wrong. Many people pressed forward, and were about to make their move. They all revealed cruel sneers, and their killing intent was like a blade cutting through the spring wind, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Little Yi is too calm. Outside the palace, Li Heishui thought, and started laughing coldly. Don't go overboard. If some people really make a move, we'll be in deep trouble. The large black dog was slightly worried. They knew that Yi Fan was accumulating power and putting on a real show. Otherwise, how could he have attracted the big fish? These old things were as shrewd as ghosts. Wan Shu and a few of the grand elders of the Zifu sect were about to attack when a sacred master finally spoke up to mediate. However, he also requested to see the true dragon medicine. Monkey almost flipped the roof. He swung his battle spear like a huge club. The battle was about to begin. Only now did Yi Fan relent. He had no choice but to compromise, agreeing to bring them to see the undying godly medicine. However, he had many requests. That's more like it. Only then can we confirm whether what you said is true or not. Otherwise, heh. One of 10,000 beginnings grand elders mocked. He knew clearly that no matter what, the undying divine medicine was going to change owners, no longer belonging to Yi Fan. Once they found out where it grew, everyone would definitely fight over it. Young man, you still have a long way to go. There are many things you need to learn. A grand elder of the Zifu sect walked over and patted his shoulder. That's true. I'm just a little brat who doesn't know anything. In the future, I will naturally learn more from the seniors. Yi Fan lowered his stance. Get lost, the monkey roared angrily. He was about to brandish his weapon. He really couldn't stand these grand elders. Yi Fan held him back, not allowing him to make a move. If they fell out now, he would definitely suffer a great loss, and all of his efforts would be wasted. At the side, many lords revealed killing intent, but it wasn't appropriate for them to make a move. They already knew that this was a battle Saint Ape, and they were afraid of provoking other archaic royal clans. I want to make things clear first. That place is not a good place. If you want to go, you'll have to bear the consequences of your own life. Yi Fan could be said to be dawdling, and could even be said to be chattering endlessly. Some of the big shots wanted to give him a few slaps. When the crowd saw that he was unwilling to reveal the place, they had long since become impatient. They believed even more that there was indeed the true dragon medicine, and all of them wanted to hurry over as soon as possible. In the eyes of many, even a cultivator of the four extreme mystery realm could pluck it, so as the overlords of a region, how could they be inferior to him? People are really strange. The more I try to stop them, the more tempted they are, and the more convinced they are that there is no danger. Li Heishui was almost speechless. Sigh, many things have to be done in reverse, the large black dog also mumbled. Everyone, don't be too impatient. Right now, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing. No matter what, you should go after the meeting, right? Yi Fan was still dawdling. Humph, I'm afraid you'll flee even before the Jade Pool meeting ends, someone said coldly. You're all thinking too much. I just feel that it's not too good to go now. After all, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing, Yi Fan explained very seriously. There are formation pattern grandmasters here. As long as we're in the North region, opening the region gate will only take us the blink of an eye. It won't take us too long at all. The heavenly peach meat this time is to see the wondrous stones, so if we can also see the immortal godly herb now, wouldn't that be even better? It will definitely be a successful meet. Everyone spoke up one after another. At the end of the day, they had to see the immortal godly herb immediately. But, I still feel that. Yi Fan rambled on, and found all kinds of excuses, still unwilling to move. Why do you have so many excuses? Many people couldn't stand him anymore. They had never seen such a dawdling person before, and they wanted nothing more than to stuff his mouth. Brat, you're courting death. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore, and thought that he was trying to stop them. He didn't want to bring them along at all. Boom. A large hand slapped forward, exuding an earthy yellow light. It was trying to slap Yi Fan to death. Pung. The monkey moved, and his golden fist smashed out like a large hammer, colliding with that large hand. Pooh. That person spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there were many cracks on his body. That large hand immediately turned into a meat paste, and it didn't have any shape at all. His flesh flew out over 100 zhang, and he smashed into a wall. Everyone's expressions changed. A half-step expert was almost directly slapped to death by the monkey. There wasn't anyone who wasn't shocked at how terrifying the battle sacred ape race was. If you dare be disrespectful again, I'll destroy your body and spirit. The monkey waved the large stick in his hand. Isn't this a bit too impudent? So what if the ancient race is about to appear? Could it be that we will allow a monkey to act so arrogantly? He dares to take action in the Jade Pool Heavenly Palace? Let's join forces and kill him. Someone transmitted sound in the dark, and their words were filled with killing intent. They pressed forward step by step, wanting to incite everyone to wipe out the monkey and the others. Yi Fan felt that it was about time. He couldn't continue like this, or else it really would be as bad as going too far. He walked up, revealing an unwilling expression, and agreed to immediately move out. Of course, he reiterated once again that the road ahead was dangerous, and he had to take care of his own life and death. You don't need to worry. Many people were already fed up with him. If it wasn't for the monkey beside him, they would have definitely sealed his mouth first. It's better if you take care of yourself first. If this has anything to do with a vicious person, even the saints of the present era won't be able to save you. You'll be destroyed in body and spirit. Someone revealed killing intent. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He only responded with helplessness. An undying divine medicine was about to appear, and it was personally planted by a vicious person more than 200,000 years ago. It was comparable to a treasure left behind by a deity. Many cultivators were nervous. When the realm gate opened, a group of people entered in a single file. None of them wanted to fall behind. Yi Fan was astonished. There were indeed many eccentric hermits in this world. They didn't move after hearing about the undying divine medicine. They sat in the heavenly palace and didn't come out at all. However, the majority of people were moved, and they all crossed the void together. If you deceive so many heroes, you should know what the consequences will be. Someone secretly transmitted a warning. Light flashed, and a snow-white expanse appeared in front of them. Cold air rushed over. This was a vast ice field. It was very high above sea level, and it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. This place is... Everyone was shocked. Many people recognized this place. The people of the Jiang clan had strange expressions. They were the most abnormal because this place was related to them. 70 to 80,000 years ago, this place was a boundless ice mountain that reached the clouds. It was majestic and unending. However, there was a great upheaval at that time, and almost all the Holy Lands participated in the war. A peerless divine king of the Jiang clan wielded an extreme sacred weapon and swept this place to the ground. That battle was world-shaking, and an ancient holy land on this ice field was erased. Everything was turned into ashes by the eternal universe sacred furnace. It was also that battle that raised people's fear of the great emperor's sacred weapon to a whole new level. It was enough to destroy a powerful holy land. The ancient holy land, the ruins of the underworld palace. Why is the undying divine medicine here? Everyone was puzzled. They all looked at Yi Fan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Thousands of kilometers into the ice field, a snowy mountain came into view. It had a circumference of over 50 kilometers. This was the only mountain range that remained, and on it was the location of the super sect, the Palace of Snow. Brother Ape, how is the relationship between your ancient royal families? Yi Fan asked secretly. It's all right, the monkey answered. Yi Fan relaxed a lot, and said, in a while, we might alarm the ancient kings. If we can't escape, you'll have to spend some effort. He communicated secretly with the monkey, and they talked about all aspects along the way. Of course, this was not safe at all. Disturbing the ancient royal family's slumber would definitely be a great disaster. The ancient creatures might not even recognize their own kin in anger. However, this time, Yi Fan was confident. This was because the Black Empress had grasped a corner of the Spatial Emperor's formation pattern, which was specially used to open the region gate. Black Empress. On the way, he also constantly communicated with the large black dog, making preparations to cross over. They did not enter the Palace of Snow, but directly went around to the back of the mountain, heading toward the peaceful land of the Dragon Vein. Everyone, this place is very dangerous. There is no need for us to take the risk. Yi Fan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and lead the way. A Grand Elder of Wanchu was almost about to tear off his disguise. Gradually approaching the immortal divine medicine made it difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, the various rulers were also very restless. All of them wanted to seize that legendary celestial treasure. Old B** starred, if you die down there, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan said coldly. You. That Grand Elder did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to him. Yi Fan repeatedly emphasized that this place was dangerous, and that if anything happened, it had nothing to do with him. The more it was like this, the more everyone wanted to advance, believing that there really was an immortal divine medicine. It's here. Yi Fan led everyone into the great snowy mountain, and arrived at a place where a group of snow apes roamed. Then, he cut open the ice and snow, and found the path into the underground palace. Dragon Chi. Everyone cried out in surprise. In the underground palace, streak after streak of Dragon Chi rushed out, indescribably noble. The auspicious Chi was like a rainbow, and took the shape of a dragon. As expected of a peerless treasure ground, it is most suitable for the growth of a true dragon divine medicine. Many people revealed excited expressions. At this point, almost everyone believed that great monarch vicious immortal divine medicine would definitely be planted here. Everyone, you should believe me now, right? Yi Fan seemed to be very unwilling as he said. Young man, you should be more sensible. One of the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion patted his shoulder with a mocking expression. True dragon divine medicine, hee hee. A few grand elders of Wanchu walked over before the other sacred lords, and they glanced at Yi Fan indifferently with mocking expressions. Young man, well done. One of them also came forward, and he laughed heartily as he patted his shoulder. From start to finish, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They were all calm, and only a few grand elders were discussing. The elders of the 10,000 beginning sect smirked coldly, and asked Yi Fan to lead the way into the underground palace. It was as if they had already seen through him. The grand elders of the Purple Palace even came to his side, almost as if they were holding him hostage. They wanted him to go down first to investigate. I brought you all here. If you want to see the immortal herb, go down yourself. If you don't even have the guts, why did you come here? Yi Fan refused, and didn't go forward. No, you must bring us to the end. If you don't see the true dragon herb, you can't prove your innocence. A cruel smile appeared on their faces. They didn't plan to let him go at all, and insisted on letting him lead the way. These people were all very cautious. They believed that if they let Yi Fan go with them, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. At the side, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They didn't plan to go down at all. It was as if this had nothing to do with them, and they carefully observed the great snow mountain. "Young man, you should go down with us." Finally, a Saint Lord spoke up, not allowing any refusal. "You don't have any other choice. Either you go with us, or you die." The person in the dark was very direct, and it was an undisguised threat. Yi Fan's heart was ice cold. These old bastards were each more vicious than the last. Even now, they were still on guard against him, and even wanted to kill him. If he went deep into the underground palace, anything could happen. As long as there was a small accident, they could find a reason or an excuse to kill him. In fact, they could even create some accidents so that he would never leave the underground palace. Yi Fan was fearless. He already knew that this would happen. The killing intent in his heart became much stronger. "Fine." He nodded, and walked down the underground palace first. He had the large black dog and the battle Saint Ape accompany him. "Wait," the Queen Mother of the West said. Her hair was thick and black, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. Her face was beautiful, and she was dignified and holy. "Yi Fan has already brought you all here, and he has already done what he should. If you still don't believe him, you can go down and take a look yourself." Queen Mother of the West's words are incorrect. Right now, we still can't prove his innocence. We need him to lead the way to confirm it. A heroic lord spoke out in rebuttal. The others spoke one after another. In the end, the great sage lords all expressed their willingness to go down together to take a look at the undying divine medicine. The other eccentrics also had the same attitude. Shi Wangmu let Yi Fan follow beside her and did not let him walk at the front. The group went deep underground. This is one of the core underground palaces of the ancient sacred land. Many people were shocked after entering. The majestic underground palace stretched as far as the eye could see. It emitted an ancient aura as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the traces of time. In the depths of the underground palace, draconic chi surged violently like rivers rushing underground. Bathing in it, one's pores would open up. This is a divine land. An old imperial uncle from Great Xia was so excited that he almost roared out loud. The Supreme Imperial Sutra that they had passed down contained an offensive technique called Imperial Draconic Chi, which required an endless amount of dragon veins to refine one's body. For those who cultivated the Supreme Imperial Sutra, this was a land where dragons soared into the heavens. It was indescribably precious. There are exceptional divine treasures here, and there are large amounts of divine source. A few people from the Genesis Technique ancient aristocratic families also came. Ouyang Yi made this judgment. Hua. Everyone was in an uproar. This really was a land of divine treasures. No wonder Yi Fan was not willing to let them come. Everyone revealed a strange expression. "I will say it one last time. I will not repeat myself. This place is extremely dangerous," Yi Fan warned. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, you don't need to bear the consequences. We have already made it clear before." Someone sneered. "Youngster, don't block our way. Hurry up and point the way," another person said with dense killing intent. The underground palace was vast and dusky. They walked for several dozen li before arriving at a precipitous cliff. A huge abyss lay in front of them. The bottom was pitch black like ink, like a bottomless pit. It seemed as if it could swallow one's mind and make one sink into it. Dragon chi gushed out like a surging tide. Occasionally, small divine source particles would rush up. This kind of scene was stupefying. It was full of mystery and strangeness. "Below us is the old nest abandoned by the ancient true dragon," Ouyang Yi exclaimed. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. They all looked at him and quietly waited for him to continue. Yi Fan's heart trembled. With an old guy who was infinitely close to becoming an origin source master following him, it might ruin his plans. This is an immortal burial ground. It must be the nest of the ancient true dragon. There are most likely immortal treasures inside. Xianxia was so excited that the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. His skinny body was trembling. Yi Fan was relieved. Although the other party's Genesis technique was profound, how could he compare to the Yuan Taoist master in terms of knowledge? He had only seen some clues. The nest of 10,000 dragons was only recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book. There was no way to break it. It was known as one of the most terrifying danger zones in the world. If he really understood, he would definitely not say there were immortal treasures. He would definitely turn around and leave because even the Yuan Taoist master was helpless. It's an immortal burial ground. The group of old men sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, many people's eyes burned like the sun. It was as if they had seen a naked peerless beauty. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. The terrifying aura at the bottom of the huge abyss was very faint. It was not as intense as before. In the past, they had seen a floating ice palace with a woman like ice and snow inside. Now, she did not appear in the abyss. The group was very excited. They could feel the aura of draconic energy and divine origin. They all prepared to jump down. It's fine with this old man leading the way, Xianxia said proudly. At this time, Yi Fan had the protection of the Western Queen Mother. Those lords did not go overboard and did not ask him to follow. The great sage masters did not move. Not a single person went down, including the Western Desert Divine Monk and the Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King. The supreme elders of the various sects moved and jumped down. Apart from them, there were also a few powerful rogue cultivators and mutants. This made Yi Fan feel quite regretful. These great figures were very calm. From start to finish, they did not say many words. Everything was done and carried out by people. If the immortal divine medicine did not appear, they most likely would not make a move. Damn, brat, be content. Do you really want to kill all the holy masters? The eastern wasteland and the world will be in chaos. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan finally revealed a brilliant smile. He rubbed his chin and did not say anything. He felt that this was enough. At the very least, those who threatened him just now all jumped down. There were not only half-step great figures among them, but also individual great figures. If they were all killed down there, those lords would probably be in the mood to cry. Time passed bit by bit. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Yi Fan was suspicious. Why was this dangerous place so peaceful? After a few minutes, someone rushed up and reported to the holy masters excitedly. There really is an archaic dragon nest down there. It is an immortal burial ground, and there is also an ancient five-colored altar. What? At this moment, no matter if it was the holy masters or the supreme sect masters, none of them could sit still. None of them could calm down. The divine monks from the western desert were all chanting Buddhist names. Our initial judgment is that there is an exceptional divine treasure. We have captured the aura of the true dragon divine medicine, but it has been sealed off by the stone door. We cannot enter at all. A total of over 10 people flew up and reported the situation one after another. All of them were extremely excited. An immortal burial ground. An immortal treasure that only exists in legends. Now that things had reached this point, no one could remain calm. Not only was there an immortal divine medicine, but there was also a possibility that there was an ancient nest where a dragon was buried. Who could remain calm? Above the abyss, the holy masters and supreme sect masters all disappeared in a flash and rushed down. Even they could not help but want to make a move. Brat, you have made a big mess. The large black dog was dumbfounded. All of these people had gone down. If they all died, the impact would be too great. Could it be that the archaic imperial clan used the stone door to seal off the nest of 10,000 dragons? If that is the case, if they break through the stone door. Yi Fan shuddered. He was also brought down. Only the large black dog and the monkey followed him. This place was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others follow him. I sensed the aura of an archaic king. The monkey said, a serious expression on his face. The abyss was over 10,000 meters deep. When they landed, an ancient and desolate aura rushed over. It was as if they had returned to the archaic age. The terrain was incredibly vast, but it was also very dim. As far as the eye could see, it was empty. It did not seem like they were underground at all. Instead, it seemed like they had arrived at an ancient battlefield. Many people stood in front of the dilapidated five-colored sacrificial altar, observing it seriously. Meanwhile, even more people rushed into the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon chi was like a great river, surging endlessly. At the base of the precipice, there were a total of 9 ancient caves that were connected inside. This was the entrance to the archaic true dragon nest. This place was comparable to the 9 dragons protecting a pearl. Great Emperor Wuxia had come here before, and in the end, he had chosen the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain, the 9 dragons protecting a pearl, contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, and even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Even the Black Emperor did not know why Great Emperor Wuxia had not chosen the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, everyone entered the 9 ancient caves. The interior was like a beehive, with many caves that were connected to each other, leading to the innermost depths. At the end, there was a massive stone gate that blocked the path ahead. There were many ancient characters carved on it, and they could not be recognized at all, because they were not human characters. One could tell with a single glance that this gate was extremely extraordinary. The aura of the Great Tao pervaded the air, especially those ancient characters. It was as if they had been engraved by a saint weapon, and they had their own lives. Brother Ape, do you recognize them? What is written on them? Yi Fan asked. The monkey was very embarrassed. He scratched his head, and said, I was too young at that time, and only received the inheritance of my clan's brand. I had not learned how to read. You don't even know a single character? The large black dog bared his teeth, and began to chuckle. The monkey glared, almost lifting him upside down. His golden eyes shot out lightning. Boom, someone began to break the gate, wanting to open it and enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. The noise was deafening. Oh no! The large black dog's hair stood on end. Prepare the Void Monarch's horn formation pattern. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. He did not care where it could be transmitted to. Right now, only the Great Monarch's formation pattern could bring them out. Otherwise, it might be cut off. Boom, a Supreme Sex Lord personally took action, smashing the rocks in the ancient cave into pieces. However, that stone gate did not budge in the slightest. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on it seemed to have come to life. They were like small dragons crawling about, emitting an aura that had existed since ancient times. There was a pit in front of the stone gate. The immortal true dragon herb had once taken root here. Yi Fan clearly remembered the scene of that day. There was an exceptional great calamity in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom, many lords worked together to break the restrictions, wanting to open the stone gate, but it was still difficult to move the stone gate. It did not even shake in the slightest. Brat, come over here. Tell me what is going on here. A grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward. You are seeking death. The monkey's eyes widened, and he moved to block. However, there were many powerful cultivators around, all of them releasing killing intent, causing him to feel great pressure. Tell me what is going on. Why can't we open this gate? Where did the true dragon herb go? A grand elder of the Purple Mansion Holy Land also shouted. At this moment, they were very anxious, and tore off their disguises. They did not mention anything about the inheritance of Vicious at all, and openly demanded the whereabouts of the immortal true dragon herb. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, and he said, Old fart, have you revealed your true colors? Are you here to seek proof, or to steal the immortal true dragon herb? You are seeking death. The grand elders were all furious. There were many lords here, and they did not fear the monkey or his interference. They all revealed killing intent. Rumble, at this moment, the giant stone gate, which the holy lords had attacked with all their strength, did not budge at all, suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura surged out. A large hand reached out, and the head of a grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings was torn off. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable scream could be heard. PFFF. Another big hand directly penetrated the chest and abdomen of a grand elder of the Zifu sect, and grabbed out his internal organs in one go. Fresh blood gushed out, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. The smell of blood was terrifying. Everything happened too fast, and it was beyond everyone's imagination. The two terrifying creatures were like demons from hell, emitting killing intent as they stood in front of the giant stone gate, mercilessly slaughtering. PFFF. The Grand Elder who was scolding Yi Fan just now was grabbed by a terrifying creature, and he was torn into two halves. Blood rained down, drenching the surrounding people. The scene was incomparably terrifying. PFFF. The Grand Elder who wanted to attack Yi Fan just now let out a miserable scream. His head was smashed open like a peach blossom, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Archaic creature, true devil domain. Someone cried out in shock. The lower body of the two terrifying creatures was a long snake, 7 to 8 meters long, and the upper body was a human, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. They displayed the true devil domain, and the 5 or 6 Grand Elders in front of the stone gate were locked in place. Not a single one of them could escape, and they were all hacked apart. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they had a bad premonition. They seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and a shocking evil spirit was released. This was the place where archaic creatures were hibernating. If an archaic king jumped out, it would be a great disaster. Everyone quickly retreated, and many people stared at Yi Fan, wanting to strangle him to death. They felt that this brat was too much of a scum. None of you can open the stone gate, so how would I know what's behind it? Yi Fan was very innocent. Everyone was so angry that they couldn't say anything. However, no one was in the mood to argue with him, because the terrifying killing intent was already pressing down. Roar, an expanse of blazing divine light appeared, cutting off their path of retreat. A golden creature appeared, one that was half human and half devil. This creature was even more powerful and terrifying. However, while everyone was complaining bitterly, they also felt a bit fortunate that it wasn't a humanoid archaic creature. If that kind of existence appeared, then everyone would most likely be wiped out here. Kill. Everyone attacked together, and many powerful lords took action together. However, the archaic creatures that appeared were extremely strange. More than 10 of them appeared out of thin air. Roar. At the same time, a terrifying roar sounded from within the 10,000 dragon nest. Everyone discovered the scene inside with shock, and all of their bodies shivered. An enormous divine origin block floated up and down. It was close to 3 meters in length, and this was a priceless immortal treasury. No one had ever seen such a large piece of divine origin block with a humanoid creature sealed within. Moreover, it wasn't just a single great divine origin block. The 10,000 dragon nest was extremely large, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. Divine splendor was endless, and there were other divine origin blocks as well. Swoosh, divine light flickered like lightning. Another 20 or so archaic creatures appeared out of thin air, cutting off their path of retreat. It was incredibly dangerous. That is. At this moment, everyone trembled. It was as if doomsday had arrived. They saw another object within the 10,000 dragon nest. An ancient coffin floated up and down in the pile of divine origin blocks, making everyone feel suffocated. Their flesh and bones seemed like they were going to split apart. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. That pile of divine origin block was 2 or 3 square meters in size, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. It was terrifying and strange. Meanwhile, at this moment, they finally saw the true dragon undying medicine. It took root in the divine origin block in front of the ancient coffin, the energy of 10,000 dragons swirling about. The entire stalk was resplendent and dazzling. It was less than a foot tall, as if it was a hibernating dragon. Archaic races won't be buried in coffins. The monkey was shocked, feeling extremely confused. What? You are saying that it doesn't belong to an archaic race? Yi Fan was shocked. Back then, when he saw the vermilion ancient coffin for the first time, Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Now, when he heard the sacred battle ape talk about the secrets of the ancient race, he was even more shocked. The ancient races didn't have coffins at all, so why was there a large vermilion coffin here? Looking at its position, it should be the center of the nest of 10,000 dragons, where the draconic aura was the strongest. Tens of thousands of dragons coiled around it, dazzling, and buried by the divine source block. The extreme mysteries of the changes of heaven and earth, this was Yi Fan's feeling. This place was too extraordinary, and he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't see through the ancient coffin at all. Everyone had the illusion that their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed. Their bones and flesh crackled, and all of this was because of the existence of that ancient coffin. Roar, an ancient creature pounced over. The 9-level true demon domain was unbreakable, and it locked 2 half-step great beings in place. Its large claws that flickered with cold light reached out. Xiao, the terrifying ancient creature, opened the skull of a half-step great being, and then, like drinking tofu, it absorbed his brain matter in one gulp. Pooh! Blood sprayed out. This ancient creature tore another half-step great being in half, and then grabbed a bloody arm, stuffing it into its mouth. Kacha, the sound of teeth grinding against flesh and bones rang out, causing goosebumps to appear all over one's body. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its flesh and bones were all chewed to pieces. Too savage. The large black dog felt its hair stand on end, and all the dense and long black fur on its body stood up, making it look like a special large hedgehog. Peng, the Ji clan's divine master, flew over, as aloof as a god. His long robes fluttered, and his black hair danced. His eyes were sharp, and an ancient mirror floated above his head. It shone brilliantly, and a brilliant divine rainbow shot out, striking this terrifying creature. Roar, this ancient creature threw away the bloody arm in its hand, and with a roar, 2 beams of purple light shot out from its eyes, striking at the ancient mirror, blazing and terrifying. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. The ancient mirror's divine light pierced through this archaic creature, splitting it into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its enormous body as it died on the ground. The Ji family sacred leader stood in the air, and an ancient mirror floated above his head. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. Yi Fan was astonished. Peak divine lords were indeed unfathomable. They were much stronger than the others. Just then, he personally saw the ferocity of that ancient creature. It tore apart 2 half-step masters, but it was killed by the Ji family's sacred lord in one strike. With a loud roar, another ancient creature pounced over. Its lower body was that of a snake, and it was covered in purple scales. Its upper body was that of a human with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms shook and shattered the void, creating a black hole that swallowed the Ji family's Saint Lord. Boom, a large foot stepped into the black hole, causing it to collapse and disappear into the air. The Ji family sacred leader's black hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his large hand and smashed this ancient creature into pieces. Blood splashed outwards. This is a peak divine lord. Killing ordinary grade elites isn't strenuous at all. Although we are in the same mystery realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. The large black dog shivered. Damned dog, hurry up and activate the formation patterns on the chessboard. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan didn't want to stay here any longer. This place was like the gates of hell. Demons continuously rushed out. These ancient creatures were all frighteningly terrifying. They even dared to eat half-step masters. Blood dyed this place red. Wait a little longer. Who knows, there might be a great harvest. The large black dog's greed flared up again. He stared at the large pieces of divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, wiping away his saliva. On the other side, some grand elders were trying to break out of the encirclement. In the end, they were tortured and killed by a dozen or so ancient creatures. Blood splashed everywhere, and even the airy white bones rushed out. There were many people who were forcefully beaten to pieces. Bone fragments and brain matter splattered everywhere. This was practically a hell, extremely bloody and terrifying. Boom, divine flames shone brilliantly, pouring down in torrents, drowning the path ahead. The Jiang clan divine lord made his move. A divine furnace floated above his head. The lid opened, and fiery light poured down like a river of stars. Several powerful ancient creatures cried out miserably. Among them, 2 were burned to ashes, and the bodies of the other 3 cracked after being covered by the divine light. They died in the passageway. Hurry, open the region gate, someone shouted loudly. The situation was too dangerous, and they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they might all die here. Someone had already taken out the profound jade platform, but they didn't have the chance to activate the formation patterns, because there was an incomparably powerful existence that destroyed everything. He was as heroic as a god. He was surrounded by a divine halo, and his long purple hair covered most of his face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, and they were as sharp as blades. He didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that seemed to be forged from divine gold. His lower body was that of a snake, and it was more than 10 meters long. Golden scales flickered. He flew through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ho! This archaic creature only released a loud roar, yet all of the profound jade platforms turned into powder. They were all destroyed by the formless killing intent. The aura he released was extremely terrifying. The Wind Clan's supreme elders worked together to resist him, but they were still suppressed to the point where they couldn't budge in the slightest. Pung, he shot forward like a streak of lightning. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, and those supreme elders exploded on the spot. They all turned into a bloody paste, dying on the spot. Hung. The Wind Clan Divine Lord took action. His eyes were ice cold, and his black hair was disheveled. Endless killing intent shot out from his majestic and imposing body. An 8 trigrams diagram floated above his head, crushing downwards. Hong, this was a terrifying confrontation. He and this deity-like archaic creature engaged in a life-and-death battle. The intense battle caused many dragon caves to collapse. On the side, a few human supreme elders and a few ancient creatures had their bodies and souls wiped out. Once they were sucked in, they would definitely be devoured by the black holes they created. Everyone was trying to break out of the encirclement, but on the way back, 3 powerful ancient creatures blocked their path. Divine light shot out in all directions. The Wavering Light Divine Lord, Emperor Gu Hua, and the Southern Mountain War King all shot out dragon-shaped bloody light from their bodies. Essence. Energy surged as they fought a life-and-death battle against that ancient creature. The Black Ancient Cauldron, Golden Halberd, and Green Ancient Pagoda released heaven-overflowing divine fluctuations. They shattered the void, yet they couldn't make the 10,000 dragon nest collapse. They couldn't open up a path. The 3 archaic creatures were like deities. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, and there were actually strands of primal chaos energy that shattered the few supreme beings who wanted to come over to help. They were immediately blasted to pieces. Ho! Another loud roar sounded. An even more powerful archaic creature rushed out. His entire body was covered in purple scales, and he arrived in the blink of an eye like a streak of purple lightning. Pooh! He rushed past, and the Zifu, Wanchu, and Jiang family's 7 supreme elders were crushed in succession. Flesh and bone dregs flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. Hong, at the same time, those profound jade platforms were also shattered. This part of the void was locked down. He rushed towards the most intense battlefield to assist those 3 deity-like archaic creatures. Pooh! A black hole appeared between his brows, and a large piece of flesh was peeled off from Wavering Light Divine Lord's body. His right arm was almost severed. This was an extremely powerful archaic creature that had already begun to take human form. Its entire body was covered in dazzling purple scales, and there were 81 thick wisps of dragon chi circling around it. Damn dog, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan urged anxiously. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. There were many pieces of flesh and bloody bones on the ground. Many powerful beings had died. Monkey, you're also an archaic creature like them. Sneak in quietly and come out with some celestial treasures, the large black dog urged. F***ck. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to curse. This damn dog was too outrageous. Even at a time like this, it was still thinking about the divine treasures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The battle sacred ape also wanted to smack it to death. Corpses were everywhere, and powerful beings were continuously dying. This large dog was still thinking about such crooked ideas. Just how greedy did it have to be to do this? Don't have any bad ideas. Hurry up and leave immediately. Yi Fan couldn't help but grind his teeth. He wanted to eat it alive. This is an extremely rare opportunity. There are so many divine lords and lords from all over fighting against the archaic creatures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The large black dog's eyes were blazing as he stared into the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. F***ck, don't even think about it. Hurry up and carve formation patterns on the chessboard for me. Yifan almost couldn't help but want to kick him. All the archaic creatures that can come out have already come out. Only the king is still in a deep sleep, and he won't be waking up anytime soon. The large black dog was almost drooling. A great elite had fallen. The junior brother of Wavering Light Divine Lord, a supreme figure of his generation, had been sliced in half by a powerful golden creature that had just appeared. Gotcha, his head was smashed into paste, and his divine sense was turned into dust before it could even rush out. Everyone was stunned. A super powerful figure had fallen. This golden creature, apart from having golden scales all over its body and an extra crocodile tail, was almost exactly the same as a human. Golden light blazed all over its body, and it burned fiercely. It was terrifying to the extreme, and even supreme figures weren't its opponent. It fought against many lords. Pooh. The old palace lord of the Illusion Destruction Palace was smashed into paste with a single slap, dying a violent death before he could even let out a miserable cry. Pa. This golden archaic creature's golden hair hung down to its knees. With a forceful fling, it was as if golden divine flames were burning. It swept through the void, and 7 or 8 people were blasted apart. Pooh. It rampaged like lightning, and it tore apart a lord like the Xianxia sect master. It grabbed out a thumping heart, and it was powerful and terrifying. Chi. The Ji clan's divine lord encountered it. The ancient mirror floating above its head shot out a brilliant rainbow light, destroying space and piercing through. Boom, this terrifying creature raised its hand to block. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold, and it shone brilliantly, shattering the rainbow light and blocking it with its bare hands. Even someone as powerful as the Ji clan's divine lord was slightly inferior. The ancient mirror shattered the void, but it couldn't injure this terrifying golden creature. The two fought a life and death battle, turning into a sphere of dazzling splendor. Woof, the large black dog barked. Its large tongue stuck out, and its eyes rolled back. It was almost choked to death by Yifan. Mother****, didn't this emperor just want to take away 2 celestial treasures? Do you think it's easy for me? It was indignant. At this moment, they weren't attacked, and it was all because the monkey was using the archaic language to communicate with these ancient creatures. Yifan completely lost his temper. He really didn't know what to do when encountering such a high-grade dog. When it saw treasures, it couldn't move. Monkey, you definitely have a chance. Go in and steal 2 celestial treasures. Apart from the archaic creature's treasures, you might be able to find celestial items left behind by a true dragon. The large black dog didn't fear boiling water. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. Yifan's forehead was filled with black lines. The plan was very good, and they had trapped a group of elites here. However, this damn dog was a variable. It was extremely unwilling to cooperate, and its old habit of greed acted up. It was possible that they would also be trapped. This emperor isn't greedy either. I'll just carry that vermilion coffin out, and I'll also capture that immortal true dragon herb. The large black dog bared its teeth. Mother****. Yifan's face was about to turn green. He felt that they might really be tricked by this damn dog. Let's go. While the nest of 10,000 dragons is empty, we'll raid the nest of the archaic creature. The large black dog scuttled forward. He turned back, and said, "It's fine, we can cross the void at any time." A miserable cry traveled over, shaking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Another supreme elite had died. Divine Lord All Beginnings is dead. A divine lord is starting to fall. The divine lord of all beginnings was a supreme figure of his generation, yet he had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His skull had been ripped off by a purple creature, and his brain juices flowed out. His upper body was a mixture of red and white as he fell to the ground. This was not an ordinary expert. He was one of the masters of the Eastern Wasteland, far surpassing the other great elites. There were not many people in the mortal world who could compare to him, yet he had been killed. This was no less than a great earthquake, and the effects were great. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a chill in their bones. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too fierce, and even divine lords were beginning to fall. Ho! In the ancient cave, ancient beings roared. Among them, several were close to gods, and they were surrounded by halos. They led the ancient holy objects to suppress the various lords. In the distance, the Black Emperor shrunk his neck, and his eyes flickered. Damn, too fierce. Even a supreme divine lord's head was ripped off. It's good that you know. Hurry up and leave. Yifan grabbed his bald tail, almost lifting him upside down. Don't worry, no one in this world treasures their life as much as I do. The large black dog bared his teeth and struggled free. Then, with a flash of light, a series of mysterious patterns appeared around them. It was the horn array left behind by the spatial emperor. We can cross the void at any time, the large black dog transmitted. However, he was much more careful now, and even felt a little apprehensive. After all, a supreme divine lord had been killed. Soon, the eastern wasteland would definitely be shaken. Swoosh, with a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were, and appeared in a nearby dragon cave. This place was not affected. You really want to go in? Yifan grabbed a tuft of his hair. Damn, let go. I know what I'm doing. This is a true dragon nest, and it's very likely that there are things unimaginable in the mortal world. If I can obtain it, I might even reach the heavens in a single step. Without needing it to say anything, Yifan knew what kind of place this was. According to the Heavenly Origin book, if there was a true dragon in this world, this would definitely be its abandoned nest. The ancient beings had only moved in later and slept here. It was almost impossible to imagine what was in the true dragon's nest. It was an existence on par with immortals. There are still powerful beings that have yet to awaken, reminded the monkey. I know. Let's hide in this dragon cave for now and let them battle to the death, the large black dog said. At this time, they were close to the central area of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were in a cave nearby, quietly waiting for an opportunity. A long roar rang through the air, and an ocean-like power surged violently. The human race's supreme expert Nangong Zhang's bravery and strength shocked the world. He killed 5 archaic creatures with his bare hands. Then, he fought a great battle against a purple ancient creature that was almost humanoid, turning that place into a land of destruction. No other creatures dared to approach. It was the being that had killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings. Its body flashed with a purple light and was covered in scales. There was a purple gold tower above its head, and it charged toward Nangongxing like a mountain. Boom, the two clashed intensely. There was nothing they couldn't destroy. The nest of 10,000 dragons was covered in innate patterns, everlasting and imperishable. However, the ancient caves nearby still collapsed. The half-step cultivators and a few ancient beasts were sucked in and turned into meat paste on the spot. Clang, a small tree flew out from between Nangong Zhang's brows. It shone brilliantly, and it actually shot out streaks of chaotic sword radiance that were indestructible. Crack, the ancient creature's purple gold tower cracked, but it couldn't stop the small tree, allowing it to quickly close in. Pooh! Nangongxing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. The small tree became even more resplendent, and it was as if it weighed billions of tons. It pressed down, suppressing this ancient creature that was surrounded by a divine halo. Roar, the ancient creature whose body flickered with purple light did its best to resist, but it still couldn't stop the small tree suppression. Its body cracked, and blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Zhang's reputation shook the southern part of the eastern wasteland, and he was invincible. It was indeed not a lie. Pooh! He shook with force, and the small tree that was more than a foot tall trembled violently. It swayed with tens of thousands of sword radiance, and the humanoid ancient creature shattered with a pu. Bone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was bloody, but it was also extremely shocking. The ancient creature that killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings was killed by a human supreme expert just like that. Nangong Zhang's reputation is not in vain. He actually killed such a powerful ancient creature. Even Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings isn't that purple creature's opponent. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts. They didn't have time to pay attention at all. Right now, they were all trying their best to break through. There really is a fierce person. This person is actually so powerful. The large black dog was shocked. He saw the corpse of a fierce person before. Being able to come out of the bronze celestial palace alive, he naturally isn't an ordinary person, Yi Fan said, and didn't comment further. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape hid in the dragon cave. They had almost entered the vast ancient cave of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had been waiting all this time. There were still ancient creatures that hadn't woken up, and most of them were extremely powerful. Get ready. If it's a humanoid, immediately escape, Yi Fan reminded. Roar, not far away, the battlefield was even more intense. The terrifying ancient creature that was very humanoid, had a crocodile tail, and was covered in golden scales. The battle between the Ji family's divine leader had reached a climax. His methods were cruel and terrifying. In this process, he even killed 9 grand elders of the Holy Lands, and the Ji family's divine leader couldn't stop him. Whoosh, this golden ancient creature had the upper hand. At the crucial moment, he suddenly used a secret technique, walked through the void, and attacked the Purple Mansion divine leader. He took a blow from the Ji family's divine leader's ancient mirror and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He worked together with the other ancient creature to attack the Purple Mansion divine leader. The great Tao transformed into a network of patterns that pressed down densely, turning the void where the Purple Mansion divine leader was into an eternal state. He was temporarily frozen in place. The golden creature roared loudly and rushed over. A peerless killing intent surged out, and a boundless terrifying aura spread out. Pooh! At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion divine leader broke free, but he was still a step too late. His left arm was torn off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The second divine leader had almost died. This was just a small part of the battle. In other places, battles of life and death were ongoing. The Queen Mother of the West, the South Mountain War King, and the Western Desert Divine Monk were all fighting. Their opponents were ancient creatures that were almost humanoid. They were all incredibly powerful, and they were all fighting with their true flames. Ancient pagodas, halberds of the war god, and relics shone brightly as they fought to the death. Beside them, the other sect masters were also fighting while bathed in blood. Many of them had already fallen, and not even their corpses remained. They had all been reduced to a puddle of blood. Boom, a peerless killing intent filled the air. 3 ancient creatures walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons together. They were even slightly stronger than the ancient creatures that had appeared earlier. Everyone's hearts sunk. 3 of such powerful creatures suddenly jumped out. If this continued, it was likely that things were going to be disastrous. At the crucial moment, the Crow Daoist stepped out and faced one of them. This old demon was extremely powerful. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Boom, an even more terrifying battle began. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, and blood, flesh, and broken bones flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene of hell on earth. Let's go. Our chance has arrived, the large black dog shouted. The formation pattern left behind by the Void Emperor flowed with clear radiance. With a flash, they were sent into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn dog, they really came in. Yi Fan knew that it was too late to say anything. They could only advance. If we don't enter the dragon's cave, how can we obtain divine treasures? The large black dog's large eyes flickered with divine light. Why didn't they deviate by several million kilometers this time? Yi Fan was puzzled. You don't trust me too much. It's only a few kilometers, so how could they deviate? The large black dog was furious. Be careful. Once the ancient king awakens, none of us will be able to leave alive, the monkey reminded. Now, Yi Fan already understood that the ancient royal family could become emperors after reaching the pinnacle. However, even in the ancient era, there were only a few who had reached this level. But even so, once the ancient royal family matured, they would at least be comparable to the ancient saints of the human race. In fact, they might even have a saint physique. I've isolated all auras with the Void Emperor's formation pattern. Don't worry. Although the large black dog said this, he was also becoming nervous. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, the life essence was like the tide, and the dragon chi was like a surging river. It was as if there really was a dragon comparable to a celestial sleeping in the deepest part. Such a large source block, even Yifan exclaimed in shock. Not far away, there was a large source block that was 4 or 5 square meters in size. It flickered with a crimson light, as if it was burning with raging flames. In the most central part, there were many divine sources, and sealed within them was a humanoid creature. This is still not the king of this race. The monkey made this judgment. This race had once produced an ancient emperor, and he was incredibly powerful. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves that were filled with the vicissitudes of time. Dragon chi surged like a sea, and auspicious light flowed. A massive divine sources block. The black fur all over the large black dog's body stood on end. 1 kilometer away, within a dragon-shaped ancient cave, there was a 3-meter-long divine sources block that shone with blinding light. Within it, there was a purple-haired middle-aged man sleeping, and he looked exactly like a human. He did not have scales, nor did he have a beast's tail, and he looked extremely mighty. One could not help but want to worship him, seal him in the divine sources, and rest peacefully here. This was an adult ancient king, an existence comparable to an ancient saint, or perhaps even more terrifying. Even the monkey was incredibly nervous. The large black dog was also scared. They were still 2 kilometers away, but he did not dare to take another step forward. He circled far away, avoiding this place. I want celestial treasures, not divine sources. He comforted himself, but he still stared at that large divine sources block, reluctantly turning his head back many times. Not long after, they saw another large divine sources block, and there was a woman sealed within. She was extremely quiet, just like a young human girl. It was impossible to tell that she was an ancient creature at all. However, if they sensed carefully, they would discover that there was a terrifying ocean-like power lying dormant within the young girl's body. Once it erupted, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Motherf ** Kur, another king. The number is definitely about the same as the Purple Mountain, the large black dog mumbled. They directly advanced forward, their target very obvious. They were heading towards the vermilion ancient coffin, because the immortal herb was growing there, and there were tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi swirling around it. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and it was unknown how long it had existed. It had been buried by several divine sources blocks, but the ancient aura of the coffin could not be concealed, and it was engraved with the marks of time. I can't take it anymore. The large black dog was the first to be unable to take it anymore. That vermilion ancient coffin was too terrifying. Even with the protection of a corner of the Void Emperor's formation patterns, supreme killing intent still seeped in. Regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor, Yi Fan, or the monkey, their physical bodies were all rare in this world, but at this moment, there were actually signs of cracks. The immortal herb was rooted in the pile of divine sources beside the coffin, and it looked as if it was forged from gold. It was less than a foot tall, and there were tens of thousands of small dragons swirling around it, dazzling and eye-catching. The godly medicine is right in front of us, but we can't get close to it. The large black dog was furious. If it weren't for the protection of the Void Monarch's formation patterns, they would have collapsed long ago. Their bones and flesh would have been torn apart by the terrifying killing intent of the ancient coffin. To say nothing of the Black Emperor, even Yi Fan and the sacred battle ape felt very helpless. They had already come this far, so it would be very difficult for them to retreat. Could it be that the corpse of an ancient emperor lies within the coffin? The large black dog shuddered as he thought of this possibility. The vermilion coffin lay in the air. Many divine source blocks covered it, and an ancient aura swept toward them, as if they were in an ancient land. In a trance, ancient trees towered into the sky, dragons, and creatures of the primordial world ran amok. The vast land was filled with the flames of war, and there were countless battles in the great wilderness. In the end, an ancient emperor appeared and pacified the land. The large black dog jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, and he said, "Take a closer look and see if there are any markings." Could it really be an emperor? At this moment, he was trembling with fear, and he had the urge to flee. He was fearful and panicked toward an ancient emperor from the bottom of his heart. There are no markings. Yi Fan murmured to himself. They circled around the ancient coffin, but they didn't find any clues. Don't worry, the ancient emperor is already dead. No matter who he is, there's no need to be afraid. The large black dog forced himself to calm down, and encouraged himself. There were no ancient emperors or ancient emperors in this world. After calming down, although they were fearful, they weren't very afraid. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the Sacred Battle Ape all used their divine senses to observe carefully, wanting to find out what was going on. However, they shuddered at almost the same time, and their faces became extremely pale. That invisible killing intent could even cut through their divine senses, and it was almost about to destroy their divine senses. They couldn't probe inside, and could only close their eyes to sense the aura emanating from the coffin to deduce everything in this vermilion coffin. Father, after an unknown period of time, the monkey cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock, and he was extremely excited. His body was actually trembling. He saw the sacred battle ape in the ancient coffin, lying quietly and motionlessly. The supreme might of an ancient emperor was vast and mighty. Emperor Wuxia. At the same time, the large black dog also let out a cry of surprise. There was a look of shock on his face, and his large eyes were wide open. He was also trembling. When they saw the sacred emperor and ancient emperor, they were tongue-tied and dumbfounded as they sensed their auras. Why is it different? The monkey was puzzled. The ancient corpse in the coffin was actually able to affect one's state of mind, producing a childlike feeling. It made people unable to help but feel fearful. Kid, what did you see? The Black Emperor asked. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said, I only saw primal chaos and nothing else. There were no corpses inside. There were actually 3 different results. They looked at each other in dismay and carefully sensed it with their divine senses. Finally, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. There was a lower half of a corpse inside the ancient coffin that seemed to have been cut off by someone. It was dripping with blood, and the white bones were dense, as if it had just been placed here not too long ago. Is this the truth? They repeatedly confirmed, but they could only see half a hazy corpse. It had long been cold for many years, without a trace of vitality. None of the ancient emperors survived. The large black dog sighed and fell silent for a long time. What are you trying to say? Yi Fan asked. The nest of 10,000 dragons contains all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, yet it only leaves behind a corpse. There's no suspense at all. Even the ancient emperors have died. The large black sighed. The human emperors have the same fate as the ancient emperors. The sacred battle ape also sighed. The Black Emperor's expression was complicated. He stared at the immortal true dragon herb and pondered over it. It seemed like he had thought of many things. The ancient emperors had never met each other before. When one of them died, the other would be born. This made many people feel regretful. It was the same for the ancient emperors. There had never been 2 ancient emperors in the same era. They had both been born when there was a gap between generations, so it was difficult to compare them. Nangongxing has also come in. Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. At the entrance of the nest of 10,000 dragons, an incredibly handsome man with snow-white hair disappeared with each step. He appeared in the ancient cave. It was the human great elite, Nangongxing. It's fine. The Void Emperor's formation patterns are very special. I've already activated them, and they're hidden in the void. He can't discover us, the large black dog said. Let's avoid them for now, Yi Fan said. That's fine too. Time is of the essence. Let's enter the depths of the true dragon's old nest to search for celestial treasures. The large black dog turned back with each step, staring at the immortal true dragon herb, but he couldn't do anything. Nangongxing rushed toward the vermilion ancient coffin. His goal was very clear, but he couldn't get close. He paused with each step, and even someone as powerful as him had wounds appearing on his body. However, he didn't give up. He resolutely walked toward the ancient coffin, wanting to get closer. His heart is as firm as iron, and he would rather die than walk to the ancient coffin. Does he want to pluck the immortal divine herb, or is he going for the thing inside the coffin? Yi Fan was astonished. It's fine. He can't get close at all. If he keeps going, he'll definitely die. The large black dog was very reassured. They advanced for several kilometers. There were many ancient caves, and the dragon nest was incredibly vast. During this process, they saw a large divine source block, and a white-haired elder was sealed inside. Though it looked very peaceful, it made them tremble. The elder in the divine source block was like a vast galaxy that could destroy this heaven and earth. "Oh Dawokumi." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. F*ck, what kind of bird language is that? The large black dog muttered. Then, his body stiffened, and he came to his senses. He slowly turned around to look. Without a doubt, an ancient era creature had discovered them. That was the language of the ancient era. Yifan's heart also jumped, and he turned around to look. Only the monkey could still be considered calm. In a dragon-shaped ancient cave, a youth around 11 or 12 years old walked out. Though he was a humanoid creature, his body was densely covered in purple scales. His eyes were very clear, and there was a hint of immaturity. There was a purple vertical eye between his brows that shone with a clear radiance. It was also because of this eye that he could see through the void formation patterns and see them. "Yeah, Lu Dawokumi." The youth walked out of the ancient cave, and continued to speak. "What is he saying?" Yifan asked. "He is asking which race we are from, and how we came in," the monkey replied. "Aruya," the Black Emperor suddenly said. The Black Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and spat out these words. At the same time, a purple divine order appeared in his hand with a flash of light. "Guanai Aruya?" The ancient race youth seemed to be very shocked, and he stared at them blankly. "Aruya." The large black dog nodded solemnly. Yifan was completely dizzy. Why did this damn dog know how to speak the ancient era's language as well? It had stunned this youth, and he was still acting all high and mighty. "What is it saying?" he asked the monkey, puzzled. "It says it is a descendant of the undying heavenly emperor." The monkey was also very shocked. He stared at the purple divine badge in the large black dog's hand, and said, "It really is an ancient sovereign badge. The undying heavenly emperor was only a legend in the ancient era. It was so ancient that it was frighteningly ancient. It was said that he had almost surpassed the immortals, and was a god in the hearts of the various ancient era races." Yifan was dizzy. This damn dog really dared to say such things. However, the purple ancient sovereign badge in his hand had really stunned him. The youth's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He stared at the mysterious badge, and his mouth was agape, unable to say anything. "This is a divine badge obtained from the Undying Mountain. This emperor has only learned a few phrases of the ancient bird language. Help me bluff him." The large black dog bared his teeth at the monkey. "This?" The monkey was so excited that he was trembling. He stared at the purple divine badge, and said in a trembling voice, "Did the undying heavenly emperor really exist? Monkey is asking you to speak." The large black dog was anxious. "It really is like the legendary undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge." The monkey's eyes were fixed on it. The undying heavenly emperor was a legend in the hearts of the ancient era races, and it was difficult to confirm whether he had ever existed. He was a supreme god in the hearts of all races. At the side, the youth stared fixedly at the ancient sovereign badge. Then, he actually knelt down, his fingers trembling as he tried to touch the purple divine badge. "Good Alina," the large black dog mustered up his courage and muttered again. "This is undoubtedly the ancient sovereign badge. It contains a mysterious aura that cannot be imitated." The monkey stroked it excitedly, turning it around to look at it. His father had an emperor fighting badge, but unfortunately, it had been lost in the ancient era, so he had not been able to obtain it. The youth kneeling on the ground continued to mutter, saying a lot of words. Only after the monkey explained could he understand what he was saying. This purple divine badge had a great connection with the legendary undying heavenly emperor, because his name was carved on it, and there was an eternal emperor's mark on it. It might be a divine badge carved by an ancient emperor because he admired the undying heavenly emperor. The monkey made this deduction after serious consideration. This was because the undying heavenly emperor had existed too long ago, and it was said that he had not left anything behind at all. It was hard to say whether he existed or not, and the monkey was very doubtful. "This is something from the Purple Mountain, right?" Yifan asked. As long as it's useful. The large black dog did not answer. Meanwhile, Yifan's heart trembled. The purple mountain guarded by 9 dragons was indeed unfathomable, and even the undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge had been found inside. Dormiga. The youth communicated with the large black dog excitedly. The dog, on the other hand, was completely speechless, and repeated the 4 words, Vitalina. Moreover, it stared at the monkey almost resentfully, hoping that he would speak. The monkey calmed down, and began to speak, communicating with the youth. Tell him to bring us to see the celestial treasure. This is the dragon's lair, let's go see if there are dragon eggs or remains left in the deepest part. The large black dog's eyes lit up. He said that there really are rare divine objects, but ordinary people can't see them. However, he said that we are descendants of immortals, so we will most likely be able to see them, the monkey explained from the side. The large black dog almost jumped up. He was so excited that his whole body was about to twitch, and he said, I already knew that there would definitely be celestial treasures left in the dragon's lair. He said that he wants to awaken his father and bring us to see them, the monkey added. The large black dog's black face almost turned green. If the ancient Era king were to awaken, apart from the ancient emperor, no one could save them. Tell him not to disturb the king, the monkey naturally knew this. After communicating for a long time, they walked toward the deepest part of the dragon's lair together. Though this youth had been born in a human form, his abilities weren't deep, and he was too young. Thus, the scales on his body hadn't receded yet. However, he was a genuine member of the royal family. The monkey himself was of the ancient Era royal family, and Yifan was also a humanoid being. The large black dog, on the other hand, had an ancient emperor token. This youth didn't think too much of it. After advancing for several kilometers, an astonishing killing intent spread out from an ancient cave. Yifan, the Black Emperor, and the monkey all felt their bones creak. Beside them, the youth also felt fear in his heart. His body trembled, and he circled around that ancient cave from afar. Another ancient coffin, the large black dog cried out involuntarily. Within the ancient cave, many shattered pieces of divine source chunks covered a gigantic coffin. It was lying in the void, and the incomparably terrifying killing intent had been emitted from it. Why is there a second ancient coffin? Yifan was also astonished. The monkey communicated with the youth, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He said that there are a total of 4 coffins, each more terrifying than the last. The last one is placed in the center of the dragon's lair. What? 4 ancient coffins? The large black dog jumped up in shock, and said, I know, it's definitely a vicious person. No wonder Emperor Wuxia didn't choose this place. This is the burial ground of vicious people. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the burial ground of ruthless people. The large black dog was frightened by his own words. All the black fur on his body stood up, making him look like a huge porcupine. It could be said that his hair stood on end. Don't talk nonsense. Yifan's heart also sank. He always felt that it was better not to have too much karma with ruthless people. He took away the source root of all life from Ruthless, and even almost took away his immortal medicine. Now that he stepped into the burial ground, he felt that something was very wrong. Heaven-devouring great emperor, did he really live 4 lives? The large black dog was a little scared. There were 4 ancient coffins here, and it made him think of many things. Damn Elimna. The young man's eyes were big and clear, and he said something seriously. There were 4 ancient coffins here, each more terrifying than the last. However, some were empty, and only supreme killing intent was contained in them. That's right, he is undoubtedly the most ruthless person since ancient times. The 4 ancient coffins represent the end of 4 lives, the large black dog said solemnly. In his first life, Ruthless was the heaven-devouring great emperor. In his later years, he sacrificed his old body into a heaven-devouring demon jar, and did not leave behind a corpse. In his second life, he broke out of his old body like a butterfly, and shed a divine fetus, cutting off the karma of the past. In his third life, he used the immortal medicine to extend his life, and obtained another life. The divine fetus returned to its youth, but it did not give birth to a new divine fetus. As for the 4th life, no one knew how he obtained it, But he should have reached the end of his life in this life, and could not live forever. If what Nan Gongjing said is true, Ruthless most likely succeeded in the Bronze Celestial Palace, and thus had a fourth life. Yi Fan frowned. The sacred battle ape communicated with the young man, and obtained some useful information. The 4 ancient coffins were indeed a person, and the ancient royal family had already confirmed it. An old king had warned them not to approach, and for some reason, the young man thought it was the corpse of an ancient emperor. Out of respect, Emperor Wuxia did not choose this place, and instead found another purple mountain. The large black dog sighed, and said, "Who would have thought that the most ruthless person since ancient times, who shocked the world, would be buried here?" Yi Fan had his suspicions and repeatedly questioned him. From the mouth of the archaic youth, he learned that Vicious had died a long time ago. His divine sense had been destroyed for over 200,000 years. An adult archaic king was slumbering here. His strength was comparable to an ancient saint, and he even had a large success saint physique. It was impossible for their judgment to be wrong. The large black dog grabbed a handful of soil and tossed it into the air. He heaved a long sigh, and said, "The ancient emperors are all lonely, and they'll all return to the earth in the midst of invincibility. Rest in peace." Even though it had never seen a ruthless person before, it was most afraid of him or her. It had dug up their training grounds and searched for the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. Right now, it could only reminisce. They continued for several li, and then they saw another large piece of divine source. There was a middle-aged man sealed inside. He was majestic and tall, with a head of purple hair. He looked like an ancient emperor that was sleeping peacefully. In a daze, they saw him standing there proudly. With a loud roar, the great earth of the supreme ancient immortal realms collapsed. The sky sank down and the myriad of races submitted. "This is my father king. Should I wake him up?" The youth spoke. Upon hearing this, even the monkey's face turned green. He quickly shook his head and said, "Don't disturb the senior." Not long after, they finally saw the third ancient coffin. After advancing for several more li, they arrived at the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. As expected, it's comparable to the Purple Mountains terrain. Yi Fan exclaimed in admiration after carefully inspecting it. There were 9 ancient caves in the shape of true dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and they were countlessly long. Their tails faced outwards, and the 9 dragon heads pointed toward the central region. It was similar to the layout of the 9 dragons protecting the Purple Mountain. Moreover, the 9 majestic true dragons were densely packed underground. There were ancient caves everywhere, and they were all in the shape of dragons. It could be said that there were 10,000 hidden dragons here. The aura of the 4th ancient coffin is coming over. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves. Dragon chi flowed like the sea, and they finally arrived at the central celestial land. "The old nest of the true dragons," the large black dog exclaimed in surprise. In front of them, there were countless ancient trees. They had already withered and died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Each tree branch was so thick that even several dozen people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Dragon wood. According to legend, this is the divine material used by the true dragons to build their nests. The large black dog's eyes widened. Many ancient trees were piled up together, forming a huge nest. It looked very simple and crude, but it was extremely mysterious. It was incredibly majestic, and it was formed from countless ancient trees. It was as tall as a mountain, and there were tens of thousands of giant dragons roaming about. They were all formed from dragon chi. There really is a nest of dragons. Even the sacred battle ape was dumbfounded, and he was slightly dazed. Yi Fan was also stunned. It was recorded in the original heavenly book that the nest of 10,000 dragons could possibly be the nest of the true dragons. All of this had been deduced by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had never entered it before. Now, he was fortunate enough to witness all of this. There really was an ancient nest inside, and it was completely constructed from dragon wood. It had not withered even now. There were tens of thousands of dragons roaming about like great rivers, and they circled around the dragon nest. It was incredibly mysterious and majestic. The dragonwood was jet black, and the entire nest was also jet black. It was ancient and old-fashioned, and there was a fearsome aura permeating the air. Damn, it seems like there really were dragons that lived here before, the large black dog exclaimed. The monkey was also tempted. Never would he have thought that he would see an abandoned dragon nest. It was like a fantasy story. A dragon on the same level as the celestial realm existed before? Yifan was also stunned. There are definitely celestial treasures in a dragon nest, and anything left behind by it is a precious treasure. Even this dragon nest is a peerless divine object. The large black dog's greed was acting up again. He unleashed a powerful mystical power, and he actually wanted to take away the entire ancient nest. His divine power was vast, and he wanted to stir up the nest that was constructed from dragon wood. However, the divine power he unleashed was like a clay ox entering the sea, and it was nothing at all. It was like a drop of water falling into a desert, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and help us. If we can take away this ancient nest, we'll have obtained a massive fortune, the large black dog called out. Madaraniru, the youth from the ancient imperial tribe, asked in confusion. He's asking us what we're doing. We can't touch the ancient nest carelessly, or else we'll be in great danger, the monkey explained. It can't be, right? There's no danger? The large black dog sensed carefully, but didn't discover anything. He said, if we refine this ancient nest, we can definitely transform it into an invincible divine object, and we can take away and suppress anything. Even my father has never seen a celestial mark, so this place shouldn't be the nest of a true dragon, the monkey muttered to himself. He had thought of many things. His father was the emperor of fighting, and he looked down on the ancient realm. His race's battle prowess was world-shocking, and it could be imagined how terrifying he would be once he became an ancient emperor. It could be said that the old Saint Emperor fighting strength could look down on both ancient and modern times. The final years of the ancient realm were completely his world. If this place was an immortal world, an old Saint Emperor who urgently wanted to enter the celestial realm would definitely sense it, yet he had never mentioned it. That's right, this is most likely a nest left behind by an ancient emperor, and no one knows about it. The monkey made this judgment after careful consideration. Regardless of whether it's a true dragon or an ancient emperor, the ancient nests they left behind are all peerless divine objects, not to mention the celestial treasures that might be contained inside. The large black dog didn't care so much. After seeing this dragon nest, he was completely at a loss for what to do. He only wanted to take it for himself, and he kept thinking of ways to do so. Yifan was very cautious. He used his origin technique to investigate, but he felt that he couldn't see through this place at all. This was a place where 10,000 dragons gathered, and it was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Let me give it a try. The large black dog didn't dare to take the risk with his real body. He plucked out a long shiny black hair from his body, and with a strong blow, he transformed into a black dog the size of a calf. Go, enter the dragon nest and see what's going on, he commanded. Woof. The large dog that had transformed into pounced toward the ancient nest like a black bolt of lightning. The youth of the 10,000 ancient races cried out in shock, fear written all over his face. He hid behind the others, his body trembling. Oh no! Yifan had a bad premonition that the situation was bad, and he took out the myriad chi cauldron, sending down 10,000 silk ribbons. The monkey also took out a peerless murderous weapon and held it in his hand, using it as a large club, ready to swing it at any time. Woof! In front of the ancient nest, the large dog let out a miserable wail and turned into ashes on the spot. Its afterimage was imprisoned in the dragon nest. At the same time, a streak of chaotic sword projection shot out. It was terrifying beyond compare, and it seemed as if it could destroy all things. Everyone was shocked. This was a pure chaotic sword projection. Let alone them, even a supreme divine lord would be killed if they were struck by it. Dang, in the Black Emperor's large paw, the ancient sovereign token was shrouded in purple aura, and it froze in the air, blocking this attack. The chaotic light quickly retreated like water. The ancient sovereigns are so terrifying. They've been dead for millions of years, but the ancient token they left behind still possesses such celestial might. Yifan exclaimed in shock. I found this piece of purple metal in a corner. It's actually a supreme divine object. The large black dog hugged the ancient sovereign token with all his might, and even saliva was dripping out of his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling foolishly. May the undying heavenly emperor protect us. The youth from the ancient royal family prayed to the god in his heart. Then, he seriously warned the three of them not to act recklessly. They circled around the ancient nest and discovered a terrifying fact. As long as they approached within 1.5 kilometers of the nest, their divine power would be completely stripped away, and they would only be able to recover after walking out of the nest. Although this place was vast, there were layers of ancient cave walls in the way, and there wasn't much suitable distance to observe from. Finally, they climbed up a precipice, and looked into the depths of the dragon nest, trying to figure out what was inside. Dragon scale. The large black dog was shocked. In the ancient nest that was constructed from dragon wood, he discovered a shining scale, which had a wisp of the might of an ancient emperor. Regardless of whether it was the true dragon's ancient nest or the ruins of the ancient sovereigns, that scale was priceless, and it could definitely be used as a sacrifice to refine. The dragonwood was jet black, and only by piling up tens of thousands of them together could such a huge nest be formed. Endless dragon chi surged, and when a gust of wind blew past, the scene inside the nest was revealed, and everyone was shocked. The fourth ancient coffin. The land of primal chaos. In the instant that the tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi revealed a sliver of a gap, they could faintly see the interior of the true dragon's old nest. A huge coffin was floating, and endless primal chaos was surging. Is this the primal chaos born from the nest of a true dragon, which is on the same level as the celestial? Or could it be that someone intentionally used dragon wood to conceal this land of natural primal chaos? They were all shocked. If it was the former, it proved that there were celestials in this world, and if it was the latter, it meant that this place was too mysterious and unfathomable. At the bottom of the nest that was constructed from dragon wood, endless primal chaos surged, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The ancient coffin floated there, and it was incredibly mysterious. The fourth reincarnation of Ruthless is here. He or she really knows how to choose a place. The large black dog was shocked. The nest of 10,000 dragons contains primal chaos, and it's actually such a terrain. Yifan pondered, and compared it to the Origin Heavenly Book, making deductions. Suddenly, Yifan was shocked. The all-life source chi was trembling, and it rushed out from his body, hovering above his head, and descending tens of thousands of strands of heaven and earth chi. His whole body shivered. The all-life source chi cauldron trembled continuously, and it actually resonated with something in the ancient nest. Crack. At the bottom of the true dragon's old nest, the ancient coffin was enshrouded by primal chaos, and the lid of the coffin was slowly opening. There was a sliver of connection between it and Yifan's cauldron that was difficult to sever. Clang. The lid of the coffin slowly moved, and slowly opened. The dragonwood was jet black and extremely thick. The nest that was built had almost lost its luster after countless years. This nest was as big as a mountain. Chaos surged at the bottom, as majestic as the creation of heaven and earth. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and the lid of the coffin moved slowly. It slowly opened under the lingering primordial aura. Clang. The coffin lid tilted to one side, and the sound it made their souls tremble. It was like the first sound after the creation of heaven and earth. The all-chi cauldron above Yifan's head shook violently, and was about to fly out and rush into the giant nest of chaos. It was a little uncontrollable. Don't let it go. This is the corpse of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and it wants to claim your karma. Don't let it go, the large black dog muttered while shivering. Yifan was calm. He didn't want to have any entanglement with the ancient great emperor. If the all-chi cauldron flew away, he wouldn't be so disappointed. He stood quietly on the cliff, and didn't deliberately do anything. If there really was some so-called karma, the means of an ancient great emperor definitely couldn't resist it, and it would just be in vain. A corpse. The monkey was extremely nervous. He tightly grasped the almost rotten murderous weapon in his hand, and stared at the ancient coffin. The young man of the far ancient imperial tribe was extremely terrified. His eyes were full of fear, and he hid behind the others, his body trembling slightly. The most heaven-defying great emperor since ancient times, who lived for an extremely long time. The large black dog's hair stood up, and he took a few steps back. In the ancient coffin, the chaotic fog was hazy, and a corpse that wasn't very complete lay there quietly, dripping with blood. It couldn't be seen clearly. This was the fourth life of Ruthless. Even the chaos couldn't do anything to his corpse. It's hard to imagine how strong his body was, even a strand of his hair can break through the chaos. His body has already become the world's most precious holy object, and can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation level of this ancient great emperor was already unfathomable. It was comparable to God's, and he could be said to be a god of the world. For lives ended, now it could be clearly confirmed that the last body of Ruthless was in the coffin. Such damage meant that he couldn't be reborn. Even though he created the indestructible heaven art, he could only extend his life for one life, and couldn't walk another path. Ruthless finally reached the end. Plop, the ancient royal youth knelt down, trembling with fear. The ancient coffin exuded a wisp of pressure that made him feel as if he was facing a god. He felt incomparable reverence. Although the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head was trembling, it did not really fly out. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons fell down and finally calmed down. However, a mysterious connection had not been severed. At this moment, everyone felt like they were hallucinating. They felt a fluctuation of emotions, as if someone was whispering to them. Vicious defied the heavens and stood at the peak of the human race. He showed disdain for the ancient emperors, looked down on the emperors, and stunned the ages. The reason he couldn't live forever wasn't because he wasn't outstanding enough, but rather because this world couldn't allow him to ascend to immortality, unable to raise the multicolored light to leave. He had already walked to the extreme, yet there was no path forward. Despite this being the case, he still went against the flow like a deity, establishing a Tao that had never been seen before throughout the ages. He lived 4 eras in reverse, and no one from past to present could compare. All of this seemed so real. It was as if someone was talking to himself, and it transmitted into everyone's hearts. It made them indescribably astonished, as if it was real yet also an illusion. You stunned the ages and no one could compare to you. Even in death, you were still a peerless hero, looking down on the past and present, an emperor among men. Dead, in the end, you still died. You lived an outstanding life, but 4 eras came to an end, and it was difficult to compare. You were invincible and lonely. Shockingly talented, an ancient heavenly emperor, yet he couldn't live forever. The world couldn't tolerate his mistake, and it was only because of you. Everyone sighed. In the end, such a great expert was still obliterated by the passage of time, shattering the last trace of their fantasies. However, Vicious' life was absolutely unrivaled throughout the ages. He used his mortal body to go against the flow and become one of the most powerful characters in the past and present. Is that the emotion of the ancient heavenly emperor? We can feel it. He seemed very calm before his death, as if life and death were nothing much. This was what everyone felt. Although there was a sigh in that emotion, it was more of a calmness. It was as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of separation, as well as his indifference towards life and death. Perhaps Vicious had lived for too long, and was really tired. Tens of thousands of dragons leaped together, and the ancient coffin was surrounded and worshipped by tens of thousands of giant dragons formed from dragon chi. Only when gales surged could one see the outline of the coffin. With another hurried glance, the head of this heavenly emperor appeared from the chaotic mist in the ancient coffin. His hair was jet black, but unfortunately, there was a mask on his face. It was a ghostly face that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was sorrow on his face, but also joy. Perhaps this was his or her entire life. Tears fell amidst joy, and a smile amidst sorrow. No one understood Vicious. He was the most mysterious, and no one knew his or her heart. Perhaps this mask was the only thing that revealed a bit of his or her heart, and others couldn't understand it. In a short period of time, everyone was very silent. They felt a kind of loneliness, as well as the desolation of being at the top. After an unknown period of time, they gradually came back to their senses. Dead, dead, they're all dead. The large black dog heaved a long sigh. Then, he actually began to wail sorrowfully, and said, Emperor Wuxia is also dead. They're all dead. In the end, not a single one survived. What's the point of cultivating to the end? The Black Emperor revealed his emotions for once, and he was incredibly sorrowful. He looked in the direction of the Purple Mountain, and said, "Emperor, rest in peace." The last shred of hope was also shattered. Yi Fan was in a daze. There really wasn't a single heavenly emperor that had survived. His hopes for Emperor Wuxia had also vanished into thin air because of the Black Emperor. Voila, a soft sound came from the ancient coffin, and a hazy streak of light flew out. It was as if a dragon was leaping in the chaos, and it was extremely mysterious and mystical. What's that? Everyone was jolted awake, and they stared at the chaotic mist with shock in their hearts. Could there be a living creature in the ancient coffin? Ai, Sui Cheong. The youth from the ancient imperial tribe exclaimed in surprise, his expression extremely excited. This was the celestial treasure of the ancient nest, and ordinary people couldn't see it at all. It was already not bad if it flew out once every several tens of thousands of years. The ancient king that was slumbering here had only been fortunate enough to sense it once or twice, but he didn't dare to come and snatch it, and could only observe it from afar. Catch it, catch it. The large black dog wiped his face, and the sorrowful expression on his face disappeared completely. He recovered his greedy nature, and continued to hoot. Sui Cheong Ganali. The youth from the ancient imperial tribe shouted loudly, and warned. The monkey revealed a serious expression, and said, "He said that we definitely can't go and catch it. Otherwise, even if the ancient king intervened, he wouldn't be able to keep his life." The large black dog scratched his ears and cheeks, and couldn't sit still at all. However, there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He shouted, "If we can't obtain a celestial treasure after entering the crow's nest, we'll really be letting down our 8 generations of ancestors." Dang, he held the ancient sovereign badge in his hand, and continuously struck it. He waved it at the dragon nest of chaos, and said, "The divine badge of the ancient Saint Emperor is here, hear my call." That light wasn't very dazzling, and it seemed to be condensed from starlight. It was gentle and bright, and it was very attractive. It flew around the ancient coffin, rushing out 9 times, and then entering inside 9 times. In the end, it rushed out, and flew out of the ancient crow's nest. Dang, the large black dog worked even harder, and used his large paw to forcefully strike that ancient sovereign badge. He said, "It's really been summoned by me." That light really flew over, and it was like a beam of moonlight descending. The large black dog howled, and stretched out his large paw to catch it. However, with a flash of brilliance, it avoided the large black dog, and with a schwa sound, it entered into the all-chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head, and its divine splendor disappeared. "Brat, this is robbery, you're committing a crime." The large black dog was furious, and pounced over. He opened his large mouth to bite, and wanted to snatch a piece of the cauldron. "It has nothing to do with me at all." It flew in by itself. Yi Fan pressed down on his large head to prevent him from being bitten. "Nonsense, I went through untold hardships to summon it here, and you intercepted it halfway." The large black dog was furious. When everything calmed down, the large black dog was at his wit's end, because after this light was taken out, if he didn't touch it, it would fly back into the cauldron on its own. The few of them all crowded over, and carefully examined this celestial treasure. There was no one who wasn't astonished, especially the youth from the ancient imperial tribe, whose expression was filled with shock. Yi Fan held it in his hand. This was an ancient scroll, and it was sparkling and translucent, as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape, and was about 1.5 meters tall. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash and disappear on its surface. It was light and peaceful, and it was impossible to tell what exactly it was. What kind of divine object is this? The few of them were all puzzled, and after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. Could it be an ancient scripture? The large black dog was bewildered. The few of them probed it with their divine senses, but still couldn't find anything. This ancient scroll that seemed to be forged from the essence of the sun and moon was boundless, and there was no end to it. The monkey carefully recalled, and as if he had thought of something, he suddenly revealed an expression of shock, and said, "My father seems to also have an ancient scroll like this." I have some vague memories of it, and he often looks at it late at night. His father was an ancient imperial tribe emperor, and was a fighting saint of his generation. He was invincible, and he actually often looked at an ancient scroll like this late at night. This was really shocking. It can't be the celestial treasure that the emperor of fighting of the ancient era possessed, right? Yi Fan was bewildered. Similar, very similar. I think it's that ancient scroll. The more the monkey looked at it, the more familiar it felt, and nodded solemnly. F***ck, it's definitely a celestial treasure. Even the Emperor of Fighting often looked at it quietly, and then it fell into the hands of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Its value is immeasurable. The Black Emperor was almost lying on top of it, and stared at it with all his might. Clang! In the mountain-like crow's nest, the lid of the ancient coffin closed. Then, it slowly sank down, and disappeared into the boundless primal chaos. It has sunk down, no longer remaining in this world, and returned to the primal chaos. Yi Fan was startled. Maybe this was the best ending for the ancient emperors. He let out a long sigh and said, "Let's go, we can't stay here for long." There were definitely more divine items in the ancient nest, but they couldn't get close, so there was no point in staying any longer. The few of them bowed to the crow's nest to express their respect for the ruthless emperor, and then they quickly left. Suchong Delina, the youth from the ancient imperial tribe, called out. He felt that it was inappropriate to bring the celestial treasure away. The monkey explained. Repeatedly, and he didn't say anything else. Boom! When they walked into the distance, there was a violent tremor behind them. The entire ancient nest was in a state of haziness, and it was completely drowned in primal chaos. Yi Fan and the others turned around and saw that the ancient nest was vast. Chaos surged and completely submerged this place. Everything had disappeared. From now on, there are no more ruthless people in this world. They knew that the ancient celestial emperor had disappeared from the world forever. His life had finally come to an end. No one understood him, no one knew him, and no one knew the little things in his heart. When everything disappeared, only a ghost face that seemed to be crying and smiling appeared in their memories. Sorrow and smile coexisted. Only these revealed the little things in his heart. Yi Fan and the others silently retreated. It was hard to describe the feelings in their hearts. They left the ancient celestial emperor's resting place. After leaving the ancient nest, they started to talk again. The ancient royal youth invited them to see his father, treating them as honored guests. They shook their heads vigorously. They would not go even if they were beaten to death. Unless the monkey grew up and Yi Fan cultivated his saint physique to the great perfection, they would definitely not be enough. Most likely, a glance from the ancient king would be able to destroy them. The large black dog pondered for a long time. He held the ancient sovereign token and tried to get close to the ancient royal youth, asking him to borrow a divine source block. I don't want too much. Just lend me 1 or 2 blocks is enough. The monkey instantly glanced at him. He felt that this dog was too unkind. He did not even pass on a message for him. Monkey, what do you mean? Quickly ask for me. I know you do not lack divine source. When the braggy cut you out, you were more cunning than anyone else. You snatched the murderous weapon and even took away the 2 large pieces of divine source that conceal people. You did not even leave a single hair for us. When the large black dog talked about this matter in the God City, he was extremely angry and scolded the monkey. In the end, the monkey passed on a message for him. The ancient royal youth was in a difficult position. Divine source was extremely precious to them, and they did not have too many in storage. The large black dog did not give up. He did not want to return empty-handed after entering a treasure land, so he asked Yi Fan to use an origin technique to find a few pieces of divine source. Yi Fan had already searched seriously, but the few large divine source blocks all had ancient kings sealed in them. It was very difficult to find anything without an owner. They walked very far and stopped in an ancient cave. Yi Fan's heart moved. He felt a piercing pain in his eyes. The cave was resplendent and filled with divine light. Stupid dog, stop tricking the child. Yi Fan called the large black dog over and transmitted his voice, preparing to mine the divine source. Stupid dog, stop tricking the child. He lightly pointed out with a finger, and a giant boulder was broken. The stone surface cracked apart, and dazzling light shone. The entire cave shone brilliantly, creating a divine and auspicious scene. A head-sized divine source block tumbled out. The large black dog immediately pounced over and hugged her tightly in his arms. He hurriedly wiped away his saliva, and asked, "Do you have more?" Yi Fan, and maybe we really found it. Yi Fan was a little nervous and excited. He felt that this would be the biggest gain he had ever made in his Genesis techniques. It was because the depths of the ancient cave were even more dazzling. There were quite a few divine origin blocks sealed within, most likely 2 or 3 cubic meters in size. It was about the same size as the great divine origin block that sealed archaic kings. "Let me." The large black dog personally used his paw to chisel open the cave. Not long after, rainbow light flowed, and the ancient cave became resplendent. Another large divine source block was dug out, and the large black dog was almost transparent under the light. Spiritual essence surged like a tide. "Great luck, great fortune." The Black Emperor laughed foolishly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It bent down and quickly dug the ground. Not long after, it dug out another piece of divine source the size of a faceplate. The golden divine light was burning like raging flames. "No, stop digging." Yi Fan was shocked. He used his divine eye and saw a person through the stone wall. However, he was still a step too late. The large black dog cut open the stone wall with his paw, revealing a large divine source block. It was about 2 square meters in size, and it stood silently in the depths of the ancient cave. Elyonani, the youth from the ancient royal family, cried out in shock. Yi Fan and the others felt cold all over, and they hurriedly retreated. They felt a frightening aura, and their hair stood on their ends. Within the divine source block, there was an old man who was as thin as a stick. He sat cross-legged, and there was no sign of life, but it made one's heart palpitate. His upper body was bare, and he was bony. His lower body was wrapped in a beast skin. He looked very primitive, but it gave one a terrifying feeling. This primitive old man's eyes were tightly closed, and his eye sockets were sunken. His gray hair was messy like weeds, and he held a bone club in his hand. The most shocking thing was that his whole body was bound by iron chains, and they almost pierced into his flesh. The crimson iron chains shone with light, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary items. There were many patterns inscribed on them. That was definitely a powerful symbol that sealed him, preventing him from breaking out. He couldn't move in the slightest. "Who is this?" Yi Fan was very shocked. It was obvious that this was a prisoner, and he was very powerful and terrifying. There were no signs of life, and he was almost like a wooden stake, but he was terrifying. Elyonani. The youth from the ancient royal family was very flustered, and he said a lot of words. He said that this is an ancient vicious person who kills without batting an eye, and sees life as nothing. "He is imprisoned here," the monkey explained. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the skinny old man wrapped in beast skin, and felt that it was very strange. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a human, and not like an ancient king. "Damn, I also feel that he is a human, and not an ancient royal family. What is going on?" The large black dog was also shocked. "Is this really an ancient vicious person?" Yi Fan asked the monkey. "Oh Maido." The youth was very excited, and he continuously retreated, indicating that they should quickly leave this place as well. He said that this is a saint of the ancient human race, and he is very terrifying, and has killed countless living beings, the monkey said with a strange expression. "What? A saint of the ancient human race?" Yi Fan almost cried out in shock. "This old man dressed in beast skin is a human who survived from the ancient era?" The large black dog's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The youth from the ancient royal family nodded seriously, indicating that this person was extremely dangerous, and they needed to leave this place in case something ominous happened. "Damn, he is luckier than the ancient emperors, and he has lived for so long." The large black dog cried out in shock, and was stunned. Waves of shock surged in Yi Fan's heart. This was a human who had lived for the longest time he had ever seen. He had once asked the Black Emperor and the monkey in detail about how to use the divine source to survive, because seeing that the ancient royal family could seal themselves, he had always been puzzled. Why didn't the ancient human elites do the same? The monkey gave him an answer, and it was all fate. The large black dog's answer was even more detailed. Becoming a living dead person in the divine source was completely ineffective against the ancient emperors, because they were too powerful, and there was nothing that could seal the ripples of their life force. As for the human elites below the emperor level, they would never have that chance. Just like the monkey said, it was all fate. In the desolate ancient era, there were still ordinary pure divine source that could be formed, but the divine source ended in the ancient era. If one wanted to seal themselves in the divine source that had already formed couldn't be used at all. They needed the divine source liquid to fuse into it the moment it formed. The divine source liquid was the essence of heaven and earth, and it gradually went extinct in the ancient era. After the last batch was formed, it could no longer form. In the ancient era, some drastic changes happened, and the prosperous ancient races went into decline. They were also fortunate to have the last batch of the essence of heaven and earth that they could use. They could enter a dangerous place that could form the divine source liquid, seal themselves, and sleep, waiting for a chance to rise again. Of course, it was impossible to have so much divine source liquid to use. Only a few royal families and their most trusted subordinates had this kind of opportunity. Otherwise, in the vast and boundless great wilderness, why were there only a few places like the absolute beginning forbidden zone, the Purple Mountain, and the nest of 10,000 dragons that had the remains of ancient creatures? The weak were prey to the strong, and only a few great royal families managed to obtain the divine source liquid. The rest all returned to the ancient era and became soil. There was no lack of divine source in the ancient era, but the divine source liquid that was forming was very rare. Only the most powerful royal families could obtain it. Now, the essence of heaven and earth had dried up, and it was impossible for the miraculous scene of the ancient era to appear again. Once the divine source liquid was formed, it could never be turned into a divine source liquid. In the past, there were so many ancient races, and they were extremely prosperous. However, it was already not bad for one person to obtain the divine source liquid out of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. The monkey sighed. The human race survived the ancient era's calamity, and the future generations don't need to seal themselves anymore. Yi Fan said after thinking about it carefully. The ancient human experts had long lost the chance to obtain the divine source liquid from the ancient era. As for the great emperors of the human race, even if they could defy the heavens and produce the divine source liquid, it was useless to them. Once they became emperors, nothing in the world could restrain them. That was because they were too powerful, surpassing everything in the world. Apart from the immortal divine medicine that could extend their lifespan for a lifetime, there was nothing else that could help them. Yi Fan pondered for a short while and quickly came back to his senses. There was a primordial human saint in front of him. This was truly earth-shattering news. If he was rescued, it would definitely shake the eastern wilderness and shock the world. In the divine source block, this old man was really too primitive. His skin was bronze and dry. The beast skin below his waist was mottled with patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was shocking. That was definitely the skin of a powerful savage beast, and it was a very powerful one at that. The white bone club in his hand was warm and crystalline. It was as white as jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. It was impossible to estimate how terrifying its power would be if it attacked at full force. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan also felt relieved. How could the weapon of the primordial human saint be ordinary? It was definitely an earth-shattering divine item. Unfortunately, the old man was bound by the crimson chains and suppressed by the innate patterns on it. He was no different from being dead. This person can't be released. The monkey suddenly said with a frown. Why? Yi Fan asked. According to what the young man said, there was a problem with his cultivation. He was delirious and committed an endless massacre. This was a human saint from the primordial era. Moreover, he was a terrifying figure whose strength had reached the pinnacle. His combat strength was so strong that it was shocking. In the primordial era, the human race had two supreme divine arts. Once mastered, they would be earth-shattering and could dominate the world. This primordial saint cultivated the true sun art to the extreme. Then, he cultivated the true moon art and wanted to combine the two divine arts. However, because of this, a huge problem occurred. The true sun saint and true moon saint clashed and could not be reconciled, resulting in a huge disaster. He was a god in the day and a demon at night. His mind was delirious. And he killed many human experts. He even slaughtered many top figures of other races. It could be said that this human saint from the primordial era had committed a monstrous massacre. Many races fought against him. In the end, the young man's grandfather and his father came together and suppressed this human saint, sealing him here forever. Why didn't you kill him? Yi Fan's heart stirred. The young man was a little troubled and his expression was a little unnatural. The monkey immediately understood and said, "The mystic arts of the various races can be used for reference." "I see." Yi Fan nodded. At the same time, he was very excited. This human saint from the primordial era actually had two supreme divine arts. In the primordial era, the human race only had two ancient scriptures. He actually learned both of them and had them on him. However, this also resulted in a huge disaster. The Moon True Technique and Sun True Technique are the most primitive ancient scriptures of the human race, the large black dog exclaimed. The ancient humans first appeared near the forbidden ancient desolate land of the southern region. According to the records of other races, they were suspected to have come from beyond the heavens. The ancient humans had two great ancient scriptures that stole the mysteries of heaven and earth. They could be used to cultivate the most fundamental moon saint power and sun saint power. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and their power was unparalleled. Yi Fan had also heard that when the ancient emperors created their supreme ancient scriptures, they received many inspirations from these two most primitive scriptures. This ancient human saint's entire body is a treasure. He's practically a celestial treasure, the large black dog said, drooling. A single drop of blood from an ancient saint could kill a supreme elite of the present age, and the warm and pure white bone club in his hand must be a shocking divine object. Of course, the most important thing was that he possessed the two most primitive ancient scriptures of the human race. They were priceless divine treasures that had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. And the crimson iron chain that bound his body was also a divine object. It was covered densely with symbols that flickered brilliantly. It was complicated and profound, and could seal an ancient saint. It must be a rare treasure. Yi Fan was also excited. This person was a living ancient scripture. The Sun True Technique and the Moon True Technique, these two most primitive ancient scriptures, made him very expectant. If he could obtain them, he might be able to deduce the evolution process of the human race's inheritance. After all, cultivation had already begun in that era. Although it was a great opportunity for He Shou to take away this ancient saint, it was also accompanied by great danger. If they were not careful, they might provoke a monstrous killing calamity. A martyrdom. The youth of the ancient royal family said something loudly, a vigilant look in his eyes. He gradually felt that something was wrong. He said not to touch this ancient vicious person, and urged us to leave quickly, the monkey explained. Yi Fan knew that if they wanted to take away the ancient saint, the youth would definitely stop them, and even summon his royal father. Let him sleep for a while, and then we'll leave. He didn't want to hurt this youth. After all, there was no hatred between them, and he had brought them so far. Pung! The monkey lightly slashed with his palm, and the youth fell down. He was placed on a flat green rock in the ancient cave, and he would wake up in an hour. Whoosh! Yi Fan stored the great divine source block with the ancient saint sealed in it into the myriad chi cauldron. The origin essence chi surged, making him feel comfortable all over. We have to be careful. This old saint is not in a clear state of mind. If he manages to break free, all of us will die, the large black dog muttered. It was rare that they were not fighting over the saint. Yi Fan was shocked. He could feel a terrifying aura pervading the cauldron. It originated from this great divine origin block, as if a barbaric dragon was about to awaken. I need to find a place to bury him after I get out. I can't bring him along with me. He quickly made this decision. Although the two most primitive ancient scriptures were comparable to immortal treasures, they were not as important as his life. When they retreated, they gradually heard the battle cries again. The battle had already reached its climax. It was incomparably fierce and tragic. Crow Taoist. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He saw that old crow in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. The Crow Taoist was powerful, and he was from the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Taoist. In the current world, he could do whatever he wanted, and there weren't many who could match him. He didn't break out of the encirclement. Instead, he searched in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was obvious that he had nothing to fear, and he wanted to obtain immortal treasures. Whoosh! The Crow Taoist disappeared in a flash, charging into the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and disappeared without a trace. Nan Gongxing, Crow Taoist. They definitely aren't the only two. There are most likely others who have also charged in. Luckily, we got here first. These ultimate bigwigs were powerful, and they dared to barge into the danger zone. After searching for a while, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. The immortal godly medicine was a foot tall, and it was rooted in the pile of divine source beside the ancient coffin. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold, and it was dazzling. Can we use the formation patterns of the Void Emperor to capture the godly medicine? Yi Fan asked. It had 9 leaves, and they floated about like golden clouds. They were very ethereal, and very eye-catching. It's very difficult. The large black dog shook his head and sighed. There was a palm-sized small dragon at the top of the immemorial godly medicine. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was dazzling and fragrant, almost intoxicating. It was incredibly alluring. Last time, I almost obtained it, but this time, the difficulty is too great. Yi Fan was regretful. The immortal godly medicine swayed, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light, causing this place to be blazing. The intoxicating fragrance became even stronger. The small dragon hanging from the top actually opened its eyes, and it continuously twisted its body towards them. F***ck, you're provoking me. It's not like I haven't eaten the immortal godly medicine before. I'll swallow you later. The large black dog bared his teeth. The immortal godly medicine rose from the ground, extending its roots above the pile of divine source. The entire plant was dazzling with divine splendor, and it flowed like water, completely ignoring them. This immortal godly medicine is too demonic. Yi Fan was also tempted, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately grab it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he took out the unknown immortal treasure that he had obtained from the Chaos Ancient Nest, and he shook it forcefully. The immortal godly medicine was intelligent, and when it saw this scene, it immediately released an expanse of blazing light, and hid in the pile of divine source. Yi Fan was shocked, and he released the immortal treasure, flying forward. Swoosh, as if it had been frightened, the immortal godly medicine instantly rose from the ground, turning into a streak of golden divine light, and flew into the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Capture it! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The large black dog had been prepared for a long time, and he quickly activated the incomplete formation patterns on the horn, crossing forward, and capturing the immortal godly medicine of True Dragon. Wang, the void trembled, and the immortal godly medicine shone with dazzling divine light, giving off a brilliant multicolored splendor. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons was filled with a fragrance, and there was a rich fragrance everywhere. It actually broke through the restrictions, opening up a golden passageway in the void, directly reaching the ancient nest that was enveloped by chaos, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, it's too crafty and slippery, and I can't lock it down at all. No wonder it's all controlled by the ancient emperors. The large black dog was vexed. However, Yi Fan was excited, and he quickly retrieved a small white jade cauldron. He used the Xing technique, and rampaged through the nest of 10,000 dragons, collecting the golden divine liquid in the void. It forcefully opened up the great path of the void, and it spat out medicinal blood. The large black dog cried out in shock, and rushed over. There were a total of 36 drops of golden divine liquid in the void, and their fragrance wafted into the nostrils. All of the rich fragrance came from them, and every drop was like a golden pearl, shining brilliantly. The dragon fruit of the immortal godly medicine spat out blood essence. This time, its vitality has been greatly injured, and that small dragon has probably lost most of its life. Who told you to provoke it? The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan collected all of the golden drops, and closed the lid of the cauldron, and the fragrance disappeared. This was the essence of the immortal godly medicine, and its value was immeasurable. In the past, he had used a portion of the essence of the immortal godly medicine of True Dragon to save the life of a supreme divine king. "Let's hurry up and go," Yi Fan said. They had gained enough, and if they continued to stay here, there would most likely be accidents. The few of them used the formation patterns of the Void Emperor to move horizontally, and quickly arrived at the battlefield ahead. At this moment, blood had dyed the cave walls red, and flesh, and bone shards were everywhere. "Senior, come here." Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to the Queen Mother of the West, and then called out to the Wind Tribe Holy Master. Roar! Their roars shook the heavens, and the ancient beings that were infinitely close to humanoid were ferocious and intimidating. They fought in the ancient cave, and the blood of the various lords dyed their long robes. Some grand elders died from time to time, and this place was like an azure field, a tragic sight to behold. Of course, many ancient beings had also died. After all, those that had appeared here were all powerful elites, and none of them were weaklings. All of them had extraordinary abilities. The Queen Mother of the West and the Wind Tribe Holy Master rushed over one after another. With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they had been. Although the corner of the ancient Great Emperor's formation pattern was damaged to an unbearable degree, it was not restricted in this place, and allowed them to leave the nest of 10,000 dragons in an instant. After a short while, their eyes lit up, and they rushed out from the absolute void, arriving in an oasis. What a great disaster! The Wind Tribe Holy Master sighed. "I have to return to the Jade Lake to retrieve the Divine City Stone Medallion to save my comrades," the Queen Mother of the West said. "I have the will, but the strength is insufficient. After preparing for a long time, I was lucky enough to activate the formation pattern once. I was unable to save those people, and I feel regretful." Yi Fan's expression did not change at all. He clasped his hands in salute, and with a flash of light, he, the large black dog, and the monkey disappeared. He did not need to think to know that this great disaster would definitely shock the world, and he would definitely be pushed to the forefront of the storm, becoming the most popular figure. He did not want to go to the Jade Lake again. He would rather miss the heavenly peach feast that was held once every 500 years and go into seclusion. "Let's go to the small town 2,000 kilometers away from the Jade Lake," Yi Fan said, and was going to pick up little Nan Nan. Heading to the nest of 10,000 dragons was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others go with him. Instead, he arranged to meet them at the small town, and they left together. Li Heishui walked up, and asked in shock, "Little Yi, you're here. Did you really screw over those people?" "What could I have done? They forced me to do this." Yi Fan shrugged. "Heavens, Yi Hei, you've really gone too far this time. If those people all die, there will be no place for you in the Eastern Barren Territory," Jiang Huiran said. "They won't all die. Some people still have spare energy to search for celestial treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons. How can you still laugh? Even if a divine master died, it would still be a great earthquake, and it would cause a great disturbance," Wu Zhongtian said. "There's no other way. The divine master of all beginnings has already been killed in both body and soul." At this point, Yi Fan faltered, and asked, "Where's little Nan Nan?" "The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect kept her here, and he did not allow us to bring her out of the Jade Lake." Lu Ko was furious, but there was nothing he could do. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect was at the end of his lifespan, and he had gone to the forbidden land of the barren antiquity to find a way to prolong his life. After seeing the emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty turn into ashes, he chose to leave. Yi Fan had killed the saint and saintess of this sect, and he had great karma with them. Now that he heard that little Nan Nan was being kept by them, he was naturally anxious. "Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything in the Jade Lake. Little Nan will be fine." Li Heishui's grandfather got the inside information, so he naturally did not follow them to the nest of 10,000 dragons. He stayed in the Jade Lake with many people with special abilities. With them around, little Nan would be fine. Half a day later, the news of the disaster in the nest of 10,000 dragons shocked the world, and the entire Eastern Barren Territory was shaken, the divine master of all beginnings had died in both body and soul, and nothing was left behind. Once the news came out, it caused a great commotion. The vice-sect master of the supreme sect of the Central Plains, the divine master of the Yin-Yang sect, who would soon take over the position of the old sect master, was also killed. The younger brother of the Northern Plains Golden Family Lord, a great expert with boundless prospects, was also buried in the nest of 10,000 dragons, not coming out. The Eastern Wasteland's Purple Mansion Divine Lord was almost crippled, and only his head was left. It was brought out, and his body was beaten into a bloody paste by the archaic creatures. Apart from this, Five Elements Palace, True Demon Hall, Misty Peak, a total of 6 masters had fallen. Meanwhile, a group of supreme elders had died, and many great sects were affected. Blood dyed the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was earth-shattering news that shook the world. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The world was in an uproar, everyone was shocked, and no one could remain calm. How many years had it been since such a disaster had happened? So many masters had died at once. What exactly happened? Do you all know the details? Why did so many masters fall? I heard that it has something to do with the divine body Yifan. I don't know if it's true or not. When such shocking news came out, the world was shaken. The people of the world still did not understand the inside story, and they were all asking around. Little Yi, you become famous, and your name will definitely shake the world. This shocking news spread extremely quickly. It reached all the lands through the realm gates and caused a huge uproar. Many great sects were stunned. This kind of calamity could be considered a world-shaking murder case. Many great figures fell, causing a great earthquake in the eastern wasteland. Did you guys know that the archaic kings are about to come into being? Soon, the heavens will change. This world might not necessarily be ruled by the Holy Lands anymore. They can even kill peak Holy Lords. Those ancient creatures are too terrifying. In the archaic years, they were the true masters of this land. The rumor that the archaic creatures were about to come into being seemed to have grown wings. It quickly spread throughout the boundless land, making many people feel uneasy. Even though countless years had passed, the human race still had some records. Those ancient creatures weren't something ordinary experts could deal with. Rumor has it that this calamity was caused by the holy physique Yifan. This child is truly a star of calamity. The 2 words Yifan became a phrase that people often spoke of. Whenever this matter was brought up, he would definitely be mentioned. Heroes are dying one after another. The Eastern Wasteland will find it hard to calm down in a short period of time. Is it all related to this star of calamity? People didn't know the truth yet. They only knew that it was related to Yifan, so they were all discussing this in shock. The blood of heroes dyed the nest of 10,000 dragons. The disturbance it caused was too great. All the cultivators were discussing this topic passionately. Is all of this caused by the holy physique? It's too shocking and inconceivable. Let's wait for the news. If it really is this star of calamity, I fear there will be no place for him in the Eastern Wasteland anymore. The people of the world were discussing this. Many cultivators were trying to find out the truth, waiting for the Holy Lands and the top sects to make trouble. Finally, someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land stood out. A supreme elder personally announced that he would kill Yifan until his body and soul were completely annihilated. Following that, the Purple Mansion Holy Land, True Devil Palace, Northern Plains Gold Family, Misty Peak, and Central States Yin-Yang sect all sent out experts to kill the holy physique. At this point, who wouldn't understand that this calamity was definitely caused by Yifan? Otherwise, the great sects wouldn't be so angry and declare that they would kill him one after another. This young man with the surname Yi is really audacious. He even dares to provoke the lords of the various forces. The younger generation will surpass us in time. All of this was caused by a little cultivator. How shocking. He really dares to do this, triggering such a great disaster, causing so many heroes to die. It's hard to believe. The youth's surname Ji is too terrifying, actually drawing out such a calamity. He's truly a star of calamity. Everyone was flabbergasted and practically didn't dare believe all of this. Soon after, the people of the world discovered an issue. There were people from many great sects who spoke out one after another, wishing to kill Yifan, but they all did so in their own names. Up until now, not a single supreme sect master or great power had decided to issue an order to kill him. Those great sects are definitely in the wrong. Otherwise, there's no way they would have endured silently. This is interesting. Could it be that the Holy Lands and those supreme sects have suffered in silence and can't stand on the side of reason? The fire of gossip burned brightly in many people's hearts. They wanted to see the world in chaos, so they tried their best to find out more information. This matter couldn't be hidden at all. There were just too many people who participated in the Jade Lake distinguished meeting, so how could everyone's mouths be stopped? Everything was spread out. Only after being forced by the various heroes did the youth surnamed Ji lead them into the archaic king's place of slumber. When the mist gradually dispersed, everyone was stupefied. They could only blame those people for rushing into this dangerous place. Logically speaking, these people asked for it, so they deserve it. However, there is no way they will let the matter go so easily. It's rare for these great sects to suffer in silence like this, haha. The cultivators of the eastern wasteland were discussing among themselves. They knew that these great sects had suffered a great loss, so they were definitely going to kill. In just 2 days, the voices of many experts sounded from the Jade Lake, requesting Yi Fan to confront them and explain the problem clearly. Confront my ass. Just let them stare helplessly and go crazy. The Black Emperor laughed loudly. Yi Fan didn't have any plans to leave either. He cultivated in seclusion and peace. How could he explain these things clearly? He knew how those people felt. They most likely wanted to pull out his tendons and break his bones. Wanchu, the Z family, the Yin-Yang sect of the Middle State, and the Gold family of the North Plains were all going crazy. They officially announced that if Yi Fan didn't come out and explain clearly, they would issue an order to kill him. Brother Blackwater, bad brother, tell your grandfather to protect Darling. Nothing must go wrong. Yi Fan only had this one worry, and he didn't care about anything else. That's right, let those holy lands continue to show off. It's useless even if they shout until their throats break. We won't go. The large black dog laughed mischievously. Don't worry, they won't dare to act recklessly. After all, they are in the Jade Lake, so there won't be any problems with Darling, Wu Zhongtian and the others said. The people from the Great Immortal Inheritances were indeed angry. Yi Fan didn't have any plans to show up at all, and treated their words like floating clouds. He didn't fear the so-called order to kill him at all. If Yi Fan still doesn't show up, we will kill him without mercy in the future. Finally, there was a holy land that was furious, uttering this kind of voice, which spread throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. Yi Fan smirked coldly in disdain. He didn't care at all. As long as his strength improved greatly and reached the Divine Master tier, he wouldn't need to fear anyone, and he could do as he pleased in the world. However, several days later, Lu Ko brought a piece of news that made him frown. The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect had Lu Ko and the others' grandfather pass on a message for him. My life force has dried up, and I'm about to return to the earth. I've long since become fearless. This old sect master was very benevolent when he spoke, and he looked at the little darling beside him. This old thing. Yi Fan immediately became angry. The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect was forcing him to submit and head to the Jade Lake. I'm still very young, and Darling is ill. I have the confidence to establish an immortal empire. Of course, destruction is easier than construction. Yi Fan said fiercely. This was the message he had Lu Ko and the others pass on. This old one doesn't have much time left. After death, who cares what happens? I'll wait patiently. This was what the supreme sect master of the Yin-Yang sect wanted them to pass on. At the same time, the Holy Lands and top sects also became ruthless and announced that they would issue a kill order soon. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake wants to take the little darling away, but the old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect won't let her leave his side no matter what. Jiang Huiran frowned. He doesn't have much time left, and if this old thing goes to the extreme, the successor he chose died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. That's not good. Li Heishui was worried that he would be ruthless to the little darling. Yi Fan stood on the precipice and gazed into the distance. He stood there for a long time before turning around and saying, I'll go to the Jade Lake. No, if you go, the holy lands of Wanchu and Zifu will skin you alive. Wu Zhongtian and the others stopped him. Don't worry, I won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor to carve formation runes and head to the old land of Merak to see if he could see the old madman. However, they were disappointed. This land was incomparably quiet. Ancient trees towered into the sky and fallen leaves could be heard. There was no sign of the old madman and he couldn't be summoned. Since I can't invite the saints of the present era, I'll bring the ancient saints to the Jade Lake. If they want to harm me, I'll wipe them all out. Yi Fan was truly angered. He used the little girl's life to threaten him, making him harden his heart. If there was no leeway, then in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. They returned to the northern region silently. Yi Fan secretly invited the people of the Jade Lake and told them that he wanted to enter the Jade Lake. Not long after, the Saintess of the Jade Lake appeared and brought a message from the Western Queen Mother to protect his life. Then, Yi Fan made great fanfare, fearing that the world wouldn't know about him. He headed to the Jade Pool openly, arriving in this pure land without any fear. The heavenly palace towered on the brilliant golden clouds. It was tall and majestic, dignified and divine. Mist curled around the jade stairs. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. All kinds of spirit birds resembling golden crows and divine phoenixes danced in the air. It was a magnificent scene. Yi Fan's appearance shocked everyone in front of the heavenly palace. They hadn't thought that he would really dare to come. The younger generation couldn't enter the heavenly palace. The sons of the great sage, the saintess, and the strongest inheritors of the supreme sex all looked over. It was one thing for Yi Fan to kill saintess and sons, but this time, he had indirectly killed some heroes. This shook the entire eastern wasteland. These people all had complicated expressions. Surname Ji, you're so cruel. You killed our patriarch. A disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land shouted, his eyes full of resentment. Return the life of our sect master. The disciples of the Yin Yang sect also shouted in unison. Their voices were terrifying. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He didn't even look at them. He walked into the heavenly palace and faced the various heroes. He said calmly, I'm here. Martial uncle, kill him and take revenge for the Holy Master. Our patriarch died too unjustly. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to appease the anger of the world. At the entrance of the great hall, many disciples were shouting, all of them carrying killing intent, shouting into the heavenly palace. Brother Yi, how can you do this? You caused so many seniors to die. This is an immeasurable loss for our eastern wasteland. Great Yan Saint Sun Xianxia sighed. They were all heroes of the world, heroes of a region. They dominated for thousands of years, but in the end they died so quietly. Dao Yi Saint Sun also sighed. Kill him. What are we waiting for? Kill him and offer a sacrifice to the souls of those seniors in heaven. At the entrance of the palace, many disciples of the great sects and holy lands shouted. Shut up. Yi Fan glanced at them indifferently. I'm talking to your elders. It's not your turn to speak. Outside the palace, everyone was stunned and then furious. Yi Fan didn't even put them in his eyes. He actually wanted to be on equal footing with their seniors. I'm here. Let Nan Nan come. Yi Fan stared at an old man with white hair and beard in the palace. In the heavenly palace, white mist curled around the ground. There were many jade tables filled with fruits and celestial wine. The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect sat cross-legged behind the white jade table. He looked benevolent and was surrounded by mist. He didn't move at all like an immortal. His body flashed, and Nan Nan, who was sitting quietly at the side, was immediately freed. She quickly ran to Yi Fan's side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Her large eyes blinked as she looked back, afraid that she would be caught again. Are you okay, Nan Nan? Yi Fan asked softly. I'm fine. I just miss Big Brother and Doggy a bit. Little Nan Nan replied innocently. The 2-year-old little guy was like a little porcelain doll. She was carved from jade and extremely cute. You are quite daring. You committed a heaven-overflowing calamity, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly and disrespect the seniors in the palace. Kill him. Seal his soul in the sea-suppressing eye for eternity. At the entrance of the palace, many youngsters shouted. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He didn't even give them a glance and completely ignored them. This attitude made many proud and arrogant disciples furious. This was disdain, undisguised disregard. He was simply looking down on them. You are quite daring. You provoked such a great calamity, yet you still dare to come here. Finally, a hero spoke. I am indomitable and have a clear conscience. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Yi Fan stood with his head held high without the slightest bit of fear. Good, good, good. You have guts. The face of a supreme elder from the holy land of all beginnings sunk. Their holy lord had fallen. This was a heaven-piercing matter, and it was impossible for them to be kind. Killing intent pervaded the air within the palace. Many people stared at Yi Fan as formless killing intent surged. You are not allowed to bully Big Brother. Little Nan Nan wrinkled her delicate little nose. Her large eyes were black and white, and her long eyelashes were blinking. She spoke in a soft and tender voice. Uncle Feng said that he will settle accounts with whoever dares to harm Big Brother. The palace was deathly silent. Everyone was silent. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect the little guy to be so quick-witted. A child's words were the truest. What could a 2-year-old girl understand? Perhaps she really did hear these words before, and that was why she said them. Marek's crazy old man was an existence comparable to an ancient saint. He was like a great mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Who wouldn't feel restraining fear? The great hall became silent. What does a little girl understand? She's just speaking nonsense. A supreme elder from the beginning spoke. He didn't want everyone to feel restraining fear because of this. He really wanted to pull out Yi Fan's bones. However, no one echoed him. It was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone knew that the old lunatic had walked together with Yi Fan and was already unrivaled in the eastern wasteland. It was rumored that the ancient saints had boundless magical power and were omnipotent. No one could estimate their power and that they were like gods that walked the earth. It was extremely difficult for such a person to appear even in the ancient era. That was why they were revered as saints. All races looked up to them and all generations respected them. The saint must die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the anger of the people. A supreme elder from the Z Palace spoke. This was the second person to speak. However, the others still didn't express their opinions. It was because they truly felt restraining fear that the old lunatic would really jump out. The ancient saint's gaze could destroy all things. A single drop of their blood essence could kill a powerful existence. They could call upon the wind and summon the rain in the ancient world and were omnipotent. Even a single strand of their hair that naturally fell off was like an ancient divine mountain. It was extremely heavy and could destroy a magnificent army. It could be said that the ancient saints were close to deities. Every drop of blood, every inch of flesh, every bone was a supreme divine object. Their strength was terrifying to an unimaginable level. Even with the protection of saints, we still have to be reasonable. This child is vicious and merciless, causing the death of so many people. They are all old friends of ours, so how can we let him go like this? He should be executed. Finally, a powerful existence from the northern plains Huang Jin clan spoke. He sat majestically on the throne and spoke righteously about killing Yi Fan. Central Continent's old Yin Yang sect master didn't have much lifespan left, but his magical power was heaven overflowing. At this moment, his expression was calm, but his tone was very cold. As a saint, we should be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Killing this child as a sacrifice to the vengeful spirit is not contrary to the saints. Everyone, there is no need to worry. You and I can both kill him. In the main hall, white mist surged on the ground, reaching up to a person's knees. Behind each jade table sat a heroic lord. They were like dormant dragons, and within their bodies hid a frightening amount of blood energy, emitting terrifying fluctuations. At this moment, everyone was moved. Killing intent filled the air, and many people began to speak in agreement. Now, he even dares to kill a saint lord. If he is allowed to grow, he will turn the entire Eastern Barren territory upside down. How can we comfort the mourning souls if we don't kill him? He lured the lords of all sides into a trap and plotted against them. So many people died. How can we appease our anger if we don't kill him? The gunpowder was ignited. Those lords didn't open their mouths, but the elders under them all spoke up one after another, requesting for Yi Fan to be executed. You are all bad people who bullied Big Brother. Uncle Feng will come and save us. Little Nan Nan wrinkled her nose, and her childish words echoed in the main hall. Yi Fan laughed. He swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Why did you all appear in the 10,000 dragon nest? Naturally, it was you who led us there." A supreme elder from the Z Palace shouted. Who forced me to lead the way to clear my name? Yi Fan calmly asked. Many people were speechless, and only killing intent remained. And who was the one who repeatedly said that it was a place of great danger and that we couldn't go there? Yi Fan was unperturbed, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. You clearly knew that a great calamity was about to happen, so why didn't you say it clearly and stop everyone? The supreme elder from the 10,000 beginning shouted. Who was the one who slandered me as the inheritor of a vicious person? I tried to stop them, but they tricked me and wanted to kill me. Can you allow me to explain in detail? Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. You are in the right. You caused the deaths of so many heroes, and yet you want to push the blame away. If we don't kill you, the heavens will not forgive us, someone from the True Demon Hall shouted. The 10,000 beginning divine leader, the deputy sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, the younger brother of the Gold family leader, the Misty Peak master, and the True Demon Hall master were all dead. The Purple Mansion divine leader only had a head left, and the various supreme elders had also suffered heavy losses. There were too many important people who had died, and they naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just took out a beautiful piece of jade and froze it in the air. Images appeared inside, as well as everyone's words. Why did we enter the 10,000 dragon nest? What happened back then is recorded clearly. This was everything that Yi Fan had recorded with the divine jade. Everything that had happened that day was quickly replayed, and he was forced into a corner. This caused many people to be speechless. Speaking from their conscience, they had all asked for this. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they deserved it. No matter what, you have caused the deaths of so many people. You must pay with your life, a supreme elder of the Yin Yang sect shouted. 10,000 beginning, the Purple Mansion, the Gold family leader, the True Demon Hall, and the Misty Peak all agreed, their expressions stern. Pay, your mother, the large black dog muttered. It was so soft that it couldn't be heard, but who were the people present? Many people heard it. Where did this dog come from? Beat him up. The lungs of the Yin Yang sect's supreme elder were about to explode. Shut your mouth. The monkey used the murderous weapon that was about to rot as a large club and heavily smashed it into the ground, releasing a loud dong sound. Now, everyone knew that the ancient King clan was about to appear, and they were all fearful of him. They were really afraid that he would summon a few terrifying kings in the future. Everyone, I have already made many copies of this divine jade, and they have already been distributed to various places in the world. Yi Fan spoke unwillingly, and said, if you all feel that I am in the wrong, then let those pieces of jade spread into the world, and let the people of the world judge. Everyone's expression became sluggish. This kind of matter was nothing much if it was spread by word of mouth. If Yi Fan died, the various great sects could casually weave a crime for him. However, if real evidence was spread into the world, it would truly cause many great forces to be badly battered. Yi Fan was fearless. At worst, he would just sacrifice himself and summon the ancient saints to break the seal, and slaughter until rivers of blood flowed. The dead are already dead, and the fault does not lie with Yi Fan. Everyone, you should worry more about the situation of the human race after the ancient King clans appear, the Queen Mother spoke. Many people wanted to say something, but it wasn't good for them to refuse the Jade Lake Divine Lord's face. This time, the Queen Mother had made a great effort, and with the Divine City Stone token, she had rescued them. Dong, the heavenly palace trembled, and many of the Holy Land's disciples were blasted away. 3 experts walked in with large strides, and all of them were imposing and intimidating. The Peacock King had light hair, and he looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was very delicate and pretty, but his demonic might shook the world, and a single roar could shatter mountains and rivers. Those people deserved to die. They asked for it. This was the first sentence he said when he came in. It was obvious that he had come to support Yi Fan. This was a character at the top of the pyramid. Like Nangongxing, it was very likely that he would break through this realm and enter a higher realm. Beside him, the green flood dragon king was tall and sturdy. He looked like a middle-aged man, and his blood energy was like the sea, very frightening. The other person was even more terrifying. He wore old clothes as if he had worn it for thousands of years. His bronze skin was dry, but he was hale and hearty. This was the Crimson Dragon Taoist. He was already over 3,000 years old, and was half a generation older than ordinary divine lords. He had almost stepped into the ancient king realm, and was someone who could do whatever he wanted in the eastern wasteland. He dared to hunt down divine lords. Even the monkey frowned when he saw him. Last time in the divine city, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the Crimson Dragon Taoist. If I kill you, then I kill you. If you die, then you die. What else do you all want? The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke coldly, sweeping his gaze over everyone. The three world-shocking fiend kings came together, bringing with them a powerful pressure, making everyone feel incomparable restraining fear. Crimson Dragon, it's been 1,500 years. You still have the same temperament, meddling too much, don't you think? The Central Province Yin Sect's unmatched old sect master spoke. If you don't accept it, then come and fight. The Crimson Dragon Taoist laughed coldly again and again, not holding back at all. Treating a junior like this, aren't you ashamed? I will protect your divine body. Crimson Dragon, don't think that you are unrivaled under the heavens. We might have to fight. The old Yin sect master's lifespan was about to run out, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. At this time, the Azure Emperor's descendant, Yen Ruyu, also appeared at the entrance of the Great Hand Hall. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She wore beautiful clothes made from mountains and rivers, and she was as pure and holy as a divine lotus. Her style was unmatched, and her beauty was unmatched. However, her appearance made many people's hearts beat intensely, and they had a bad premonition. Everyone knew that the great demons were protecting her, and this represented a kind of will of the fiend race. Regardless of whether it was the Peacock King or the Crimson Dragon Taoist, they could easily borrow an extreme path holy weapon from her. Now, only the holy weapon left behind by the Azure Emperor could be used easily, and there was no need to suppress the so-called foundation. This was the most unstable factor in the current era, and many great sects were deeply apprehensive of it. Greetings, seniors. Yi Fan walked up and bowed. The Peacock King patted his shoulder, and then looked at some sect masters, saying, using force to suppress others, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you don't accept it, then come out and fight. The Northern Plains Gold Clan's lord surged with golden essence energy, and said, what harm is there in fighting? Do you think I'm afraid of you? That's right, let's fight. With so many fellow Taoists here, do the three of you want to disturb the Jade Lake Feast of Peaches? The Misty Peaks people also echoed. In the Great Hall, many experts stood up, and many heroes also spoke. Killing intent filled the air towards the three great kings of the fiend race. The Jade Lake only holds a feast once every 500 years, and every time there is a battle between holy masters. If you don't agree, then let's meet on the life and death battle stage. Wu Dao, Tu Tian, Jiang Yi, and the others of the northern region's 13 great bandits all stood up, and they stood side by side with the Peacock King and the others. Different camps, accumulated grievances for many years, were about to explode at this time, and many heroes were about to get involved. Everyone, why are you doing this? Western Queen Mother advised. She didn't want a bloody battle to happen. Even though the Jade Lake prepared a battle stage every time, she didn't want to see it. Brother Crimson Dragon, it's been 2,000 years, but you and I are still alive. The Crow Taoist spoke, and he seemed to be very emotional. You are also alive, of the old friends from back then, only you and I are left. The Crimson Dragon Taoist nodded, and he was quite emotional. Everyone felt that things were not good. This living fossil was clearly standing on the other side. If they really had to fight on the battle stage, it would be very difficult to pass this hurdle. The Crow Daoist was definitely a terrifying lord. What, you're not convinced? Let's fight. The Peacock King swept his gaze over everyone again, and he laughed coldly. Peacock King, what do you mean by this? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Do you want to fight? We'll accompany you. There was no lack of people with fiery tempers. A powerhouse from Wanchu stood up on the spot. Their saint had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their sex experts were filled with anger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's meet on the life and death stage. Although the Peacock King looked like a delicate youth, he had always been very domineering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to kill the wavering light saint. Very well, let's fight on the life and death stage. The powerhouse from Wanchu's side was the late saint's junior brother. He was also a one-legged character. Boom! The heavenly palace boiled as everyone stood up. A peerless demonic king was going to fight a saint. This was definitely a battle of the limelight. This was a gathering that only happened once every 500 years. It was no secret that there would always be such a great battle every time. Saint-level characters are going to fight. This trip is really worth it. A powerful rogue cultivator whispered. A demonic king is about to come out and the supreme experts are going to fight. I'm afraid the sky will be dyed red with blood this time. In front of the palace, many saint children and saintesses' expressions changed. The strongest descendants of the great sex were also excited. I wonder which great characters will take action. It won't be an earth-shattering battle, right? The younger generation was not calm because this was related to their sections. The Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist are old demons who can run amok in the eastern wasteland. Who can contend against them? You're looking down on the Holy Lands too much. There will definitely be 1 or 2 living fossils that can fight against the Crimson Dragon Daoist. They'll definitely jump out. Inside and outside the Heavenly Palace, both the older and younger generations were discussing this matter. Many people were extremely excited. The saint children and saintesses looked at Yi Fan with complicated expressions. He was the only one among the younger generation who could stand in the Heavenly Palace and fight against the older generation. Everything was caused by him. Killing intent filled the air. This battle was unavoidable. Many people's eyes flashed with cold light. They were all lords of their own territories. Once they had decided, it would be difficult to change their minds. They had to fight on the life and death stage. Let's invite the Western Queen Mother to preside over this battle and open the ancient battle platform, said a Saint Lord. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was located in the clouds. It was said to never sink and was boundless and indestructible. It could support a Sacred Lord's battle without having to worry about destruction. The Queen Mother of the West Side, she knew that she could not stop this. The grudges between the two sides had been building up for a long time, and this time, it was only because of the eruption of the situation. Only a battle could solve the problem. I hope everyone can stop here. Queen Mother of the West, please start the battle stage. A mighty cultivator from the Z Palace shouted and stepped forward. It seemed like he was ready to fight. Activate the life and death battle platform at the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West opened her mouth. Her voice traveled through the majestic palace and traveled through the clouds. At the same time, everyone walked out, their battle intent surging like the sea. There were many figures everywhere. The various overlords were like gods and devils as they stood outside the imperial palace. Their blood energy surged out like barbaric dragons. This was a miraculous scene. From the crown of everyone's head, a blood light as thick as a mountain pierced through the sky like a great dragon. The younger generation were all horrified. This was the disparity between them, an insurmountable chasm. Such exuberant blood energy was like a raging sea that could swallow millions of lives. Rumble, the leaden clouds were like mountains, heavy, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. The thick gray clouds seemed to be pressing down on the ground. An ancient aura was emitted from them, accompanied by a strong killing intent. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was a huge martial arena. It was built from cliff rocks and every rock had a story behind it. The surface of the arena was mottled with blood. It was unknown how many peerless experts had stood here and fought a great battle to the death. The vast martial arena stretched as far as the eye could see. Many rocks were engraved with the names of experts, and cracks could be seen everywhere. This place was like an ancient battlefield. Although there were no corpses lying on the ground, the aura of the fallen experts was indelible and could penetrate into one's bones. Those who came here would feel as if they had experienced thousands of battles in an instant. They could feel the aura of the deceased peerless experts. One of the most famous martial arenas in the eastern wasteland. I wonder which experts will dye the battlefield with their blood today. I still remember the Jade Lake meeting 1,000 years ago. The old Saint Lord Lin Tianchong's aura devoured the mountains and rivers. In the final battle, he killed many powerful experts, but in the end, his lifespan ran out and he died here. I also remember that 1,500 years ago, the peerless monster King Qi Tsongqiong fought alone against the crowd with his snow-white robe. With just one step, he could prolong his life. Unfortunately, his body cracked in the end and all his efforts were in vain. His blood dyed the ancient battlefield red. Many of the older generation recalled the past. Many great battles had happened here as if it was just yesterday. Those people and events hadn't gone far. The Jade Lake Martial Arena was indeed a special place. Every 500 years, there would be world-shaking battles during the Feast of the Peaches of Immortality. No one knew how many great characters had fallen here, leaving behind eternal legends that made those who had experienced it sigh. The Peacock King roared and turned into a five-colored divine light. He landed on the life and death arena with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Whoever is not convinced, come up here." These words were extremely arrogant. He looked down on all the heroes and wanted to test his sword against the world. Don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yetian, am not. The late Saint Lord's junior brother had been waiting for a long time. He turned into a beam of green light and rushed over. Boom! He attacked as soon as he arrived without wasting any words. His 5 fingers shot out thousands of strands of primordial energy that transformed into a sea of swords. Clang, 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 the sound of the swords shook the heavens. The 10,000 blades of primordial energy were extremely sharp. Each slash had the imprint of the great Tao, and it was as if the heavenly Tao was slashing down. I've long heard that Yetian refined a strand of primordial energy. It really is true. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone was astonished. After that strand of primordial energy was refined, its power was unimaginably great. Each sword and imprint shattered the void. A total of 10,000 great Tao imprints descended. Every single one of them could destroy an archaic divine peak and shake everyone to their bones. The souls of many people outside the martial arena began to tremble as well. Terrifying, too terrifying. He cultivated in isolation for 500 years, yet he actually reached this level. He is truly an exceptional expert. Everyone was shaken, and many people cried out in alarm. The 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance produced 10,000 great Tao imprints. They actually linked up together and formed the true might of the heavenly Tao. Hong! It covered heaven and earth as it descended, shattering all tangible creatures. It left everyone horrified. Yetian immediately attacked. He didn't want to fight for hundreds to thousands of rounds, so he used his most powerful offensive saint technique to destroy a demonic king. The Peacock King roared and the mountains and rivers shook. If not for the martial arena's protection, many people outside would have collapsed. They simply couldn't stop this sound wave. Hong Long! Stars filled the sky, and every single one of them was even more resplendent than the sun. It made this ancient battlefield seem as if it was about to ignite, and it was filled with a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. Stars illuminate the clear sky. One of the most terrifying irregular scenes of the ancient era. Many people cried out in alarm. This was one of the Peacock King's heaven-defying methods. He also used it as soon as he came up. He wanted to decide life and death with a single move without leaving any way out. Zing zing zing, every single star was as large as a mountain. They covered the vast and boundless martial arena and collided with the 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance. Dong! It was as if the high heavens had been crushed. That place became a land of destruction. Nothing existed anymore, and no one could see clearly. Pung! The great stars in the sky were extinguished, and only primordial chaos lingered about. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that the Peacock King was killed? Shwa! Oh, Yetian rushed out. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were many cracks on his body. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. He moved as fast as lightning to escape the ancient battlefield. In the void, the Peacock King stood alone. He released a loud roar, and the enormous martial arena was about to be overturned. The lead clouds were scattered. Ah! Oh, Yetian cried out loudly. His body split apart in the void, and his head, limbs, and other parts were all separated. Pooh! He exploded in the void. He originally couldn't hold on any longer, and now, a loud roar completely shattered him. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was stupefied. A powerful figure of a generation was blasted to death by the Peacock King just like that. He stood alone in the middle of the arena. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his demonic might overflowed into the heavens. I will protect you, Fan, for sure. Whoever is unconvinced, feel free to come up. The Peacock King's voice shook the skies as he stood with his hands behind his back. What kind of spirit was this? There weren't many under the heavens who dared to do this. The outside of the arena was in great disorder. An exceptional figure from the Holy Land of all beginnings died. This was a major event, and it truly left many people stunned. The Peacock King is too powerful. Rumor has it that he has even more powerful trump cards and many heaven-defying methods. Everyone discussed in shock. Li Daoqing, do you dare fight against me? The Peacock King shouted loudly, challenging the wavering light Holy Lord. Everyone was apprehensive. To challenge him in this type of situation, it was clear that he wanted to slaughter the Holy Lord. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the two fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. 800 years ago, they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a victor being decided. The entire world knew of this, and it shook the entire eastern wasteland. Why wouldn't I dare? In this type of situation, the wavering light Holy Lord directly accepted the challenge. This concerned the dignity of the great sage. Holy Lord, let me capture this little demon. An aged voice sounded, stopping the wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing. Senior brother. The wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing called out like this. There's no need to say any more. I'll deal with him. This person was old and clumsy. The skin on his body was completely loose, and his flesh seemed to have dried up. His hair was sparse, and he supported himself with a walking stick as he slowly walked out from the crowd. The Holy Lands really do have living fossils in this world. This is the wavering light Holy Lord's senior brother, Wang Jing. He is over 3,000 years old, yet he is still alive. 1,500 years ago, he was like the sun in the sky. He had previously shone brilliantly here, defeating all powerful enemies, and then went into seclusion. Now that he has come out again, it is a pity that he is already past his prime. It is clear that he is like a lamp that has run out of oil, and he won't be able to live for much longer. Now, he wants to display his remaining power. When this elder appeared, an uproar broke out. Everyone was shocked, and they all began to discuss among themselves. Swoosh, he was like a ghost, fast to the extreme. He silently appeared in the enormous arena, and his turbid eyes shot out 2 strands of essence energy as he stared at the Peacock King. End of chapter 538. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.